Chapter 1 Birth. This is a huge cave, with stalactites of varying lengths hanging from the ceiling. Suddenly, accompanied by a tremor, a slender stalactite snapped and fell down, landing on an oddly shaped, one-dimensional oval egg. With a series of cracking sounds, the slender stalactite shattered into several pieces. Clearly, this egg is quite sturdy. Next to it were neatly arranged various kinds of eggs, similar in size. They were stacked neatly on a conical pile of stones. At this moment, another tremor occurred, and not far away, around the corner of the cave, a colossal creature appeared. Its hundreds of meters tall body was extraordinarily spectacular, covered in dark red, diamond-shaped scales. With two powerful hind legs, every step it took caused the entire cave to shake. Its long, thick tail dragged behind, and a casual swing could crush any stones in its path. The pair of robust arms swayed naturally at its sides, seemingly containing immense strength, with sharp claws as sharp as knives, and its back was covered with a layer of fine red. Scales on its thick neck was a head also covered in red scales, with a large mouth full of sharp teeth that could distort the air with its breath, that a pair of twisted horns curved backward, and below them, a pair of golden eyes shone with wisdom. After entering the cave, this colossal creature headed straight for the place where the eggs were placed. "Well, I wonder if any little ones are eager to come out and see the world," murmured the giant as it stood beside the stone pile. Although it was a murmur, the sound was surprisingly loud, causing even the stalactites above to shake. Strangely, her voice was completely different from her terrifying appearance, even inexplicably pleasant to hear. Looking down at the eggs, which were like small stones to her, the giant bent down and brought her golden eyes closer. Although her face couldn't express anything other than ferocity, it gave off a gentle and serious feeling. "Wow, by the creator dragon, there are actually 5 little ones this time." As she spoke, her hot breath fell on the eggs on the stone pile. The breath, which could even distort the surrounding air, felt like a gentle breeze to the eggs, having no effect at all. After careful observation, she took down the 5 eggs she had just selected from the stone pile and placed them on the ground before lying down, looking at them with eager eyes. Where's this place?" Opening his eyes, he found himself in darkness, confusion reflected in his golden vertical pupils. It was so narrow. He moved his body, and the word wrapped surged into his mind. So, he must be wrapped in something. Suddenly, his pupils contracted sharply, and a flood of memories rushed into his mind. Looking at these strange yet novel memories, a multitude of questions surged in his heart. Were those moving things? They are humans. What about the 4-legged ones? No, those are dogs. Were those square things that can run? Those are cars. And those square things that can't run? Buildings. One question after another emerged in his mind, and a mysterious voice answered these questions. Gradually, a world filled with novelty and danger appeared in his mind. It was a world controlled by a creature called humans, filled with various other creatures and things created by humans. So, is it the outside world? Will I live in such a world after I go out? No, that was my world, your world. You have to see for yourself. Who are you? Me? I am your father. Where are you? Why can't I see you? I am the starry sky. If you want to see me, you have to rely on yourself. Starry sky? What is that place? Stand on the ground, look up, and what you see is the starry sky. Why are you there? We come from the starry sky. The starry sky is our dreams, ambitions, future, and home, but we are the starry sky dragons, and the starry sky represents freedom. So we are born free. Remember your name, Witt. Remember, I am waiting for you in the starry sky. Starry sky, freedom. Witt quietly repeated these 2 words, his golden vertical pupils sparkling with the light of dreams. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reached his ears. Dueo. With a tender roar, a golden little life descended into this world. Then, he turned his head and began to nibble on the eggshell. Nearby, a little creature covered in red crystals watched this scene and couldn't help but swallow, then tentatively approached the golden little one. However, a sudden gust of wind knocked the little creature with red crystals over. Then, a thunderous voice rang out. "No, Billy, that's not yours." The little dragon with red crystals, named Billy, unwillingly withdrew his gaze upon hearing this. He noticed that the golden little dragon looked at him with a hint of hostility. Seeing the other's strong build, Billy wisely took a few steps back. According to his inherited memories, this golden creature, known as the golden dragon, was a dragon full of muscles in its brain. What a pity, none of the 4 that came out were of the same kind. Thinking this, he glanced at the other 2 creatures that had heard the commotion and looked this way, then turned his gaze to the last little friend. He hoped it would be a kindred spirit. However, when he looked at the silvery eggshell, he sighed helplessly. If the inherited memory was correct, the creature inside this egg was closer in bloodline to the golden one next to him. Suddenly, a cracking sound echoed. 5 pairs of eyes instantly focused on the only remaining unbroken eggshell in the scene. However, amidst the expectant gazes, the eggshell broke, but the silver little dragon that emerged merely glanced at them before starting to eat, showing no intention of communicating with them. Watching the scene, Wince's originally loving gaze suddenly changed. Dragon beast, Chapter 2 This little dragon definitely has a problem. Dragon Beast. Upon hearing this, the other four little dragons watching below showed a hint of sympathy in their eyes. For them, who have inherited memories, they clearly understand what a dragon beast represents. They also know what kind of fate the little dragon that has already turned into a dragon beast is about to face. While the dragons were in a daze, Witt had instinctively swallowed all the eggshells that had once protected him. Licking the egg fluid from the corner of his mouth, he turned to look at the huge creature. He certainly knew that the dragon beast the other was referring to was, without a doubt, him, but he did not know what a dragon beast was. So, what is a dragon beast? The little guy he had just identified as a dragon beast spoke, which surprised Witt for a moment. By the creator dragon, you can actually talk. Witt looked at Witt in confusion. Why can't I talk? Also, what is a dragon beast? As soon as he finished speaking, Witt not only did not receive an answer, but suddenly saw the huge creature in front of him extending a claw towards him. Seeing this scene, Witt suddenly realized something and hurriedly ran backward. However, with his less than an meter short legs, even if one's told him to run 99 meters first, she could still grab him in one step without moving. Thus, Witt's resistance was destined to be futile. He was caught. However, his inherent stubbornness made him unwilling to be taken away like this, so he bit down on the scales beside him. Ayo! After a cry of pain, Witt covered his mouth and rolled around. Witt watched this scene, and a strange glint flashed in her golden vertical pupils. This little dragon must have a problem. With the difference in size, it should have been enough for him to understand the gap between them, yet he still dared to bite her. But when she saw Witt lying in her claws, even though he was rolling around with his mouth covered, his eyes still contained a hint of unwillingness and fierceness, with an unusual glint flashing in his gaze. Little guy, tell me your name. Hearing the deafening voice in his ear, a hint of fear flashed in Witt's eyes, but he remained stubborn. He was a starry sky dragon, born free. How could he be frightened by such a small scene? Before asking for my name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? That's how it should be, very imposing. However, he must control himself and not let his voice tremble. Thinking this, Witt stubbornly stared at the golden vertical pupils that were bigger than his entire dragon, and tried hard to control his tail from shaking. Hearing this, Witt couldn't help but be amused. Having lived so long, even if she had delivered thousands of little dragons, this was the first time she encountered such a bargaining little dragon. Thinking this, Witt placed Witt back on the ground. Call me Lady Witt, and by the way, you should meet your siblings at this moment. The other four little dragons, who had been watching from the side, finally understood, after hearing Witt's words, that the last little dragon to come out was not a dragon beast, but a giant dragon like them. They hurriedly ran towards Witt, but what greeted them was a dragon roar filled with vigilance. Seeing the four little dragons stunned in place by his intimidation, Witt then looked at Witt. Just call me Witt, and besides, I don't think they are my siblings. Hearing this, Witt frowned slightly. However, she did not reprimand the little dragon. Immediately, it seemed that this little dragon might have some issues. Can you tell me the reason? Witt. Upon hearing this, Witt scoffed. Do you think I'm stupid? We don't even look alike, and you want to tell me they're my siblings? Hearing this, and seeing the vigilance in Witt's eyes, Witt finally realized something. You don't have bloodline inheritance? Suddenly hearing this unfamiliar term, Witt instinctively asked, what is bloodline inheritance? Upon hearing this, Witt fully understood why this little dragon was so different. Thinking about the subsequent education, she couldn't help but slap her forehead. But it seemed she forgot that with her size, let alone slapping her forehead, even a gentle movement could be considered a natural disaster for the five little dragons. So without any surprise, the five little dragons were blown into a rolling mess by the sudden gust of wind. Fortunately, the dragon race has a strong vitality. Even just hatched young dragons wouldn't easily perish from bumping into rocks. In fact, in the collision with the rocks, these newly born little guys were ultimately the winners. Although it was quite useless, looking at the little dragons rolling around below, Witt finally remembered that they were not her companions. Hastily extending her claw, she stopped the little dragons that were about to roll away. Sorry, I forgot you just hatched. Witt got up, rubbed his forehead. He had just bumped into a rock, but clearly, his attention was no longer on that. More importantly, shouldn't you explain what bloodline inheritance is? After hearing Witt's question, Witt thought for a moment. How to put it? Bloodline inheritance is a gift left to you by your parents. It can help you understand this dangerous world more quickly. Upon hearing this, Witt let out a sigh of relief. If bloodline inheritance is like that, then I have it. You have. Stunned for a moment, Witt thought for a while and asked, since you have bloodline inheritance, can you tell me what your race is? Upon hearing this, Witt instantly became interested and raised his dragon head high. I am a starry sky dragon. Witt looked at Witt speechlessly. She shouldn't have believed that this little dragon had unreliable parents. Where did this starry sky dragon come from? Looking at Witt's proud expression, Witt had to state this harsh fact. Little guy, there is no such thing as a starry sky dragon in this world. You are not a starry sky dragon, but a silver dragon. Upon hearing this, Witt was momentarily stunned. But, my father told me personally, we come from the stars. We are starry sky dragons. How could we be silver dragons? seeing Witt looking greatly disappointed, Wince felt a bit helpless. This matter had to be clarified. A wrong perception could ruin a great dragon. Thinking of this, Wince couldn't help but feel a hint of resentment towards Witt's parents, whom she had never met. Although there are many dragons that are bad for their children, she had never seen such a bad case. Witt carefully observed that he is a giant dragon species, a metal dragon type, a golden dragon, and the silver dragon is also a type of giant dragon metal dragon. Hearing this, Witt turned to look at the little golden dragon named Ao standing beside him, then glanced at himself. Chapter 3, Remember you are a silver dragon. Witt took a look at the little gold dragon named Ao. With 4 legs on the ground, its 2 horns curved upwards in a spiral shape. Not counting the tail, its body length was over a meter, and its wingspan was about 1 meter and 30 centimeters. The front body was covered in golden scales, which were diamond-shaped and had a metallic sheen, with edges that looked quite sharp. The dragon tail was thick and long, like a whip that in the legacy memories left by his father. Those bipedal beings called humans measured length with these, and Witt found it quite convenient, so he instinctively measured the little golden dragon this way. Then he looked at himself. He had the same 4 legs on the ground, 2 horns curved backward, and also in a spiral shape. His size was similar, except that his wingspan reached about 1 meter and 60 centimeters, and his body was somewhat slimmer. Additionally, he was entirely silver, with fan-shaped scales that also had a metallic sheen, and the edges looked quite sharp. Moreover, his dragon tail appeared even longer. Seeing this, Witt fell silent. Using the vocabulary from his inherited memories to describe himself and Ao, it would be not exactly identical, but basically identical. Although he didn't know what identical meant, he understood that this phrase was used to describe 2 things that were very similar. So, am I really a silver dragon? Wince, seeing Witt looking greatly impacted, couldn't help but comfort him. That's a fact. Upon hearing this, Witt became even more withdrawn. Seeing that his comfort seemed to have a counterproductive effect, Wince hurriedly changed the subject. So your bloodline inheritance really has issues. Witt looked at Wince speechlessly. Ms. Wince, if you can't speak properly, then please stop talking. Hearing this, Wince felt a bit embarrassed, but then she looked at Witt with suspicion. Were you just cursing at me? Facing those dazzling golden vertical pupils, Witt blinked. How could that be? Why would I curse you out of nowhere? Wince looked at Witt, feeling that what he said wasn't something nice, but seeing his innocent face, she ultimately dismissed that thought. Although your bloodline inheritance has issues, since we can communicate, it shows that your unreliable parents at least didn't forget the most basic dragon language. Upon hearing this, Witt's curiosity was piqued again. Why do you say that? Because if we couldn't communicate, you might be mistaken for a dragon beast by me. By the way, since you don't have normal inherited memories, you probably don't know what a dragon beast is. How should I put it? Our world was born from the collision of the powers of the creator dragon Covey and the annihilation dragon Ixis. Under the influence of these 2 powers, our dragon realm was formed. In that war, the creator dragon ultimately won, allowing the dragon realm to survive. Before the creator dragon chased after Ixis and left, he left behind a drop of his own blood, which is the origin of our dragon race. This eventually led to the formation of various dragon species. But don't forget, this world was formed from the collision of 2 powers, so it naturally contains the power of the annihilation dragon Ixis. This power lurks deep in the bloodline of every dragon. It will erupt at the most vulnerable time in a dragon's life. And the most vulnerable time in a dragon's life is when you are just born. This power will destroy the dragon's sanity, reducing it to a being that knows only to survive by instinct. Beast. Dragon beast. Wince was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Witt with some confusion. Beast? What is that? Witt explained, a being without intelligence, surviving in the world solely through instinct. Then he added, this is the memory left to me by my father. Upon hearing this, Wince's expression turned serious. Although it was hard to see seriousness on a fearsome face, Witt, you should forget the memories left by your father. They are not knowledge that a great dragon should understand. They are full of errors, especially regarding your own identity. Remember firmly, little one, you're a silver dragon, a dragon of the great dragon lineage, a metal dragon, of the silver dragon clan. You can do it, right? Witt looked into Wince's earnest eyes, then glanced at the other 4 little dragons looking this way, before nodding his head. Seeing this, Wince smiled with satisfaction, although that smile was quite terrifying. Very good, Witt. But don't worry, just like you said earlier, the Starry Sky Dragon is a race born to be free, even though there's no such race as the Starry Sky Dragon. However, one thing is not wrong. We great dragons are also a race born to be free. I was wrong just now. The inherited memories in your mind are a gift left to you by your father and should not be forgotten, but I hope you can distinguish between what is memory and what is reality. As for the correct inherited memories, you don't need to worry. In our Desidero Dragon Lair, there's our own library that can help you correctly understand this world. As she spoke, Wince glanced at the other 4 little dragons, then added, and your brothers and sisters. Listening to Wince's comfort, Witt nodded. Although regarding the issue of his race, it made him have a slight doubt about his bloodline inheritance. But just waking up and seeing such a splendid and complex world, it was hard for him to believe that it was fake. Suddenly, Witt thought of something and hurriedly asked, Ms. Wintz, do you know all the places in this world? Hearing this, Wintz was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head with a wry smile. Little one, how could that be? Not to mention that this world is very large. Just outside our dragon lair, there are countless dangers. I once traveled outside, wanting to see where the end of the world is. However, I ended up defeated at the hands of a black dragon and fled back to the dragon lair in a sorry state, thinking that I would take revenge after growing stronger. What happened next? Wintz glanced at Billy, who had spoken, and smiled. The result was that I could never step out of the dragon lair again. Because of you all. Because of them. The 5 dragons looked in the direction Wintz pointed and saw unhatched dragon eggs. All right, let's continue talking about dragon beasts. Dragon beasts have no wisdom, only the instinct to survive. For them, anything that can keep them alive, they will do, including eating dragon eggs. It has nothing to do with morality, it's just instinct. So, Wintz looked at Witt that if you truly are a dragon beast, the best result awaiting you would be to be expelled from the dragon lair, living a muddled life. What about the worst result? Wintz grinned, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. The worst result is that the moment you leave the dragon lair, you become food for the predators waiting outside, especially the innate dragon beasts born from dragon eggs. They possess the richest dragon blood, and for postnatal dragon beasts, dragon blood is the best supplement. Chapter 4, Where is your magic? Listening to Witt's words, the 5 little dragons, including Witt, trembled. Among them, Witt trembled the most. This world is too dangerous. Far more dangerous than the one he remembered. In that world, at most, one would be captured and taken to a place called a research institute, bound to something called an operating table, and then studied. Considering that he hadn't seen any existence like himself in that world, even if it was research, he wouldn't be sliced up. Moreover, there was a high probability that he would be protected as a precious species, of course. This is under the condition of not revealing his own power. But here, once he leaves the dragon's nest, there is a risk of being eaten. Sure enough, this should be the so-called savage world that is frequently mentioned in the novels from his memories. This means there must be an evil existence hiding in some corner of this world, contemplating how to destroy it. Furthermore, perhaps the place he is currently in, called the Dragon's Nest, has already been infiltrated by the other party's subordinates. According to the description in the web novels, if he thinks darker, the strongest being in this dragon's nest might very well be the mastermind who wants to destroy the world. In this case, he might be cultivated into a minion that harms the world. Escape from the dragon's nest? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Witt looked down at his body, which was less than 2 meters long including his tail, and then at Witt's hundreds of meters long body. Alright, this plan can only be abandoned. If he remembered correctly, the other party looked very much like the red dragon among the chaotic and evil 5-colored dragons in the web novels. As for why the other party does not look as chaotic and evil as described in the web novels, that's because it's a web novel. This is reality. And how could dragons in reality expose their entire personalities? Perhaps behind every gentle word from the other party lies extremely evil thoughts. In this case, there is only one thing he can do. While cautiously catering to the other party's requests, he must accumulate strength and wait for the opportunity to escape the dragon's nest. What do they call this? What you taste is what you lie on. Damn, if there is time later, he must sort out the memories left by his father. Speaking of which, are there humans in this world? No. Now is not the time to think about these things. He needs to carefully plan in case his plan is exposed before it is even implemented. With this in mind, Witt turned to look at the other 4 little dragons with pity. Poor guys, knowing nothing about this world. Just waiting to become the war weapons for their domination and even destruction of the world. Of course, if any of them seem more pleasing to the eye, he wouldn't mind having an extra helper. Witt was completely unaware that her heavy-handed joke had led to Witt's mind concocting a 20,000-word outline for an escape plan from the dragon's nest. Looking at the shivering little dragons, Witt chuckled lightly, with a sinister smile. All right, little ones, aside from Witt, do you have any other questions? Then she saw a paw raised high. Witt, you don't need to raise your paw. Just ask directly if you have something. What is the Desidero dragon nest? Saying this, Witt looked at Witt expectantly, wanting to see if this 5-colored dragon, who perfectly concealed her evil and chaos, could reveal some useful information. Witt did not know what was in Witt's mind and looked at him with some surprise after hearing his question. Your learning ability is stronger than I imagined. I didn't expect you to remember this name after I merely mentioned it. This way, I don't have to worry about you lacking bloodline inheritance. As for Desidero, you are still young. You only need to know that it is a great place. As for what makes it great, you will naturally understand as you grow. TSK. Witt clicked his tongue in his heart, feeling even more wary of the evil red dragon in front of him. Even those of them who just hatched are so guarded. As for growing up, it probably means brainwashing. That should be the term. Of course, all of this was merely in his mind, and he would never dare to say it out loud. In his view, once he said it, the other party would be enraged and might swallow him whole. A disobedient little dragon would only meet that end. Seeing the 5 little dragons quiet down, Witt extended her claw and laid it flat on the ground. If you have no further questions, then come climb up. What you newly hatched dragons need most now is a nest of your own. Upon hearing this, the other 4 little dragons cheered, flapping their wings one after another. and then flew onto Witt's claw. Seeing this, even though Witt was extremely reluctant, he could only flap his wings, stretch his legs, and then leap, and then slap. Witt landed heavily on the ground, sliding forward for a distance before crashing into a protruding rock. Touching his head and looking at the broken stones on the ground, Witt's face was full of confusion. Witt was clearly stunned by this scene. Flying is instinct for dragons, after delivering for so many years. It was her first time seeing a little dragon fail to take off, and he even broke a rock. Such a hard head. What a clumsy dragon. As soon as this thought emerged, Witt hurriedly expelled it from her mind. Every little dragon is the future of Desidero. Such thoughts are unacceptable. Witt, don't rush. Take your time, carefully feel your power. You can do it. Witt tried to slow down her speech, making it sound gentler, but in reality, her gentleness was unique to dragons. Of course, no dragon would care about this, including Witt. Among the 5 little dragons, 4 could fly while 1 could not. So the glances cast by those who could fly towards the one who could not were definitely not friendly. Noticing the 4 gazes that carried a hint of mockery landing on him, Witt slowly stood up, then coldly scoffed in his heart. Ignorant fools. With this thought, he felt a bit better, then took a deep breath. Feel your power. According to Witt's words, Witt carefully sensed his power. Although the other party's intentions were not pure, it was best for him to follow what she said before he left the juvenile dragon stage, no matter what. With this in mind, Witt encouraged himself in his heart while using all his strength to flap his wings behind him, and finally, he felt a pulling force upwards. But this upward pull seemed insufficient. He only felt his 4 claws slightly lift, not fully leaving the ground. Not enough. The speed of his wing flapping is not fast enough, and the strength is not strong enough. I can do it faster and stronger. Finally, under Witt's astonished gaze, Witt flew up and then landed on her claw. After a long silence, Witt looked at Witt, her golden vertical pupils filled with strangeness. Where is your magic? Chapter 5. You are not a silver dragon. Where is your magic? Hearing this, Witt looked at Witt with a puzzled expression. Magic? What magic? Seeing Witt's innocent and confused look, Witt was momentarily at a loss for words. There was no doubt that dragons were magical creatures. Even she, a 5-colored dragon who specialized in close combat, belonged to the category of magical creatures. Among dragons, only certain types of earth dragons were not classified as magical creatures. Could it be that this little dragon was not a purebred silver dragon? With this thought, Witt leaned her head toward her claws, carefully examining Witt while using her mental energy to probe his body. However, moments later, Witt became even more confused. All the physical details clearly indicated that Witt was a pure silver dragon. But both the muscle strength and the almost non-existent elemental response suggested that Witt should be a type of earth dragon with a strong physical prowess and no magical talent. Was it because the silver dragon's bloodline was too concentrated? But that didn't make sense. Silver dragons were the most magically gifted among metal dragons, as evidenced by their more slender physique compared to other metal dragons. Moreover, silver dragons were the only ones among the 5 types of metal dragons that were inherently attuned to water elements but could cast spells of other attributes. The other 4 types could only use magic corresponding to their attuned elements. If Witt's silver dragon bloodline was concentrated, then his elemental response wouldn't be nearly non-existent, including the affinity for water elements typical of silver dragons. However, if the concentration of earth dragon blood in Witt was high, then the wings behind him should have degenerated or not grown at all. Because earth dragons do not grow wings. What could be the reason? Just as Witt was staring at Witt, constantly thinking and trying to find a reasonable explanation, Witt's heart began to race uncontrollably as the time of the other's pondering lengthened. Of course, he was not thinking about his physical issues. While that was important, the biggest problem was undoubtedly about survival. An extraordinary little dragon was equivalent to a unique experimental subject. Speaking of which, did such a world also have those extremely fierce experiments known as biochemistry? Furthermore, even if he wouldn't be reduced to experimental material, would a dragon without magic be accepted by those dragons that could use magic? However, after secretly experimenting several times, Witt truly felt that he could not sense that force called magic. Speaking of which, was the magic here the same as the magic in web novels? If it was the same, did that mean he could never obtain that dazzling and powerful force in the future? Thinking this way, he felt inexplicably regretful. No, damn it. Now is not the time to think about this. While thinking about what kind of situation Witt was in, Witt inadvertently caught a glimpse of Witter's constantly changing expression and was momentarily stunned, watching his face shift from gloomy to hopeful to utterly despairing. With various expressions changing continuously, could this really be something a newly hatched little dragon could do? Witt suddenly felt that she should have a good talk with this little dragon named Witt. However, before that, Witt, can you give me a drop of your blood? On the other side, Witt, whose thoughts had slipped like stepping on a banana peel and was pondering whether the legendary world of the dead existed, finally realized with this sentence that he was not dead yet. However, looking at his claws, Witt thought, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Then, his gaze searched his body for a while and finally landed on the tail behind him, which didn't really listen to his commands. A few minutes later, as Witt grew somewhat impatient, Witt finally gritted his teeth, lightly scratched the tip of his tail with his claw, and then squeezed out a drop, a bit of blood, and looked expectantly at Witt. Witt gazed at Witt with a deep look. Is this thing really a dragon? Thinking this, Winters used her mental energy to manipulate the blood, which was completely invisible to her, into her mouth. Well, I can barely analyze it. Moments later, Winters' large dragon eyes suddenly narrowed, and she looked at Witt with astonishment. This timid little dragon was indeed a purebred dragon, and his bloodline was even purer than hers. However, strangely, she could not identify the species of this bloodline. Could there really be starry sky dragons? How could that be possible? Shaking her head, she dismissed this absurd thought from her mind. Then her gaze fell on Witt once more. Hesitating for a moment, she asked, "Little one, in your inherited memories, do you have any images of your father or mother?" Upon hearing this, Witt was about to say no, but at that moment, two figures emerged in his mind. One was a silver dragon that looked exactly like him, but the other's size was unimaginable, with stars in her claws like a marble, yes, that kind of round thing made of glass. The other figure was much smaller, only about 10 meters long, entirely crimson, and somewhat resembling Winters, but with golden patterns that looked like lava across its body. Although small, Witt felt a presence from him that was far stronger than that of the silver dragon, a presence that made the starry sky tremble. Looking at those two figures and feeling their gentle gazes upon him, Witt had a sudden urge to cry. Was this his parents? Coming back to his senses, Witt realized that unknowingly, tears had begun to flow from the corners of his eyes. Winters watched Witt stubbornly wipe away his tears, a hint of pity flashing in her eyes. It's okay if you can't remember, but as a dragon, crying doesn't quite fit your identity. Witt shook his head. No, I have their appearances in my inherited memories. My mother looks just like me. Upon hearing this, Winters' eyes brightened. Most likely a silver dragon. As for why most likely, just looking at the little dragon in front of her would tell her that this was absolutely not a silver dragon. My father looks a lot like you. Winters was taken aback. A red dragon? No, you said looks a lot like? Witt nodded. They look very similar, but my father's body has golden patterns like lava, especially around the chest area. At this point, Witt stopped. He did not plan to mention anything about their sizes, even if he did not have a legitimate bloodline inheritance. He could tell that his parents were not normal dragons. Hearing Witt's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Winters' eyes. A hybrid dragon. Chapter 6, Desidero Hybrid Dragon? Witt looked at Winters curiously. This was yet another new term. Hearing this, Winters smiled and explained. The dragon race is generally divided into 3 categories: true dragons, earth dragons, and flying dragons. Among true dragons, there are 5 subcategories: metal dragons, 5-colored dragons, crystal dragons, elemental dragons, and hybrid dragons. They, also known as the, includes all dragons that do not belong to the previous 4 categories. For example, the sacred giant dragon, the magic dragon, and your father. Of course, there are many others, but I won't list them all here. Initially, there were no among the dragon clan, but with the fusion and exchange among various dragon species, some dragons emerged that could not be simply categorized into those 4 types. They may possess a variety of talents and are the most unique individuals among the giant dragons. Some have even appeared only once throughout history. Perhaps the talent your father possesses is in strength, and now, this talent has been passed down to you. So, am I considered in? Of course. Seeing the sudden spark in Witter's eyes, Wentz quickly added, however, to know exactly what kind of dragon you are, further testing is required. Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback, then curled up around his tail, warily looking at Wentz. Do you need my dragon blood? Wentz pretended not to see Witter's pitiful appearance and said with a smile, if you still want to know what kind of dragon you are. Upon hearing this, Witt glanced at his tail and hesitated. To be honest, he had begun to doubt the memories of the starry giant dragon in his inheritance. Because both he and his mother looked like silver dragons, and although his father's aura was immense, it indeed resembled that of a red dragon in many ways. Therefore, he was more inclined towards the notion of being an. Although being a silver dragon wasn't bad, he still wanted to know what specific race he belonged to. With this in mind, Witt tremblingly extended his claw and scratched the tip of his tail, barely squeezing out a drop of blood. But when he looked up at Wentz, she was still staring at his tail, her eyes clearly indicating that such a small amount of blood was not enough. After a moment, Wentz satisfiedly collected the drop of dragon blood, glanced at Witt, who was still holding his tail and feeling downcast, and said nothing more but walked towards the exit. All right, you should take a look at your future home now. It is the common home of Desidero that we will protect with our lives. As soon as she finished speaking, Wentz had already reached the entrance of the cave. The sunlight dispelled the darkness within the cave, replacing the overhead rocks with a vast blue sky. The 5 little dragons opened their mouths wide, staring in astonishment at the sky above and the distant mountains. It turned out that the dark cave was not everything. This was the real world. Witt cast a disdainful glance at the other 4 little dragons. He had grown tired of such sights in the memories of his inheritance. He even knew that the blue sky was not everything. The starry sky was the truth. That said, in reality, Witt was also secretly looking at the sky. His father was deep in the starry sky. Sooner or later, one day, murmuring, Witt withdrew his gaze, then noticed that Wentz was looking at him with a smile in her eyes. Oomph. After a moment of surprise, Witt snorted coldly and turned away. Forced to give a large drop of blood, Witt didn't want to pay attention to Wentz now. However, upon seeing this, Wentz's smile grew even wider. Witt appeared very mature. but only in comparison to the other four little dragons. In her eyes, Witter's efforts to act mature only exposed his immaturity. All right, little ones. Your gaze should not be on the sky. You will have plenty of time to look at it later, even to the point of getting bored. You should look below. To our Desidero. Hearing Wince's words, the four little dragons exchanged glances, then ran towards the edge of Wince's claw. When they clung to the scales at the edge of her claw and looked down, they all fell silent. Witter, curled up in a ball, opened his eyes. In his gaze towards the four little dragons, there was curiosity mixed with a bit of apprehension. He hoped Desidero would be a paradise. That seems to be the right word, but he also feared that his previous thoughts would come true. Looking up at Wince, he saw her gazing down with a smile in her eyes, her expression gentle and proud. Could a dragon with such an expression really be an evil minion? Witter did not know, but after a moment of silence, he slowly stood up and walked towards the edge of the claw, noticing Witter's movements. A hint of surprise flashed in Wince's eyes, then she relaxed. She had actually noticed long ago that Witter held a strong sense of vigilance towards her, towards Desidero, and even towards this world. But she did not attempt to explain anything. She was familiar with this kind of vigilance. Many little dragons, after being born, would feel this way until they found that familiar scent originating from their bloodline. But it was unavoidable. After all, these dragon eggs came from the wilderness. The nature of dragons is freedom, and those solitary giant dragons outside are even more so. There are countless reasons for abandoning dragon eggs, and only a few are willing to protect them. She had once been as vigilant as Witter about everything around her, but in the end, she still integrated into Desidero. So, she believed that Witter could also integrate in the same way. And now, Witter had begun to try to reach out to the outside world. This was good news. On the other hand, Witter did not know what Wince was thinking. In fact, he was already captivated by the place called Desidero below. It was a massive canyon, unimaginably large. Various shapes and colorful giant plants filled the canyon, turning it into a colorful paradise. Unknown creatures flew up from the canyon in flocks, flying a large circle before disappearing into the dense vegetation, losing their traces. On the opposite cliff, black dots were scattered in an orderly manner, and occasionally, something could be seen flying out from those black dots, heading towards the valley floor below. A peaceful and tranquil atmosphere enveloped the entire canyon. Quite nice, right? Witter looked up at Wince, and seeing her looking back at him, hesitated for a moment before nodding. What are those black dots over there? Those are dragon lairs. You will live on top of them in the future. Witter nodded thoughtfully, then glanced around. He then noticed that the cave they had come out of was located on one side of the canyon and seemed quite high. What is above the canyon? It is the wilderness, a perilous wilderness. Do not attempt to fly out, as it is very dangerous for you. Upon hearing this, Witter withdrew his gaze and looked down again. Perhaps he could trust for now. Chapter 7. Dragon Academy. Hundreds of meters tall, the giant dragon walked on the earth. Like a moving volcano, it displayed its terrifying side to the surrounding environment. Wherever it passed, rocks shattered, and scorched earth spread. It sounded like a walking natural disaster. But in reality, it was Wince taking the 5 little dragons for a walk. To say it was a walk might not be entirely accurate. She was mainly guiding the 5 newly hatched little dragons to familiarize themselves with their future living environment while explaining the survival rules for the little dragons. Desidero is very safe, but that is for the little dragons who already have the ability to protect themselves. You, who have just been born, are obviously not included. The jungle is home to many herbivorous dragon beasts. They are gentle by nature, but that doesn't mean that a rampaging one can be resisted by a newly hatched dragon. So, in the days to come, you will not be allowed to go out alone, unless you can proficiently use some lower-level magic. Is it because lower-level magic can deal with those rampaging dragon beasts? As he spoke, a glint of excitement flashed in Billy's eyes. Newly hatched little dragons have a strong curiosity about everything, especially the instinct for battle engraved deep in their blood. Upon hearing this, Winters chuckled softly, with a fierce smile. Of course not. Even lower-level magic, when wielded by different dragons, has varying power. For you, lower-level magic would at most allow you to crush stones. The reason I say this is simply that if you can use lower-level magic, it means you have enough magical power stored within you to fly for a while. During this time, the giant dragons around you can timely rescue you from the clutches of those dragon beasts. Hearing this, the 4 little dragons, who had just been holding their heads high, immediately deflated, waiting for other dragons to save them. What kind of situation is that? Witt, who was sitting aside and watching coldly, couldn't help but sneer inwardly. They have no self-awareness. Winter's meaning was already very clear. Desidero poses a certain danger to young dragons like them. At this time, instead of thinking about how to grow up safely, they are thinking about using magic to fight dragon beasts. These guys must have lost their minds. Don't they know that curiosity kills the cat? Speaking of cats, I wonder if there are any fluffy creatures in this world. Even if there are. Witt glanced at his left claw, then raised his right claw to scratch it, accompanied by a sound of metal friction as his claw scraped against his dragon scales, creating a tiny spark. Yet Witt only felt a slight itch in his right claw. Can someone like him really feel the so-called softness and fluffiness? Thinking of this, Witt's mood sank a little more, feeling inexplicably that he had lost a source of fun. Just then, the rumbling sound in his ears stopped. Witt was momentarily stunned, then looked up at Winters with some confusion, wanting to know why she had stopped. Winters clearly had no intention of hiding anything from the little dragons. "We have arrived. For the next 100 years, you will live here together." Upon hearing this, the 5 little dragons were taken aback. And then Witt looked up at the distant canyon cliffs and the dragon caves above. "Aren't the dragon caves over there?" Hearing this, Winters shook her head with a smile. "No. The dragon caves are places where adult giant dragons can reside, and the place you will stay is the Desidero Dragon Academy." As she spoke, Winters took a step forward, and the surrounding space rippled in the astonished eyes of the 5 little dragons. Then, as their vision blurred and returned, a vast expanse of ancient stone buildings appeared before them. The roars of dragons coming from within made them shrink their necks instinctively. They felt a sense of threat. Moreover, this building is truly enormous. The door they could see was much taller than Winters. In Witt's eyes, this massive structure resembled a gigantic conical volcano. Except that there was no molten lava here. Winters looked at the dazed 5 little dragons, smiled, and then spoke. "Welcome to the Desidero Dragon Academy. I am the head of the academy, Winters. Of course, you can still call me Ms. Winters. Additionally, you can also call me Headmaster." Looking at the gigantic building in front of them, a glint of wariness flashed in Witt's eyes. "Why do we have to join the Dragon Academy?" "Good question, Witt." Saying this, Winters looked at Witt with appreciation, then continued. "Originally, this was meant to be discussed in your first class, but since you have already asked, the bloodline inheritance can impart knowledge and pass down experiences, but that knowledge and experience do not belong to you. If ignored over time, the knowledge and experiences in your mind will ultimately fade away. The Dragon Academy is here to teach you how to learn the knowledge within the bloodline inheritance, making it truly yours so that it won't be forgotten with the passage of time. Moreover, the knowledge in the bloodline inheritance is just a part of the fundamentals explored by the dragon ancestors. If you want to become a powerful giant dragon, having only inherited memories is not enough." Upon hearing this, Witt's expression turned somewhat grim. Noticing Witt's expression, Winters smiled gently, yet fiercely. "I have said it before, Witt. Don't worry about your bloodline inheritance. The Dragon Academy possesses enough knowledge for you to learn throughout your life. It is all stored in the Dragon Library, waiting for you to study, including the basic knowledge within the bloodline inheritance. However, without the assistance of bloodline inheritance, learning will be more challenging for you." Saying this, Winters flew toward the massive door. As Winters approached, the huge door slowly opened with the sound of heavy mechanisms operating. At the same time, the dragon roars coming from inside gradually grew louder. Winters brought the 5 little dragons to the front of the door and stopped, retracting her wings, and stepped inside, revealing the academy's appearance to the 5 little dragons. What caught their eyes was a vast, flat square, filled with hundreds of giant dragons of different races and sizes, either playing, fighting, or soaring freely, creating a truly lively scene. Even as the head of the Dragon Academy had just returned, they showed no signs of stopping. Witt looked up at Winters, who was simply watching those dragons with tenderness and pride in her eyes. Seeing this, Witt's expression froze for a moment, and the tension he felt began to ease a little. Then, his gaze shifted to the surrounding buildings. Just as he had seen outside, the entire structure was conical, open at the top, with light from the outside entering this massive academy through the opening above. The academy is divided into 9 levels, each with wide corridors spacious enough for several dragons of Winters' eyes to comfortably pass side by side, with enormous stone pillars, each 100 meters thick, serving as supports for the high-level corridors. There were no stairs because dragons can fly. Besides the corridors and stone pillars, the remaining areas were clearly not built by dragons. This place must have originally been a volcano. All in all, it was magnificent. Chapter 8. Celine, all right. This is your new home, at least for the next 100 years. Winters stood on the corridor, pointing to a nearby stone cave, smiling as she spoke. Witt looked at the enormous dragon cave before him, his face revealing a look of realization. This Dragon Academy was indeed as he had imagined, built using a volcano, and the dragon cave before him was carved out of the inner wall of the volcano. By the way, they are now on the 6th floor. Wait. Suddenly, Witt realized, and then looked at Wentz with an incredulous expression. Yours? So, does that mean the 5 of us have to live together? Hearing this, Wentz looked at Witt with a puzzled expression. You were all born in the same batch. Why can't you live together? Saying this, Wentz placed the 5 little dragons in the corridor and then pointed to the dragon den that was easily accessible for her. Continuing, why do you think a newly hatched little dragon can live alone in such a large dragon den? Looking at the dragon den, which seemed like a giant beast's open mouth to him, Witt really couldn't find a reason for living alone. No. Suddenly, Witt thought of something and glanced at the other 4 little dragons with ill intent. It seems there is a reason for living alone, but not now. Seeing that Witt was no longer entangled in the idea of living alone, Wentz stretched out her claw and gently tapped the entrance of the dragon den. The entrance, which was clearly empty, made a thumping sound under Wentz's knock. This barrier can protect you from the disturbances of other dragons. Now, smear your dragon blood on the barrier, and it will belong to you. Upon hearing this, Witt's expression immediately turned bitter. Can it be something else? Like saliva? Or does it have to be dragon blood? Saying this, Witt instinctively hugged his tail. Although it always swung around disobediently, it was still something that grew on him. Constantly bleeding, it seems a bit unreasonable. However, Wentz's words shattered his hopes. Sorry, Witt. The 4 little dragons beside him, upon hearing this, eagerly bit their own claws with their sharp teeth that were like knives right after birth. After casting a provocative glance at Witt, they pressed their bleeding claws against the invisible barrier. A flash of light appeared on the barrier as the blood of the 4 little dragons was absorbed. Feeling the barrier disappear, they carefully stepped into the dragon den that now belonged to them. Along the way, they also gave Witt a mocking smile. Seeing this, Witt sneered inwardly. Keep being happy, enjoy it. When you are howling and begging me to stop later, I will be even happier and more joyful. And I will also get a dragon den that belongs solely to me. That's right. This is what Witt thought. As long as he could beat each of these 4 little dragons until they dared not live with him, Witt would surely give him a separate dragon den to avoid giving him another chance to strike. Thinking of this, Witt couldn't help but sneer. Witt, you're the only one left. Awakened by wince, Witt's expression once again turned bitter. He walked to the barrier, holding his tail, and hesitated for a while without making up his mind. Witt, do you need my help? Hearing this, Witt looked at Wince in terror. At her sharp claws that were bigger than his entire dragon. You must be a devil. How can you say such cruel words to a poor little dragon with a straight face? After glancing at those sharp claws again, Witt hurriedly scratched his tail, forcing out a drop of blood and smeared it on the barrier. After the barrier absorbed that drop of dragon blood, Witt also successfully entered the dragon den. Seeing this, Wince said, All right, little ones, as newly hatched dragons, neither your physical strength nor your energy is enough to support your learning plan. Rest well. And after you have regained your strength, you will need to learn how to become a true dragon. Saying this, Wince prepared to leave. But she suddenly stopped. Almost forgot. I need to remind you, Desadro is a peaceful and loving dragon den, and I believe your brothers and sisters will love you. But also trust me, you are not ready to bear their love yet. So, don't think about sneaking out of the dragon den. You definitely do not want to experience that heavy love. After saying this, with a rumble, Wince left. The little dragons, who were just about to sneak out of the dragon den while Wince was leaving, ultimately chose not to continue their reckless behavior. They were just curious, not foolish. Since they couldn't sneak out to play, the little dragons' gazes could only be focused on their dragon den. From the outside, the dragon den seemed quite dark, but once inside, it was much brighter than they had imagined. The jagged stone walls were embedded with stones that emitted a soft glow at regular intervals. The little dragon named Billy flew to those stones, trying to get them down, but he quickly became discouraged when he realized that they couldn't be removed at all. Earlier, with Wince around, the little dragons had suppressed their true nature, but now that Wince had left, the little dragons began to show their true selves. Selene. You can call me Selene, the sacred dragon. I was the first to be born, so you should call me the boss, and from now on, you should listen to me. The first to speak was a little female dragon, all white and standing on all fours. She had smooth, curved horns with golden patterns, a wingspan 15 times her body length, and her scales were fine, smooth, and fan-shaped, with a thick and long tail. Her size was the largest among the 5 little dragons present, about 1.5 meters tall, without counting the tail. At this moment, she was no longer the quiet one when Wince was there, and the pale white light element radiating from her body couldn't suppress her irritable temperament. When her golden vertical pupils looked at the 4 little dragons, there was a strong sense of oppression. Before Witt could figure out what was going on with this sudden change, the other 3 little dragons looked at Selene, who had suddenly declared her authority. With surprise and frustration in their golden pupils, but there was no anger that should have existed. Witt might not know, but they were very clear about what the layer of light element floating on Selene represented. That was the power of magic, and they couldn't do that yet. Seeing the frustrated but speechless little dragons, a gleam of pride flashed in Selene's eyes. Then, like a lord inspecting her subjects, she sized up the little dragons. I think you should introduce yourselves to me now. Chapter 9 Unfriendly Roommates. I think you should introduce yourselves to me now. Saying this, Selene paused, then turned her gaze to one of the little dragons. Starting with you. Pointed at by Selene's chin, Dinet's eyes flashed with embarrassment and anger, but after comparing their sizes, she could only hold on to this grudge. Dinet, species, green dragon. Dinet's voice was pleasant, with a slight childish tone that made other dragons instinctively feel a sense of protectiveness. Witt was also attracted by this voice and started to carefully examine Dinet. Like when thus, it stands on 2 feet. Although it's a female dragon, its forelimbs are visibly muscular, and its forehorns curve upward, looking more menacing than those of other giant dragons. Its wingspan is 12 times its body length, and its entire body is green, with diamond-shaped scales that are small, dense, and slightly raised. Its tail is thin and long, like a whip, and when it inadvertently swings, it creates a sound of rushing wind. Noticing this, Witt felt a hint of caution towards Dinet. This little female dragon is definitely not as soft-spoken as her voice suggests. Being whipped by that tail would probably hurt for a long time. While Witt observed Dinet, Selene was also watching her with great interest. Suddenly, she chuckled lightly. I can see your unwillingness to back down. I can give you a chance to fight me. If you can defeat me, I will acknowledge you as the leader. Upon hearing this, a flicker of temptation flashed in Dinet's eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Now is not a good opportunity. In a situation where neither side can cast magic, the advantage of size would be magnified infinitely. Moreover, Selene could already call upon the light elements within her, albeit sparingly. But it could play a significant role in battle. Engaging Selene in a direct confrontation right now is definitely not a wise choice. Looking at the silent Dinet, Selene scoffed. Smart choice. Then next, it's your turn. Billy, who was suddenly called upon, was taken aback for a moment, then hurriedly spoke up. Billy, the race is Red Crystal Dragon. Just to be clear, I'm fine with listening to you, but your demands cannot be unreasonable. As he spoke, Billy glanced warily at Celine's body. He also didn't want to clash with her. Hearing this, Vet's eyes flashed with surprise. He had noticed earlier that Billy was quite bold, always the first to act. Especially just now, when he had even shown interest in the stones used for lighting in the dragon's den. Greedy and bold were Vet's first impressions of him. But now it seemed he needed to reassess this oddly shaped little dragon. Indeed, it was odd. The joints of its limbs, the edges of its horns and wings, and the area along its neck extending to its tail were all adorned with clusters of red crystals. Especially the horns. Vet couldn't even see the keratin part. It was entirely made of red crystal, resembling a crown. However, these red crystals looked somewhat dim at the moment. The red dragon scales were diamond-shaped, appearing extremely smooth, with a crystalline texture. At its chest, there was a protruding hexagonal crystal, about the size of half a dragon's head. The dragon's tail was thick and long. At the end, the crystal cluster bulged, resembling a meteor hammer. With a crystalline texture, it was uncertain how hard it was. If it were quite hard, then the opponent's tail could very well be a hidden, deadly weapon. Billy's appearance was distinctly different from other dragons, which made him seem somewhat odd in Vet's eyes. On the other hand, Celine, who had inherited memories, didn't find Billy's appearance strange. Crystal dragons looked like this, with only color differences at most. She was more interested in Billy's words. You are the most sensible one. I hope you can keep it that way. As for your concerns, they are completely unnecessary. I'm not a tyrant. How could I possibly make unreasonable demands? A tyrant? Vet smirked. This little female dragon was really bold. Even he had never thought of being a tyrant. After Celine finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Ao. Compared to some of the laid-back dragons, the temperament of the golden dragon was clearly not as good. Seeing Celine's gaze on him, Ao stood up and fully spread his wings, his golden vertical pupils flashing with astonishing fighting spirit. Ao, golden dragon, let's have a fight. If I win, I will acknowledge you as the leader. But I have one condition, no magic elements allowed during the battle. Celine looked at Ao and then chuckled lightly. Of course, that's no problem. But before that, as she spoke, Celine finally turned her gaze to Vet. Crybaby, I'll call you that. You shouldn't mind, right? We've all introduced ourselves. And although you don't even know your own race, self-introducing shouldn't be a problem, right? Celine's words shifted the attention of the other three dragons to Vet. Strength is paramount among dragons, and Vet's situation had already been made clear during the conversation between him and Witt. It was likely that Vet would not be able to master magical powers in the future. As for the so-called inherited physical strength from his father, that was a joke. Among the 5 little dragons, Vet's physique was the most slender and small, and strength is always associated with a large body. Vet's appearance had no persuasive power at all. Therefore, the looks directed at Vet carried a hint of contempt. Although the glory of the giant dragon made them disdain to bully the weak, it also made them look down upon mingling with the weak out of the same glory. Noticing these gazes, Vet's eyes narrowed, and then he curled his lips, revealing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. I don't mind being called that, but I prefer being called Vet. Besides, I don't think you're that strong. At this point, Vet opened his eyes wide, looking coldly at Celine, the muscles on his limbs already bulging. Seeing Vet like this, Celine's gaze sharpened, then she scoffed. You plan to fight me? Don't joke around. Silver dragons are inherently skilled in magic, and you haven't inherited any affinity for magic elements. What do you plan to fight me with? Your frail body? Vet remained silent, suddenly stamping his feet, his wings flapping violently as he leaped and slid towards Celine. His movements were filled with no hesitation. This was his plan all along, to beat up all 4 little dragons in front of him. As long as they couldn't take it, they would naturally report to Witt. Regardless of the reason, Witt would definitely separate them. And then he would have a dragon's den of his own. With this thought, a cold light flickered in Vet's eyes. Celine looked at Vet rushing towards her, and a glimmer of cold light also flashed in her eyes. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Giants never fear battle. Chapter 10. No clear winner. A flash of cold light passed, and large sparks erupted from Celine's dragon body. Vet, however, was not surprised by this. He knew how hard his dragon scales were, and being of the same dragon species, Celine's scales wouldn't be much weaker than his. With that, it would be quite difficult to win by injuring the opponent. Thinking this, Vet's long dragon body maneuvered with great agility, dodging Celine's furious strike. With an entire world of inherited memories, even though he had just been born, Vet possessed remarkable combat skills. He would not choose to confront Celine, who was nearly 1.5 times his size, head-on before understanding her strength. On the other hand, Celine, with her orthodox dragon lineage, had inherited memories that, apart from basic knowledge about dragons and some magical knowledge, were entirely about combat. This is the most important reason why the dragon species can become the ruler of this sky. There is a saying in the dragon realm that the best time to hunt a dragon is when it is still in its shell. Once it is born, it transforms from prey to predator. Therefore, upon noticing Viter's quick departure, she understood his intentions. With a cold laugh, Celine suddenly spread her wings and gently flapped them, lifting off the ground. The dragon's physical body is extremely strong, and correspondingly, they are also very heavy. The flesh wings on their backs are simply not enough to support their massive bodies. Therefore, a dragon's flight actually relies on an innate flying magic, with the wings playing only a small part in the process. More so, the wings serve as tools for fighting and hunting, much like limbs. Thus, when Witt relied solely on his flesh wings to fly, Winters realized that he did not possess elemental affinity. Likewise, this point was also noticed by Selene. Facing her in the sky, Witt had only two options: engage her in aerial combat or remain on the ground and wait for an opportunity. The former, without magical assistance and relying only on his flesh wings, would render Witt not only less agile than her once in the air, but also expose his wings as his most obvious weakness. If Witt chose to stay on the ground, he would be at a disadvantage when facing aerial attacks. Selene's radiant golden vertical pupils were fixed on Witt below. What will you choose? Seeing Selene take to the sky, Witt quickly realized these things. He also understood that the orthodox dragon clan's inherited memories must contain combat experience. Otherwise, Selene would not have reacted so quickly, given that aerial combat was his weak point. Thus, Witt's choice was to run. His strong limbs, sharp claws, and agile joints allowed Witt to run in a way that felt like gliding close to the ground, dashing like a silver flash. Seeing Witt take off running, Selene was momentarily taken aback, then she chuckled coldly. Although Witt's speed was somewhat unexpected, could running ever be faster than flying? How naive. With a powerful flap of her wings, Selene shot toward Witt at incredible speed, gathering light elements around her, giving her an almost divine aura. But no one would doubt the ferocious power hidden beneath that divine aura. Witt naturally noticed Selene chasing after him. His eyes flickered, and he suddenly stopped. In an instant, Witt went from a state of urgency to complete stillness. The joints in his limbs made cracking sounds from the sudden movement, and his muscles tensed up. But Witt ignored all of this. He just raised his head to look at Selene, who had just flown above him, and she was staring back at him in astonishment. Witt grinned, and then the power he had stored in his limbs suddenly erupted. He leaped upward like an arrow, reaching a height that even surpassed Selene in the air. Then, Witt spread his limbs and tightly clutched Selene's body, and the two dragons crashed to the ground together, sending a large amount of debris flying. The dull sound of the impact made the three watching dragons wince. With a muffled grunt, Selene, pinned beneath Witt, felt her anger flare up. Her sharp dragon claws, gleaming with cold light, lunged for Witt's face. But the next moment, Witt firmly blocked her attack. Feeling the immense force from her claws, Selene's expression changed. His strength was even greater than hers. It was hard to imagine that such a slender dragon body could contain such powerful strength. Realizing this, Selene began to struggle violently. In a situation where their strengths were nearly equal, such a struggle would prevent her from showcasing her advantages. She had to take to the air again. As long as she could fly, with preparation, she would never be taken down by Witt in the same way again. However, Witt would never give Selene the chance to take off again. In response to Selene's struggles, Witt maintained a tight grip on her, giving her no opportunity, while his sharp claws continued to strike at Selene, creating sparks. Seeing this, Selene's eyes turned red as she retaliated with her own claws and bites against Witt. But aside from the sparks, neither side even lost a single scale, only a shower of sparks flying around. The other three young dragons watched in astonishment. They had imagined Selene defeating Witt in a dominating manner and had also envisioned Witt barely overcoming Selene as the underdog. Yet the scene before them was something they had never conceived. The two dragons were actually evenly matched. Not only that, but for most of the time, Witt had been on top of Selene, which meant he was at an advantage. Watching the two dragons entangled together, still biting and tearing at each other, they were unsure whether they should intervene. This was no longer a battle, but soon, they wouldn't need to be troubled by that question anymore. Even though the dragon species is fierce, they are still just newly hatched young dragons with limited stamina. After a short struggle, the two dragons lay panting on the ground. Witt glared at Selene with frustration. He had envisioned many outcomes, yet he never expected that just facing Selene alone would exhaust him. In this situation, let alone beating the four young dragons, if it came down to a fight, he might end up crying himself. The ideal was very beautiful, but reality was painfully stark. That saying could very well describe his situation. It seemed that wanting to have a dragon lair of his own was still a long way off. On the other side, Selene looked at Witt and gradually calmed down. Dragons are proud. They crave victory and pursue it, but disdain to hide their failures. And for Selene, not defeating Witt meant failure. Struggling to stand up, Selene raised her neck high, still maintaining her proud demeanor, though the fatigue in her eyes made her look somewhat disheveled. I admit I underestimated you, and here, I sincerely apologize. I'm sorry. With that, Selene's gaze suddenly sharpened. However, I will remember this failure, next time. It will definitely be me who wins. Then, Selene turned to look at O. As someone who has failed, I do not have the right to accept your challenge as the leader, but if you insist on challenging me, I will still accompany you. After saying that, Selene gave Witt a deep glance, and then walked slowly towards the depths of the dragon lair. Chapter 11. Are you concerned about me? Watching Selene walk deeper into the dragon lair, Witt silently stood up and walked towards the cave wall. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that his limbs were slightly trembling. That's right, Witt was injured. Of course, it wasn't very serious. In terms of that world, it was just a muscle strain. Witt was merely a newly hatched young dragon. Even if he had seemingly inherited his father's formidable physical strength, transitioning from extreme motion to extreme stillness, how could he possibly be unscathed? He just managed to endure it all, because he could not afford to lose, nor allow himself to lose, although others did not know. He was clear that his original plan was to take on 4 at once, but the result was that just facing Celine nearly left him helpless. The gap between ideals and reality left Witt feeling lost, but he also held his breath, thinking that at the very least, he couldn't lose too disgracefully. What he didn't expect was that Celine's stamina was less than he imagined. If Celine's stamina were similar to his, then the one who would lose would definitely be him. With this thought, Witt approached the cave wall, lay down, and spread his dragon wings, wrapping himself up completely. Seeing Witt in this state, the other 3 dragons, who had initially prepared to say something to ease the tension, exchanged glances and walked deeper into the dragon's lair. Although they had bloodline heritage, young dragons were still young dragons. If others were unwilling to engage with them, they certainly wouldn't lower themselves to seek attention, even if it had been their own fault initially. In fact, although Witt covered his body with his wings, he could still see the outside situation through the gaps. Though he didn't want to admit it, a slight happiness surged in his heart when the 3 little dragons prepared to leave. After they left, Witt's golden eyes dimmed a bit. However, adhering to the pride of the dragon race, he remained silent, watching them go, then closed his eyes and let out a cold laugh. Perhaps this would make him feel a little better. After closing his eyes, Witt didn't notice that with his breathing, the fire elements in the surrounding air began to gather towards him and then merged into his body. However, he could feel that the limbs that had been aching with a tearing pain had eased up a bit. Time passed slowly, and Witt, lying there, gradually started to breathe heavily. After Witt fell asleep, the fire elements that had gathered around him suddenly increased significantly. After an unknown amount of time, Witt's wings suddenly trembled, then slowly opened. Blinking his sleepy eyes, Witt stood up. Suddenly, he froze for a moment and then moved his limbs. It didn't hurt anymore. He muttered softly and tried to jump, a look of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Not only did it not hurt, but he also felt that his strength had increased slightly compared to before he fell asleep. It wasn't much, but since he had just been born, his strength was already not very great, so this little increase was very noticeable. Witt was pleased with his newfound strength for a moment, then involuntarily glanced towards the depths of the dragon lair. Oomph! With a cold snort, Witt forced himself to look away. Then he looked at his wings. Witt knew that without magical assistance, if he didn't make a change, scenes like the previous battle would repeat infinitely. With this in mind, Witt's gaze became resolute. Walking to the center of the passage, Witt spread his wings and then tried to flap them, not to prepare for flight, but to train his wings. At first, it was quite easy, but as time passed, Witt felt his wings becoming heavier and a soreness spreading across his back. Yet he didn't stop, gritting his teeth and continuing to flap his wings. Since it was a weakness, he would train it. Once it became strong enough, it would no longer be a weakness. Moreover, he had promised his father that he would go to the starry sky to find him. If he couldn't even fly, how could he go to the starry sky? With this thought, Witt's eyes became even more determined. His milky white wings trembled and then spread wide. Celine yawned, her tail swishing behind her, creating a whooshing sound. After a nap, the energy she had expended in the previous battle was fully replenished. Glancing at her belly, Celine's eyes flickered. She was hungry. Looking around, suddenly, a look of confusion appeared in her eyes. In the dragon's lair, besides her, there were only Billy and the Witt she had fought with. Just then, her ears perked up, and she heard a slightly heavy breathing sound coming from the passage outside the dragon's lair. After a moment of hesitation, Celine walked outside. Soon, a familiar figure appeared in her sight. Seeing Witt weakly flapping his wings, but unable to take off, Celine was startled and then anxiously flew towards him. "Is your wing injured?" Hearing the slightly anxious voice coming from behind, Witt turned to see Celine rushing towards him. She stopped beside him and reached out her claws to carefully examine his dragon wings. Realizing what was happening, Witt quickly folded his wings and looked at Celine with a guarded expression. Seeing this, Celine hurriedly said, "Don't move. Your wings are very important for you, who lack magical talent. If you injure them fundamentally, you'll never be able to fly again." Upon hearing this, Witt froze for a moment and then looked at Celine with a strange expression. "Are you worried about me?" As soon as he said this, Celine suddenly froze in place, then raised her dragon head high, looking down at Witt with an imposing demeanor. "You are a worthy opponent whom I acknowledge. If avoidable injuries affect your combat power, I will be very disappointed." Witt stared at Celine blankly for a long time before looking away and lying down. "Don't worry, I won't make such a low-level mistake." Hearing this, Celine looked curiously at Witt's slightly trembling wings. "Then what are you doing?" Witt replied lightly, "It's nothing. I just noticed that my wings have become a clear weakness, so I'm training my wings to overcome this weakness." "Training?" Celine's eyes flickered with confusion at his words. Witt noticed this and, after a moment of surprise, curiously asked, "You don't know what training means?" Celine shook her head. "Of course I know. But we are dragons and don't need training. Every time we sleep and wake up represents a transformation of strength. If I had to say, sleeping is our way of training. It seems your memory inheritance didn't mention this." Upon hearing this, Witt suddenly remembered that the injury he had sustained earlier had healed after a nap, along with a part of his strength increasing. But then, Witt's gaze became resolute again. Too slow. Chapter 12. Winter's first lesson: too slow. Upon hearing this, Celine froze for a moment, Then her eyes sparkled with fighting spirit. Indeed, you are the most qualified to be my opponent. Witt, hearing this, glanced at Celine, then lowered his head and silently began to recover his stamina. Although he agreed with Celine's earlier statement, it sounded terribly embarrassing. Just then, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Witt looked at Celine in confusion. That sound seemed to have come from her. However, when he saw Celine suddenly lying down, her belly pressed tightly against the ground. He seemed to understand something and quickly looked away. From what he learned about that world, if he dared to say anything at this moment, he might very well be killed by her. Due to practicing flight, he now has no strength in his wings at all. If the opponent harbors killing intent towards him, he probably won't even have a chance to fight back. Witt, Celine? A suddenly heard voice attracted the attention of the two dragons. They were not far from the entrance of the dragon's lair, and the sound came from outside. However, when the two dragons looked towards the entrance, they only saw a massive head with terrified eyes staring back at them. This scene truly frightened the two dragons. Celine instinctively took a step back. But after realizing what was happening, she suddenly stepped forward and roared at the giant creature, a layer of milky, white light even emanating from her body. Calm down, Celine. It won't, or rather, can't harm you. However, you have surprised me. You have already made preliminary contact with the power of magical elements. Witt initially showed his sharp teeth, like Celine. But upon hearing this, he immediately reacted. Whence? It's me. As he spoke, the giant creature was moved aside, and Wentz's figure appeared at the cave entrance. Upon seeing Wentz, the two dragons finally retracted their claws. Looking at Wentz as she entered, along with the creature she was dragging behind her, a hint of curiosity flashed in Witt's eyes. What is that? With that, Witt carefully examined the creature. It resembled a cow from that world, but it was much larger, standing over 20 meters tall and about 30 meters long. Its body was covered in long brown hair, and beneath the hair, there were scales instead of skin. Its feet had claws instead of hooves, and in its occasionally opened large mouth, there were 2 rows of teeth. However, apart from 4 massive canine teeth, the rest of the teeth were flat, which, in terms of that world, could be described as omnivorous. Additionally, this creature had a pair of spiral-shaped dragon horns on its head, and its tail was also a dragon's tail. This is a bow-slung beast, known for its gentle temperament, slow movement, and various species. This one is a star source type, living in the Star Source Mountains in the western part of Desidero. By the way, it is not yet an adult. An adult bow-slung beast would be about the same size as I am now. Hearing this, Witt's eyes brightened. So this is a dragon beast? It is a postnatal dragon beast, which, after millions of years of breeding, has fundamentally differed from the original innate dragon beast. Saying this, Wentz paused, then continued, innate dragon beasts and postnatal dragon beasts are actually easy to distinguish. Innate dragon beasts have no difference from dragonkind except in intelligence. Wentz always explained Witt's questions in detail, and this intricate knowledge was essential for Witt, who had no inherited memories. Of course, knowledge about the bow-slung beast was also quite unfamiliar to Celine. After all, the bow-slung beast is just an ordinary omnivorous dragon beast, not a formidable opponent worth including in the bloodline inheritance for dragons. However, since it is not yet an adult, is there another reason for bringing it to the dragon's lair? Wentz smiled mysteriously. It is to give you your first lesson. Come in with me. After saying this, Wentz pulled the little bow-slung beast's tail and walked into the depths of the dragon's lair. First lesson? Upon hearing this, Witt and Celine exchanged glances, both showing a hint of curiosity. They quickly followed suit. Of course, Celine flew, while Witt ran. Noticing this, a trace of pity flashed in Wentz's gaze towards Witt. No matter what kind of future the power Witt inherited holds, flying will undoubtedly become his most obvious weakness. Soon, Witt followed behind Wentz and entered the deeper parts of the dragon's lair. As it was his first time inside, he instinctively surveyed the surroundings. The depths of the dragon's lair were extremely spacious. It seemed that even Wentz could spread her wings and fly. No wonder 5 young dragons could live in one dragon's lair. Not to mention 5, even 50 would not feel crowded at all. Wentz's arrival woke the 3 sleeping young dragons, Billy, Dinette, and Ao. The 3 dragons displayed completely different reactions upon waking. Dinette quietly lay there after greeting Wentz, curiously observing the bow-slung beast. Meanwhile, Billy curiously circled around the bow-slung beast. As for Ao, who was disturbed from his sleep, he was quite displeased. But since it was Wentz who disturbed him, he could only lie there sulking. With all 5 young dragons present, Wentz held the completely unresisting bow-slung beast and stood not far from the 5 young dragons. Although I've already told Witt and Celine, I need to say it again. This is a bow-slung beast that has not yet reached adulthood. Adult bow-slung beasts vary in size, depending on their species, but they generally exceed 600 meters, and the largest species can even reach 800 meters. Hearing this, Witt paused for a moment, and a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. The length units of the 2 worlds are basically similar, although he doesn't know if the concepts are the same. At the very least, studying related knowledge in the future will be much easier. While Witt was distracted, Wentz continued, our first lesson is quite simple, but for you, it may be easy, yet it could also be difficult. Saying this, Wentz paused, then solemnly said, the content of the first lesson is killing. Looking at the 5 young dragons with shocked expressions, Wentz continued, I previously told Witt and Celine that bow-slung beasts are gentle, slow-moving, and come in various species. However, I did not tell you that the meat of Buslong beasts has extremely high nutritional value, providing rich nutrition and energy for you as young dragons. It can help you grow stronger. Therefore, rather than calling the first lesson killing, it is more about teaching you how to obtain your own food and how to grow. So, who will go first? Chapter 13. I want it rare who will go first? Wentz's voice was unprecedentedly deep. After hearing this, a sense of resistance arose in Witt's heart. In his mind, the world from which his inherited memories came was largely peaceful, so he instinctively resisted the word killing. However, he also understood that that world could be treated as a dream, for what he was experiencing now was the reality. And reality is cruel. Thus, for a moment, Witt didn't know how to react. Confused, he looked towards Celine and the others, only to see the other 4 young dragons also displaying bewildered expressions. Seeing that no dragon responded, Wentz continued, Desidero can provide you with great protection, but this world is dangerous. Relying on the protection of other dragons for your own safety is a sign of weakness. If you want to be weak, then I have nothing to say. But if you want to take control of your own fate, then killing is something you must face. At this point, Wentz's voice softened again. Killing represents, and will always represent, nothing beautiful. If possible, I hope you won't have to face it on the 2nd day of your birth. But unfortunately, Desiderio is not strong enough to allow you to grow up carefree. I'm sorry. We brought you into this world, but we cannot give you freedom and safety. You need to fight for them yourself. As these words fell, the dragon cave fell silent, leaving only a still immature booze dragon beast, panting in fear and anxiety. It wanted to escape from here, but an invisible force made it impossible for it to move at all. I'll go first. The dragons turned to the direction of the voice and saw Celine walking out slowly. Let me go first. It was as if she was telling others, yet also reminding herself. Seeing this, Ventus dragged the booze dragon beast to the front, laying it down on the ground, and then looked at Celine. Whether it was the dragon beast or the giant dragon, the neck was a vital spot. Celine nodded, then walked to the neck of the booze dragon beast. Taking a deep breath, she shakily extended her claws, forcing herself to focus on the neck of the booze dragon beast, and then she stabbed down hard. Bright red blood spurted out from the wound, and at the sight of the wound, Celine's entire body was no longer a shade of milky white. However, at this moment, Celine's attention was not on herself at all, compared to the warm liquid gushing onto her body. The gradually dimming gaze of the other beast made Celine more directly aware of the passing of life. Celine, life is fragile. If you don't want to face your own death helplessly like this one day in the future, then becoming stronger is your only choice. And the first step to becoming strong is to allow yourself to grow, and growth requires food. Upon hearing this, Celine's golden vertical pupils shrank sharply. And then she no longer hesitated, biting down on the wound she had torn open. Gulping down the fresh blood and flesh, a forceful aura began to brew around Celine, causing the other dragons to feel a sense of dread. Feeling this aura, Ventus nodded in satisfaction, then turned her gaze to the other young dragons. With a wave of her claw, another booze dragon beast of similar size fell before her. Next, this time, as soon as Ventus finished speaking, O rushed to the neck of the booze dragon beast and bit down hard, followed by the sound of gulping. Next, Ventus moved aside, conjuring up another booze dragon beast out of thin air. The remaining 3 dragons exchanged glances, and then Billy stepped forward first. Then came Dynet. Finally, Witt walked slowly to the neck of the newly appeared booze dragon beast, a strange light flashing in his pupils. Is this the world of the survival of the fittest? With this thought, Witt looked at his claws, and then plunged them into the neck of the booze dragon beast. However, as he watched the blood gushing out, Witt's pupils shrank sharply, a wave of inexplicable disgust filling his heart. By the time he reacted, he was already far from the corpse of the booze dragon beast. Witt froze for a moment, then looked at his claws. When he saw the bright red bloodstains, the strong feeling of disgust surged up again. He unconsciously rubbed his claws on the ground. Seeing this, Ventus was momentarily taken aback. What are you doing? Hearing this, Witt looked at Ventus, his tone carrying a hint of pleading. Ventus, help me get rid of it. After a moment's hesitation, Ventus extended her claw, touched Witt's body. And then a flame surged up. In the blink of an eye, the blood on Witt's claws was burned clean, and he himself suffered no injuries. Looking at his clean claws, Witt inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. However, Ventus's gaze grew serious. Tell me, Witt, do you really hate blood? Upon hearing this, Witt turned to look at the blood that had spilled all over the ground and shook his head. I don't hate it, but I really dislike the feeling of it sticking to me. A hint of confusion flashed in Ventus's eyes. What a strange quirk. However, Ventus did not delve further. If he simply disliked the feeling of blood sticking to him, it wasn't a big deal. What she feared was that Witt hated blood, because that would mean he would find it hard to become a qualified giant dragon. After glancing at the corpse of the booze dragon beast, Ventus hesitated again. Then how will you feed? Can you help me cook it? Upon hearing this, Ventus looked at Witt with a strange expression. I can indeed, in fact. Some giant dragons do prefer cooked food, but cooked food isn't very tasty. Are you sure? Witt nodded. Having memories from that world, Witt was not interested in eating raw meat. Even the beings who called themselves humans were eating cooked food. As a giant dragon, how could he eat like a beast? Seeing Witt nod, Ventus did not hesitate any longer, extending her claw to touch the body of the booze dragon beast. A wave of scorching flames rose up. enveloping the boozed dragon beast. Soon, a rich meaty aroma began to waft through the dragon cave. This aroma attracted the other 4 young dragons. Selene and the others, still gulping down their food, sniffed the unique scent in the air, then looked toward the source of the smell, which was Witt's boozed dragon beast. At this moment, it was wrapped in a ball of flames. Billy swallowed hard. Ms. Ventus, what is that? Upon hearing this, Ventus looked at Billy. This is cooked food. Do you want some? Billy sniffed the unique scent in the air, then nodded vigorously. Ventus then looked at the other 3 young dragons. What about you? Yes, me too. I want to try it. I hope you won't regret it. Muttering softly, Ventus touched each boozed dragon beast, and with each flame that erupted, the aroma in the air became even richer. Chapter 14. Let's call it the Starry Sky Dragon. Ventus is very considerate. This was Witt's true thought while eating the roasted boozed dragon beast. The thoroughly cooked boozed dragon beast was tender and juicy, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and all the internal organs, except for the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys, had been burned away by Ventus. Witt's appetite was surprisingly good. The boozed dragon beast that Ventus had brought back was not yet an adult, but it was over 20 meters tall and more than 30 meters long, and it was very robust. Selene and the others had only managed to eat nearly 1/10 of the amount, which already sounded impressive. However, Witt not only finished his own portion completely, and I mean completely, not leaving even bones, but also devoured the leftover meat from Selene, which he had eyed with longing. Of course, this time he didn't finish it all, leaving some bones. This scene left Selene and the others dumbfounded. The amount Witt consumed was far greater than the combined total of the 4 of them. How could they not be astonished? Except for Ventus. Only she had no surprise regarding Witt's enormous appetite. Seeing Witt stop, Witt spoke up. Witt, the results of your examination have come in. Upon hearing this, not only Witt, but even Selene and the others perked up their ears. They were quite curious about Witt's race. What race am I? Hearing this, Witt smiled helplessly, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. You should ask yourself that. Witt was taken aback. What do you mean? Your father does not belong to any known type of dragon. So after discussion, we decided to leave the naming rights to you. You get to decide what your race is. Upon hearing this, Witt looked at Witt in astonishment. Is that possible? Why not? Witt shrugged his claws and continued. We the giant dragons are a mysterious dragon type, and among the 3 major dragon types. Only giant dragons can produce hybrids. Moreover, every so often, new dragon types that have never been recorded will appear. Just like Disadro. She is the only space giant dragon in the world. Hearing this, the 5 little dragons were stunned. Isn't Disadro the name of the dragon nest we are in? Noticing the bewildered expressions of the 5 little ones, Witt slapped his forehead. Sorry, I seem to have forgotten to tell you. The Disadro dragon nest is named after its builder, Disadro. She is our dragon empress, who still protects the giant dragons living in the Disadro dragon nest, including us. Upon hearing this, disbelief flashed in Witt and the others' eyes. There really is a dragon that can protect an entire dragon nest? Witt glanced at Witt. Of course there are. And many. In fact, every dragon nest has a protector, but the strength of the protector varies, as does the scale of the dragon nest. Then how strong is Disadro among the many dragon nests? Her strength is quite good, ranking among the top 10 dragon nests. What are the top 10 dragon nests? Witt looked at Witt with some exasperation. You can find out about these questions from the library. Right now, what we need to discuss most is your issue. Sorry. Saying this, Witt hesitated for a moment. Can I use the name Starry Sky Giant Dragon? Of course, as long as you want. Witt's mood visibly brightened. Then it's Starry Sky Giant Dragon. I will be the true Starry Sky Giant Dragon from now on. Are you sure? You should know that this is a serious matter. If you confirm, then you will be the only Starry Sky Giant Dragon in the world, and it cannot be changed from now on. Sure. Saying this, Witt nodded heavily. Because that was what his father told him, he was originally the Starry Sky Giant Dragon. Very good. Witt smiled and continued. Then we should discuss your physical body issue. From the drop of dragon blood you provided, we figured out some issues regarding your talent. How should I put it? You are not without elemental affinity. On the contrary, you have affinity for 2 elements, fire and water, which should come from your parents. However, your body is special. It will devour all the elements that are compatible with you. This talent should come from your father. The magical elements that are devoured are all used to enhance your physical body, which is why you can have such a powerful physique that allows you to fly using just your wings. And a strong body requires energy to maintain, which is why you eat more than Selene and the others combined. Upon hearing this, Witt's eyes lit up. Does this mean I can use magic? However, this time, Witt shook his head. Witt's expression dimmed. No, it's uncertain. Saying this, Witt continued. We are not sure at what stage your body will stop this predatory devouring of compatible elements. Perhaps it will disappear once you pass the juvenile stage. Maybe it will be in the adolescent stage, or even in the young adult stage, or perhaps it will never disappear. No dragon can determine this because you are the first giant dragon to exhibit this condition, or perhaps the second. However, we do not have any data on your father, so you are still the first. Witt looked at Witt with some anticipation. How long is the juvenile period? 100 years. Witt noticed that Witt fell silent again and awkwardly scratched his head, causing sparks to fly down. The 5 little dragons below had to jump around to avoid them. To Witt, they were just small sparks, but to the 5 little ones, they were large flames. Sorry, I should be more careful. Saying this, Witt lowered his claws and then looked at Witt again. Don't be sad, Witt. We will soon begin our magic studies. Perhaps this devouring talent will not affect your ability to cast magic. Maybe. Witt looked at Witt speechlessly. If you can't comfort me, then don't. Saying such uncertain things only makes dragons more anxious. Just then, a faint buzzing sound began to resonate in the dragon lair. Although it was faint, in this semi-closed dragon lair space, it was actually quite clear. Witt and the others looked in the direction of the sound and saw dozens of tiny creatures, about the size of their claws, flying in, heading straight for the leftover meat of the roasted Buse dragon beast. The little dragons immediately became interested. What is that? It looks so small. Hearing the little dragon's discussion, Witt was first taken aback, then furrowed his brow. Be careful, don't get close to them. Those are Morse's dragon beasts. Chapter 15. The little cuties wandering in the dragon nest. Be careful, don't get close to them. Those are Morse's dragon beasts. Upon hearing Witt's words, the 5 little ones, who had initially prepared to catch the flying little creatures for a closer look, immediately stopped. The one asking was still Witt. Morse's dragon beasts, what are they? Are there such small dragon beasts in the world? Also, how can they enter the dragon lair? Isn't it said that no other dragons can come in without our permission? After hearing Witt's question, Witt did not answer immediately. Instead, she first manipulated the fire element to form a semi-transparent red sphere, casually wrapping several of the flying Morse's dragon beasts inside. Then, she placed the 5 Morse's dragon beasts in front of Witt and the others. Normally, our second lesson should be about magic, but since you are interested in Morse's dragon beasts, we can first learn about the dragon beasts living around us. Pausing for a moment, Witt continued, there are many types of dragon beasts. In this world, all living beings other than dragons and all plants are referred to as dragon beasts. Of course, this is not just for convenience, but because our world is generated from the collision of the powers of the creation dragon and the annihilation dragon. As the dragon of creation left, it left behind a drop of its blood. Therefore, all living beings in this world, even among plants, contain some dragon power, not to mention the others, which basically all possess dragon bloodlines. Among them, the wise ones are the dragon race, while those dominated by beastly instincts are the dragon beasts. The Morse dragon beast is considered a small species among dragon beasts. The largest Morse dragon beast is the southern Morse dragon beast, which lives in the southern jungles of this world, and its size is 3 times that of the ISU Morse dragon beast in front of you. While listening to Winter's explanation, Witt carefully observed the Morse dragon beast floating before him. It looked very much like a fly from that world, but much larger in size. It was about 5 centimeters long, with an oval-shaped body, and its small head was topped with a pair of golden compound eyes that occupied 2/3 of its head. Behind the compound eyes, there were 2 small dragon horns, and it had 2 pairs of transparent wings on its back, but no dragon tail. Below its body were 6 dragon claws, which were slender and had sharp barbs. According to Winter, the largest Morse dragon beast is only about 15 centimeters long, which is indeed a small species when compared to the Buse dragon beast, which has a body length of 30 meters even before adulthood. However, why are they called ISU Morse dragon beasts? In response, Winter explained, the plains south of the Desidero dragon nest are called the ISU plains, because the ISU plains are surrounded by the Star Source mountain range, the Warren Great Rift, the Moonshadow River, and the Nightshade jungle. The dragon beasts in the ISU plains are somewhat different from those in other places. That is why there is a term like ISU Morse dragon beast. So why are they said to be dangerous? Just looking at their thin little legs, they probably can't even scratch my dragon scales. Moreover, I'm more curious about their taste. Saying this, Billy stuck out his tongue and licked the fire elemental barrier, only to have his tongue instantly burn and develop a small blister. After a yelp of pain, Billy covered his mouth and quickly stepped back, looking warily at the fire elemental barrier, no longer daring to approach it. Winter clearly did not expect a little dragon to lick the fire elemental barrier, and by the time she reacted, it was already too late. Billy, I think I need to warn you that not everything can be put in your mouth. The fire elemental barrier is one, and so is the Morse dragon beast. Also, didn't your bloodline inheritance tell you that a dragon's resistance to magical elements comes from the dragon scales on its body? While Witt and the others looked at Billy oddly, they instinctively moved away from the fire elemental barrier. They certainly didn't want to get burned like Billy. Sorry, I won't do it again next time. After being scolded by Winter, Billy immediately became obedient and admitted his mistake. Winter nodded, not intending to continue reprimanding him. The Morse dragon beast is the weakest existence among all dragon beasts. Almost any creature, apart from plants, can easily kill one. However, that does not mean they are not dangerous. Saying this, Winter gestured for the 5 little ones to look at the other Morse dragon beasts that had flown in. At this moment, they were already gorging themselves on the remains of the Buse dragon beast that the 5 little ones had left behind. Moreover, new Morse dragon beasts were continuously flying in from outside. They are attracted to the smell of blood. As long as there's a hint of blood, it will attract large numbers of Morse dragon beasts. Of course, the danger is not in their numbers, but in the plagues they carry, especially for newborn dragons like you. Your resistance to such plagues is nearly non-existent. Therefore, whether it is the Morse dragon beasts or anything that has come into contact with them, you should stay away, especially from these foods, as they can no longer be consumed. If, unfortunately, you become infected with the plague, then you can only drink those potions with strange smells. Trust me, the taste of those potions will make you not want to eat anything for days. Listening to Winter's account, Witt noticed that among the newly arrived Morse dragon beasts, there were mixed and other creatures. They were about the same size as the Morse dragon beasts, but their appearances were completely different. These little guys looked like miniature dragons. They had dragon heads, dragon horns, dragon wings, dragon claws, dragon tails, and so on. Everything was present. However, after flying in, they did not lie on the remains of the Booze dragon beast like the Morse dragon beasts, but instead were hunting the Morse dragon beasts. Hearing Witt's exclamation, the other 4 little dragons turned their gazes to the new arrivals and also let out the same exclamation. But Winter showed no surprise. Considering the time, they should be coming in now. Hearing this, Witt curiously looked at Winter. They? Referring to these little guys? Also, they look so much like us. Are they dragon kind? Although their size seems a bit off. In response, Winter smiled, with a sinister grin, and shook her head. Of course not. They are not dragon kind. They are dragon beasts. This is a type of dragon beast called the Chio little dragon, and they are known as the friends of the giant dragons, simply because they are the natural enemies of the Morse dragon beasts. Moreover, saying this, Winter's smile grew even more sinister. And then she extended her claw to poke at one of the Chio little dragons. The poked Chio little dragon silently roared at Winter and then suddenly inflated, becoming a sphere about half a meter in diameter in the blink of an eye. They are quite interesting, aren't they? Chapter 16. Magic is mainstream. They are quite interesting, aren't they? Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones were first taken aback and then curiously approached the inflated Chio little dragon to observe it closely. The bold Billy even reached out his claw to poke it again. What puzzled him was that even when he poked the Chio little dragon away, it showed no intention of inflating again. Billy, they have already inflated to their maximum. Hearing this, Billy's gaze turned to those other Chio little dragons, which were happily hunting but had not inflated. The 3 dragons of Selene were initially somewhat reserved. However, when they saw Billy manage to poke 3 Chio little dragons to inflate, they happily joined in. Only Witt stood there, staring eye to eye with the initially poked and inflated Chio little dragon floating in front of him. The inflated Chio little dragon appeared transparent overall. Moreover, only its belly inflated, causing it to look like a floating version of a balloon. That is how it would be described in the language of that world. It seemed to sense that the little dragon in front of it would not harm it, and the inflated Chio little dragon let out a long breath, quickly returning its swollen belly to its original shape. Overall, it still resembled a miniature dragon. How did they do that? Hearing Witter's soft gasp, Went smiled and said, "That's because," however, before she could finish, a scream came from Celine's side. Wentz and Witter turned to look, only to see Billy with his mouth wide open. And inside it was a puffed-up little dragon. It seemed to be stuck in Billy's mouth, panic evident in its eyes. Billy was equally flustered, continuously pawing at the little dragon's swollen body. But that almost transparent body was far more resilient than the little dragons could imagine, whether bitten or grabbed. There were no signs of damage. Wentz sighed helplessly. "Billy, you still haven't taken my words to heart. Not everything can be stuffed into your mouth." Saying this, Wentz carefully pinched Billy's tail and gave it a gentle shake. Of course, what was gentle for Wentz wasn't the same for Billy. He felt like all his joints had been stretched. The result was that after the little dragon was flung away, Billy lay on the ground like a snake that had been caught and swung around several times, completely drained of energy. Although the little dragon was small, its skin was incredibly tough. At least, with your little strength, you couldn't harm them. When the little dragon sensed an external threat, it would absorb a large amount of wind elements to inflate its body. In such cases, even a slight force would send them flying far away. This was their way of dealing with external dangers. Moreover, the most important point was that the little dragon had no meat on it. You didn't need to include them in your meal plans. Upon hearing Wentz's words, Billy awkwardly covered his eyes. Witter and the others couldn't help but laugh. After the laughter subsided, Wentz continued, "All right, little ones, the unexpected guests have brought you a lot of fun. However, your task today is not just to get to know them." Hearing this, Billy became interested again. "Wentz, isn't our task today to fill our stomachs?" "Of course not. The most important thing today is to understand magic." Upon hearing this, Witter's eyes instantly lit up. Wentz then added, "The premise of using magic is learning, and the premise of learning magic is understanding. Only by truly understanding magic can you go further on the path of magic. Of course, I also know that in your inherited memories, there are detailed sources of magic and the basic knowledge needed for magic. But I still stand by what I said. The knowledge in your inherited memories does not fully belong to you. You still need to learn." Upon hearing this, Witter's eyes dimmed slightly. In his inherited memories, there was no basic knowledge about magic, and he couldn't learn magic right now. So, did he really have the need to learn these? Seemingly sensing Witter's thoughts, Wentz turned to look at him. "Witter, can you answer me a question?" After a moment of surprise, Witter hurriedly nodded. "Of course." Wentz smiled. "Can you tell me what you need to do most before defeating an opponent?" Saying this, Wentz turned to the other 4 little dragons. "Of course, if you're interested. You can also try to answer." Witter thought for a moment and then tentatively asked, "Is it to train yourself to become stronger?" "I think it should be magic." Billy immediately replied. When the topic turned to magic, he returned to his previous aloof demeanor merely lying on the ground and watching coldly, as if he hadn't just been chasing a little dragon around. Dinah hesitated for a moment. I agree with Vitter's viewpoint. You should first make yourself stronger, after all. There are ways to become stronger besides magic. Vitter was taken aback and then looked at Dinah, who happened to look back and gave him a friendly nod. After hesitating for a moment, Vitter also nodded in response. Having calmed down, he naturally didn't think Witt would be harmful to him. So he didn't have the idea of fleeing from Desidero. Moreover, thinking back to what he had previously imagined, Vitter wanted to find a hole to bury himself in. Fortunately, no one knew. Additionally, after his battle with Celine, he understood that having a dragon lair solely for himself was basically hopeless. Thus, his best choice was to build good relationships with the other 4 dragons if he didn't want to be alone in the future. However, the proud personality of dragons affected him, preventing him from taking the initiative to be friendly. But since Dinah took the initiative, he wouldn't refuse. No. I think the prerequisite for defeating an opponent is to understand the opponent. Celine still held her head high, her milky white body exuding a sense of sanctity. Witt praised. A very rational answer. Saying this, she looked at Vitter. Of course, yours is not wrong either. It's just a bit general. Additionally, the reason I asked this question is to tell you, Vitter, that although you can't currently cast magic, magic is knowledge you must learn. Magic is the mainstream of this world. Even the earth dragons with the worst magical talent still use magic. Understanding magic and learning magic is how you can overcome magic. Chapter 17. The magic Vitter can use. Understand magic, learn magic, then you can overcome magic. Upon hearing Witt's words, Vitter's recently dimmed enthusiasm for magic reignited. He indeed couldn't use magic, but if he gained enough understanding of magic, then naturally, he would have means to deal with it, even if it was just one method. It was better than knowing nothing. Seeing Vitter's enthusiasm for magic, Witt couldn't help but show a slightly fierce smile. Yes, that was the expression. Vitter, I look forward to your performance, and even if you can't learn other magics, there is one magic that you will definitely be able to learn. Because that magic is engraved deep in the bloodline of the dragon species. No matter how much your bloodline mutates, as long as you are still a dragon, you can learn this magic. Upon hearing this, Vitter's eyes instantly lit up. Witt, tell me quickly, what magic is it? What do I need to do to learn it? Dragon breath. And you don't need to do much, because it is your instinct. Dragon breath. Vitter repeated the name of the magic, his eyes shining brighter. Of course, it wasn't because Witt told him he could learn this magic, but because when he heard the words dragon breath, an astonishing image surfaced in his mind. A familiar figure stood in the starry sky. It was his father, and facing his father was a terrifying creature the size of a star. Starry sky beast. For no reason, the name of that giant beast emerged in his mind. Compared to that starry giant beast, his father's body was so insignificant. So small that he had no doubt that the giant beast, as large as a star, could inhale him like a speck of dust in the air with just one breath. However, in the next moment, he saw the golden patterns on his father's body begin to glow, and fiery white flames, like flowing clouds, drifted out from the corners of his father's slightly parted mouth. Then, his father suddenly opened his mouth wide, and a thick fiery white flame shot out, instantly piercing through the body of the starry giant beast. The terrifying high temperature distorted even the starry sky. From his perspective, he could even see through the hole to the void behind the giant beast and the charred, carbonized flesh within the hole. Was this the breath of a dragon? Just as Witt had this thought, the images in his mind faded away. And he wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but after the breath ended, it seemed that his father glanced at him. Witt. Witt's call pulled Witt's thoughts back. Noticing the concern in Witt's eyes, Witt felt a warmth in his heart and softly said, I'm fine, I just had a vision of my father using the dragon's breath. Upon hearing this, not only Witt, but even the other 4 little dragons were drawn in. In fact, Witt's father had become a symbol of mystery in the hearts of these little dragons, a unique and different kind of giant dragon. Can you describe it? Witt nodded and began to describe in detail. Of course, he couldn't describe the entire scene. That would only make Witt think he was daydreaming. So, in Witt's description, the battlefield changed from the starry sky to a plain, and the opponent transformed from the starry giant beast into an adult Buslong beast. Though he didn't know exactly how big an adult Buslong beast was, he knew that even the juvenile ones were dozens of meters long. So the adult would be even larger. After finishing Witt's description, Witt instinctively raised her paw and gently scratched her chin, which meant she was thinking. However, the 5 little ones had to keep their distance from Witt to avoid being hit by the falling flames. The description of your father's breath aligns with the bloodline. The thick fiery white flame should be the lava breath of a red dragon. Although the normal lava breath should be red, it's normal for your father, being a different kind of dragon, to have a different color of flame, instantly piercing through the body of an adult Buslong beast and forming a transparent hole with charred edges indicates that the properties of your father's lava breath should be high temperature and penetrating. Of course, the possibility of having fire poison cannot be ruled out. That's a very powerful breath. Upon hearing Witt's analysis, Witt silently breathed a sigh of relief, then felt a hint of joy. Would my breath be like this too? However, Witt shook her head. Not necessarily. After all, even though you have half of the bloodline of a different kind of dragon, your appearance is that of a pure silver dragon, which means your mother is also very powerful. The offspring of 2 equally powerful dragons will randomly inherit the abilities of one of their parents. The same goes for breath. Although Witt felt a bit disappointed, he curiously asked, "What is the breath of a silver dragon like?" The breath of a silver dragon is known as elemental breath. Each silver dragon's breath will manifest different elemental components, but at the very least, it will have more than 3 elemental effects. The water element is definitely included since silver dragons are inherently attuned to water elements. It doesn't sound as cool as mine. The breath of a crystal dragon is called crystal breath. It sounds much nicer than elemental breath. Upon hearing Billy's words, a strange light flashed in Witt's eyes. "Billy, although I really don't want to interrupt your imagination, I must regretfully inform you that among all dragon species, the breath with the least power is the crystal breath. Because, among all breaths, only crystal breath is not purely magical breath. Of course, that's how it is for now." Upon hearing this, Billy let out a wail and hugged his head. "Witt, can I pretend I didn't hear that?" "Of course, as long as you wish." After a pause, Witt noticed the eager gazes of the other 3 dragons. With the existence of bloodline inheritance, they naturally knew what their breath was. However, they were more interested in hearing Witt's evaluation. Seeing this, Witt could only helplessly compromise. "All right, I was originally planning to take you to practice your breath, but since you want to hear it, I will say a few more words." Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones instantly became excited. They didn't expect that breath would be the first magic they learned. "I know you are very excited, but please let me finish. The breath of a green dragon has 2 types, toxic breath and natural breath, both of which are quite troublesome. The breath of a gold dragon is similar to that of a red dragon. It is also lava breath, but within the gold dragon's lava breath, there are both fire and earth magical elements. As for you, Celine, the holy dragon's light atomic breath is, aside from some special dragons, the fastest and most penetrating breath." At this point, Witt looked down at the increasingly lively dragon den and chuckled. "All right, it's time to learn about breath, but this place is clearly not suitable. Let us go outside. We'll leave this place to these little ball dragons. They will help us take care of everything." Chapter 18. Feel the elements. Take a deep breath and then exhale. "Billy, you can slow down a bit." Under a giant tree with broad crimson leaves, Witt lay on the ground, while Witt and the others lined up in front of her, adjusting their breathing. However, the colorful world around them was so enticing to the 5 little dragons. They couldn't help but be attracted by the little ball dragons and other small dragon beasts passing by. "That's a Pablin beast, Witt. But I hope your attention is focused on your breathing and not on them. They want to help you successfully use the dragon breath." Upon hearing this, Witt's face turned red, but fortunately, the dragon's skin is thick, and there's a layer of scales on the surface, so the other dragons couldn't see him blush. "I'm sorry, Witt, but they're just too interesting. They're called Pablin beasts, right? I saw them drinking nectar." As he spoke, Witt's gaze involuntarily shifted back to a nearby Pablin beast, fluttering around a large purple flower about a meter wide. To him, Pablin beasts looked quite similar to butterflies in that world, at least in terms of their colors and the way they danced around flowers. Pablin beasts appeared much more ferocious than butterflies. Not counting their wings, they were about 20 centimeters long, and their wings were much larger than their bodies, also dragon wings. Covered with various colored tiny dragon scales. They had antennae on their heads, but their eyes were located at the ends of the antennae, although they also fed on nectar. The 2 rows of sharp teeth that were unconsciously revealed when they sucked and chewed the nectar left Witt with no doubt that they could bite dragons. "Witt, you're daydreaming again." Hearing Witt's words, Witt quickly shifted his gaze back. "Sorry." Witt looked at Witt helplessly, dragging back Billy, who was trying to sneak away by the tail. "I think, for you, having the classroom outside instead of in the dragon's lair isn't a good choice. Maybe it's time for us to go back." Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones immediately panicked. Looking at the colorful world around them and then thinking of the dim dragon's lair, anyone would choose the former. "Witt, I promised to complete the tasks you assigned seriously. So can we stay outside like this?" Witt looked at Witt and hesitated for a moment. "If you can't do it, we will go back immediately." Saying this, Witt looked at the other 4 little ones, including you all. The 5 little ones hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Then let's continue. Dragon breath. The most important thing is breathing. You need to maintain the exhalation state for as long as possible. Every time I take little dragons like you, there are always dragons that forget they are exhaling and end up inhaling deeply, hurting their mouths with their breath. You don't have scales in your mouths. And if you hurt them, you can only watch other little dragons feast right in front of you. Exhale." "Billy, I'm asking you to exhale. That doesn't mean you can't inhale. You're going to suffocate yourself." With that, Witt's eyes were filled with helplessness. This batch of little dragons is really hard to manage. Although she thinks this every time. After a while, feeling that the little dragon's patience was wearing thin, Witt called a stop. "All right, this isn't a habit that can be developed in a short time. We'll stop here for now and move to the next step, feeling the magical elements. This time, I'll guide you to feel it. Close your eyes, clear your mind. Don't think about anything, and feel carefully." While speaking, Witt released her mental power. The newly hatched little dragons were not yet familiar with the magical elements, so they needed her personal guidance. Witt listened carefully to Witt's words and followed her instructions. He closed his eyes, relaxed his mind, and thought of nothing. Suddenly, after a moment of daze, Witt felt that he was in a pitch-black environment. He tried to open his eyes but couldn't do it at all. Suddenly, a point of light caught his attention. It was a fiery red dot. It slowly drifted in this dark space. Then came a second one. It was a water blue dot. As time passed, the number of light dots Witt could see increased, mostly red and blue, with green being the third most common and other colors being rare. Witt could feel a sense of closeness from the red and blue light dots. Looking at those light dots, Witt understood that they should be the magical elements that one is mentioned. He tried to approach those magical elements, but couldn't he do it? The surrounding darkness restricted him like shackles, leaving him unable to move. It seemed that the blue light, that representing the water element, and the red light, that representing the fire element sensed Witt's thoughts and flew toward him. Seeing this scene, Witt felt a surge of joy and anticipation. However, as the water and fire element light dots got closer to Witt, they suddenly charged at him. Witt stared at this scene in shock. He didn't know what was happening, but he could feel that the two elemental light dots expressed a sense of fear. This process looked like iron sand approaching a magnet in that world. This was clearly not a good phenomenon. Sure enough, after absorbing some of the nearby fire and water elemental light dots, the remaining elemental light dots fled from Witt like frightened deer. Watching this scene, Witt panicked. But just then, a light flashed before his eyes, the darkness disappeared, and so did those elemental light dots. Witt looked up in confusion, but saw Witt staring at him in a daze. Thinking of what had just happened, Witt hurriedly spoke. Witt, those magical elements are distancing themselves from me. Does this mean I can't cultivate magic at all? Hearing this, Witt came back to her senses, and a hint of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Witt, it seems that the previous test results of your blood were correct. Your body is devouring the magical elements. And you can't stop this devouring. This means that the magical elements close to you can't respond to your call, unless this devouring stops. You really want to be able to use magic. I'm very sorry, Witt. Hearing this, a hint of gloom flashed in Witt's eyes. Although he had known this would be the result, he still felt a deep disappointment upon confirming it. But don't worry, Dragon Breath is different from other magic. It doesn't rely on mobilizing external magical elements to be cast, so you can still use Dragon Breath. Witt nodded and then looked at Celine and the others, who were still immersed in sensing the magical elements. This is already great, Witt. What do I need to do next? Chapter 19 Witt's breath. Witt, what do I need to do next? Witt, you need to rest. Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback for a moment, then walked toward the purple flower he had seen earlier. At this moment, the papillon beast was still devouring the nectar, and when it saw Witt approaching, it immediately flapped its colorful wings. Hiss! Hearing this threatening call, Witt ignored it and walked under the purple flower. Then rest? Of course not. Witt flapped his wings and took off, and that papillon beast, which was threatening him, became his training target. Of course, it wasn't about catching up to it in speed. That was not his goal, but a luxury. What Witt needed to do was very simple. Hover in midair like it. This was something that other dragons, who could fly with magic, could easily do. But he couldn't. Just flying was exhausting a lot of his energy. When his watched Witt try to hover in the air like the papillon beast, paused for a moment, but ultimately said nothing. She couldn't stop a dragon from working hard to become stronger. Celine and the others were still feeling the magical elements. At this time, not only Celine but also Billy and the others had gathered a small amount of magical elements around them corresponding to their elemental types. Moreover, as time passed, those magical elements increased. On Witt's side, however, as his flying time lengthened, he gradually began to tire. But he still persisted. Suddenly, Witt felt a sharp pain in his back, and his wings became difficult to flap. Then he fell straight down, just when he thought he would land on hard ground. A claw caught him steadily. Well, Witt's dragon scales were much harder than the ground. Taking a breath, Witt still cast a grateful look at Witt. Thank you, Witt. Seeing Witt's back muscles twitching involuntarily, Witt sighed. Witt, I don't oppose your training in this way, but you must ensure your own safety. Also, training is not something that can be achieved overnight. I look forward to the day you become stronger, but it will definitely not be tomorrow or the day after. With that, Winters released Witt onto the ground. At this moment, Witt noticed that Celine and the others had already woken up and were staring at him with intense combat intent in their eyes. Of course, Witt knew that this was not hostility. As I said before, dragons are proud creatures. They disdain to bully the weak. So when they show you their fighting spirit, it means they acknowledge you. Witt didn't know how to respond to this acknowledgement at the moment. Fortunately, Winters spoke up. All right, little ones. This is not the time for you to fight. Noon is not far off, and I hope you can use your own dragon breath before it arrives. Even if it might only be as thick as your little claws. No, Winters, I think it will be as thick as my forelimb. Billy raised his claw, full of confidence. Really? I look forward to it. With that, Winters changed the subject. Witt, how do you feel now? Can you stand up? Witt didn't respond verbally, but he showed with his actions that he could still stand. Very well, then we can start now. You've just seen what magical elements look like. So now what you need to do is use your mental energy to search for the magical elements within your bodies. This is the foundation for your breath. By the way, the magical elements in a dragon's body are stored in the dragon crystal, which is located on your heads. If you find it, raise your claws. As soon as the words left his mouth, Celine raised her claw. She had sensed the magical elements last night, and after sensing them, her dragon crystal responded. Very good. Celine. Upon hearing this, a hint of pride flashed in Celine's eyes. At that moment, Dinah also raised his claw, followed closely by Ao. However, to the dragon's surprise, the fourth to raise a claw was not Billy, but Witt. That's right. He also found where his dragon crystal was located. It was right in his head. Possibly only the size of a fingernail, but he could distinctly feel the magical elements contained within. There were two types. One was fire element, and the other was water element. On the other side, Billy looked at Witt's raised claw in astonishment, then hurriedly began to search seriously. Soon, he also raised his claw. Hey, buddy, I swear, if I had taken this seriously from the beginning, I would have found it faster than you. Upon hearing this, the other dragons rolled their eyes and ignored this lively character. Winters seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and continued. Now, we move on to the second step. At the center of your chest, in the middle of your lungs, is the key to why dragons can use their breath, the elemental lung. If you find it, raise your claws. Witt followed Winter's instructions and sent his mental energy into his chest cavity. The scene inside his chest cavity soon appeared in his mind. A powerful heart pumped bright red dragon blood into his veins, flowing throughout his body, while strong lungs efficiently extracted oxygen from the air and delivered it to various parts of his body. Although he didn't see any oxygen, knowledge from another world told him that the air was filled with oxygen, which is essential for life. However, Witt held his own opinion. This world has magic. Soon, he found the elemental lung that Winters mentioned, but it was not a fleshy organ. Rather, it was two spaces located within his body. Witter's mental energy could not approach those two spaces, but he could sense the distinctly different auras emanating from them. One space radiated a high temperature that could melt everything, while the other was a cold that froze all things. Witter didn't know if this was normal, but at least the positions were correct. Moreover, upon seeing these two spaces, a strong feeling suddenly surged in Witter's heart to channel the magical elements from the dragon crystal into them. Witter thought this and acted on it, but he subconsciously chose the fire element and the space radiating high temperature. As he moved the element, Witter's mental energy was immediately consumed significantly. Furthermore, he exited the introspective state. In the outside world, Witter, whose spirit had suddenly weakened, involuntarily opened his mouth under the astonished gaze of Winters and the other four little dragons. A blazing white flame began to seep from the corners of his mouth. The next moment, a blinding white light flashed, and a dragon scale on Winters' jaw began to emit wisps of blue smoke. Meanwhile, Witter collapsed to the ground, gasping heavily. Chapter 20. As usual, the title girl has left. Winters felt the warmth on her jaw and looked at Witter with shock in her eyes. Who is she? The headmaster of the Desiderio Dragon Academy. One of the 5 legendary peak dragons of the Desiderio Dragon Nest. What does legendary mean? Among the 9 realms, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple crystal, legendary, myth, and legend. It is second only to myth and legend. And a myth-level dragon has not been heard of since she was born over 8,000 years ago. Legends have been heard of, and quite recently. The protector of this dragon nest, Desiderio, is the only legendary upper dragon in the dragon nest. It is evident how strong her power is. And indeed, her dragon scales can significantly weaken the damage from magical elements, especially fire elements. For her, physically withstanding fire-based forbidden spells is not a big deal. Yet, the breath from a dragon that has just been born for less than 2 days could make her feel warmth. This means that the breath exerted by this little dragon is comparable to high-level fire magic. And under stealth, the dragon breath could definitely harm opponents below the golden level, including golden level opponents. Even though temperature cannot fully represent power, and being harmed does not mean being defeated, it is still extremely astonishing. The power of this dragon breath is clearly not something a hatchling should possess. Thinking this, Winters looked at Witter with a complex expression, initially thinking that without the ability to practice magic, Witter would at most be an ordinary dragon. But now, she should redefine Witter's future. Moreover, Witter, promise me, unless a dragon betrays Desiderio, your breath must never be aimed at the dragons of Desiderio, especially. As she said this, Winters glanced at Celine and the others. She did not continue. Upon hearing this, Witter, who had exhausted nearly all his strength from a single breath, was first taken aback, then his eyes lit up. So, does that mean my breath is strong? Winters nodded heavily. Very strong, very strong. No young dragon that hasn't crossed the hatchling stage can withstand your breath. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others looked at Witter with newfound apprehension. The breath just released caught them completely off guard, and combined with Winters' almost exaggerated reaction, it was clear that the power of Witt's breath far exceeded their imagination. On the other side, Witt met Winter's serious gaze and nodded. I understand, Winter. From now on, I want to use my breath unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Winter looked at Witt with a softer gaze. Witt, I'm glad to hear you say that. Desiderio is a dragon lair that advocates peace. Ordinary scuffles and battles, even injuries, are nothing. But if it's a malicious injury, the injurer will be forever expelled from Desiderio. And if it results in death, the best outcome would be expulsion. I watched you descend into this world, and to me, you are all my children. I absolutely do not wish for you to go down that path. Saying this, Winter gave Witt a deep look before gently asking, how are you feeling now? Do you need me to take you back to the lair early? Witt shook his head. I just feel a bit tired. I can rest here for a while. Winter nodded, then turned his gaze to Celine and the others. Witt has given us a great demonstration. So now it's your turn. Use your mental strength to guide the magical elements in the dragon crystal. Inject it into the elemental lung. Then open your mouth and exhale. Remember, it's exhaling, not inhaling. You definitely don't want to know how strong your dragon breath is. Under Winter's guidance, Selene and the others also began to try using their dragon breath. Witt lay beside them, watching intently. He wanted to know if his breath's power was an anomaly or if every little dragon's breath was that strong. Soon, as expected, Selene became the second little dragon to use her breath. It was extremely similar to Witt's. Once again, a flash of white light appeared, and then Selene's spirit visibly dwindled. However, Selene's breath did not have a brewing process, nor did it produce a blazing white flame. Whether by coincidence or intentionally, this breath also landed on Winter's chin. Winter didn't mind at all. Very good, Selene, that was powerful. Selene looked at the unchanged scales on Winter's chin, a flicker of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. How does it compare to Witt's? Winter was momentarily at a loss for words, not wanting to hurt Selene's pride. However, in reality, this silence hurt her even more. Seeing Winter's silence, Selene quietly walked to the side and lay down, her eyes fixed on Witt. This made Witt feel quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, O's actions attracted Selene's attention. Golden flames spilled from O's mouth, and then a fan-shaped lava breath erupted from O's mouth. Most of the lava landed on the scales on Winter's chin before flowing down, while some directly hit the grass below. The flowing lava not only ignited the weeds on the ground, but also melted the stones under the high temperature of the lava. Very good. The viscosity of the lava is nice, the temperature is quite high, and it also has a burning poison. That is a genuine lava breath. Upon hearing this, O glanced at Witt, then lay down in place, slightly squinting his eyes. But upon closer observation, it was evident that O's gaze kept shifting between Witt and Selene. The fourth was Billy. Unlike the previous three dragons, Billy's breath first gathered in his large mouth, transforming into a fiery red sphere. Then, beams of red special energy shot out from the red sphere, quickly forming sharp-edged, diamond-shaped red gems, wrapped in fire elements. The red gems shot towards Winter's chin like raindrops, and upon hitting Winter's dragon scales, they shattered into pieces. Winter looked at the exhausted but proud Billy, the corners of his mouth twitching. All right, that's a genuine crystal breath. Upon hearing this, Billy's expression immediately fell. If he remembered correctly, the crystal breath, according to Winter, was the weakest among all dragon breaths. Finally, it was Dinah's turn. A green light, like a small waterfall, spewed from Dinah's mouth, landing on Winter's chin, evidently without any reaction. However, Witt and the others looked at Dinah with a serious expression. The seemingly powerless breath had drained the vitality from the grassland between Dinah and Winter. Yes, vitality. Both the grass and the ground had turned a lifeless gray-white. After a brief pause, a flicker of delight flashed in Winter's eyes. Very good, Dinah, a natural breath that is even stronger than the venomous breath. Upon hearing this, Dinah smiled tiredly, not feeling proud or reacting otherwise. Chapter 21. Boko. After Witt and the others successfully used their breaths, Winter did not immediately take them back to the academy. Instead, he let them roam around a few hundred meters in the surrounding area. In Winter's words, "Your talents are the best I've ever seen. In the past, young dragons needed to try several times, even dozens of times, before succeeding, so as a reward, I specially allow you to play outside for half a day." Hearing this, the previously listless little dragons instantly perked up. The inherited memories wouldn't mention those colorful ordinary plants, so for Selene and the others, even being restricted to a little over 100 meters was still filled with novelty. Even the usually taciturn O was the same. Only Witt was different. Those large, somewhat strange plants indeed caught the dragon's eye, but to Witt, they were just that. Although his father didn't leave him any battle experience, he did leave him a whole magical world. Those strange plants were merely plants to Witt. Compared to these, he hoped his stamina would recover quickly so he could continue flying training. Of course, there was also the breath. Although his breath was the most powerful among the five of them, it was precisely because of its strength that Winter had put restrictions on him. However, he also knew that Winter meant well. But for Witt, the breath was like an uncontrollable power. And an uncontrollable power is almost the same as having none. Therefore, Witt planned to train his breath thoroughly, especially regarding its power. Of course, this training plan was placed after flying training. After all, with his current stamina and magical element reserves, let alone training, standing after a single breath was an extremely difficult task. Additionally, he hadn't forgotten that he had another type of breath. That should be the power left to him by his mother. The dragon race's concept of parenthood is actually quite weak. At least, Witt did not see any attachment to parents in Selene and the others. But Witt is different. He has memories of that world, and his parents occupy a significant place in his heart. This is also the reason why Witt yearns for the starry sky. Don't you want to go play with them? Hearing a voice beside him, Witt looked up to see Vinny's looking at him gently. Meeting Vinny's gaze, Witt shook his head. There's nothing fun to do. I want to rest as soon as possible and then continue training. After a pause, Witt suddenly thought of something. Vinny's, do you have any ways to quickly enhance physical strength? With my current stamina, it's difficult to train effectively. Upon hearing this, Venti sighed helplessly. Witt, I think you should understand that today is only your second day in this world, and the juvenile stage of a dragon species lasts about 100 years. You are not allowed to leave the dragon nest until you reach the youth stage. In between, there is nearly 200 years of adolescence. No matter what you want to do, Witt, in fact, you don't need to be in such a hurry. Over 300 years is enough for you to improve your strength. Only in the youth stage can one leave the dragon nest. That's right. The outside is full of dangers. Both juvenile and adolescent dragons are not capable of dealing with those dangers. Hearing this, a trace of disappointment flashed in Witter's eyes. Seeing the dejected Witt, Vinny's couldn't help but ask, "Is there a place you want to go? Did your parents ask you to go?" Witt shook his head, not responding, but instead looked up at the sky. "Vinny's, what is the starry sky like?" Vinny's was momentarily taken aback, then a look of confusion crossed his eyes. "I haven't been there, so I don't know what it's like, but I've heard Desiderios say that beneath the beautiful appearance of the starry sky lies deadly danger. There is no air to breathe, endless violent winds, and a cold, lifeless void. Is that so?" Witt murmured softly, then lay down on his own, covering himself with his wings. Seeing this, Vinny shook his head helplessly and then squinted his eyes. Deep in the empty dragon nest, various snores of different pitches and tones echoed. Witt lay in the corner, not feeling the slightest bit sleepy. The air was still filled with the aroma of the roasted meat from the morning, but the leftover roasted meat had disappeared after they returned. Along with it disappeared the Moorish dragon beasts and the Chocho little dragons. It was unclear whether the roasted meat was eaten by the Moorish dragon beasts or the Chocho little dragons. Raising his head, Witt glanced at the peacefully sleeping Celine and the others, then cautiously stood up and walked outside. Moments later, Witt squatted at the entrance of the dragon nest, his eyes flickering with hesitation. He still remembered Vinny's previous warning. Although he didn't know what would happen, it probably wouldn't be pleasant. But now there was no sound outside. The other dragons should be asleep, so if he just went out to take a look, nothing should happen, right? Thinking this, Witt first poked half his body out. Looking around, the spacious corridor was empty. Seeing this, Witt cautiously stepped out of the dragon nest. Reaching the edge of the stone corridor, he looked down. The square, which had been bustling when they returned during the day, was now devoid of any dragons. Witter's heart immediately relaxed, and then a glimmer of joy flashed in his eyes. Stretching his wings, Witt leaped down, his body only slightly sinking before stabilizing in midair, and then he flew upward. The Dragon Academy was divided into 9 levels. Witter's dragon nest was on the 6th level, and his current target was the opening above the 9th level. From his angle, he could already see the starlight spilling through the opening, though more of it was moonlight. Just 3 levels, it should be fine, Witt thought to himself. However, those 3 levels turned out to be much higher than Witt had imagined. After flying just 2 levels, he felt his stamina waning. Looking up at the stone corridor on the 9th level, Witt gritted his teeth and desperately flew toward it. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and Witt successfully landed on the stone corridor of the 9th level. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, a somewhat low and hoarse voice suddenly sounded behind him. "Look, I've caught a wandering juvenile dragon at night." Witter's body stiffened, the sudden voice almost causing all his scales to stand on end. Trembling, he turned around to see a dragon radiating a faint green light, roughly the same size as Vindy's, standing not far behind him. Of course, that was not the main point. The main point was that he could see the rock wall behind the dragon through its body. Just one glance, and Witt gasped. "Hello, you can call me Boko." How did I pass out? Chapter 22. The terrifying laboratory. Opening his eyes, Witt looked around at the unfamiliar environment in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After the triple questions, Witt managed to piece together the current situation. He had secretly slipped out of the dragon nest, wanting to fly to the exit at the top of the academy to see the stars. As a result, when he reached the 9th level, he ran out of stamina, prepared to rest a bit before flying out, but then a ghostly dragon appeared behind him. After that, he remembered nothing. Oh well. Still haven't figured out where I am right now. However, it should be related to that ghostly dragon. With that thought, Witt stood up and began to examine his surroundings. This was a vast open cave, with soft lighting, much brighter than the dragon nest they lived in, and the air was filled with an indescribable smell, somewhat unpleasant. In the distance, he could see some stone platforms whose purpose he couldn't discern, and on those platforms were many containers that looked like they were made of crystal, filled with liquids of various colors. Further away, there were some stone racks with large crystal containers on them, seemingly filled with something, but from his position, he couldn't see clearly. Hesitating for a moment, Witt stood up and walked over to the stone racks. He was quite interested in the things inside those large crystal containers. Speaking of which, this place resembled a mad scientist's laboratory from that world. However, this is not that world, and he wasn't even sure if humans existed here. There probably wouldn't be any mad scientists, right? However, reality proved that he was still too naive. As Witt approached, the contents of those crystal containers gradually became clearer. However, upon seeing what they were, the scales on Witter's body stood on end from head to tail, looking like waves of water. What did he see? Eyeballs. In a cylindrical crystal container large enough to fit him comfortably, filled with light green liquid, floated eyeballs with golden pupils. Each eyeball was about the size of Witter's head, and one could imagine that the owner of these eyeballs was certainly not small. And that is not all. The stone rack was lined with these cylindrical crystal containers. There are more than just the one with eyeballs in front of him. Moreover, each eyeball in the container is not completely identical, they vary in size, the shape of the pupils, and even the color of the pupils. The last point is the most important. Although Witt does not have inherited memories, both he and Celine, and even Witt, have pupils that are radiant golden. In contrast, the pupils of those dragon beasts are merely golden. It is not hard to guess that at the very least, the dragon species have radiant golden pupils. However, in another crystal jar that Witt is looking at, there are eyeballs with radiant golden pupils. Those must be the eyes of a dragon species. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze is drawn to another crystal jar not far away. The dragon scales that had just settled once again erupted. This is because, in that crystal jar, there is a young dragon whose size is several times larger than his own, and while it cannot be said to be exactly alike, it is indeed very similar. A silver dragon. I found it deep in the Star Source mountain range. The sudden voice startled Witt greatly. Turning to look, he sees the ghost dragon he had seen before he passed out floating nearby, looking at the silver dragon trapped in the jar with a look of nostalgia. You killed it? Witt couldn't help but ask, not even noticing how dry his voice sounded when he said that. Of course not, it was infected with a plague. Without the care of an adult dragon, a young dragon infected with a plague cannot survive. By the way, what kind of image do you have of me in your mind? As he spoke, Boko looked at Witt with a strange glint in his eyes, as if he recalled that he had never done anything to that little dragon. Ghost dragon? Upon hearing this, Boko was taken aback for a moment, then showed a look of realization. You must be Witt. Witt stared at Boko in shock. There's no need to look at me like that. Whence sent your blood to me for examination and mentioned your situation? It seems she was right, another little dragon without proper bloodline inheritance. Also, your dragon blood is quite special. I have never seen such a domineering dragon blood before. If possible, roar. Hearing this, Witt immediately curled up his tail and let out a low growl at Boko. Seeing this, Boko only looked somewhat disappointed. All right, it seems you're not willing. But this should be what you need most right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a dead booze dragon beast appeared in front of Witt. Its size nearly 1/3 smaller than the one he had eaten this morning. Looking at this booze dragon beast, a look of confusion appeared on Witt's face. You passed out earlier, so I brought you back, did a simple check, and found that you fainted from exhaustion, so I went to get you this dragon beast. Your body urgently needs a lot of food, which may relate to your domineering dragon blood. It will give you a very strong physique, but requires a large amount of energy. You should eat much more than the other young dragons that came out at the same time, right? That's the reason, and you will get hungry very quickly. Especially after vigorous activity, it's best to replenish food as soon as possible to avoid fainting like earlier. You need to tell Witt about this. Or do you need me to help? Upon hearing this, Witt shook his head. No, thank you. I will tell Witt. But, as he spoke, Witt looked at the booze dragon beast. Can you help me cook it? Of course, but are you sure? The taste of cooked food is quite poor. Witt nodded. I prefer cooked food. Upon hearing this, Boko nodded, and then a green element surged from his body, lifting the booze dragon beast, and he floated towards the stone platform. Witt curiously followed him. He saw Boko take out a huge crystal container, place it on the stone platform, and then began to skin, gut, and clean it, finally placing it into the crystal container. All the discarded parts were placed in a hollow pit at the corner of the stone platform. Witt saw a flash of light, and those things disappeared completely. Boko. Witt was taken aback. What? You can call me Boko, or you can just call me teacher. After a while, when your magic gets on track, I will teach you how to brew potions. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon, but a wind element giant dragon. Chapter 23 Magic Circle. By the way, I am not a ghost dragon, but a wind element giant dragon. Hearing this, Witt was momentarily stunned. There really are ghost dragons? Boko nodded and added with a smile, but they are somewhat different from what you might imagine. Ghost dragons have physical bodies, while only elemental giant dragons lack physical forms. From the perspective of appearance, ghost dragons are actually closer to the dark magic dragons, which are also of a different species of giant dragon, while in terms of bloodline, they are closer to the black dragon among the 5-colored dragons. I know you don't have normal inherited memories, no matter how much I say. It's not as good as your own practical understanding. You should have learned about breath today, right? Seeing Witt nod, Boko continued. Then you should be resting tomorrow. And you can ask Witt to take you to the library on the 8th floor to have a look. You shouldn't be out tonight, young dragon. Especially one that has just been born like you. Adequate sleep is essential for rapid growth. Normally, if you eat well during the day and sleep well at night, within 2 years, your body length will grow quickly from about 1 meter now to 5 meters. This way, you will be at least closer in size to those young dragons born before you, as the maximum size for young dragons is only about 10 meters. Thus, you can gain the right to move freely in the Dragon Academy. If your size is too small, you might be accidentally injured by other young dragons at any time. If you miss these 2 years, your size will forever be smaller than the same batch of dragons. Additionally, Witt should have told you not to leave the dragon den alone. Witt felt somewhat anxious as he moved his tail. Well, it's night now, and there are no other young dragons outside. I just want to take a look at the stars. I'm not planning to stay outside overnight. I just can't sleep for the moment. Upon hearing this, Boko was first taken aback, then he looked Witt up and down. Your mental energy is indeed much more active than that of a normal newly born young dragon. This may be related to your bloodline, which can give, looking at Witt, who was once again curled up with his tail, baring his teeth and growling. Boko hesitated and stopped talking. All right, relax, I'm just making a suggestion. If you're unwilling, then forget it. By the way, here is something for you. Saying this, Boko placed a small jar of milky white liquid in front of Witt. This is the juice extracted from crushed domia flowers, which can effectively promote sleep. Although not being able to sleep may be related to your bloodline, it's definitely not good to not sleep or to sleep too little. In fact, if it were a sleeping potion, the effect would be better, but for you, who have just been born, it's better to use the original liquid of domia flowers. However, a small jar is for Boko. For Witt, this so-called small jar is somewhat larger than the crystal jar containing the silver dragon on the stone shelf over there. Seeing Witt look at him with a strange expression, Boko finally realized, well, it is indeed a bit big for you. It seems I'll have to come to find you every day. Saying this, Boko put away the jar containing the liquid from the domia flower. Isn't there a smaller container? You just mentioned that we will be attending your potion class in the future. Are all the tools we will use this big? Of course not. Boko shook his head. But even the smallest container is still a bit large for you, just like I said. The first 2 years after you are born is when your bodies grow the fastest. So, until your size stabilizes, which will be in 2 years, your potion class won't start. Witt looked at the pot with the meat of the bus-long beast that was gradually boiling and couldn't help but swallow. 2 years? Isn't that a long time? Boko manipulated the wind element to stir the meat in the pot. Is 2 years really that long? Speaking of which, I haven't had a good sleep in a long time. When Chiron comes back, I must sleep for decades. After a pause, Boko continued, don't worry. Your dragon life has just begun. Time is the least valuable thing for giant dragons. Witt did not respond. His gaze shifted to the peculiar patterns emitting a red glow beneath the pot. Who is Chiron? And what is this? Chiron is another teacher who understands potions. She went out to look for materials for potion making and may not return for decades. If she were here, I would have it much easier. As for this, it's a constant temperature array that provides a steady temperature. Potion making cannot do without it. Witt's gaze turned to the pit where Boko had thrown away the waste. Is that also a magic array? That's the annihilation array. You'd better not go near it. If you accidentally inject an element into it, your dragon life would come to an end, and not a single dragon scale would be left. Witt took a deep breath. Is it that dangerous? Just as he finished speaking, Witt noticed a glimmer of amusement in Boko's eyes. You're joking. You got scared, didn't you? In fact, if the magic array here were really that dangerous, I wouldn't let you stand on a shattering array. By the way, I have shattered countless magical materials with it. Witt hurriedly ran away. Even though Boko had said the magic array was not dangerous, just imagining that he was standing on something so perilous still frightened him. What about now? That's also a constant temperature array. After working hard for a while, Witt finally found a spot without any magical formations. Looking at Boko's squinting smile, Witt reluctantly turned his gaze back to the pot. Is it not cooked yet? It needs a little more time. If you don't mind it being a bit undercooked, you can eat it now. In fact, I recommend you eat it raw. It tastes amazing. Witt quickly shook his head and then looked Boko up and down. Composed entirely of green wind elements, standing on his 2 feet, yet floating overall, with short forelimbs and wings that are more than twice his body length, and a long, thin tail. With such a body, you've been emphasizing taste. Does that mean you also need to eat? Hearing this, Boko grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, and then, in Witt's astonished gaze, he suddenly solidified. The general appearance didn't change. He still had green scales, but now he had a physical form. In fact, this is the true appearance of the elemental dragon. So earlier, that was the elemental dragon's unique ability, elementalization. Saying this, Boko's body became transparent again. He continued, I just feel more comfortable moving this way, so I maintain this elemental state. After a pause, Boko's gaze turned to the pot on the constant temperature array. It's ready, but we need to add a bit of this. Saying this, Boko took out the juice of the domia flower he had put back earlier, glanced at Witt, and added just a drop. Don't worry about eating. I'll send you back later. Witt turned to look at the silver dragon in the crystal jar on the distant stone shelf, then looked back at Boko. Just to make it clear, you are not allowed to take my dragon blood while I'm asleep. Chapter 24. Ao spoke, opening his mouth. Witt let out a big yawn, then swatted away the tail that was slapping his face, opened his eyes, and looked around. Seeing the familiar surroundings, Witt was momentarily stunned, then remembered what had happened last night. Well, after eating, I have no memory of anything. This domia flower juice is too effective. Next time I'll ask Boko to add less. Domia flower? What is that? And who is Boko? Also, when did you sleep next to me? The sudden voice completely woke Witt up. Turning to look, he saw Celine looking at him with curiosity. Witt hurriedly stood up, glanced around, and only then noticed that he was now standing in the spot where Celine had slept last night. Well, I was so sleepy that I rolled over here without realizing it. Do you believe it or not? Celine, however, casually flicked her tail. I'm more curious about what the domia flower and Boko are. Hearing this, Witt glanced at the sleeping Billy and the other 3 dragons, hesitated for a moment, and said, Boko is the potion teacher at the academy, and the domia flower is a material used for potion making. Upon hearing this, Celine's eyes lit up. You went out last night. Witt hurriedly stepped forward to cover Celine's mouth with his paw, then cautiously looked at the other 3 dragons to see they hadn't been awakened. and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. But his relief was evidently premature. Being suddenly covered by Witt, Celine would not let it go and opened her mouth to bite down hard on Witt's paw, resulting in Celine covering her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, and looking angrily at Witt. Too thick. That's too hard. Witt looked at his paw, momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, during their fight the day before yesterday, Celine had bitten him quite painfully, but now he felt nothing at all. Flapping his wings behind him, Witt noticed that his wings were even stronger than yesterday. No wonder Boko said that sleeping is very important for newly born dragons. In just one night, his physical strength had improved so much. However, now was clearly not the time to think about that. Seeing the fire of anger rising in Celine's eyes, Witt hurriedly took a few steps back. It was you who bit me. That has nothing to do with me. Hearing this, Celine paused, then retracted her already spread wings. Come here, I want to hit you. What for? Saying this, Witt stepped forward a few steps as instructed. Seeing this, Celine took the initiative to approach and reached out her paw toward Witt. Noticing Witt looking at her warily, she spoke. How come your dragon scales suddenly became so hard? Although I also feel a bit stronger than yesterday. It's not as obvious as yours. What did you do last night? Witt, you actually didn't stay in the dragon's lair as Witt said, but went out instead? A loud voice startled both Witt and Celine. Witt turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Billy staring at him intently, and, well, also Ao and Dinah. Witt shot a resentful glance at Celine and then helplessly said, I couldn't sleep, so I thought other dragons would be asleep at night. So I went out to take a look. But more than that, I'm curious about what you did to grow faster than us. A slightly stern voice rang out, and the dragons were momentarily stunned, realizing that it was Ao who had spoken. Then, Billy and Dinah looked at Ao in confusion. What do you mean grow faster? Didn't you notice? Ao fixed his gaze on Witt and continued. His size has increased significantly compared to yesterday, although we've all grown a little. It's not as obvious as his. Upon hearing this, Celine was the first to react. Now that you mention it, your size has indeed increased a lot. Hearing this, Billy ran over to Witt's side and gently poked Witt's wing. Brother, it's not good to hog all the food. Hurry up and share what you saw last night. Celine and the others looked at Billy with speechless expressions. That's not the point. However, they soon realized that their behavior seemed a bit inappropriate. Ao hesitated for a moment and said, Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your secrets. If it's inconvenient to talk about, just consider that I didn't ask. Upon hearing this, Witt looked at Ao in surprise. He had always seemed taciturn, and Witt thought it would be difficult to get along with him. But now it seemed that he might just be shy about communicating with other dragons. Shaking his head, Witt said, Actually, I don't know what's going on either. If there's any difference between us, it might just be that I ate a booze-long beast last night. Boko helped me get it. I couldn't sleep yesterday and wanted to go up and look at the stars. While resting on the 9th level, I ran into Boko. He's going to be our potion teacher in the future. I fainted from exhaustion, and he said my constitution is different from yours, needing more energy. Besides that, there was only the juice of the domia flower, but that's to help with my overly active mental energy issue. Simply put, it helps me sleep well. Indeed. Hearing Witt's words, the other dragons realized they had not forgotten Witt's terrifying appetite. It seemed that Witt's appetite was even higher than what he had shown yesterday. They weren't even hungry now. As for talent, there was nothing they could do about it. But brother, can you take me with you when you go out tonight? Too close, too close. Witt took a step back and then looked at Billy. I wouldn't recommend you do that. In fact, Boko said that starting today, he will come every night to provide me with domia flower juice. Not to mention taking you. I can't go out myself. Also, Boko told me that in the first 2 years after birth, daily sleep is very important for us. If we lack sleep, our growth will be permanently affected. We would be smaller than the other hatchlings born in the same batch. Hearing this, Billy gave an awkward smile. Then I guess I'll sleep. Saying that, Billy really returned to the corner where he was before and lay down. Then he suddenly lifted his head to look at Witt. Brother, do you think if I sleep a bit longer, my size will be bigger? Witt's face froze, not knowing how to respond for a moment. This guy's thought process is always so peculiar. Of course not. Witt looked in the direction of the voice and saw Wentz standing at the entrance, looking at him kindly. Chapter 25. The library. Seeing Wentz looking over, Witt felt a bit embarrassed and lowered his head. Sorry, Wentz, I really couldn't sleep last night. Wentz walked in, chuckling softly. It's okay, Witt. In fact, I should be the one apologizing. I should have noticed your difference earlier. When you used your breath without me explaining how to cast it. I should have realized your mental energy is more active than Celine's and the others. Also, I'm sorry. I really didn't notice your physical issue until this morning when Boko came to find me and told me you had fainted. Watching the serious expression on Wentz's face, don't ask me how to recognize a dragon's expression. I don't know, Witt mumbled. Wentz, you don't need to apologize for that. You've already taken good care of me. Hearing this, Wentz shook his head with a smile. All right, enough of that. Today, your food is this. He waved his claw. And a corpse of an adult booze-long beast appeared in the lair. Witt swore that this thing's length must be 500 or 600 meters. However, compared to the fact that an adult booze-long beast was so big, Witt was clearly more concerned about how Wentz had conjured it with a wave of his hand. Wentz, how did you do that? That's so cool. Before Witt could speak, Billy had already dashed to the side of the booze-long beast, examining it closely while asking. This question is actually quite simple. Once you leave the hatchling stage, you will naturally understand. As Witt looked at the 5 little ones who were feeling down, he smiled broadly. But since you asked, there's no harm in telling you. The truth is, you haven't fully developed yet. When you leave the hatchling state, pay close attention to my neck. There is a unique scale here, known as the reverse scale. It will only grow after you pass the hatchling stage. Within the reverse scale, there is a space to store items. The reverse scale space will gradually enlarge as you grow. Witt curiously looked at the reverse scale on Witt's neck. Does every dragon have one? Of course. But when I say every dragon, I mean the dragon species. Also, you must remember one thing. Innate dragon beasts do not have a reverse scale, and innate dragon beasts, after growing up, have a natural aversion to dragons. So, if you leave the dragon nest in the future and venture outside, when approaching a strange giant dragon, you must carefully observe if it has a reverse scale. As for other types of dragons, generally speaking, innate dragon beasts can barely survive outside of their eggs, as they do not have the habit of leaving their eggs. Hearing this, Witt and the others' eyes narrowed, then they nodded. Seeing this, Witt smiled. All right, now let's start ordering food. Who wants cooked food besides Witt? This time, only Celine raised her claw. Clearly, not all dragons like to eat cooked food. Witt watched as Witt began to magically roast the meat and couldn't help but swallow. Witt, it feels like we won't be able to finish it all. Witt blinked. In fact, I want to eat something today too. Soon, after Witt and the others were full, Witt quickly devoured the remaining meat. Winterth, Boko said we have a break today, is that true? But Winterth shook her head. They are taking a break. But you need to come with me to the library. Although bloodline inheritance is not mandatory, it can indeed be quite convenient in some aspects. Tomorrow we will officially start learning magic, and you need to review the basic knowledge related to magic in advance. Plus you need to understand some common knowledge as well. Witt, you will be very busy from now on. I don't really like the library, and just seeing those books makes me sleepy. Saying this, Winterth frowned tightly. It was clear that she really disliked that place. Hearing this, Witt nodded. He was already mentally prepared for this. Just then, Celine approached. Winterth, can I go with you? Of course, but I must warn you, it's really boring there. Saying this, she stretched out her claw, signaling Witt and Celine to jump on. However, the newly hatched little dragons were the most curious, so Billy and the others flew up too. Winterth grinned. This is what you chose for yourselves. As they walked out of the dragoness den, Witt and the others curiously looked down at the square, which was as lively as ever. In fact, when Winterth took them out of the academy yesterday, Witt and the others had already felt the enthusiasm of their kin. Almost every little dragon would fly over to greet Winterth, but their gaze was always focused on the 5 little ones. Witt had no doubt that if it weren't for Winterth, these little dragons would have grabbed them in their claws and examined them closely. Today was not as crazy as yesterday, but there were still little dragons casting curious glances their way. Fortunately, they did not come over. Winterth led them out of the stone corridor and then flew up to the 8th floor. After landing on the ground, Winterth's arrival stirred up a cloud of dust. Clearly, dragons didn't often visit here. Witt glanced around. There was only one entrance in the circular stone corridor on the 8th floor. Noticing Witt's movements, Winterth explained, the entire 8th floor is interconnected, and it houses all the books of Desiderio. As she spoke, Winterth walked into the entrance. Unlike the dragoness den, as soon as they entered, the 5 little ones couldn't help but exclaim. Soft light emanated from the gems embedded in the ceiling, illuminating the entire space. What welcomed them were huge stone shelves. Each shelf was filled with books that looked enormous. How big were they? These books, held in the claws of Winterth, who stood 600 to 700 meters tall, were just the right size. In other words, each book was tens of meters, even close to 100 meters tall. Furthermore, they were not like the ones Witt saw in another world, made of paper. Most were made of metal, and there were quite a few varieties, with a small portion made of crystal. Witt stared at the books before him, finally understanding what Winterth meant when she said that the knowledge in the library was enough for you to spend a lifetime learning. Winterth, are you sure I can turn the pages? Winterth, of course, knew what Witt was thinking, smiled, and took down a book, saying, Don't worry, Witt. I will help you. Witt looked at the book in Winterth's other claw, his face wooden and his eyes a bit dazed. Is this what I'm supposed to read today? Of course not. Just as Witt was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Winterth continue. This is just one of them. Witt fell silent. He could even feel the sympathetic gazes from Celine and the others. Chapter 26. What you need to read, Winterth. You're not joking, right? Witt stared into Winterth's eyes, trying to find some hint of jest, but unfortunately, Winterth was serious and quickly said about it. Witt stood on the ground, looking at this several-meter-thick giant book in front of him, questioning dragon life. Then another large metal book was stacked on top of the one in front of him. Besides that book, Magic of Dragons, you also need to read this one, Basics of Dragon Language Magic, and this one, Origins of Magic, along with this one, Foolproof Dragon Language Magic Teaching, of course. You only need to understand this one. In addition to these magic-related books, there's also this one, Encyclopedia of Dragons, Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, Encyclopedia of Herbs, Complete Guide to Potions, a few things about magic circles, and my wilderness experiences. For now, that's all. Among these books, I highly recommend My Wilderness Experiences, which also describes knowledge about dragon beasts. Although it is somewhat one-sided compared to Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, the storytelling is quite good. This is one of the few books that can keep me from getting sleepy. Saying this, Winthrop pointed at the already stacked books with her claw. Let us see 1, 2, just exactly 10 books. Let us go find a spacious corner. By the way, Winthrop looked down at the 5 little ones while lifting the 10 large books. Although your inherited memories already contain this knowledge, each dragon's understanding varies, so bloodline inheritance always carries a strong individuality, even with errors. If you all finish reading these books, it will be beneficial for you. So do you want to join? As a result, aside from Witt, who couldn't refuse, Celine and the others shook their heads wildly. Seeing this, Winthrop smiled helplessly. Well, I and Witt will go read over there, and you can wander around in here. But keep it quiet. There are many adult dragons in the library. They don't like to be disturbed while reading. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others quickly fled as if they were released. The tall stone shelves and the massive collection of books in the library filled them with a sense of mystery. If it weren't for Winthrop not saying anything, they would have wanted to explore it long ago. Witt looked enviously at Celine and the others, then grimaced and hurriedly followed closely behind Winthrop. Are these all the books I have to read today? Of course not. Don't say 10 books. Even 1 book, you might not finish in a year. So, this is 100 years worth of material. Starting today, we will come here every other day to read books. Of course, if you want to take a break, that is also fine. After all, we can't let your life be filled with study. We are dragons, with plenty of time to learn. Boom. With a loud noise, Witt flapped his wings to blow away the dust that had risen around him. Then he saw Winthrop already lying down and selecting 1 book from the 10. Opening it in front of her, Witt curiously flew up. Winthrop, what are we learning first? Origins of magic. Although it doesn't detail specific methods of learning magic, it explains the sources of magical elements in detail, allowing you to understand magic, yourself, and the future more quickly. Saying this, Winthrop turned the cover of the book. The pages of the book, made entirely of an unknown metal and several centimeters thick, are embossed with rows of golden symbols, looking ancient and majestic. Yet, Witt can easily recognize them. This is the ancient dragon language, possessing mysterious powers. Some symbols of the ancient dragon language are actually spells of dragon magic. Although for us, these spells are merely the language used by the dragon race in the past, such as fireball. Saying this, Winthrop uttered 2 awkward phonetics, and immediately, a massive fireball, radiating a scorching heat, appeared in her hand. Witter's eyes lit up, and he fixed his gaze on his right claw. Fireball. The same 2 awkward phonetics, except for the childish sound, were indistinguishable from Winthrop's. After uttering these 2 phonetics, Witter felt a surge of mental energy concentrating in his right claw, and then, the fire elements in the air began to gather around it. However, in the next second, the gathered fire elements, still not able to condense into a fireball, were suddenly absorbed by Witter's body. The magical elements that had gathered due to the ancient dragon language instantly fled. Watching this scene, Witter couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Sure enough, he couldn't use magic. Seeing this, Winter comforted him. It's okay, Witter. Magic doesn't mean everything. Earth dragons, like the giant dragons, are also incredibly powerful beings within the dragon race, and most of them cannot use magic. Furthermore, even if those fire elements hadn't been devoured by your body, your magic still wouldn't have succeeded. Magic isn't just about reciting a spell. We'll go into detail about this tomorrow. Don't be discouraged. Not being able to use magic doesn't mean the mysteries of magic will close their doors to you. Moreover, having elemental affinity just means your body is naturally capturing nearby magical elements. But this state won't last forever. If it could last indefinitely, you should be even happier, because this means your physical body has boundless potential. Witter nodded, adjusted his mood, and began reading the text in the book. The creator dragon Covey and the destroyer dragon Ixasis fought fiercely in the starry sky, representing the clash of the powers of creation and destruction, causing the spilled dragon blood to undergo inexplicable changes. In the end, a brand new world was formed. It is unknown how long it has been, or rather, time has no meaning for the 2 dragons. In short, the final result was that the destroyer dragon Ixasis fled in defeat, with the creator dragon Covey in hot pursuit. However, as he left, Covey noticed the world birth from the powers of him and Ixasis. To celebrate the world's rebirth, he left a drop of his blood to merge into this world. Millions of years later, this world began to nurture its own life because of that drop of blood left by the creator dragon. While life was being nurtured, the powers possessed by the creator dragon also began to manifest in this world: earth, water, fire, wind, nature, thunder, light, and darkness. The emergence of magical elements accelerated the nurturing of life. She was born and was called the Mother of Dragons, the first dragon of the dragon realm, Camosis. Witter turned to Winter. Is what is written here true? Winter yawned. Reading was simply too painful. Hearing Witter's question, Winter perked up. No dragon knows whether it's true or false. Moreover, this passage was not written by the author of this book. It was discovered on a stone wall from ancient times. The baptism of millions of years has not destroyed it, which gives it a high credibility among some circles of dragons. But if you ask me whether it's true or false, I can only say I don't know. Chapter 27. The title of The Daughter Who Ran Away from Home. The author is searching. Vitor was taken aback upon hearing this and then asked with some confusion. Don't know? Vinta nodded with a smile. Camosis is the first dragon in the world. This is just one theory about the origin of dragons. There are actually many such speculations. This is a viewpoint from the mother of dragons origin theory. The subsequent statement is that Camosis gave birth to the initial dragon race. In other words, dragons who believe this think that the mother of dragons is the source of the dragon race. Besides the mother of dragons origin theory, there is also the creation theory, which suggests that the dragon race is a rather perfect species, with long lifespans, filled with wisdom, and possessing great strength. But being too perfect seems somewhat unnatural. Therefore, they believe that the blood of the creator dragon, after falling into the dragon realm, split into 8, transforming into 8 dragon eggs. These 8 dragon eggs nurtured the initial 8 elemental dragon gods, who later collectively created the dragon race. Because it was divinely created, it is thus perfect. In addition to these, there are many other viewpoints, such as the theory of evolution, the theory of extraterrestrial visitors, and so on. Extraterrestrial visitors? Vitor's heart stirred. In the inherited memories, his parents were giant dragons from the starry sky, but according to Vitor, bloodline inheritance is written by the previous generation of giant dragons for the young dragons. Although the colossal dragon bodies in the starry sky, resembling stars, don't seem to be fabricated, he also has no way to prove that it's true. To prove it, one must become stronger and then personally go to the starry sky to seek the truth. But now, Vitor, which one do you think is true? Upon hearing this, Vinta smiled. Vitor, time is the most ruthless thing in this world. The truth hidden under time is difficult to pursue, and no dragon can clearly say what the origin of the dragon race is. Unless you can jump out of the river of time, go back to the past, and witness it with your own eyes. Vitor looked at Vitor with some confusion. Can we really jump out of time? Vitor rolled her eyes. Who knows? In the history of dragons, there was once a time dragon. Vitor, anxious, asked, and then he thought he could manipulate time. But the result was that he was played with by time and ended up battered and bruised. In the end, he disappeared. And no dragon knows where he went. Was it the past? The future? Or did he die in some unknown corner? So, Vitor, don't rush. You have plenty of time. Doing the right thing at the right time, you will find that your worries will decrease significantly. Vitor was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled softly. Thank you, Vitor. Maybe I really shouldn't be so anxious. Vinta laughed. There's no need to rush to become stronger, but you do need to hurry to fill your mind with this knowledge. Vitor, knowledge is power. Upon hearing this, Vitor's expression suddenly turned bitter. The origin of the dragon race is merely the beginning of the book The Origin of Magic. Of course, just like Vinta said, this book only discusses some basics of magic, not including the learning and training of magic. Soon, Vitor had a rough understanding of magic. For example, when casting magic, it's not enough to have a spell, mental energy, and elemental affinity to succeed. There are many more things to pay attention to than Vitor imagined. Most importantly, there is something called a magic node, which is linked to the magical elements within the dragon crystal. Without constructing a magic node, even if the elements gather under the influence of a spell, they will quickly disperse. In addition to this, Witt also learned about the division of power levels. There are 9 realms: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, purple crystal, legendary, mythical, and divine. Each major realm is further divided into 3 minor realms: upper, middle, and lower. Generally, a newly born young dragon is at the middle level of black iron, and after eating the eggshell, the young dragon will quickly grow to the upper level of black iron, and after 2 years, it will automatically advance to the lower level of bronze. After that, the young dragon's strength depends on its own talent. However, as mentioned in the theory of divine creation by Witt, dragons are considered perfect beings. For example, even the least talented and least hardworking giant dragon will naturally break through to silver once it passes the juvenile stage and enters the adolescent stage. After passing the young stage, it will reach platinum, and after the adult stage, it will become purple crystal. Once it enters old age, with the passage of time, it will inevitably step into the legendary realm. Moreover, the old age of the giant dragon does not mean a decline in physical strength or deterioration of power. On the contrary, old age is the most powerful period in a giant dragon's life. In the last years before its lifespan ends, its strength will rapidly decline. This period lasts for over 24,000 years. In other words, if a giant dragon just idles away its life, it can still live for over 24,000 years. If it has better talent and can break through to legendary or even mythical during this time, it can live even longer. Those who surpass 24,000 years are called ancients. Of course, Witt learned much more than this. Time passed slowly as Witt immersed himself in the world of the book Origins of Magic, greedily absorbing the knowledge within. During this time, Witt accidentally fell asleep, and Witt had to exert a lot of effort to wake her up. By himself. He currently couldn't manage the physical task of turning pages. As for Celine and the others, after the initial novelty wore off, they returned to see Witt reading. Naturally, they also tried to take a few glances. However, aside from Celine, who managed to stay a bit longer, Billy and the others just glanced, and then lay down next to Witt to sleep. It wasn't until it was almost dark that Witt and the others returned to the dragon's lair under Witt's guidance. Additionally, the books in the library are not allowed to be taken out, so Witt could only go to read with Witt accompanying him each day. By the way, Witt, Boko was worried he would forget, so he simply asked me to bring this over to you. Saying this, Witt took out a jar of milky white liquid and placed it in the center of the dragon's lair. It was the juice of the Damaya flower. Boko had placed a teleportation magic circle on the lid of the jar. As long as you stand on top of the jar, the magic circle will automatically activate, transporting the juice of the Damaya flower into the groove on the lid. I think you should thank him next time you see him. Also, this is your dinner. Saying this, Witt pulled out a piece of cooked meat, roughly the size of the juvenile booth dragon beast they had eaten the previous morning. It wouldn't do to keep targeting juvenile booth dragon beasts, as that would affect the population of the booth dragon beasts, which are among the few suitable dragon beasts for young dragons in our vicinity. So see you tomorrow. Chapter 28. Magic class for the next period of time. This will be your classroom. With this, Witt set Witt and the others down and began to survey the cave before them, located on the 4th level. The cave is spacious, about the same size as the depths of the dragon's lair. However, in the center of the cave, there is a row of various dragon beast targets. Looking at these targets, a glimmer of nostalgia flashed in Witt's eyes. It can be said that every little dragon in the academy has spent time in this classroom, including herself. Now, every little dragon in the academy is learning and practicing magic in this classroom under her guidance. The Dragon Academy is specifically established for young dragons. When they reach the juvenile dragon stage, they will leave the academy and truly begin to live independently. Of course, independent living means within the dragon's nest. Only when they reach the young dragon stage are they allowed to leave the nest. By that time, they will have a certain level of self-protection ability. Moreover, she does not always stay with these young dragons. If that were the case, she would be overwhelmed with work. When the young dragons are around 20 years old and have learned enough magic, her job is complete. And then she waits for the birth of a new batch of young dragons, just like the current Witt and the others. The fertility rate of dragons has always been a problem. A mature female dragon will give birth to at most 3 dragon eggs, and some may have none at all. There are many reasons for this, but fundamentally, it is just too difficult to nurture a dragon egg. Among dragons, the giant dragon species has the lowest egg-laying rate. Furthermore, giant dragons have a characteristic: they rarely raise their own eggs. After laying eggs, they are likely to hide them in a safe place and then leave. As for whether the young dragons will survive, in fact, they will hide the eggs near the giant dragon's lair. Therefore, each dragon's nest has a team that goes into the wilderness to search for those abandoned dragon eggs by irresponsible parents. Occasionally, they will also bring back some young dragons. Whether it is a dragon egg or a young dragon, both are difficult to preserve in the perilous wilderness, especially the latter. If a dragon egg is well hidden, it is relatively safe. Moreover, if the environment is unsuitable, the incubation process of the dragon egg can be quite slow or even stop. If this process exceeds 100 years, the egg will never hatch a young dragon. Also, not every dragon egg can successfully hatch a young dragon. Witt in their batch is considered a large number. Therefore, the time she waits for the young dragons to be born can be very long or very short. At its longest, there may even be no young dragons in the entire Dragon Academy. The current Dragon Academy is simply unimaginable for her. There are as many as 103 young dragons. It's no wonder she feels this way. In fact, most of the disappeared dragon nests did not vanish due to being attacked by other dragons, but because there were no successors. Just as Witt was envisioning a bright future for the dragon's nest, Witt and the others were captivated by the targets in the classroom. Celine and Dinette, being little female dragons, were perhaps a bit more reserved, merely curiously observing the targets, which featured dragon beasts with inherited memories that they recognized. Unlike their observations, the little male dragons were clearly more aggressive. Witt tried to scratch the target with his claws, leaving behind white marks. Ao fiercely clawed at the target, leaving several deep claw marks, then glanced at Witt and proudly raised his head. As for Billy, when Witt came to her senses and saw Billy's actions, her brow furrowed. Billy, have you forgotten what I told you? Why are you stuffing everything into your mouth? Also, Ao, these targets are for practicing magic, not for sharpening claws. They can withstand the impact of magic, but to your claws, they are no different from dirt. There's nothing to be proud of. And you, Vitor, let's forget about it since you didn't damage the target. But please remember, not everything can be grabbed with claws. If you can't remember this, don't blame me for not reminding you when you suffer the consequences. Saying this, Winters looked at Vitor and the 3 young dragons with a bit of a headache. Sure enough, newborn dragons are full of curiosity and can't be left unattended for too long. After being scolded a few times, Vitor and the others awkwardly stopped their actions, especially Ao, whose head almost drooped to the ground. Celine looked at Vitor and the others with a smug expression. Young dragons always have a strong sense of competition in various strange aspects, and in Celine's eyes, she was the winner now. Dinette lay quietly in front of a target. Smiling at the group of young dragons, she was always like this. All right, we should start the class now. You can choose a target that looks pleasing to you. Of course, not to grab or bite, but to test your magic. Saying this, Winters paused and continued. You are not unfamiliar with magic, as it is a power engraved in our bloodline. Vitor, you too, dragon breath is also magic. Do you remember how you used your breath? By guiding the magical elements within the dragon crystal with your mental power and injecting them into the elemental lung, you can use it. Selene loudly took over Winter's words. Winters nodded. Very good. But do you know why injecting elements into the elemental lung allows you to use breath? The five little ones looked at each other. Their eyes filled with confusion. Winters smiled and said, this involves the principles of using magic. What are the principles of using magic? Using the magical elements within your body to construct elemental nodes, connecting the elemental nodes with mental power, constructing an elemental circuit, and attracting nearby free elements to gather together. This is the process of casting magic. Now, back to the previous question, why does injecting elements into the elemental lung allow you to use breath? Vitor's eyes lit up. The elemental lung has already constructed elemental nodes. Winters smiled and said, you're very close. In fact, the elemental lung does indeed have the elemental nodes for dragon breath. And this node is naturally generated. Do you remember what the essence of the nodes is? It is magical elements. Therefore, the elemental lung is actually the second place in our dragon species to store magical elements. However, the magical elements in the elemental lung appear to be inert. So, when we deliver elements to the elemental lung, we are not constructing elemental nodes, but activating the magical elements in the elemental lung. The activated magical elements automatically construct the elemental nodes for dragon breath and attract surrounding elements to gather, thus completely forming dragon breath. This magic is unique to our dragon species and is called origin magic. Chapter 29. The concentration of dragon bloodline. This magic is unique to our dragon species and is called origin magic. After a pause, Winters continued, of course. It can also be called bloodline magic. Our dragon species, besides breath, also has another origin magic, which is flight. At this point, Winters looked at Vitor, a bit helplessly saying, unlike breath, flight requires the use of the magical elements that are free in the air. Therefore, you cannot use this magic. But as I said, Vitor, don't be discouraged. Trust me, everything will get better. It's not that she's being naggy, but Vitor is still young and can easily fall into self-doubt by thinking, why can other dragons do it, but I can't? To ensure Vitor can grow up positively and optimistically, Winters must keep these words in mind. Sure enough, after hearing Winter's words, Vitor, who had just felt a bit down, perked up again. All right, let's continue. Breath and flight are the origin magics of our dragon species. But this does not mean that other dragon species do not have origin magic. Every type of dragon, and even most dragon beasts, has origin magic. Have you thought about who you have seen before? Upon hearing this, the five little ones began to think carefully, and soon, Vitor's eyes lit up. The puffball dragon. Winters smiled and said, very good, Vitor, it's the expansion of the puffball dragon. They will absorb a large amount of wind elements into their bodies the moment they sense danger. Such rapid elemental changes cannot be explained merely by the flow of elements. Although it seems useless to us and its power is almost negligible, it is indeed a form of origin magic. Origin magic does not need to be learned. It only requires practice. Moreover, origin magic cannot be learned later. Even if the magical effects are similar, origin magic can still not be replicated. Therefore, only two types of beings can use dragon breath: the dragon species and the innate dragon beasts born from dragon eggs. The five little ones were shocked. The innate dragon beasts can actually use dragon breath? Winters glanced at Billy and then corrected. Only innate dragon beasts born from dragon eggs can use it. Those born from other dragon species eggs cannot use dragon breath. Furthermore, what they can use are only breath and flight, these two origin magics. As for the reason, Winters paused for a moment before continuing. There are two types of magic: the origin magic commonly used by dragon beasts and the dragon language magic used by dragon species. Origin magic represents talent, while dragon language magic represents wisdom. Dragon beasts lack wisdom, so they cannot use dragon language magic? Winters gave Selene an approving glance. Exactly. Therefore, the magic we need to learn is dragon language magic. By the way, the power of dragon language magic depends on two aspects. One is strength. The other is the level of control over the magic, and there is another aspect. Its power is related to the concentration of dragon bloodline. Regarding the concentration of dragon bloodline, this concept is actually quite abstract. No dragon can say what the dragon bloodline is, and we cannot find where it is located in our bodies. But it does indeed exist. The concentration of dragon bloodline is not reflected in elemental affinity or physical strength. But there is a certain relationship. Let's take an example. Saying this, Winters looked at Vitor. In the test the day before yesterday, I observed your elemental affinities. The highest affinity was naturally Selene, followed by AO, then Dynat. Fourth was Billy, and Vitor had the lowest. An elemental affinity represents the degree of element condensation when using magic. So, under normal circumstances, the power of your dragon breath should also be in this order from high to low. But the reality is that Vitor, with the lowest elemental affinity, is actually the one with the strongest dragon breath. The reason for this is due to the concentration of the dragon bloodline. Vitor's dragon bloodline concentration is higher than all of yours, even higher than mine, reaching over 90% according to the current classification of bloodline concentration. Your bloodline concentration is generally around 80%, and only Selene has truly reached above 80. At this point, Winters saw a hint of unwillingness on AO's face and chuckled softly. You don't need to show that expression because, under normal circumstances, most dragonkind have bloodline concentrations in the 70s, just like me. I haven't even reached 80. In contrast, most hybrid dragons are above 80, like Selene and Vitor. Therefore, some dragon scholars believe that hybrid dragons are actually a form of bloodline reversion, with the common belief being that it reverts to the creator dragon, Kovii, while some dragons believe it is the dragon mother. However, this is not important. What matters is that we can see from Vitor that one of the powerful reasons affecting the strength of magic includes the concentration of dragon bloodline. Otherwise, we can't explain why Vitor's breath is so strong. He is even the last one born among you, which means that both in terms of mental strength and the reserve of magical elements, he is the lowest among you. Of course, this is just temporary. If Billy, you continue to bite that target instead of listening seriously, soon, even your mental strength level and magical element reserve will be surpassed by Vitor. Billy chuckled awkwardly and quickly lay down obediently, but from his constantly swaying dragon tail, it was evident that his heart had not calmed down. Winters shook her head helplessly and then looked seriously at Selene and the others. Although Vitor cannot use magic right now, it does not mean that he will never be able to use magic. Rather, Vitor will definitely be able to use magic. Because elements are not the only condition for magic, above elements, there are rules and laws. Although this may exceed your understanding at the moment, Vitor, as long as you can step into the legendary realm, elements will no longer limit your ability to use magic. Effort will. By then, if you can use magic. With a bloodline concentration above 90, your magical power will far exceed that of the same realm, just like your breath. Listening to Winter's words, Vitor's eyes shone brightly. After encouraging Vitor, Winters secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This was actually a reminder from Boko. She had not gone all out for many years and almost forgot that legendary cultivation is not about elements, but about rules that are higher than elements. Moreover, achieving legend is not only possible through magic. The physical body can also achieve legend, and rules are the hallmark power of legend. And the legendary physical body. Winters looked at Vitor. Such a rich dragon bloodline has effects beyond just magic. Chapter 30. Dragon Language Magic. Seeing Vitor's excited expression, a gentle smile flashed in Winter's eyes. All right, Vitor, although you can use magic, that is a future matter. Right now, what you need to do is to calm down and study magic properly. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Vitor's face, and he quickly lay down quietly, looking at Winters with great anticipation. Selene and the others also became serious upon seeing this. They had witnessed Vitor's dragon breath. If Vitor could really use magic in the future, then his magical power would definitely be extremely strong. At this moment, the pride of dragonkind continuously stimulated them. If even Vitor's magic could become extremely strong, then if their magic was weak, they would be utterly embarrassed. Seeing this, Winters nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us continue today's lesson, Dragon Language Magic. Just now, we learned that the concentration of dragon bloodline is an important factor affecting magical power, but under normal circumstances, this influence is not very significant. Vitor is special. Apart from bloodline concentration, another factor affecting magical power is strength. So what is strength? To put it simply, strength is the amount of elements stored within your dragon crystal. The more you store, the more elements you can call upon. The stronger the elemental nodes you can construct, the greater the attraction to free elements. And the stronger the magical power you can unleash. However, you only need to understand this aspect briefly because, as newly born dragons, this factor can almost be ignored. In the next 2 years, your bodies will grow rapidly, and at the same time, elements will accumulate rapidly, soon reaching the lower level of bronze. However, in the following 90 years, your elemental accumulation will become very slow. This is why, after 2 years, you will be able to freely enter and exit your dragon lair. A 20-year-old young dragon, aside from casting experience, will not be much stronger than you at 2 years old. At that time, you won't need to worry about them accidentally hurting you. Of course, the older you get, the more elements you accumulate. That is for sure. 2 years, huh? Upon hearing this, Vitor's heart moved. He decided to heed Winter's advice, slow down his growth rate, and let go of the unrealistic thought of becoming stronger in the short term. But that doesn't mean he was uninterested in the starry sky. 2 years later, he would gain the freedom to move around, and by that time, he would be able to gaze at the starry sky freely. On the other side, Winters continued speaking. Therefore, in the short term, we do not need to focus on the influence of strength on magical power. That will be the lesson 2 years later, after your elements stabilize. So, what do we need to learn? It is the third factor that can influence the strength of magical power, which is the level of control over magic. The level of control over magic is specifically reflected in the construction of elemental nodes. The dragon language in Dragon Language Magic is the ancient dragon language. Ancient dragon language contains power. This point, I believe you all understand. And the ancient dragon language is the most important aspect of bloodline inheritance. Even Vitor's inheritance contains this. Therefore, we will proceed directly to the next step, constructing elemental nodes. How do we construct elemental nodes? In fact, elemental nodes are embedded in every phonetic turn of the ancient dragon language. The key to arranging nodes lies in the interplay between the ancient dragon language, mental strength, and the elements within your body. While reciting the ancient dragon language, envelop the elements with your mental strength, and then control the elements at each phonetic turn to prevent them from moving randomly. This position will be the node's position. To put it more visually, the air in front of us is a piece of paper, The ancient dragon language is a string of text written on the paper, mental strength is the pen, and magical elements are the ink. What we need to do is to leave a mark at each node of this string of text using the ink from the pen. At these node positions, once all the marks are complete, it will automatically absorb free elements. Thus, a magic spell will be completely formed. Pausing, Winters looked at the 5 little ones. I have already said it clearly enough. So what you need to do next is to practice your respective magic according to my instructions. Of course, what you will practice is the lowest level magic in your elemental affinity. Let me think for a moment. Selene, your elemental affinity is light. So the magic you will practice is the light arrow. Saying this, a rather complex syllable was uttered from Winter's mouth. Then, Winters turned her gaze to Ao. Your elemental affinity is fire and earth, so you can choose between fireball and earth spike. Of course, practicing both together is also fine. Billy, you are the fireball. Dine it. Your elemental affinity is nature, and your breath is natural, leaning towards the life aspect of nature, so you will practice with vines. As for Witt, Winter paused for a moment. And Witt smiled and said, "It's all right, Winter, you can just watch here." Upon hearing this, Winter, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied, "Witt, don't think about slacking off. Since you want to learn magic, you can't skip the practice step. Theory alone cannot uncover the mysteries of magic. The reason I hesitated was that I was considering whether you have water elements in addition to fire elements in your elemental affinity. If you do, that could be troublesome. You would need to first listen to the training of water elemental magic." Witt looked at Winter with surprise. "Can I not cast magic?" Not being able to cast magic does not mean you cannot practice magic. It seems you did not seriously consider what I just said. The 3 essential elements of magic are mental power, the magical elements within your body, which we will refer to as magic power, and the free elements from the external environment. Among these 3, you only lack the last kind of free element. They will be absorbed by your body when they come close to you. However, only the final step of releasing magic requires free elements. So, although you can't release magic, you can still proceed to the step of constructing elemental nodes. Hearing this, Witt's eyes lit up. But soon his anticipation was replaced by confusion. But if that's the case, how would I know if my elemental node construction was successful? Because whether successful or not, I still can't release magic. Upon hearing this, Winter chuckled lightly. You can't release magic, but you can still prevent me from releasing magic. You need to first construct the magical node for the fireball, and then, corresponding to the node you constructed, use your mental power to influence the fireball node I constructed. If my magic is affected, it means the position of the node you constructed is correct. If I can still use the fireball, then it means your fireball node is incorrect. Want to give it a try? Chapter 31, Mental Magic Fireball. The complicated incantation was uttered from Winter's mouth, but to Witt, it sounded quite clear. This was because Winter deliberately slowed down the speed of the incantation. Witt stared fixedly at Winter's claw, where a small fireball, about the size of a grain of rice, was slowly gathering, while Witt was desperately trying to use his meager mental power to shake the elemental node constructed by Winter. In fact, he had already succeeded twice. According to Winter, lower-level magic normally has 3 to 10 magical nodes, and the lower-level magic selected by Winter for the 5 little ones generally has fewer than 5 nodes. For example, the fireball has only 4 elemental nodes. Witt successfully interfered with Winter's magic release twice, which meant that Witt had found the positions of 2 elemental nodes. Of course, this was not something that could be achieved in just 1 or 2 tries. In fact, it was already evening. Witt and the others took a 15-minute break every time they finished a spell. Witt was quite relieved that the time measurement in this world was similar to that of the world in his bloodline heritage, and had been immersed in practicing the construction of elemental nodes. Until now, none of the little dragons, including Selene, had been able to release any magic. The construction of elemental nodes was quite rigorous. Even a slight mistake would lead to the failure of magic release. By the end of the day, they had successfully brought Selene and the others out of the ease of using dragon breath, which was also what Winter hoped to see. Humility makes dragons progress. This principle is equally applicable to learning magic. At the very least, Billy's attention was no longer on stuffing the magic target into his mouth, but was focused on diligently constructing his elemental nodes. The scorching temperature suddenly erupted, and a fireball, the size of a grain of rice in Winter's hand, completely formed in Witt's disappointed gaze. Seeing this, Winter gently said, "Witt, you have done very well. Interfering with the formation of magic is much more difficult than casting magic yourself. When you are casting magic yourself, you only need to find the position of the elemental nodes in your incantation. However, to interfere with another dragon's magic formation, you need to find the positions of the elemental nodes in that dragon's incantation and precisely interfere with them using your mental power. To be honest, I thought it would take you at least 3 lessons to successfully interfere once. Witt, you have surprised me." Upon hearing this, Witt's disappointment was instantly swept away. "Really? Of course. Also, haven't you noticed? The foundation of dragon language magic is constructing elemental nodes, but the constructed nodes are contained within the incantation. This means that if you can hear the incantation and immediately find the position of the nodes, then magic will no longer be a threat to you. After all, did you use the power of elements during the interruption of the spell?" Witt was initially taken aback, then joy spread across his face. If he could really do what Winter said, then not only fire elemental magic, but any elemental magic would lose its effectiveness in front of him. But this should be something every dragon can do, right? After all, just like you said, during the interruption of the spell, I only used mental power. Upon hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others could not help but stop their practice of the incantation and looked over. Winters certainly noticed this and smiled and nodded. It is indeed something every dragon can do, but not every dragon is willing to do it. Witt, the interruption of magic is not as simple as you think. For example, right now, you are trying to interfere with my use of fireball by disrupting the first node. Saying this, Winter began to chant the incantation, and Witt hurriedly used his mental power to interfere with the construction of the first node. However, this time, Witt did not succeed, despite his interference. The first node was still constructed steadily. Staring at the fireball on Winter's claw, Witt was taken aback and quickly asked, "Why is this?" "Because of the gap in strength. My mental power is far stronger than yours, so your mental power cannot shake my mental power, and the elemental node is still constructed. Therefore, when your mental power is not on par with your opponents, it is very difficult to interfere with the construction of their elemental nodes. In addition, there are various situations. The fireball is just a lower-level magic with only 4 nodes, so if you interfere with one node, you can influence the overall structure of the magic. But if there are enough nodes, merely interfering with one node will have little effect on the construction of the magic, at most reducing its power slightly. So, if the magic has many elemental nodes, you will need to influence at least 1/3 of the elemental nodes simultaneously to affect the casting of the magic." Additionally, saying this, Winter turned to look at Celine, who was beside them. "Celine, if you and Ao were fighting with magic, would you choose to disrupt Ao's spell casting or respond with a more powerful spell?" "Of course, the latter," Celine said without hesitation. Winters looked at Witt. This is why few dragons choose to learn how to disrupt their opponent's spellcasting. Magic is an extremely profound discipline. When learning magic requires a significant investment of time. To then learn how to interrupt an opponent's casting is completely counterproductive. Only in your special case would I choose to teach you this skill, as you will have plenty of free time when you cannot cast spells. This is a technique I haphazardly developed in the past, which they humorously call mental magic. I thought I would never use it in my life, but now I have encountered you." Witt suddenly understood and then looked at Winters with gratitude. Winters smiled casually and continued, "I'm happy to help you, and while I hope you can promote this so-called mental magic, I would prefer that you can use magic normally. Moreover, while practicing magic is important, your growth is even more crucial. It's getting late. You should return to the dragon cave to sleep." Saying this, Winters signaled for the 5 little ones to fly onto her claws. Witt did not hesitate and flew up immediately, but Celine and the others were somewhat reluctant. Magic is what every young dragon yearns for, but after a day of learning, they had not successfully cast a single spell, which made it hard for them to accept. However, looking at Winter's unyielding attitude, Celine and the others hesitated for a moment before ultimately flying up. "Just in case, I will rest with you all tonight." Upon hearing this, the 4 dragons who initially thought about practicing magic that night instantly lost their enthusiasm. Chapter 32. The Grand Dragon Feast. It turned out that Winters was not joking. She really stayed overnight in the cave of the 5 little ones. They had no choice but to accept it. A night without incident. The next morning, Winters had already prepared food for Witt and the others. After eating, when Winters asked if anyone wanted to go to the library, this time, no little dragon was willing to participate. Winters was not surprised by this, just like her reason for staying in the cave overnight yesterday. The young dragons simply could not resist the temptation of successfully casting a spell, even if it was the lowest level spell. This time, however, Winters showed no intention of stopping them. After giving a few reminders, she took Witt to the 8th floor of the library. Upon entering the library again, the page of the Origins of Magic was still open to the same page where Witt had last seen it. The books that Winters had selected were still piled there. However, when Witt jumped onto the Origins of Magic, he did not immediately get into the zone. Instead, he started to daze off. Was he thinking that they could practice magic all day long while he had to read here? Winter's words pulled Witt's thoughts back. Then, Witt somewhat shyly nodded. That was indeed what he was thinking. Winters smiled gently. "Ha ha ha, there's no need to be so shy. I've been through your age too. I understand your thoughts, or rather, the thoughts of every young dragon. However, you actually don't need to worry. What you are learning is the mental magic I personally created, so your progress will naturally not be exactly the same as theirs." Upon hearing Winters mention this name again, Witt couldn't help but smile. He certainly remembered what this mental magic was about. Seeing Witt relax a bit, Winters continued, "In fact, whether it's you or them, for a long time in the future, you will all remain at this stage. The ancient dragon language is our former language, engraved deep in our bloodline. But that doesn't mean that we will learn dragon language magic easily." Hearing this, Witt curiously looked at Winters. "In your opinion, how long will it take for Celine and the others to truly cast their first spell? If they practice diligently, they should be able to cast their first spell in about 5 days. Celine might be a bit faster. But casting the first spell does not mean they have learned it. Learning magic does not refer to successfully casting it. That is merely the beginning of learning a spell." Witt nodded, somewhat understanding, then his gaze shifted to the Origins of Magic below him, just as he was about to continue reading. Winters pinched his tail and lifted him up. Seeing Witt look at her in confusion, Winters explained, If it's just learning lower-level magic, you can stop here with this book. I'll help you put it here, and when you need it next time, you should be able to browse it yourself. This time, you need to read this book. Saying this, Winters pulled out a book from the stack beside her and opened it under Witt's curious gaze. Encyclopedia of Dragons? Winters nodded with a smile. Yes, it's the Encyclopedia of Dragons. Last time, Boko mentioned your dinner issues while he was talking about you recognizing him as a ghost dragon. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Witt's eyes. In fact, even the ghost dragon was something he had randomly said. He just didn't expect there to really be ghost dragons. Winters had no idea what Witt was thinking. She continued, magic is interesting, but it can also be tedious, especially for you. So, to lighten your mood, we want to always read books related to magic. Perhaps the books related to magic are even more boring than you think. And the Encyclopedia of Dragons. The Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts, and my field observations are all excellent for adjusting your mood. Furthermore, the knowledge contained within is what you need. For example, how to interact with Celine and the others. While speaking, Winters had already flipped the book to the table of contents page and then released Witt. The dragon race is a very large group. So far, 567 types of dragons have been discovered, and this number continues to grow. Listening to Winters' explanation, Witt carefully read through the table of contents. Here, he saw many familiar terms. For example, the giant dragon species and the names of Celine and their species. Currently, there are 3 dragon species: the giant dragon species, the earth dragon species, and the flying dragon species. Each dragon species has its own characteristics. The giant dragon species has the longest lifespan of the 3, the strongest magic, the highest bloodline concentration, the largest average size, the most varieties, and is also the least numerous. The earth dragon species is the only one that cannot fly, has the weakest magic, the strongest physical body. And the Titan dragon among the earth dragons is the largest dragon in all dragon races. The flying dragon species is the smallest in size, has the shortest lifespan, is the most agile in flight, has the most variable magic, the lowest bloodline concentration, but is the most numerous. Listening to Wint's introduction, Witt eagerly asked, "Can they be found in our dragon nest?" Wint shook his head. Of course not. Desadro is a lair for true dragons. So those living in Desadro are all true dragons. If you want to see more dragon kinds, you'll have to wait until you grow up and leave Desadro. Additionally, there is a place where you can see almost all types of dragons. Hearing this, Witt, who had just felt a bit disappointed, instantly became excited. What place? Every 4,000 years, a grand dragon celebration called the Dragon Feast is held on the creation plains. The last dragon feast took place 200 years ago. Witt extended his claws to calculate, then blankly looked at Wentz. 3,800 years, that's too long. Wentz smiled and said, "Witt, you should think of it from a different perspective. After 3,800 years, you will have grown up and be able to participate yourself. If it were held within the last 100 years, as a young dragon, you wouldn't even be allowed to leave the dragon nest." Hearing this, Witt realized that he was indeed a young dragon and not permitted to leave the nest. With this thought, his mood instantly improved. Wentz continued, "All right, let's move on. The earth dragons and flying dragons are still too far away for you, but you need to remember some characteristics of the true dragons." Chapter 33. Classification of true dragons. True dragons are divided into 5 major categories: metallic dragons, chromatic dragons, crystal dragons, elemental dragons, and mixed dragons. Mixed dragons? Witt looked back at Wentz with some confusion. Mixed dragons are hybrid dragons that didn't fit into the first 4 categories during the initial classification. So they were directly defined as mixed dragons. Of course, it's not that their bloodlines are mixed, but rather that they are of various types, hence the name mixed dragons. There are 5 types of metallic dragons: bronze dragons, brass dragons, copper dragons, gold dragons, and silver dragons. You need to focus on understanding the gold and silver dragons. You should know about gold dragons because of O's existence, and you might be curious about your mother-S species regarding silver dragons. Witt nodded slightly. But I want to know more about silver dragons. Gold dragons are just a side note. Hearing this awkward statement, Wentz chuckled softly. "Don't you like O?" Witt hesitated for a moment. "It's not that I don't like him, but he hardly talks, and I don't see the need to seek him out. That's very young dragon-like." Wentz evaluated in her heart, but said, "This is one of the reasons I want you to understand their species characteristics. Dragons generally have a proud nature, especially true dragons. Even among true dragons, gold dragons are the proudest. But pride doesn't mean they don't need friends. True dragons are lonely, as the longest-lived dragon species. They are also the least numerous, and each dragon has different thoughts, so true dragons often find themselves alone, except for those in the dragon nest. Lonely true dragons are always searching for companions, but years of solitude have made them accustomed to being alone. So, what is the significance of seeking companions? Friends. Even if they don't meet for hundreds or thousands of years, true dragons still need friends. So, it may seem like O doesn't pay much attention to you, but he actually longs for recognition in his heart. However, the pride that comes from deep within their bloodline makes them reluctant to take the initiative. If you understand the characteristics of gold dragons, you'll easily come to this conclusion, just like with Celine and the others. When you were last here, you probably didn't notice that at first, O was shy about playing around with them, but Billy took the initiative to pull him in, and Celine and Dinah had no objections. Witt showed a hint of confusion and helplessness in his eyes. Wentz, did I do something wrong? Wentz shook her head. Of course. You did nothing wrong, and neither did O. You just don't understand each other yet. As I said, there's plenty of time. Your relationship can be handled slowly. It's worth mentioning that as young dragons born in the same batch, you are natural allies. Saying this, Wentz pinched Witt's tail, lifted him up, then flipped through the pages of the book. Soon, she stopped and placed Witt on the book. This is the description of gold dragons, and of course, there are illustrations. For legs on the ground, 2 horns spiraling upwards. Their wingspan is 13 times their body length. Their entire body is a dazzling golden color. With diamond-shaped scales that have a metallic luster and sharp edges, their tails are thick and long. They love to stay in dry places, and sunbathing is their favorite activity. Note that when gold dragons are sunbathing, the white dragons should not disturb them, or they will get beaten up. As Witt looked at the introduction, he gazed at the imposing and fierce gold dragon in the illustration. Will it look like this when he matures? Wentz smiled and said, he might be even more handsome than the one in this picture. To be honest, the guy in the painting looks a bit bulky. Witt's mouth twitched. Then his attention was drawn to the silver dragon on the other half of the page. The silver dragon in the picture looked very similar to him, except that the adult silver dragon had lost much of the delicacy he had as a young dragon, gaining a more fierce appearance. However, Witt was surprised to find that although the silver dragon in the picture looked a lot like his mother in his mind, upon closer inspection, there were some differences. The silver dragon in the picture had scales that appeared silver-white. However, in his memory, his mother's scales, while also silver-white at first glance, shimmered with colorful light upon closer inspection. Witt suddenly thought of a possibility. His mother might not be a silver dragon, but a mixed dragon. It could very well be. However, Witt did not voice this. After all, his current species was not a silver dragon but a starry giant dragon. So it no longer mattered whether his mother was a silver dragon or a mixed dragon. Seeing that Witt had finished reading, Wentz once again pinched his tail and lifted him up, then continued flipping through the book. As she flipped, she said, metallic dragons are skilled in magic, while chromatic dragons are more adept at close combat, though their magic is not weak either. Chromatic dragons include black dragons, blue dragons, green dragons, red dragons, and white dragons. And I am a red dragon among the chromatic dragons. Witt looked at the illustration of the red dragon in the book and then turned to compare it with Wentz. You don't seem as strong as you. Wentz smiled and said, of course, this is just an ordinary adult red dragon. Do they have the same temper as other chromatic dragons? Hearing this, Wentz's smile became a bit forced. That's true. Chromatic dragons do tend to have worse tempers compared to other true dragons, but it varies from dragon to dragon. I don't think my temper is that bad. Saying this, Wentz quickly lifted Witt again and continued flipping through the pages. Witt helplessly said, Wentz, I haven't even read the section on green dragons yet. And you've already flipped to the crystal dragons. A hint of embarrassment flashed in Wentz's eyes, but she still showed no signs of stopping. The description of green dragons in the book was somewhat different from Dinah. In the book, green dragons were depicted as somewhat treacherous and cunning and were good at using poison. But do you think Dinah is like that? Witt thought for a moment and then shook her head. She looked gentle, just like you, and what you made her practice was not poison, but natural magic. By the way, Wentz, is poison also a type of attribute? Of course not. Poison is a state of natural magic, similar to a curse. A curse is a state of the dark element. While speaking, Wentz had already flipped to the page about the red crystal dragon. Like the elemental dragons, crystal dragons have different types with different attributes, but between different types, apart from some color differences, they are extremely similar. Billy is a red crystal dragon, and its elemental affinity is fire. Witt looked at the picture of the red crystal dragon, her eyes filled with more confusion. Its color seemed much more vibrant than Billy's. That's because the crystals on the surface of the crystal dragon are not just for looks. These crystals can store a large amount of elements. And the more elements stored, the brighter the color of the crystal. Therefore, in terms of combat, the continuous combat capability of a crystal dragon is the strongest. It's worth noting that crystal dragons particularly like shiny, glowing things. I believe you've noticed this. Witt nodded. He hadn't forgotten that when Billy first entered the dragon cave, he was intrigued by the glowing stones embedded in the cave walls. Now, let's take a look at the mixed dragon species. The mixed dragon species is the most diverse among the giant dragons, and as time passes, there are more and more mixed dragons. This is what you need to understand the most. Chapter 34. This is a disease. On all fours, completely milky white, with smooth curved horns that rise upward. Adorned with golden patterns, a wingspan 15 times its body length, fan-shaped scales that are dense and smooth, and a thick, long tail. Witt carefully observed the pictures in the book against these descriptions. This was requested by Wentz. It is essential to match the name and appearance because many exotic dragons look very similar. For example, the frost giant dragon looks very similar to the holy giant dragon, except that the frost giant dragon has white scales, not milky white, and the patterns on its horns are light gold. It's not just a matter of not looking closely. Even when looking closely, sometimes the two types of dragons can be mixed up. Moreover, exotic dragons cannot be distinguished by attributes. The holy giant dragon has not shown any attributes other than light, but individual frost giant dragons have exhibited affinities for light elements. And with the proud nature of dragons, If you misidentify their species, it can easily lead to conflict. So, this was the 5th time Witt had misidentified the holy giant dragon and the frost giant dragon. And Wentz asked him to continue observing the differences between them. Wentz, I think I need to take a break. They now look completely indistinguishable to me. Witt said with a grimace, turning to Wentz. Seeing this, Wentz was also somewhat helpless. Clearly, the two dragons looked different, yet Witt always misidentified them. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Witt, I think we need to find Boko. Witt was taken aback. Why find Boko? Wentz stood up and said somewhat vaguely. To have him check you. I don't think this is a normal situation. Seeing that Wentz didn't elaborate. Witt didn't ask further. He obediently flew to Wentz's paw and continued to ponder with a grimace the differences between the holy giant dragon and the frost giant dragon. From the 8th to the 9th floor, this was simply too easy for Wentz. Upon hearing footsteps from behind, Boko turned around in confusion and saw Wentz walking in. Wentz, how do you have time to come here? Wentz raised her paw and said in a strange tone, I've discovered some issues. I brought this little guy to have you check him. Only then did Boko notice Witt, who was lying on Wentz's paw, looking troubled and deep in thought. It's you. How have you been lately? Sleeping well? Hearing Boko's words, Witt came back to his senses and weakly replied, Not bad, I slept until dawn. This weak response instantly made Boko nervous. This little guy hasn't contracted a plague, has he? Wentz quickly shook her head. Of course not. He just has some trouble distinguishing the differences between the holy giant dragon and the frost giant dragon. He has been observing for an entire morning. And he still can't tell, I suspect. At this point, Wentz looked down at Witt, who was perked up and then stopped. But she knew Boko must have understood. And indeed, Boko looked enlightened and understood why Wentz was so cautious. Just a moment, I'll go find some things. I haven't used them for a long time. Saying this, Boko turned and walked deeper into the laboratory, and after a while, he came back with some metal plates. Come take a look at this, Witt. Saying this, Boko placed a metal plate in front of Witt. Witt felt nervous hearing Wentz and Boko talking in riddles, but when he looked at the metal plate, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Boko, how did you do this? This should be my portrait. Saying this, Witt suddenly realized. This painting. Is it going to be included in that book Encyclopedia of Dragons? By the way, were all the illustrations in there done by you? Upon hearing this, Boko and Wentz exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with concern. No rush, let us take a look at this one. Although Witt didn't know exactly what Boko was doing, he still spoke honestly. This is Dynit. Boko placed the metal plates he held onto the testing table, looking at Witt, who was utterly confused. Unsure of what to say for a moment, Wentz sighed. Witt, I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first? Hearing this, Witt paused for a moment and then nervously wagged his tail. He wasn't foolish. Wentz suddenly brought him to see Boko for a checkup. And now she spoke in this tone. Those two aren't Timmy and Dynit? Wentz nodded. Witt was stunned, and his tail behind him became weak. Is it serious? It's not very serious, but it will have some impact on your life. However, don't worry, the impact isn't significant. Wentz was so concerned because she feared you might develop some negative emotions like inferiority due to your uniqueness. But from my brief interaction with you, I think Wentz is overthinking it. You, who cannot use magic, are still quite happy, aren't you? Hearing Boko's words, Witt felt relieved and looked at Wentz with gratitude, but he couldn't help but complain a bit. Wentz, you almost scared me. I thought I wouldn't live long. If it's just about being different, you're really overthinking. I, who look exactly like a silver dragon, am an exotic dragon with elemental affinity, but cannot use magic. Wentz, I have always been different. Wentz was taken aback for a moment, then grinned, somewhat grimly, and said gently, I'm sorry, I should have trusted you more. You've always performed excellently. Now, can you tell me what exactly is happening with me? Wentworth nodded, showing a hint of helplessness on his face. Witt, you might have a rare condition among dragons, face blindness. Face blindness. A strange look flashed in Witt's eyes. He was not unfamiliar with the term, but he never thought that a term from that world could apply to him. So it means I can't recognize other dragons by their facial features? Wentworth nodded, then shook his head. It's true that you can't recognize other dragons, but it's not about facial features. How should I put it? You can still recognize different types of dragons, but for dragons of the same type, you can only tell them apart by their size. For example, the two pictures I just showed you were actually just ordinary silver and green dragons, but you mistook them for yourself and Dynit. Right now, that's not a problem. So far, there are only 5 of you hatchlings of the same age in the Dragon Academy, and you all differ significantly in size from the other hatchlings. So you won't mistake them. However, 2 years from now, most green dragons in your eyes at the Academy will appear as Dynit, and the same will happen to them. Witt, this is an incurable condition that will bring a lot of trouble to your life. Chapter 35. A fight breaks out. Listening to Wentworth's words, what did Witt feel? Nothing at all. Yes, Witt didn't think that face blindness would cause him too much trouble. Compared to not being able to use magic, this was hardly a problem. Seeing Witt's calm demeanor, Wentworth was momentarily taken aback. Don't you think this is troublesome? Witt flicked his tail. Wentworth, I am special. I have always known this. And this really isn't a big deal. Besides, I may not recognize them, but they can recognize me, and that's enough. Hearing this, Wentworth couldn't help but glance up at Boko. Boko shrugged. I told you, Witt is much more mature than you think. You don't need to be so nervous. He's really great. Upon hearing this, Witt smiled shyly, but from the way his tail was restless, it was clear that he was quite happy to be praised by Boko. Seeing this, Witt sighed in relief and said with a smile, "That may be true, but let's stop here for today. You must be tired after struggling all morning over the differences between frost giants and holy giants." Just then, Witt suddenly remembered something. "Oh, Witt, speaking of holy giants, I just remembered that so far, there is only one holy giant at the academy, which is Celine. Even if you can't recognize Dinah and the others in the future, Celine will definitely recognize you." At this point, Witt waved his claw at Boko. "I'll take Witt back first, then come back to find you. In 2 years, Witt and the others will start learning potion making, but the materials in the academy's warehouse haven't been checked for many years. Just in case, we need to check them beforehand." Hearing this, Boko looked a bit helpless. "All right, it seems that the potion I was going to make will have to be postponed. I hope there are enough materials in the warehouse, or we'll have to go out looking for them. I really hope Karen comes back soon." If she, listening to the complaints from behind, Witt quickened his pace. Watching Witt leave, Witt headed deeper into the dragon cave. Celine and the others should be practicing magic now. But just as he thought this, he heard a strange sound coming from deep within the cave, which sounded a bit like a low growl. "Aren't they practicing magic?" He muttered quietly, then suddenly leaped into the air, flapping his wings behind him. Witt's body was growing quickly, almost visibly, and because of this, his physical strength was also increasing rapidly. So, with just a slight downward dip, he flew straight up. It was much easier than when he was just born. Soon, Witt flew to the depths of the dragon cave, and then he saw Celine and Ao fighting. The flying skills of the two dragons were quite good, and the aerial battle was exceptionally intense, but Celine's body was much stronger than Ao's, and in the chase, Ao had already fallen into a disadvantage. "Hey, Witt, over here." Just as Witt was surprised to see the two dragons fighting, Billy's voice suddenly rang out. Following the direction of the voice, he saw Billy and Dinah lying on one side, enjoying the battle between the two dragons. Witt hesitated for a moment, then flew over. "What's going on here?" When Witt landed, his powerful flapping wings kicked up a cloud of dust. Billy quickly turned his head to dodge. However, he didn't mind it, and simply replied, "Don't you remember? On the day we first arrived at the dragon cave, Celine and Ao agreed to have a battle." Witt smiled apologetically when he realized he had covered Billy and Dinah in dust. "Sorry, I'll be more careful next time." Saying this, he looked back at Celine and Ao, who were still fighting. "I thought you guys were practicing magic." Upon hearing this, Billy immediately started to complain. "Witt, it's so hard. I practiced for the whole morning. And yet there was still no reaction at all. I'm starting to doubt whether my elemental affinity is real. Other dragons are about the same. Celine is a bit faster. She can already summon some light elements, but she still can't cast that spell." During our break, Ao suddenly suggested a battle, and Celine agreed. "By the way, why did you come back so early?" Hearing Billy's words, Dinah also looked over curiously, obviously interested in why Witt returned early. Witt casually lay down. "It's nothing. Just a little problem, and Winter had something to do, so he sent me back." Just as he was speaking, a head suddenly popped up in front of Witt, startling him so much that he almost swatted it away. Stretching his neck back, he saw it was Billy, looking at the eager expression on the other's face. Witt sighed helplessly. "All right, it's just that my body has a problem again." After a pause, Witt asked, "Do you know what face blindness is?" Billy shook his head. "What is that? Can you eat it?" Witt rolled his eyes. "It's a condition where the afflicted dragon cannot recognize other dragons. For example, if Dinah were also a red crystal dragon, I wouldn't be able to tell any of you apart." Hearing this, Billy scratched his head, making a crisp sound. "Is that so?" Nodding, Witt smiled and said, "That's it. It doesn't sound very serious." Witt's tail swayed as he helplessly said, "Winter thinks it's very serious. So he took me to see Boko. I'm very grateful to him. That's normal. I think Winter favors you more than us." Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback. "Favors? Don't say it," Billy thought to himself, realizing that since his birth, Winter had paid more attention to him than to other dragons. However, he said out loud, "I don't think so. She cares about each of us, just like you." "Me?" Billy recalled, feeling a bit confused. Witt chuckled. "Of course, like you, Billy. I think I need to warn you, Billy, you still haven't taken my words to heart," Witt said, mimicking Witt's tone. Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment flashed in Billy's eyes. "All right, Witt, I know I've done many stupid things, but I just thought it was fun at the time. Let's not talk about that." They're about to determine the winner. While speaking, Celine, flying in the air, seized the opportunity to grab Ao's tail and slammed him hard onto the ground. The loud bang made Witt and the others click their tongues in surprise. That must have hurt. Chapter 36. Goodbye, Starry Sky. Ao got up, unwillingly glancing at Celine, but the pride of a golden dragon prevented him from behaving poorly after losing. "I will challenge you again." Celine was not surprised by this and nodded seriously, saying, "I look forward to your challenge." With that, she walked toward Witt and the others. Seeing this, Ao hesitated for a moment before following, but he was much more disheveled than Celine, even walking with a limp. That last fall really hurt. His right hind leg was numb. "Witt, why are you back?" As Celine approached, Witt was about to congratulate her on her victory when Celine spoke first. Glancing at Ao, who was also looking at him curiously, Witt sighed and had to repeat what he had previously told Billy and the others. After hearing Witt's words, Celine looked at him in astonishment. There is actually such a disease? It wasn't mentioned in my inheritance memory. Witt waved his tail dismissively and said, the world is vast and full of wonders. Besides, since Boko can produce those metal plates to test face blindness, it indicates that dragons in the academy have suffered from this disease before. Moreover, this illness doesn't affect me much. When said that so far, you are the only holy dragon in the academy. Upon hearing this, Celine looked enlightened, then approached and patted Witt's wing, saying boldly, don't worry, I'll look after you. Hearing this, Witt rolled his eyes and dodged Celine's continuing pats. Did you even understand what I meant? This isn't about protection. I might just mistake Billy and the others. But if you're around, I won't make mistakes, that's all. Celine waved her paw dismissively. Witt, you don't need to explain so much. Just rely on me. Witt was about to say something else when he noticed Celine's gaze suddenly heating up. Witt, do you want to fight again? Hearing this, Witt instinctively stood up, ready to agree, but when his gaze swept over Ao, he sighed helplessly. Forget it, you just fought Ao, your stamina should be pretty depleted. Fighting you now wouldn't be fair. As Witt spoke, he looked around. Aren't you all practicing magic? Upon hearing this, not just Celine, but all four little dragons looked deflated. Billy covered his head, banging it against the ground. Witt, you're so cruel. I clearly wanted to avoid this topic, but you brought it up again. Celine and the others looked equally sympathetic, but at least they knew the importance of magic and didn't give up. After complaining a few times, Billy went to a corner of the dragon cave and continued to practice with his fireball. Celine and the others did the same. And what about Witt? With once gone, he had no way to practice mental magic and could only find a clear space to continue exercising his wings. Time passed slowly, and soon the sky outside darkened. Wentz, who had disappeared for an afternoon, came back with food to find Witt. Celine and the others tried a few bites, but couldn't eat anymore. They weren't hungry to begin with. After Witt finished eating, Wentz gave him a few instructions and then left, having raised hundreds of young dragons. She understood their behavior very well. Under the circumstances of a day of dull practice with no progress, no young dragon would stay up late practicing magic. So she naturally didn't need to stay to supervise. And the fact was just as she thought. After Wentz left, Celine and the others stopped practicing magic and prepared to rest. Witt was the same. However, if he wanted to rest, he needed a drop of Domia flower juice. But today was different. Just as Witt walked toward the crystal jar containing the Domia flower juice, Billy blocked his path. Witt looked at Billy in confusion. Do you want some too? Billy grinned, and then mysteriously leaned closer to Witt. Witt, just one night without sleep shouldn't affect our growth and development, right? Upon hearing this, Witt looked at Billy in shock, his voice rising a bit. You want to go out? Billy quickly covered Witt's mouth, then carefully glanced at the positions of Celine and the others. Seeing no movement, he finally sighed in relief. Keep it down, don't wake them up. If we go out too much, things can get messy. If Wentz catches us, it would be trouble. Witt pried Billy's paw off and instinctively lowered his voice. You mean, just the two of us? Billy nodded. Seeing Witt's hesitant expression, he whispered, don't you want to see the starry sky? Witt froze for a moment, then looked at Billy in surprise. Billy wore a proud expression. Starry dragon, after all. The knowledge passed down through our bloodline has a significant impact on us young dragons. Moreover, you snuck out that night. It's not hard to guess that you have a special obsession with the starry sky. Upon hearing this, Witt realized and his expression softened. Seeing this, Billy felt delighted and continued to persuade him. Besides, we're not really going to stay up all night. If we go out for a while and come back, maybe you won't even need the Domia flower juice to sleep peacefully. Hearing this, Witt was tempted and nodded heavily. All right, but you have to listen to me. Absolutely no noise, and we can't stay on the 9th floor. Billy was thrilled. Of course, I'll listen to you. After all, it's my first time. After making the agreement, the two dragons carefully glanced at Celine and the others, then headed toward the cave entrance. To avoid waking the other three dragons, they even walked quietly instead of flying. However, just as they were about to enter the passage, ahem, Witt and Billy instantly froze in place, slowly turning their heads to see three pairs of gleaming golden vertical pupils staring intently at them. Just when Witt was feeling a bit at a loss, Billy cautiously asked, shall we go together? Splash. After a flurry of wing flapping sounds, Celine and the others stood in front of Witt and Billy, looking at them with three dragons' resentful gazes. You didn't call us. Witt and Billy exchanged awkward glances. Soon, the two-dragon adventure turned into an outing for 5 dragons. This time, after a few days of growth, Witt's physical strength, while not doubled, had certainly improved significantly. He effortlessly flew out through the hole above the academy with Celine and the others. This was a volcanic crater, and to Witt and the others, the edge was no different from the ground. However, Witt couldn't care less about his surroundings. All his attention was drawn to the starry sky above, twinkling with points of light. This was his second time seeing the starry sky. Chapter 37, In Trouble? The night breeze brushed against Witt's body, sending a tingling sensation throughout him. The moon was large, white as a jade plate, and the stars were many, forming a sea of light. In the world left to him by his father, the bright moon and starry sea would not appear at the same time. But this world was evidently a bit different. Witt lay on the ground, his head raised, his eyes gazing at the starry sky, radiating a unique brilliance. Celine noticed this and gently tapped the wings of the others, then pointed to the mesmerized Witt and gestured towards the distance. The three dragons understood Celine's meaning, nodded, and quietly walked away. Although they didn't understand why the sky, just adorned with some stars, could attract Witt to such an extent, every dragon had its own habits. So they never commented on the habits of other dragons. Moreover, the starry sky was indeed quite beautiful. Under the blowing night wind, gazing at the stars and expressing their visions for the future, Celine and the others were also enjoying this rare moment. The restlessness of not being able to use magic during the day gradually melted into the wind, carried away. It was unclear how long had passed, but Celine yawned, her eyelids starting to droop, and the others were similar. In fact, Witt had long noticed that Celine and the others had deliberately left him a space that was entirely his own. So, while he was admiring the starry sky, he occasionally kept an eye on Celine and the others. Seeing that the few dragons were so tired they were almost in tears, Witt stood up. All right, we should head back. If we sleep here, tomorrow Winterth will definitely catch us. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others shook their heads, forcing themselves to wake up. Seeing this, Witt couldn't help but smile, but before his smile could fully unfold, the next moment, it froze on his face. 1, 2, 3, where's Billy? Witt's exclamation completely woke Celine and the others. They exchanged glances and then noticed that Billy was missing. A layer of cold sweat instantly broke out on their foreheads. Does anyone know when Billy disappeared? Celine shook her head and then raised her neck, looking around. Oh, and Dinah also shook their heads. They had previously wondered why Billy, who often caused trouble, was silent this time. They thought he had learned his lesson. Now it seemed they were too naive. He had pulled a fast one on them. Just as Witt was about to suggest they split up to search, Celine, who had been looking around, suddenly spoke up. He's over there. Following the direction pointed by Celine's claw, Witt and the others finally saw Billy flying towards them, holding something. They were currently at a circular volcanic crater, and Billy was flying up from below the outer circle. It seemed he had noticed their gaze, waving the object in his claw while speeding up his flight. Soon, he was close to the other dragons. Look, I found something. Celine, who had initially intended to scold him, swallowed the words that were about to come out and turned her gaze to Billy's claw. Is this a dragon beast? Billy gave Celine a disdainful glance. It's not a dragon race, so it must be a dragon beast. Just don't know what kind it is. Hearing this, Celine grabbed Billy's dragon horn. Do you believe I can break it? Billy certainly didn't believe it. Although it looked like crystal, the horn of a crystal dragon was not made of crystal, and its hardness was similar to that of a normal dragon horn, which was the hardest part of a dragon's body. However, he certainly couldn't say that. He wasn't stupid. So, Billy hurriedly begged for mercy a few times, which finally made Celine let him go. The other dragons found it amusing, but Witt's gaze remained fixed on the corpse of the dragon beast in Billy's claw. Yes, this dragon beast was already dead. However, it didn't seem to have been killed by Billy. This dragon beast was much larger than the Morse's dragon beast, about half a meter long, and its body appeared more elongated. Overall, it looked like a wasp from another world. However, it had a dragon head, with sharp teeth that seemed much more ferocious than that of the Morse's dragon beast. 3 pairs of symmetrically divided legs had sharp tips that looked like daggers, and the tail had regular circular holes that appeared somewhat out of place, as if something was missing. Thinking of the wasps from that world, Witt felt that what was missing was likely a stinger. Witt, do you recognize this dragon beast? Seemingly noticing that Witt was lost in thought, Billy and the others curiously asked. Witt glanced at Billy and then shook his head. I don't recognize it. The book I read during the day was Encyclopedia of Dragons, not Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. It's a pity. If I had read the latter, I might have recognized it. Never mind. Let's just forget about it. We should hurry back to sleep. If Winterth comes looking for us tomorrow and we're all sound asleep, anyone can tell we didn't rest properly at night. What about it? Billy said, raising the dragon beast's corpse in his hand. Witt scratched his head. If you're really curious, you can take it back first. When Winterth comes to find us tomorrow, you can ask about it. As for how you found it, just say you don't know. You woke up and it was in the dragon den. After all, the previous Morse's dragon beast and the little ball dragon were able to ignore the magic array set up at the entrance of the dragon den. This dragon beast, while larger than both the Morse's dragon beast and the little ball dragon, still belonged to the small dragon beast category. This excuse should hold up. Upon hearing this, Celine and the others didn't say anything, and Billy nodded in agreement. He had picked it up, so of course, he was curious about what kind of dragon beast it was. Seeing this, Celine and the others also said nothing. After all, Witt's reasoning seemed quite sound. Thus, Witt and the others returned to the dragon den safely with the dragon beast. After messing around outside for so long, as soon as they lay down, the sounds of snoring gradually began to fill the air. A night without conversation. Early the next morning, Witter opened his eyes and saw that Winters hadn't arrived yet. Letting out a sigh of relief, he was truly worried that as soon as he woke up, he would see Winters staring at them with a face full of anger. But fortunately, that didn't happen. With movement on Witter's side, Celine and the others began to yawn and open their eyes one by one. Just then, a heavy sound of footsteps came from the passage. Witter and the others were momentarily stunned, then hurriedly got up, exchanging nervous glances. For a moment, they didn't know what to do. So when Winters entered, she saw the 5 little ones staring at each other in silence. Well, you're all awake now, hungry, right? Just as she was speaking, Winters suddenly noticed the unknown dragon beast corpse placed in the center of the dragon lair. Her pupils constricted sharply, and a powerful and terrifying pressure suddenly erupted from her body. Chapter 38. The sudden war feeling the suffocating aura emanating from Winters. Witt and the others didn't dare to even breathe. They were in big trouble. This was the only thought resonating in the minds of the 5 little ones. Where did you find this? Winters pointed at the dragon beast corpse on the ground, her voice deep. Witt and the others immediately turned their gaze to Billy. Billy cursed in his heart for their lack of loyalty, seeing Winters follow their gaze toward him. He was just about to say the reason they had agreed upon the night before. However, when he met Winters' eyes, he involuntarily spilled everything that happened last night. After listening, Winters scanned the 5 little ones. This is your food for this morning. Stay obediently in the dragon lair, and don't go out. After saying that, Winters threw down a few chunks of either raw or cooked meat, and then turned to leave. Seeing this, Witt and the others didn't dare to ask anything, not even daring to breathe. They only sighed in relief when they heard Winters' footsteps fade away. After exchanging glances, Witt couldn't help but speak up. Did we get ourselves into big trouble? I've never seen Winters this angry. Just then, a long and heavy dragon roar echoed from outside. Soon after, dragon roars rose and fell in succession, as if responding to the previous sound. Witt and the others exchanged looks again. And Billy was on the verge of crying. This can't possibly be related to us, right? No dragon replied. But Witt and the others knew that Billy was probably right. After hesitating for a moment, Witt was the first to fly out of the dragon lair. Celine's expression changed. Wait a minute, Witt. You all eat first. I'll go out to see what's going on. Watching Witt disappear down the passage, Celine and the others exchanged glances and then followed him. What is there to eat? How can we possibly eat? Winters quickly left the dragon lair, jumped off the edge of the stone corridor, and then spread her wings, measuring 1,000 meters in length, creating a gust of wind as she flew out from the opening above. After leaving the academy, Winters didn't pause at all and flew directly into the sky, letting out a roar. At the same time, her body began to swell violently. In just a few dozen seconds, she expanded from 700 or 800 meters to 1,000 meters, her wings spanning the sky. As for the roar that Winters had just let out, its meaning was quite simple. War was coming. Hearing Winters' warning, all the dragons in the Desidero dragon nest began to take action. One by one, the massive dragons shot up from the dragon lair. At a glance, there were definitely over hundreds of dragons. Their sizes were all at least 500 meters. No doubt all mature dragons. Among the dark mass of dragons, Winters was undoubtedly the most eye-catching, her 1,000-meter-long dragon body spanning the horizon, exuding an overwhelming presence. At this moment, a 4-legged dragon, entirely bronze-colored with diamond-shaped scales and a metallic luster, equal in size to Winters, flapped its wings and flew close to her. This dragon had 2 large horns on its head, straight and twisted, with a wingspan 13 times its body length, large and protruding scales, and a long, thick tail. It was a brass dragon among the metallic dragons. Winters, what happened that you issued a war mobilization order? Albert, it's the Abbey dragon beast. Hearing this, Albert's pupils shrank sharply, and he immediately raised his neck and shouted, young men and women, spread out. The Abbey dragon beast is about to strike. If anyone dares to let any Abbey dragon beast into the Warren Great Rift, believe me, I will make you understand what devil training is. Hearing Albert's words, the dragons who had just been awakened by the war mobilization order and were still a bit dazed hurriedly began to find suitable positions. They certainly didn't want to undergo Albert's devil training. That was not training, it was hell. Moreover, they all knew what the Abbey dragon beast represented. Watching the busy dragon group, Albert turned to Winters. Left or right? Right. After saying that, Winters glanced at the Dragon Academy below and then flew toward the right side of the Warren Great Rift. Witt and the others had finally flown to the rim of the caldera and were stunned by the scene above. Black, yellow, white, green, and all sorts of dragons flew back and forth in the sky. Judging by their sizes, they were all mature dragons. Billy swallowed hard, staring blankly at the sky. Did we really cause this? Witt hesitated, a look of confusion on his face. It seems not. What are you doing here? Hurry back. Hearing a voice coming from behind, Witt and the others turned around to see a completely green dragon with a transparent quality floating up from the caldera. Boko, what happened? Witt asked, pleasantly surprised to see him. Hearing Witt's question, Boko hesitated for a moment and then said helplessly, it's the war mobilization order. I don't know exactly what is going on, but it can be confirmed that war is coming. By the way, you all hurry back. During the war, young dragons are likely to become targets. Billy suddenly thought of something and pulled out a corpse from beneath him. What kind of dragon beast is this? To his surprise, when Boko saw the corpse under Billy's feet, his expression changed instantly, and without saying a word, he directly scooped up Witt and the others and flew down. By the time Witt and the others realized what was happening, they were already standing at the entrance of the dragon lair. Boko silently led them into the lair and all the way to the depths before finally putting the 5 little ones down. Listen, from now on, you're not allowed to step out of the dragon lair, unless Winters comes to find you. Witt quickly asked, is this related to the dragon beast from just now? Boko nodded. That was an Abbey dragon beast. They typically range from 1 to 2 meters in size, are quite numerous. and are a type of group dragon beast that will establish their own nests. The corpse just now was an abalong beast, the smallest type of Isu dragon beast, with an adult size of only about half a meter. The most important thing is that all abalong beasts are known as dragon killers. Young dragons are considered high-grade ingredients in their diet. Therefore, the abalong beast is the only dragon beast that dares to attack dragon nests. Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones immediately looked grim. No wonder both Wince and Boke wanted them to stay in the dragon cave when they saw that dragon beast's corpse. It turns out they were the ones being targeted as young dragons. Chapter 39. A Balong beast in the sky above the Warren Great Rift once floated quietly, only the wings behind her occasionally flapping. Suddenly, a brilliance flashed in her dazzling golden vertical pupils, gazing towards the direction of the Isu plain. Wince let out a thunderous dragon roar that resonated through heaven and earth. It's coming. Upon hearing Wince's warning, many dragons flying above the Warren Great Rift shifted their attention to the Isu plain. Soon, accompanied by a buzzing sound that made dragons uneasy, a massive dark cloud rose from the horizon of the Isu plain and headed straight for the Warren Great Rift. As the dark cloud approached, the sunlight shining on the Isu plain gradually dimmed. Looking at the scale of the dark cloud, Wince's pupils slightly constricted. Be careful, it's a medium-sized dragon nest. On the other side, upon hearing Wince's warning, Albert roared, "Blizzard, prepare." With Albert's roar, some dragons began to chant loudly, accompanied by rhythmic dragon roars. Magical circles emitting cold air began to take shape high above the sky in front of the Warren Great Rift. As the chanting continued, those magical circles radiating brilliant colors gradually grew larger, and soon, these magical circles stacked up in the air above the area where the Warren Great Rift and the Isu plain met. Before the magic officially launched, thick frost had already formed on the leaves and grass below. Toxic swamp. Albert's voice rang out again. Another round of deep chanting began, as if the gods were whispering. Then, green magical circles flashed madly on the ground covered by the blizzard magic circle. Each flicker of a magical circle left behind a patch of dark green swamp. The swamp bubbled like boiling water, and those bubbles, when they burst, released a faint green gas, and in no time, the entire area was covered in green gas. While Wince and the others were preparing, that massive dark cloud showed no signs of stopping and had already reached the junction of the Warren Great Rift and the Isu plain. As it drew near, the dragons finally saw that it was not dark clouds but a swarm of dragon beasts, each less than half a meter long. Abalong beasts. Upon seeing these dragon beasts, the dragons finally understood why a war mobilization order had been issued. The Abalong beasts, the enemies of the dragon clan. Simply because the target of their hunting included young dragons, which were regarded as the highest level prey. Once Abalong beasts discovered young dragons, all their hunting plans would revolve around the young dragons. The hunt would only cease when one side was completely wiped out. Blizzard. Fire. As the swarm of dragon beasts flew in from all directions, slowed down by the toxic swamp gas, Albert called out again. As his words fell, the magical circles high in the sky suddenly erupted with intense light. Then, snowballs the size of heads began to fall down. Those Abalong beasts affected by the swamp's toxic gas could not even evade and were smashed into the toxic swamp, instantly dissolving. However, the Abalong beast swarm showed no signs of stopping. In this situation, soon some dragon beasts broke through the blockade, but the dragons had long been prepared, with one or a few dragons responsible for clearing a specific area. Quickly, those dragon beasts that broke through the blockade fell to various magical attacks. However, as time passed, both the toxic swamp and the blizzard weakened, and the number of dragon beasts rushing and increased. Dragon breath. Clear the area. Toxic. Blizzard. Take a break. Gravity. And earth spikes are arranged. Albert's command remained calm and steady, with the appearance of various breaths of dragons, whether rushing in or not yet able to rush in. All were obliterated under the overwhelming dragon breaths. Just then, Wince moved. The 1,000-meter giant dragon body stood in the sky, and a red lava breath erupted from her mouth. At that moment, heaven and earth lost their color. Then, the breath slashed horizontally like a sword of light, creating a gap of several hundred meters in the attacking Abalong beasts. Seizing this moment, magical circles emitting earthy yellow light appeared in the sky, replacing the blizzard. As the dragon breath stopped, the dragon beasts preparing to charge the blockade began to fall like they had broken wings. The earth spikes, already prepared, caused a round of screams every time they appeared. Wince, you finally decided to make a move. Just as I thought, you've indeed become much stronger. After clearing out these nuisances, you must have a battle with me. Wince rolled her eyes. I'm not as free as you. I have a bunch of young dragons waiting for me to take care of. A bunch? Speaking of which, how many have hatched this time? 5. Upon hearing this, Albert immediately laughed. That's great. I look forward to their growth. Hearing this, Wince also smiled, saying, they won't disappoint you. They are the future of Decedro. Upon hearing this, Albert roared. Did you hear that? The Academy has 5 new little guys born. Don't mess things up for me. As his words fell, dragon roars echoed. Even the power of the magic used became stronger. The dragon nests of Abalong beasts are divided into 4 types: small dragon nests, which generally maintain a population of about 200,000 to 300,000. Medium dragon nests, with a population between 1 million to 2 million. Large dragon nests, with a population of 5 million or more, but less than 10 million, and those with over 10 million are giant dragon nests. Under normal circumstances, giant abalong beast nests are rarely seen unless there is enough food nearby. Additionally, the growth cycle of abalong beasts is extremely short. It takes only a maximum of 3 days for a dragon beast egg to grow into a mature body. Therefore, even a small abalong nest is quite a troublesome existence. While Boke was telling Witt and the others about the characteristics of the abalong beasts, he flipped through the abalong beast corpse brought back to the dragon cave. This is their scout. Once it detects the presence of young dragons, it secretes a pheromone that we cannot detect. However, it can spread hundreds of miles at an astonishing speed. Do you see this hole on its backside? There should have been a tail spike here, capable of easily piercing the scales of a young dragon. Witt looked curiously at the corpse. Compared to this, I'm even more curious about how it died. Boko glanced at Witt. The abyssal dragon beast has natural enemies, and as for its natural enemy. Chapter 40. Boko is a good dragon. Natural enemy? The 5 little ones looked at Boko curiously. Boko had no intention of keeping them in suspense and continued. That's right. Their natural enemy is the ball dragon. The sharpest weapon of the abyssal dragon beast, its tail spike, is completely useless against the tough skin of the ball dragon. Moreover, the tail spike of the abyssal dragon beast is also one of the favorite foods of the ball dragon. The signal hormones produced by the abyssal dragon beast, which we cannot sense, are equivalent to the aroma of food for the ball dragon. As he spoke, Boko pointed to the corpse on the ground. This abyssal dragon beast should have been hunted by the ball dragon after releasing its signal hormones. Unfortunately, although the ball dragon is also a social species, its population is much smaller, usually only a dozen to several dozen. Otherwise, the ball dragon would become the abyssal dragon beast's nightmare. At this point, a series of dragon roars came from outside. Boko looked up at the sky, and the smile on his face disappeared. It seems the abyssal dragon beast has arrived, hopefully. It's not a large dragon nest. Hearing this, Witt's gaze sharpened. Can Disadro not handle a large dragon nest? Boko shook his head. Of course, we can handle it. However, the number of individuals in a large dragon nest is too vast, making it difficult for us to keep them outside the Warren Great Rift. Once the abyssal dragon beast breaches the interior of the Warren Great Rift, the war will turn into a war of attrition. Unless we can eliminate all the abyssal dragon beasts that invade the Great Rift while destroying the dragon nest. Because once the dragon mother dies, any dragon beast in the tribe could become a new dragon mother, and as long as the dragon mother is alive, their attacks on Disadro will not cease. If a dragon mother is hiding in the Warren Great Rift, it would be a huge problem. The ecosystem of the Great Rift would suffer a devastating blow. Even if we win this war, we would have to leave here. Upon hearing this, the 5 little ones fell silent. Although they had only been born for a few days, they felt a natural closeness to this place, simply because they were born here. The idea of leaving here, a word that had never appeared in their minds before, was now laid out before them. Seeing the atmosphere become a bit heavy, Boko smiled and said, "You don't need to worry too much. Large dragon nests are still quite rare. Disadro has been here for over 10,000 years, and he is well aware of the local situation. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any nests of the abyssal dragon beast near the Isu plain. The sudden appearance of one only indicates that they are outsiders and that they haven't been here for long. Otherwise, Elbert would have already led his group of little dragons to clear out the dragon nest. In this case, the attackers are mostly small dragon nests. At most a medium-sized dragon nest." With Boko's reassurance, Witt and the others felt much better. Their attention shifted from the scale of the dragon nest to other matters. Who is Elbert? Seeing that Witt and the others' attention was indeed focused on Elbert, Boko also breathed a sigh of relief. Elbert is one of the 5 legendary peak dragons of Disadro, and his main task is to guard Disadro, which includes regularly patrolling the surrounding area of the Warren Great Rift. Naturally, this also includes discovering and clearing out abyssal dragon beast lairs. Additionally, searching for wild dragon eggs is part of his work. Perhaps one or more of you were found by him personally. Moreover, once you transition out of your juvenile stage, he will lead you. This period will span your entire youth. Of course, if anyone is interested in research on potions or magic, they can apply to leave the Dragon Guard and act freely after reaching the youth stage. At that time, you will also qualify to leave the dragon nest and venture outside. Upon hearing this, Witt's eyes lit up. Compared to the dragon nest, he was much more interested in the outside world. He wanted to know if there really were only dragon beasts and giant dragons in this world. Perhaps, in some corner of the world, there exist humans, elves, dwarves, and other magical creatures. They might just be regarded as special dragon beasts. The world is so big. Who knows if such things will definitely not happen. The other dragons also had their own thoughts. However, before they could start dreaming about the future, the noises outside grew louder again. Witt looked at Boko, who was always gazing upwards, hesitating for a moment, then said, "Boko, if you want to go out and help, we will stay here obediently." Hearing this, Boko was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. "My task is to protect you. What about the other young dragons?" Boko looked at Witt and couldn't help but laugh. "You don't think that such a large academy has only me and Winters, do you? In fact, besides Winters, who is responsible for teaching the newly hatched little dragons, and me, who is in charge of potions, there are 2 other teachers who teach alchemy and magic arrays. Moreover, after I found you from the volcano, I wouldn't believe that you would stay here obediently. Upon hearing this, Witt and Celine exchanged glances, both feeling a bit awkward. With their past, they indeed did not deserve Boko's trust. With the questions answered, Witt and the others had nothing else to do for the time being and could only train individually. Of course, Celine and the others were training magic, while Witt was exercising his wings. Boko simply lay at the end of the passage, silently watching. However, from his occasional expressions of appreciation, it was clear that he was somewhat satisfied with Witt and their performance. Time passed slowly, and the noises outside grew quieter. This was a good sign. By noon, there was no sound outside at all. Witt and the others couldn't help but look at Boko, but Boko merely closed his eyes, ignoring their curious gazes. It was only when heavy footsteps came from outside that Boko finally stood up. It was Winters who walked in, perhaps feeling a bit guilty upon seeing Winters. Witt and the others trained even harder. Seeing this, Winters couldn't help but chuckle. Thank you, Boko. These little ones haven't caused any trouble, have they? Upon hearing this, Witt and the others perked up their ears. After all, Winters had instructed them to stay inside the dragon nest when he left. But they had sneaked out and were later brought back by Boko. Of course, they were very obedient. Hearing this, Boko's approval rating with the 5 little ones instantly skyrocketed. Chapter 41. Oh, Boko has left. He left amidst the grateful gazes of Witt and the others. However, before they could be too happy, they saw Winters looking at them with a half-smile. Under the feeling of guilt, Witt and the others instinctively looked away. Seeing this, Winters couldn't help but smile. No matter what, her strength was there. How could she not have noticed that these 5 little guys had run directly to the volcano's mouth after she left? Moreover, these 5 little guys were standing there swaggeringly, afraid that the other dragons couldn't see them. But that was just a minor issue. What truly alarmed her was something else. Went's gaze shifted to the repeatedly studied corpse of the aberrant beast. Leaning down, Wentz tapped the corpse with her claw. Now who started this? Looking at Went's serious expression, Witt and the others fell silent. Just as Witt was about to admit it, Billy tremblingly stepped forward. It was me. I just thought it was too boring. So I wanted to go outside and take a look. Witt was persuaded by me, and so were Celine and the others. Also, I found the corpse of the aberrant beast while I was running around. Hearing this, Witt and the others were stunned as they looked at Billy. They didn't expect that Billy would take all the blame upon himself. As Went's gaze turned to Billy, Witt and the others couldn't sit still anymore and all spoke up, recounting everything that happened last night. However, while all the dragons were waiting for Went's judgment, she smiled. I don't mean to blame you. On the contrary, I'm actually glad. Fortunately, you discovered this corpse in advance. Otherwise, when the aberrant beast attacked, it would have been too late for us to react. The aberrant beast targets not only young dragons, but also dragon eggs. Hearing this, Witt and the others immediately breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances with each other. Their faces gradually brightening. They hadn't caused trouble. On the contrary, they could be considered heroes. But seeing Witt and the others tense up again, Wentz extended her claw and gently tapped each of their heads. However, this does not mean that you're running around at night and not sleeping is something to be encouraged. So you will spend the entire day tomorrow in the library. As for what kind of punishment, you will find out tomorrow. Witt's heart stirred. Since there was punishment, then there should also be rewards, right? Wentz glanced at Witt and nodded with a smile. Of course there are rewards, but given your current situation, you won't be able to claim them. Once you pass the young dragon phase, the rewards will be delivered to you on time. Alright, enough of this. Let's start today's lesson. With that, Wentz stood up and gestured for Witt and the others to come onto her claws. Wentz did not tell them about the outcome regarding the aberrant beast. That was not something the young dragons should be concerned about. Hearing this, the spirits of the other dragons, except for Witt, immediately drooped, as their magic was still unfinished, due to the incident with the aberrant beast. The second magic class only lasted half a day. After half a day's practice, Celine and the others made little progress. They still couldn't successfully cast their magic. Only Witt had successfully found the third node. Of course, this didn't mean that Witt's magical talent was higher than Celine's. He simply had a much clearer feedback from the disrupted node formation, allowing him to more easily determine the correct position of the node. After hearing Wentz's explanation, Celine and the others barely regained their confidence. However, today's magic practice had already ended. They could only place their hopes on the next magic class, and as for tomorrow, they still had to face the unknown punishment. After returning to the dragon cave, Celine and the others, who had been restless all day, quickly fell asleep. After finishing dinner, Witt originally planned to take the juice of the domia flower and sleep soundly. However, when he recalled the gorgeous starry sky he had seen last night, he hesitated. Standing on the crystal jar, Witt glanced at Billy, who was making a ruckus. It shouldn't be a problem to stay up a little longer. I just want to look for a few minutes, really just a few minutes. Thinking this, Witt ultimately couldn't resist. Leaving the dragon cave, he flew directly to the exit above. This time, Celine and the others were truly sound asleep and did not suddenly wake up when Witt came out. The starry sky was still beautiful. Moreover, today's starry sky was not entirely the same as yesterday's. However, after watching for a while, Witt ultimately resisted the temptation to look just a little longer and prepared to go back to sleep. Just then, a faint sound reached Witt's ears. Witt was taken aback, and his expression gradually became serious. It can't be the aberrant beast again. With this thought, Witt cautiously walked in the direction of the sound. The volcano's mouth was a circular rock platform. Following the sound, Witt arrived at the edge of the rock platform and looked down. As the top predator in this world's food chain, dragons had exceptional vision. Even under the cover of night, the scene below was still clearly visible to Witt. He was stunned. Oh, the golden dragon scales were so striking under the night, emitting a metallic sheen. This was a characteristic of the golden dragon, a metal dragon. Other dragons, even if their scales were the same golden color, would not have this metallic luster. As for the size, it was a bit smaller than him. It was definitely Ao. But wasn't Ao sleeping in the dragon cave? With this thought, Witt became conflicted. Should he go back to the dragon cave to check if Ao was really sleeping, or follow and see what the other party was doing? Looking down from above, there was a steep rocky slope. At this moment, Ao had reached the bottom of the rocky slope and would soon be able to dive into the woods next to the volcano. Seeing this, Witt didn't care whether it was really Ao or not and flew down directly. Flying down from above was relatively easy for Witt. However, this volcano, which had been converted into a school, was simply too massive. By the time Witt flew to the foot of the volcano, the other party's figure had long disappeared. Just as Witt was pondering, a wave of intense heat surged from the woods towards him. However, the other party clearly had just learned this not long ago. Witt didn't even move, and the lava breath landed several meters away on a rock. Then, a golden figure that radiated a metallic sheen slowly walked out from the woods, and that proud expression was no different from Ao's. But Witt was just face-blind, not blind. He could see the vigilance and curiosity in the other party's eyes upon seeing a strange dragon. This was definitely not Ao. Chapter 42. There are more newly born young dragons than just you. Who are you? Witt cautiously looked at the golden dragon across from him, spreading his wings, tightening his limbs, and his tail restlessly swaying, creating a true sound of breaking wind. Who are you? Why are you following me? Hearing this, Witt was taken aback. Then his expression towards the other party became strange. The voice on the other side was crisp, like the chirping of a bird, and it was clearly a female dragon. However, speaking in such a voice while having the appearance of a male made Witt feel an extremely strange sensation. I'm talking to you. The impatience in the other party's voice was evident. Seeing the other party's fidgeting demeanor, Witt quickly focused. My name is Witt, and I'm a freshman at the Dragon Academy. Witt, is it? I've remembered you. After the words were spoken, the golden dragon did not pounce towards him as Witt had imagined. Instead, it dove into the nearby bushes. By the time Witt reacted and rushed over to check, the dragon had already vanished without a trace. Rubbing his head, Witt's claws scraped against his scales, sparking small embers. Seeing this, Witt quickly stopped, as there was plenty of dry grass nearby. It was already excessive for him to sneak out at night. If he set this place on fire and attracted Witt, it would surely anger him. Thinking of the overwhelming pressure that Witt had emitted this morning, which had nearly suffocated him, Witt's expression changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the slope of the volcano. Looking at the towering heights that seemed endless to him, Witt's face immediately soured. It was easy to come down from above, but going from below to above would probably tire him to death. However, even if it killed him, he had to die in the dragon's lair. He absolutely could not stay outside overnight. With this in mind, Witt gritted his teeth and flew upwards. The golden figure dashed through the forest, occasionally illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the trees, reflecting a metallic luster. She was the little golden dragon who had just escaped Witt. Suddenly, her expression changed, and after her eyes spun around a few times, she obediently stopped there. Then, a massive figure descended from the sky, causing the surrounding trees to creak. Under the moonlight, the figure reflected a golden metallic sheen. Isla, you're being naughty again. As the voice spoke, a huge claw landed beside the little golden dragon. Upon hearing this, the little golden dragon let out a few dry laughs. The dragon's lair is so boring. If I stay inside all the time, I'll go crazy. Should I take you to the academy? Upon hearing this, Isla hesitated for a moment. Never mind, I just encountered a silver dragon about my size, and he's from the academy. If he is out at this late hour, it means the academy is just as boring. Really? That is unusual. If I remember correctly, Headmaster Witt is quite strict. I certainly wouldn't have dared to sneak out when I was your age. That is because you were timid. The moment your mother spoke, you. Witt didn't know how he returned to the dragon's lair. He only knew that he slept soundly this time. When he opened his eyes again, a gigantic eye startled him. It's Witt, you scare me to death. As he watched the enormous eyeball gradually move away and recognized its owner, Witt couldn't help but mutter under his breath. Hearing this, Witt looked at Witt with a mix of amusement and exasperation. You still have the nerve to complain. You went out again last night. Hearing this, Witt's heart tightened, and he scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. No way, how could I? I just accidentally drank a little too much of the Demia flower juice. Really? Then I think the Demia flower juice you drank last night should have been freshly picked. Listening to Witt's teasing words, Witt felt something was off. He turned to look at Celine and the others, only to see them stifling their laughter and staring at his tail. Wait, my tail? Witt turned to look at his tail and saw some broken green leaves stuck between the scales. After a moment of silence, Witt looked up at Witt. Witt, I think I can explain. Witt looked at Witt with a hint of amusement. In a place where there are no green plants at all, I'm very curious about what kind of explanation you can give me. Upon hearing this, Witt lowered his head. All right, I did go out. But I was only out for a little while. The reason I got these things on me is that I saw a golden dragon. I thought she was Ao, so I chased after her. Upon hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others began to size up Ao again. Ao, feeling a bit embarrassed under their scrutiny, hid her tail and said, I went to bed early last night. It couldn't have been me. Witt quickly explained, it's definitely not Ao. She's a female dragon, but she looks exactly like Ao. I was far away at first, so I mistook her for Ao. Celine and the others were momentarily stunned. They hadn't forgotten Witt's little quirk, but if Witt could mistake her, it meant that the little dragon's size should be similar to Ao's. However, weren't there only the 5 of them, the newly hatched dragonlings, in the academy? At this moment, Witt spoke up. You must be talking about Isla. She's a golden dragon born around the same time as you. Seeing the 5 little ones looking at her with puzzled expressions, Witt hesitated for a moment before explaining. Not all dragonlings come to the academy. Do you remember what I told you before? Your dragon eggs were retrieved from outside the dragon's nest. But the dragons living in the nest also have their own children, and they take care of their own eggs. After they are born, only a very small portion of dragons will send their hatchlings to the academy. Hearing Witt's words, Witt's and the others' moods visibly sank. Witt's words were all too clear. You are all children without parents to care for you. That's what it means. Seeing this, Witt felt a bit helpless. It was precisely because of this that she had hesitated just now, but Witt and the others had the right to know. All right, why the long faces? You still have me. Also, hurry up and eat. Don't think you can escape today as punishment just by looking like that. Especially you, Witt. You actually ran out again last night. So, your punishment today will be doubled. Witt's words lightened the mood of Witt and the others, especially Witt. Upon hearing that his punishment would be doubled, he had no time to ponder why his parents had abandoned him. Can you give us a hint about what our punishment is? Copying books. Just the Dragon Beast Encyclopedia. Witt, you have to copy it twice. Chapter 43. In the blink of 2 years. A day was clearly not enough for the 5 little ones to finish copying a book that was much taller than they were. Therefore, copying books was a long-term punishment. And for Witt, it would take even longer since he had to copy it twice. But that wasn't the most important part. The most important part was that for dragons, copying books wasn't just about taking a pen and writing on paper. What Witt prepared for Witt and the others were huge blank metal books. They needed to use their claws to forcibly carve out each character on those hard metal pages. After a long day, Witt and the others could only hold their swollen and painful claws, quickly falling asleep under the fatigue. However, even in their dreams, Witt and the others' claws continued to tremble. Witt was not joking. This was indeed a punishment. Fortunately, Witt and the others were in a rapid growth phase. No matter how serious the injuries were, as long as they replenished their energy and slept for a night, they would surely recover completely. Moreover, Witt and the others discovered that after experiencing injury and recovery through sleep, their claws were much sharper than the day before. When they asked Witt if it was intentional, Witt just smiled and remained silent. But to Witt and the others, it seemed like Witt was tacitly agreeing. Thus, they complained less about the punishment of copying books. Even though this thought only lasted until the second time they copied books. As time passed, Witt and the others' lives gradually became more regular. Eating, practicing magic, sleeping, eating, copying books, with Witt only having one additional activity of having dinner. If there was any excitement, it was probably when they had their 4th class, where Celine successfully cast her first spell, Light Arrow. Inspired by Celine, that same day, Ao also completed his first spell, Fireball. Then, in the next magic class, Dinah and Billy also completed their spells one after another. Of course, Witt's progress was always the fastest. He had long correctly identified the 4 elemental nodes of the Fireball spell. After Billy completed his Fireball, Witt joyfully announced that Witt and the others' magical learning journey had officially begun. And then there was nothing more. Their lives remained extremely regular. The difference was that as Witt and the others grew older, the span of this regular life became larger. They slept longer, ate more, practiced magic for shorter periods. And gradually, the punishment of copying books was forgotten by all the dragons, including Witt. Witt was not surprised by this change. She knew it was a normal phenomenon in the growth process of young dragons. Finally, one day, a year after Witt and the others were born, Witt walked into the dragon cave as usual, carrying a large amount of meat, only to find not 5 young dragons, but 5 glowing cocoons. Witt smiled. She quietly exited the dragon cave, knowing that for the coming year, Witt and the others would not wake up again. Time would not stand still because of their slumber. It continued to move forward, as always, according to some possibly existing, possibly not existing rule. The glowing cocoons in the dragon cave gradually grew larger with the passage of time, but the brilliance they contained became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, a soft sound broke the silence that had lasted for a year in the dragon cave. One of the glowing cocoons developed a crack, which gradually widened, and finally, the cocoon shattered violently, revealing 2 milky white dragon wings that stretched out and then gently moved. Celine opened her eyes, looking around in confusion. She did not know how long she had slept, but she felt extremely comfortable from this sleep. Moments later, Celine fully woke up and then noticed the other 4 glowing cocoons in the dragon cave. Celine was momentarily stunned and then tried to get up, but soon, her attention was drawn to another thing, her own body. At first, when she began to move, she felt an unprecedented heaviness, but soon this feeling disappeared. Yet it still caught Celine's attention. Then she saw a dragon body that was completely different from before she fell asleep. The color of her body had not changed, but her scales appeared thicker and her claws were sharper, easily leaving white marks on the rocky ground, which was impossible before. The entire academy was protected by a ground attribute magic array. Otherwise, the mischievous young dragons would try to use their claws to damage anything visible to the naked eye. Although surprised by why her claws had become so strong after waking up, Celine's attention was soon drawn to another item, the crystal jar that Witt used to hold the juice of the domia flower. Of course, the jar was not the main point. The main point was that she felt the jar had shrunk significantly. No, she must have grown bigger. Upon realizing this, Celine excitedly measured herself and quickly concluded. The length of her tail was 5 meters. And the physical characteristic of giant dragons is that the length of the tail is roughly equal to that of the body, even if there is a difference. It won't be too much. Therefore, her current body length was 5 meters. Just as Celine was shocked by her growth, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Celine, you are indeed the first to wake up. You must be hungry. Here's the food prepared for you. Seeing Winthrop come in, Celine was about to ask something. But her gaze was quickly drawn to the meat that Winthrop had brought out. Like she had been starving for a year. Celine rushed to the meat and started tearing and swallowing it frantically. Well, that was indeed the case. Winthrop watched Celine devour the food with a smile in her eyes. Eat slowly, there's plenty of food. After wolfing down for a moment, Celine managed to suppress her hunger, regaining her composure, and her eating became more elegant, though still fast. Winthrop, what happened to me? Winthrop smiled and said, you have been asleep for a whole year, so your size will naturally increase a lot. Celine then remembered the growth patterns of young dragons that Winthrop and Witt had mentioned. Realizing this, Celine suddenly became anxious. Winthrop, is my size normal? Of course. Your size is very normal, even larger than other young dragons of the same age. As soon as she finished speaking, there was another faint cracking sound. The sound was small, but it attracted the attention of both Winthrop and Celine. However, when the cocoon shattered, Celine looked at Winthrop with a dazed expression. Her eyes filled with a sense of being deceived. If I'm normal, then why is he so big? Chapter 44. Talent begins to show. The second to wake up was not Ao, nor was it Dinah or Billy, but Witt. Just waking up, Witt's reaction was similar to Celine's. However, Witt felt very hungry, the kind of hunger where his stomach was twitching violently. So, when he smelled the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air, he opened his eyes and immediately began to move his limbs. The whole dragon moved like a fish, swiftly swimming to Celine's side. His much larger body pushed her aside, and with his eyes still closed, he began to devour the food. Celine tried to resist, but Witt immediately extended a claw and pressed Celine's head to the ground, rendering her unable to move. Winthrop looked at Witt with surprise. His growth far exceeded her expectations. Celine's body was around 5 meters long, not counting the tail. To be precise, it should be 6 meters, indeed larger than the normal young dragons of the same age. However, Witter's dragon body has reached an astonishing 8 meters. This is far from the body length of a 2-year-old young dragon. The growth of dragons follows a certain pattern during the young dragon stage. The first 2 years after birth are a period of rapid development. After this period, the growth of young dragons slows down and enters a stage of accumulation. For the next 90 or so years, the changes in the young dragon's body won't be too significant, at most reaching around 10 meters. A size like Celine's is already quite large. Under normal circumstances, a young dragon in their 20s would be this size. However, Witter's size is even more exaggerated. A young dragon of 8 meters is typically over 60 years old, yet he has already reached this size at just 2 years old. Witter. While once was lost in thought about Witter's size, Celine finally became angry. A series of complicated dragon languages were mumbled, but her command of this magic clearly showed some skill. Even though the incantation was a bit unclear, a thin, extremely sharp blade of light covered her claws. By the time once reacted, Celine's claws had already landed on Witter. However, after taking Celine's furious strike, Witter's body merely swayed, and his frenzied eating continued unabated. In fact, Celine didn't even leave a few white marks on Witter's body. Fortunately, she managed to pull her head out from under Witter's claws while he was unsteady. Just as the furious Celine was about to attack Witter again, Wentz hurriedly stopped her. All right. He didn't mean to steal your food. Look. He hasn't even opened his eyes yet. Hearing Wentz's words, Celine finally noticed that Witter's eyes were still closed. After hesitating for a moment, out of pride as a dragon, she didn't attack Witter, who was still in a sleeping state, but the anger in her heart was not so easily quelled. After all, she had just been pressed down by Witter and rubbed against the ground. That was a humiliation. Seeing this, Wentz sighed helplessly. He took out some meat again and placed it in front of Celine, hoping it would calm her down. After all, in his view, Celine was unlikely to be Witter's opponent right now. During the young dragon stage, when magic levels are not very high, physical quality can directly determine a young dragon's strength. Just like Celine's light blade magic that fell on Witter, it didn't even leave a single white mark. That was the crushing advantage of physical quality. Seeing the meat placed in front of her, Celine hesitated for a moment, but in the end, hunger overcame her unwillingness. However, she clearly treated the meat in front of her as Witter, biting down particularly hard. But soon, Celine realized that she had gotten angry too soon. Witt ate very quickly, and by the time he finished, once hadn't he even had the chance to place new food in front of him before he pushed Celine aside and snatched her food. Celine stood there in shock for a while, and finally, when she came to her senses, she exploded. She went directly behind Witt, grabbed his tail, and delivered a fierce slam. However, when she prepared to do it a second time, she found she couldn't pull him anymore, and then she felt herself being lifted into the air. When she came to her senses, she found herself staring into a pair of bewildered golden vertical pupils. Celine? What are you doing holding my tail? What are you doing? What? This question echoed repeatedly in Celine's mind, and then her pupils suddenly contracted, followed by her opening her mouth wide and biting down on Witt's tail. Then came a series of screams. Not from Witt, but from Celine. Celine covered her mouth, staring hatefully at Witt, who still had a confused expression and didn't understand what had happened. She was truly angry. Wentz couldn't bear to watch as Celine opened her mouth to bite Witt's tail, and he closed his eyes. In the face of such overwhelming physical quality, one didn't even need to think about what kind of consequences this behavior would lead to. Fortunately, this way, Celine finally realized the gap between them and didn't continue to attack. And Witt? He looked at Celine, who was glaring at him with a fierce expression, and turned to Wentz with a bewildered look. Noticing Witt's gaze, Wentz sighed helplessly. You just stole Celine's food, twice. Hearing this, Witt finally understood some of the current situation, and then he awkwardly looked at Celine. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Just as he was saying this, the gradually waking Witt noticed the size difference between him and Celine, and he instinctively blurted out, Celine, why do you seem smaller? Celine's expression froze, and then the ancient language echoed again in the dragon's lair. Seeing this, Witt quickly dodged under Wentz's feet. Calm down, Celine. If I said something wrong, just tell me. Can we not use magic? With Witt hiding beside Wentz, Celine had no choice but to stop chanting her spell, glared fiercely at Witt, and then continued eating. Seeing this, Witt breathed a sigh of relief. He hesitated and then cautiously walked to a spot not far from Celine. Seeing that she merely glared at him, he finally felt completely at ease. Then, Witt looked up at Wentz, his eyes filled with confusion. Wentz, however, took out a large piece of meat and placed it in front of Witt. Talk while you eat. Then, she explained the current situation to Witt. After understanding what had happened, Witt looked at Celine, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, Celine was clearly still angry, so he decided to wait until she calmed down a bit before apologizing. He then continued eating. Although he had stolen Celine's food twice, he still felt as if his body had been hollowed out, starving to the point where his stomach felt like it was being cut with knives. Just then, a slight cracking sound rang out again. Chapter 45, You Can Go Out Now. Inside the dragon's lair, the 5 young dragons, having eaten and drunk their fill, were lying on the ground resting. However, Witt felt quite uncomfortable. This was because Celine and the others' gazes always seemed to intentionally or unintentionally fall on him. There was no helping it. Before sleeping, their sizes were roughly the same, but after waking up, Witt was much larger than them. The 5 young dragons, born at the same time, had now, 2 years later, developed into 3 distinct tiers. Witt was the largest, measuring 8 meters. In the first tier, Celine was next, measuring 6 meters in the second tier, while Ao, Billy, and Dinah's sizes were also slightly larger than normal 2-year-old young dragons, exceeding 5 meters but not reaching 6 meters, placing them in the third tier. Alright, you don't need to stare at Witt, he's different from you. Finally, Wentz, who had just gone out for a while, returned again. Looking at the scene in the dragon's lair, Wentz's tone had a hint of helplessness. Then, she looked at Witt. Don't worry, Witt, Boko has already checked you. Your development is fine. The reason your size is so much larger than Celine and the others is because of your bloodline. If nothing unexpected happens, it seems that the power of your father's bloodline is starting to manifest. Moreover, although your father's bloodline is strong, he still belongs to the dragon race. So your development will also follow the growth patterns of the dragon race. However, it's not without its troubles. The strength of the bloodline increases the limit of your physical body, which means that during your development, you'll need more energy. If there isn't enough energy, your physical development will also stagnate. So, Witt, if you're hungry, don't hesitate or be afraid of causing trouble. Just tell me directly. This is crucial for your healthy growth. Hearing this, Witt nodded gratefully. I understand. Thank you, Wentz. Wentz smiled and shook her head. It's what I should do. Ensuring the healthy growth of every young dragon is my responsibility. After a pause, Wentz glanced at the other dragons. There is also another piece of news. From now on, you will have 3 additional courses: potions, alchemy, and magic circles. Along with my magic class, you will be learning 4 subjects simultaneously. Each course will have a duration of 1 day without breaks in between. So your schedule will change from 1 day of class and 1 day of rest to 4 days of class and 2 days of rest. Additionally, Witt, you don't need to worry about keeping up with those 3 courses. In the bloodline inheritance, the most passed down knowledge is about giant dragons and dragon beasts, followed by magic. Aside from that, other knowledge is mentioned only briefly. So, in the courses on potions, alchemy, and magic circles, you will be starting from the same starting line. Hearing this, Witt was momentarily stunned and then asked in confusion, Wentz, if I remember correctly, One of the books you asked me to read is Complete Guide to Potions and another is A Few Things About Magic Circles. Aren't these two books chosen to compensate for my lack of bloodline inheritance? Witt laughed. Of course not. I was initially troubled about how you should learn magic. And I even forgot about the method of mental magic. So, these two books were chosen to give you more avenues to understand magic in case you can't learn it. Especially the magic circles. Magic circles and magic are closely related. The principles of most high-level magic circles involve using magic crystals to replace the magical nodes that are formed during the casting of high-level magic. Therefore, learning magic through magic circles is also a very good method. As for potions, Witt, potions are a double-edged sword. If used well, they can greatly enhance your strength. But if used poorly, they could ruin your future. However, it seems that your future is much broader than I imagined. And you don't need the help of potions at all. Listening to Witt's words, Witt felt a surge of gratitude. Witt had done far more for him than he realized. All right, we should talk about the second matter. Having passed through the two most vulnerable years, you are now capable of officially integrating into the Dragon Academy. From today onwards, you can do anything you want, including leaving the academy. However, don't get so carried away that you forget your classes. By the way, today and tomorrow, you can have a good rest, and your studies will officially begin the day after tomorrow. With that, Witt smiled and pointed outside, then she left. After Witt left, the dragon den was instantly in an uproar. Billy flapped his wings and hurriedly scurried over to Witt. Did you hear that, Witt? We can go out. Looking at Billy's excited expression, Witt felt a bit helpless. Unknowingly, the five of them had become very familiar with each other. And Billy was always eager to take Witt on adventures. Yes, in their view, going to the volcano at night to watch the stars was enough to be called an adventure. After all, they had been lectured by Witt many times because of this. As for Celine and the others, they only participated occasionally. All right, I heard you, but even though we can go out, there's one thing I need to make clear in advance. If you encounter anything unfamiliar, don't put it in your mouth. Witt's words made Ao and the others nod in agreement. Billy was quite timid. Even the slightest noise could make him hide behind the other dragons at the fastest speed. But in some aspects, he was quite bold. Anything unfamiliar, he would try to put it in his mouth. Because of this habit, he had caused a lot of trouble. Hearing Witt's reminder, Billy looked embarrassed. He knew this was not good, but habits are not so easy to change. Let's go out and take a look. This is our first time leaving the dragon den during the day without Witt. Upon hearing Billy's words, the other dragons were somewhat tempted. After hesitating for a moment, they all agreed. As they entered the passage, Billy kept mumbling about which direction to explore after leaving the academy, while Ao and Dinah occasionally chimed in. Witt walked at the back, glancing at Celine not far away. He hesitated for a moment, then walked over. I'm really sorry about what happened before. I didn't mean to. Upon hearing this, Celine turned to look at Witt, a bit surprised. After calming down, she realized that the incident was not Witt's fault, so she didn't dwell on it anymore. Now that Witt had come to apologize, she felt a bit embarrassed instead. It's okay, I was at fault too. Hearing this, Witt's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally relaxed. He didn't know when he had started to care about these four companions and the relationships between them. Witt was right. Dragons are lonely warriors, but they don't enjoy loneliness. Chapter 46. They went out and came back. After reconciling with Celine, Witt's mood improved significantly. Listening to Billy's speculations about what the outside world was like, Witt also began to join in. Speaking of which, after they were born, they had only gone out once the next day when learning to breathe fire. Moreover, they were restricted to staying within 100 meters of Witt. Now that they had finally gained the freedom to enter and exit the academy, they were naturally full of anticipation for the outside world. As they looked at the increasingly bright exit of the dragon den, Witt and the others couldn't help but stop their conversation. They had certainly been outside during the day, but this was the first time they were going out on their own without Witt. However, as they approached the exit of the dragon den, their steps slowed down more and more. This was because outside, pairs of golden vertical pupils gleaming with excitement were tightly focused on them. Some were flying in the air, some leaning against stone pillars, some standing at the edge of the stone corridor, and some peering at the entrance. Their positions varied, but their gazes were united. A group of various dragons was watching them. When Witt and the others were startled into stopping their steps by this scene, faint sounds of conversation floated in. Look, they've stopped. Such cowards. Hey, did you notice that big guy? He's even bigger than me. There's that milk-white little guy, and he's not small at all. Hey, don't do that, you'll scare them away. What is a giant dragon? 100 pounds of giant dragon, 50 pounds of pride, 49 pounds of glory. And the remaining 1 pound is everything else. How could Witt and the others withstand what these guys outside are saying? What does it mean to stop? What does it mean to be timid? What does it mean to not dare? The 5 dragons exchanged glances and then stepped out of the dragon den together. They're out. The dragons outside shouted together, scaring Witt and the others back in. They went back in. Someone muttered quietly. But when it comes to giant dragons, you can never expect their whispers to be very quiet. So, Witt and the others exchanged embarrassed glances, their tails behind them twitching uneasily. They were really embarrassed. However, when they regrouped and prepared to go out, they found that the dragons had already left. I'm going to challenge them. Looking at the dragons descending toward the square, Ao couldn't help but shout. The golden dragon is prouder than the other giant dragons. He cannot tolerate the slander from those dragons outside. He wasn't scared just now, just a little surprised. Yes, just surprised. As Ao prepared to charge down, Witt quickly grabbed his tail, and with a loud thud, Ao fell to the ground. The scene fell silent. Witt, as if shocked, quickly released Ao's tail. Ao slowly turned his head, looking at Witt with a mix of shame and anger, and then, slap. Celine delivered a smack to Ao's head. Are you stupid? Their size may not be much bigger than ours, but time allows them to have far more battle experience than we do. Let us go. Our goal today is not to fight with them. After saying that, Celine flew toward the volcanic cave above. Ao touched his head and then glared at Witt. Next time, don't grab my tail. With that, he chased after Celine. Witt scratched his head, called out to Billy and Dinette, and then the three dragons followed suit. Of course, they also noticed that the little dragons in the square below had been focused on them the whole time. They just didn't know why they hadn't come after them. Speaking of which, why did they scatter just now? Witt looked down, puzzled. Celine also glanced down. Who knows? What they didn't know was that below, on the stone corridor, Winters was watching them leave with a smile in his eyes. Woohoo! They finally came out. A figure shot out from the volcano, shouting while flapping his wings, a faint reddish glow enveloping his body, allowing him to easily perform various flying maneuvers. Then, four little dragons flew out from the volcano, chasing after the first figure. Witt had never slackened on his flying practice. At this moment, aside from when he was flying without elemental power supporting his body, he had already caught up with Celine and the others in terms of flying skills. Of course, even though his physical strength far surpassed that of Celine and the others, he still couldn't match them in terms of sustained flight. There was no way around it. His flying relied entirely on the strength of his wings. And after long-term training, just from the perspective of his wings, he had already built quite a gap compared to ordinary silver dragons. A normal silver dragon has a wingspan of 1.6 times its body length, excluding the tail, when its wings are fully spread, which was the case when Witt was born. But now, his wingspan had already reached twice his body length. This figure is still relatively rare among dragons. Only elemental giant dragons have a wingspan that exceeds twice their body length. After a round of aerial chasing and frolicking, Witt felt his stamina depleting, so he gradually slowed down his flying speed, preparing to rest in the woods below. Seeing this, Celine and the others also slowed down, following Witt down. Upon seeing this, Witt felt warmth in his heart. He knew that Celine and the others were doing this to take care of him. After all, they hadn't been flying for long, so their elemental reserves were definitely sufficient. But what about Billy? Hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others exchanged glances, and then they noticed that one dragon was missing. At this moment, a strange cry came from the distance. The other dragons looked helpless. You all go down and rest. I'll go bring him back. With that, Celine turned around and flew back up into the sky, disappearing from Witt's sight in the blink of an eye. Witt and the other two dragons exchanged glances and then flew down. Passing through the dense branches and leaves, the scene below unfolded before Witt and the others' eyes. Clear river water flowed quietly, and various brightly colored, oddly shaped flowers and plants adorned both banks of the river. A few little round dragons were playing by the bushes. Upon hearing the commotion from Witt and the others, they curiously looked over, and upon seeing them, they resumed their playful antics, unbothered. Seeing the river, Witt's eyes lit up, and he quickly flew over, diving right in. After high-speed flight, his dragon body was extremely hot. Plunging into the water felt like a red-hot iron block dropping into it, accompanied by a sizzling sound, and a plume of steam rose from the river surface. The sudden coolness made Witt gasp, and he happily started swimming in the water. Oh, I forgot to mention, silver dragons love water. Chapter 47. Ao can't swim. Silver dragons love water, and at least a quarter of Witt's bloodline is from silver dragons. His mother doesn't seem to be a typical silver dragon either. But even so, Witt seems to have inherited this fondness for water. Want to join me? After a dive, Witt burst out of the water and sprayed a mouthful at the approaching Ao and Dinette. Ao reacted quickly, and since golden dragons prefer dry places, he managed to shield himself with his wings just in time when the water splashed over. Then, with a disgusted expression, he summoned the fire elements inside him to evaporate the moisture from his wings. He quickly stepped back a few paces, watching Witt warily. If you splash water on me again, I'll duel you. Witt looked regretfully at Ao, then turned his gaze to Dinette. Dinette didn't mind, letting the water droplets fall on him. Green dragons like to live in miasmic jungles or toxic swamps. Both jungles and swamps are quite humid, so green dragons don't dislike water. Looking at Witt's eager expression, Dinette smiled gently, then dashed forward, leaping into the water. His movements were seamless, and his streamlined body was as agile as a fish in the water. Silver dragons only like water, while green dragons prefer living in swamps. In terms of body structure, green dragons are actually more agile in the water. Moreover, Witt himself had already developed quite a few differences from silver dragons, especially with that pair of large wings behind him, which were a complete burden in the water. So after a round of water play, Witt could only awkwardly flee from Dinette's agile attacks. He couldn't escape. On the shore, watching Witt and Dinette play in the water, a hint of envy flashed in Ao's eyes. He certainly wanted to join in. However, when he looked at the river, he hesitated. He really didn't like water. Underwater. Witt noticed Ao's conflicted expression, pointed at Dinah, then at Ao, and then dove deeper. Dinah paused for a moment, her eyes lighting up, and followed suit. On the shore, Ao struggled for a moment but ultimately decided to follow his instincts, casting a disdainful glance at the river. It's just splashing water on each other. What's so fun about that? Just as he thought this, he noticed that the once splashing river surface was now still. Puzzled, Ao walked closer to the riverbank. These two wouldn't have drowned, would they? That shouldn't be possible. Green dragons live mostly in swamps and are naturally good in water. Even if it were to drown, she could easily get him back up. But if they weren't drowning, Ao looked at the two dragons grinning beneath the water and suddenly understood. Before he could react, a thick dragon tail shot up from underwater, wrapping around his forelimb, followed by a powerful force. Boom. A loud noise erupted, splashing a large amount of water. Ao fell into the water. However, as Witt and Dinah laughed and swam away to avoid Ao's impending wrath, Ao began to flail his limbs wildly in a panic under the astonished gazes of Witt and Dinah. Witt turned to Dinah. Ao can't swim, though he didn't speak. Witt's confusion was clearly expressed through his eyes. Dinah rolled her eyes. How would she know? It was her first time out, her first time swimming. Then, they watched as Ao's movement slowed down, gradually sinking towards the riverbed. Fun fact, a gold dragon weighs twice as much as a silver dragon of the same size. Also, gold dragons really can't swim. As Ao was about to drown, Witt and Dinah realized they were in trouble and hurriedly swam towards Ao, one on each side. Moments later, they supported Ao and brought him to the riverbank. Ao struggled to open his eyes and shakily pointed his claw at Witt. I want to duel you. As soon as he finished speaking, Ao passed out. Witt awkwardly glanced at Dinah. What should we do? Dinah stepped forward and tentatively poked Ao's nose with her claw. He's breathing, not dead. Then she looked at Ao's swollen belly. He must have drunk too much. Hey, you guys come over and help. Just then, Billy's voice called from a distance. Due to the dense branches, Witt and Dinah couldn't see what was happening. Glancing at the unconscious Ao on the ground, Witt said, You stay here, I'll go help. Without waiting for Dinah to respond, he flew upwards. Cutting through the thick foliage, Witt quickly found Celine and Billy, hard to miss. He saw Celine and Billy working together to lift a massive dragon beast's corpse. It was a dragon beast he had never seen before, about 100 meters long, resembling a wild boar from another world. Its head, covered in thick dragon scales, had no horns but two bulges. Its dragon-like mouth had two long sharp fangs, and its golden pupils had lost their luster. Its limbs were thick, with sharp claws, and its long, thin tail was covered in blade-like dragon scales. Clearly not a friendly creature. Celine and Billy each held one of the long fangs, as if they were sticking wild fruits on a branch. Yet these two wild fruits were lifting the massive dragon beast into the air. Although it was slow and wobbly, they were indeed lifting it. However, Witt quickly discovered the reason. The dragon beast's insides had been hollowed out. You still watching? Hurry up and come help. Billy was about to collapse. Hearing Celine's words, Witt quickly flew over, took over for Billy, and then asked, What kind of dragon beast is this? Where did you get it? Billy panted heavily but didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Where are those two? Witt's expression froze. Then he awkwardly chuckled. Haha, we had a little problem, so I had to come alone. Saying this, Witt glanced at Celine. Can you hold on? Hearing Witt's question, Celine frowned slightly. I can, but what did you do? Haha, it's a long story. Let's first get this dragon beast down. At this, Celine didn't press further. After a while, a completely exhausted Celine looked down at the unconscious Ao and the awkwardly standing Dinah beside her. What exactly did you do? Billy flew over and poked Ao's big belly with the tip of his tail, looking at Dinah with a face full of indignation. We worked hard to bring back food, and you two ended up overindulging. Chapter 48, Billy's reckless behavior again. Hearing Billy's voice filled with indignation, Witt almost spewed dragon breath. Which of your eyes saw us hogging it all? Ao clearly didn't look like he overate. Celine also had a dark expression as she walked over to Billy and gave him a hard slap on the back of the head. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll hit you. At this, Billy, who knew Celine's strength well, immediately fell silent. However, his resentful gaze still fixed on Witt and Dinah. Clearly, he was convinced of his judgment. But Celine ignored Billy and examined Ao's condition, then looked at Witt with a strange expression. Drowned? Witt awkwardly smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Celine turned to Dinah, who instinctively looked away. Celine already knew that Ao's drowning was caused by these two dragons. You all have no sense of proportion. What if something happens to Ao? It's common knowledge that gold dragons can't swim. It's one thing for Witt not to know, but you, Dinah, didn't know either? Hearing this, Dinah looked a bit innocent and said, I know gold dragons can't swim, but I didn't expect him to drown in a little river. He could have just opened his wings and floated up. Besides, if he had closed his mouth in time, we could have dragged him ashore. But he kept his mouth open in the water, gulping down. Hearing this, Celine also looked at Ao with some exasperation. Undoubtedly, Witt and Dinah were at fault. But Ao was also quite foolish. Knowing he couldn't swim, he dared to keep his mouth open after falling in. Sighing, Celine motioned for Witt to come over and pointed at Ao's swollen belly. Push hard. Witt slapped his forehead. Right. He felt like he had forgotten something. With that thought, Witt hurried over and started pushing. Humans shouldn't do this. With just a moment's pause, Ao opened his mouth and spat out a large stream of water. After a moment, Ao opened his eyes. When he saw Witt standing beside him with a smirk, a surge of anger ignited in his eyes. A duel. I want to duel you. Right now, immediately. Witt scratched his head and then looked at his own body, quietly asking, are you sure? Ao's expression froze for a moment. Then he looked at Witt's body and then at his own, filled with sorrow and indignation. Why is this guy so big? Seeing this, Dinah hurriedly spoke up. Sorry, Ao. This time it was our fault. You know Witt doesn't have inherited memories. He is unaware of your situation. And I got too excited while playing and forgot. Which is why I got you into the water. Please forgive us this time. We really didn't mean it. Upon hearing this, Celine also chimed in. Ao, just forgive them. I've already trained them for you, and this kind of thing will definitely not happen again. By the way, Billy and I encountered a golden dragon, and after a conversation, it gave me a Bluffong dragon beast. We had it for breakfast, and this dragon beast is enough for us. Hearing this, Ao reluctantly nodded. For the sake of Dinah and Celine, he decided to let this matter go. If they're essay next time, I will definitely find you for a duel. Fine. Actually, Ao was just looking for a way out. After calming down, he realized that dueling Witt would only be looking for a fight. As Winter said, in the juvenile dragon stage, their magic can't even break through dragon scale's magic resistance, so physical strength becomes the key to victory. And Witt's physical prowess, let alone him. Even Celine couldn't compare. He understood that Dinah and Celine were trying to give him an out. Ao could understand, and Witt wasn't stupid. How could he not understand? Therefore, he didn't mention the duel at all. However, Witt's eyes twinkled as he leaned closer to Ao, lifting his paw to wrap around the other's shoulder. By the way, do you want me to teach you how to swim? Upon hearing this, Ao was taken aback, and then anger flared up again, but when he saw Witt's serious expression, his anger subsided a bit. Are you serious? Witt nodded. Dragons need to know how to swim. What if you encounter a situation where you have to fight in water in the future? What will you do if you can't swim? Dry up the water? Witt's mouth twitched. Alright, that's very dragon-like. But it's also too exhausting. Besides, you might manage in small rivers, but what if you encounter the ocean? Don't tell me you plan to stay in the dragon's nest forever. Ao fell silent. He indeed had thoughts of leaving the dragon's nest. In fact, every young dragon has such thoughts. Wandering around is in their nature. However, some dragons give up this idea as they grow, having other goals. Can you really teach me? Witt patted Ao's shoulder. Give it a try. What if you learn? If you're going to teach, can I join too? I can't swim either. Upon hearing Celine's words, Witt was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Of course. Hearing this, Ao hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly nodded. Alright then. However, before Ao could finish speaking, a shrill scream suddenly echoed from afar. The dragons froze for a moment. Why does that scream sound so familiar? Witt glanced around, and his expression changed. It's Billy. Billy is missing again. As soon as he finished speaking, Witt hurriedly flew toward the direction of the sound. Judging by the intensity of the scream, this time Billy must have gotten himself into serious trouble. Celine and the others quickly followed Witt. However, before they could fly far, they saw Billy flying toward them in a panic. He was drooling as he flew. The four dragons' faces darkened immediately. This guy must have stuffed something into his mouth again. As Billy flew closer, Witt hurriedly called out, "What did you eat this time?" However, Billy didn't answer. He continued drooling, leaped over Witt and the others, and dove headfirst into the river with a scream. The four dragons came to their senses, looking at the bubbling river water, and exchanged glances. By the way, can crystal dragons swim? Celine slapped her forehead. Regardless of whether crystal dragons can swim, that guy is a red crystal dragon. Upon hearing this, Witt and Dinah exchanged glances and hurried toward the river. Moments later, the dragons surrounded Billy, who was bloated, drooling, and even had swollen lips, looking utterly speechless. Ao glanced over and, with a grim expression, sneaked to the side, thinking he hadn't just looked like that, had he? I want to die? Chapter 49. I'll prepare a very novel food for you. Alright. Ao ultimately gave up on the idea of dying, because there was someone even worse than him, attracting the attention of the dragons. Following the previous method, Witt pressed the water out of Billy's belly. Reminder, humans shouldn't do this. And looking at Billy gradually coming to his senses, he spread his claws. Alright, it seems you all need to learn how to swim. Fully awake, Billy first let out a miserable howl, but soon he stopped, staring blankly with big eyes. Hey, what happened to my flying? Saying this, Billy quickly covered his mouth, looking terrified at the other dragons. The four dragons beside him also looked bewildered, but soon Witt looked at Billy's thick lips. I think he is asking, what happened to my mouth? Upon hearing Witt's words, Billy quickly nodded. The other dragons looked at each other in confusion. Celine gave Billy a hard slap on the head. How can you still ask? What did we say when we came out? Never put strange things in your mouth. You really don't learn from your mistakes. Now, what did you eat this time? Upon hearing this, Billy made a crying face, gesturing for everyone to follow him. Soon, they arrived by a plant, and Billy pointed at the bright red fruit growing on it. It looks very good. He seemed to be saying, it looks delicious. Billy nodded, confirming Witt's temporary translation. He just thought the fruit looked pretty and couldn't resist taking a bite. Witt looked at the bright red fruit, hesitating for a moment, then reached out to pick one. Celine frowned at this. What are you going to do? Witt pointed to the large area of the plant that had dropped its fruit. I'm going to taste it and see what caused this situation. This guy definitely ate too much. If I taste a little and turn into him, it means this thing is poisonous and we need to hurry back. If I'm fine, it means this guy is just bloated from overeating. Besides, my control over physical form far exceeds his. If it's truly poisonous, I'll be able to tell. As for danger, so far, this guy is still lively. So it's not deadly poison, don't worry. Hearing this, Celine hesitated for a moment, but ultimately didn't say anything. Billy looked at Witt with teary eyes. Good brother. He actually risked himself for me. Witt had no idea what Billy was thinking. If he did, he would definitely slap him to make him understand his place. In fact, Witt just didn't want this rare vacation to go to waste. Glancing at his anxious dragons, Witt carefully bit into the fiery red fruit he was holding. It tasted sweet at first, and then a prickling, stimulating flavor exploded in his mouth, which was not unpleasant. Instead, it had a strangely appealing flavor. Upon closer inspection, there didn't seem to be any special energy harming his body. It wasn't poisonous, it was just an ordinary plant fruit. Then Witt suddenly thought of something, and his expression became strange. This reaction was very similar to a seasoning called chili from another world. Of course, it looked completely different. Otherwise, Witt would have recognized it at first glance. However, this thing might actually work as chili. With this thought, Witt snapped back to reality, only to see Celine and the others looking at him in horror. Witt was taken aback for a moment, then quickly touched his lips. Well, nothing happened. Witt, your face just now looked terrible. Was it poisonous? Hearing this, Witt paused for a moment and then shook his head with a wry smile. It wasn't poisonous. And this thing tasted good. No wonder Billy had eaten so much of it. However, he shouldn't eat too much at once. If too much was consumed, the stimulating flavor would erupt simultaneously, which was probably why Billy was like that. Saying this, Witt tossed the remaining fruit into his mouth. It was sweet at first, then a bit painful, but very enjoyable. Seeing that Witt's mouth wasn't swollen like Billy's, Celine and the others exchanged glances and each picked a fruit, curiously placing it in their mouths. After a moment, all the dragons looked at the fiery red fruits together. Although they couldn't eat too much, the flavor was indeed quite good. Noticing this, Witt pondered for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. Wait a minute. It would be a waste to eat it directly. I suddenly thought of a way to prepare it. Would you like me to prepare a very novel dish for you? Looking at the skepticism in the dragon's eyes, Witt smiled confidently. Have you forgotten? I do have inherited memories. It's just that my inherited memories are different from yours. And in my inherited memories, this fruit is a great seasoning. Of course, Witt wouldn't tell the truth. If he revealed his inherited memories, he would only be considered a madman. Only by doing it this way would it be easier for the dragons to accept. Sure enough, after hearing Witt's words, the skepticism in Celine and the others' eyes decreased, and a hint of anticipation appeared. Moments later, the dragons gathered by the river, eagerly watching Witt. Witt then looked at Ao. Ao, your magical flames should be quite good, right? Although Ao was puzzled, he nodded. Compared to Billy, he did have better control over his magical flames. Witt smiled. Then I'll trouble you to help. Moments later, under Witt's instructions, Ao transformed into a golden dragon-shaped magical grill. The two claws of Ao merged together, with the hot magical flames dancing steadily. Witt casually grabbed a piece of meat the size of his fist from the nearby dragon beast carcass. Of course, it was Witt's own fist. Holding the meat, Witt started roasting it on Ao's claws. Seeing this scene, Ao was stunned for a moment before finally realizing what Witt wanted him to help with. Although he really wanted to smash his flaming fist into Witt's smiling face, he glanced at Celine, who was full of anticipation and ultimately held back. There was no way. Three who liked raw meat couldn't overpower these two who preferred cooked meat. However, looking at the sizzling dragon beast meat and smelling the never-before-experienced aroma, perhaps this dragon beast meat was more suitable for roasting. Ao could only comfort himself like this in his heart, watching the meat turn golden brown. Witt grabbed that kind of fruit nearby and squeezed out the juice, dripping it over the roasted meat. A peculiar fragrance immediately energized the five dragons. Witt moved the roasted meat away from the grill, glanced at the dragons, and finally focused on Celine. Moments later, Celine exclaimed, her eyes fixed intensely on Witt's claws. Witt quickly withdrew his claws. Calm down, Celine, those are my claws. Hearing this, Celine reluctantly withdrew her gaze, then turned to stare at Witt. Of course, the other dragons were no exception. All right, I'll continue roasting for you, but I'll say it in advance. No grabbing, we take turns. Upon hearing this, Celine regretfully pulled her gaze from Dinah and Billy. What a pity, if it were based on strength. Chapter 50, Meeting the Little Golden Dragon Again. Witt, are we really going to learn? Hearing Billy's words, Witt rolled his eyes. If you want to dive into the water again like before and then have no follow-up, you don't have to learn. Billy immediately fell silent. He really didn't want to experience that situation again, where he couldn't do anything and could only struggle helplessly in the water. Witt scanned the dragons standing on the shore. A uniquely flavored and stimulating roasted meat had made Celine and the others much more convinced of Witt. Moreover, Witt had already mentioned it before. So, Celine and Ao were quite interested in learning to swim. Only Billy, perhaps due to a serious psychological shadow, he stood on the shore looking at the water below, his limbs trembling. Celine couldn't help but slap him. Stop trembling. You don't look like a dragon at all. Faced with Celine, Billy really didn't have the courage to retort. Well, no matter who he faced, he was like this. After all, he was the smallest among the dragons present. Witt glanced at Celine, his eyes showing a hint of peculiarity. For some reason, he felt that since waking up this time, Celine's temper had become much more irritable. Among the 4 dragons, only Dinah had not been treated like this by her. Of course, it shouldn't be because of gender. It was simply because Dinah had a lower sense of presence. Thinking this in his heart, Witt dove into the water. After a while, he surfaced facing the dragons. Dinah, you just stand on the shore and watch them. If anyone seems to be drowning, immediately notify me. Hearing this, Dinah nodded, then lay down on the shore. Seeing this, Witt turned his gaze to Celine. You go first. Don't panic when you enter the water, spread your wings, and as long as you don't struggle randomly, you basically won't sink. Celine nodded, then jumped into the water according to Witt's instructions. At first, the feeling of having no support made Celine a bit panicked. Don't panic, spread your wings. Just then, Witt's voice rang out. Celine hurriedly followed Witt's advice and spread her wings. Most dragons, especially the giant dragon species, have wings covered with dense dragon scales on their backs. Once spread, they are much longer than their dragon bodies. Therefore, as long as you spread your wings and don't move around, you can basically float on the water's surface. And that's exactly what happened. After Celine spread her wings, she felt a powerful force acting on her dragon wings, lifting her onto the water's surface. As for what it looked like, just refer to a big wet moth that falls into the water. According to Witt, Celine dared not move at all, stiffening her neck and asking, what next? Witt, seeing this, shook his head helplessly, suppressing a laugh, and said, just don't move the part underwater. You can move your neck. Hearing this, Celine stiffened for a moment and then shot Witt an annoyed glare. Next step. Upon hearing this, Witt spread his wings, mimicking Celine, floating on the water's surface. Then turned to look at Celine. Gently flap your wings slowly. Don't use too much force. If you want to change direction, just gently sway your tail, slowly. Absolutely don't rush. While saying this, Witt demonstrated. Celine followed Witt's example and gently flapped her wings. Soon, she exclaimed, I'm moving. I'm starting to move. What next? Witt stopped and said, then you just go to the side and slowly get familiar with it. Don't worry, Dinah will keep an eye on you. If anything happens, I will rescue you. Also, don't swim too far. Celine looked at Witt in astonishment. Is that it? Witt shook his head and said with a smile, of course not. This is just to help you get familiar with the feeling in the water. Then, Witt looked at Ao. You go next, that guy Billy. Saying this, Witt glanced at Billy, whose limbs were trembling and leaving after images, and added helplessly. Let him prepare a bit more. Entering the water like this will definitely cause problems. Ao nodded, took a deep breath, and jumped into the water. With Celine's previous experience, Ao performed much better, quickly finding his balance, and basically didn't need Witt's reminders to steady himself. Then, he began to gently flap his wings as Witt had instructed. Ao's entry into the water went very smoothly. Clearly, he had been watching closely just now. Seeing this, Witt didn't say much more, just let him go to the side to get familiar with the water, like Celine. Last one. Thinking this, Witt turned his gaze to Billy. Watching his still trembling limbs, he sighed helplessly. Don't be afraid. Look at how easily Ao did it. Besides, with me here, even if you really can't steady yourself, I can just lift you up. What are you afraid of? Billy looked miserable. I don't want to tremble. But I can't control myself. Witt scratched his head. All right, then just jump down directly, or do you need me to help you? Billy hurriedly shook his head. After hesitating for a moment, he closed his eyes and then plunged into the water, sinking downwards. Witt slapped his forehead and then dove into the water with a splash. Folding his wings against his back, twisting his waist, and quickly appearing beneath Billy, he extended his claws and lifted Billy upwards. Soon, Billy was back above the surface. Gasping for air, then shouted, help, help. A series of piercing screams made Witt, who was underwater, roll his eyes, and Celine and the others felt quite helpless as well. Witt pushed Billy completely out of the water. All right, stop screaming. If you scream again, I'll throw you back in the water to drink your fill. Hearing this, Billy quickly shut his mouth. Have you calmed down? If you have, just do as I say. Spread your wings, open them wide. Without touching the water's surface, Billy still had no problem, and according to Witt's instructions, he spread his wings. All right, next, all you have to do is one thing. Don't move. Absolutely don't move. If you dare to move even a little, I'll throw you straight into the water. Billy nodded hurriedly and then tightly closed his eyes. Seeing this, Witt slowly descended, while Billy remained completely still, like a statue, even holding his breath. When Witt first touched the water, Billy shivered all over but quickly held it in. Feeling the liquid surrounding him, slowly enveloping him, Billy's fear grew. But the sense of suffocation he had imagined never came. All right, you can open your eyes. Upon hearing this, Billy's eyelids fluttered, and then he tremblingly opened them, only to see Witt smiling at him. He hurriedly looked down at himself and found he was floating on the water's surface. I didn't sink. Witt, I did it. Looking at the excited Billy, Witt also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he no longer feared the water, learning to swim was only a matter of time. He then looked up at Dinah on the shore and was momentarily stunned. Hey, Ao, when did you get to the shore? I didn't. I've been in the water the whole time. Chapter 51, a formal introduction. I didn't tea. I've been in the water the whole time. Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback for a moment, then followed the direction of the voice, only to see Ao still floating on the water like a big moth. He then looked again at the shore, where, not far from Dinant, stood another Ao. Memories hidden deep in his mind resurfaced. Witt's expression suddenly changed, and he shot out of the water, positioning himself between the golden dragon and Dinant. It's you. Seeing Witt adopt a defensive stance, the other dragons finally reacted. Dinant ran to Witt's side, growling softly, spreading her wings, and watching the golden dragon across from them warily. Ao and Celine also followed Witt's example, first bursting out of the water, then awkwardly flapping their wet wings, coming to Witt's side, and then there was nothing more. The four dragons simultaneously turned their heads to look at the river, only to see Billy trying to learn from Witt and the others to leave the water's surface. However, due to his clumsy movements, he was already sinking to the riverbed, with only his tail stubbornly sticking up above the surface, slowly sinking. Witt slapped his forehead. You all watch her. I'm going to save him. Saying this, Witt dove into the river. As Witt left, Celine and the others exchanged glances, then looked back at the golden dragon across from them. In their eyes, there was some wariness, but more curiosity about each other. Celine hesitated for a moment and was the first to speak. I'm Celine, the holy dragon. What about you? Upon hearing Celine's words, the golden dragon, who was originally searching for an escape route, paused for a moment and then turned to look at Celine. Her milky white body, although not as dazzling as gold, emitted a gentle glow that naturally made the dragon feel a sense of closeness. You're a female dragon too. A fun fact, among all dragons of the giant dragon species, there are no obvious signs distinguishing males from females of the same type. They can only be identified by their voices. After a pause, the golden dragon cheerfully said, I'm Isha, my name. Since you're with that bad guy, I thought you were just another stupid male dragon, full of violence. Ao frowned, ready to retort. Just then, a large splash erupted on the water's surface behind them, with one claw pinching Billy's mouth and the other grasping the protruding crystal cluster on his back. Vitor tossed Billy to the ground and finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing everyone looking at him, Vitor helplessly said, This guy couldn't control his mouth in the water, so I had to help him shut it. Luckily, I reacted quickly, and he didn't drink much water. As for him fainting, that was because I knocked him out. He was struggling too much. After a pause, Vitor looked at Isha, his brows furrowing. You all be careful. This guy likes to ambush with his breath. Hearing this, the good mood Isha had just gained was instantly shattered. Without any hesitation, she crouched down, slightly opened her mouth, and a brilliant flame surged from deep within her throat, her eyes fixed intently on Vitor. On the other side, Vitor, who was the target, did not back down either. He also crouched down. Although he wasn't as streamlined as Dinant, the silver dragon was also known for its agility. Of course, Vitor didn't forget Winter's advice and didn't intend to use dragon breath. But Vitor was confident that as long as the other party dared to make a move, he could pounce over and subdue them at the fastest speed. Just as the two dragons were about to clash, Celine hurriedly spoke up. Wait, don't attack yet. I think there's a misunderstanding between you. Let's sit down and talk. Upon hearing Celine's words, a hint of hesitation flashed in Isha's eyes, and she stopped brewing her dragon breath, but she still kept a wary eye on Vitor. I don't think there's any misunderstanding. He was the one who tracked me first. Vitor was taken aback. Who tracked you? I just mistook you for Ao, so I chased after you. After chasing, I hadn't even steadied myself when you hit me with your breath. Ao, that guy over there, right? Open your eyes and take a good look. How are we similar? His scales are so much less shiny than mine. He's clearly a gold dragon, but doesn't even take care of his own scales, and still has the nerve to say he's a gold dragon. Celine slapped her forehead. Wow, you really have no filter. Looking over at Ao, she indeed saw a hint of hostility in his gaze as he looked at Isha. Alright, you don't need to say anymore. I can clearly tell you that you misunderstood. Vitor has a condition called face blindness. He absolutely cannot distinguish the differences between you and Ao. Saying this, Celine ignored whether Isha believed her and turned to Vitor. Vitor, we didn't come out here to fight. Hearing this, Vitor hesitated for a moment, relaxed his defensive posture, and then looked at Ao. Ao, let's continue. After saying this, Vitor turned to Billy, who was lying behind him pretending to be dead. If you don't want to learn, no dragon will force you. Upon hearing this, Billy instantly perked up. Really? Vitor helplessly nodded. If you can stand it, we can play in the water, but you'll only be able to watch from the shore. Hearing this, Billy's enthusiasm vanished instantly. He then began to crawl slowly toward the riverbank, only using his front paws. But at least he got into the water, although he quickly sank again. Vitor, helpless, dived into the water again, lifted him up, and then began to teach him step by step. Ao was able to float in the water, but his agility was somewhat lacking, so he could only practice silently as a dragon. Celine watched all of this with a sigh and turned to Isha. But Isha was looking at Vitor with a confused expression. He won't trouble you for now. Let me introduce you. This is Dinant. Hello. Hello, nice to meet you. Though she said this, Isha's gaze remained fixed on Vitor. Fortunately, Dinant didn't mind this. She just smiled and walked toward the riverbank, leaving Vitor, a dragon, to watch over the two land-dwelling creatures, which felt somewhat unsafe. Noticing that Dinant had left, Isha finally realized what she had done wrong. But she didn't know what to say and could only nervously cast a pleading look at Celine. Seeing this, Celine suddenly realized that Witt must have misunderstood as well. The Isha in front of her was so similar to how they were when they were just born, especially Witt. She still remembered how he was initially filled with rejection and vigilance toward everything around him, and it was only under Winter's guidance that he gradually accepted them. As for Isha, she probably had no one to accept, which was why she was like this now. Chapter 52. I'll take you to a good place. Realizing this, Celine's gaze toward Isha softened with a hint of sympathy. Isha was undoubtedly fortunate because she had parents. However, parents clearly couldn't accompany her every moment. Unlike them, although they had no parents, Winter took care of them like a mother, and when Winter wasn't around, the five of them could still keep each other company. And when Isha had no parents to accompany her, she would probably have to spend this time all alone. Thinking this, Celine comforted her. Don't worry, Dinah isn't angry. She's just gone to help feed her. Upon hearing Celine mention her name, Dinah turned her head in confusion when she saw Isha looking at her nervously. Even though she didn't know what had happened, Dinah still habitually smiled and nodded. But this nod, in Isha's eyes, was an extremely friendly signal. And her mood improved a bit. Then, she looked toward the three dragons in the river. What are they doing? Swimming. Witt said. Learning to swim can give us another way to deal with sudden situations. Plus, it's really fun, isn't it? Hearing this, Isha turned to Celine. Are you going to learn too? Celine was originally prepared to nod, but when she met Isha's slightly flustered gaze, she changed to shaking her head. I've already learned enough of this step, plus staying in the water for too long isn't very comfortable for someone like me who can't swim. By the way, can you tell me about your life before? The academy life is too boring, especially after we were punished by Winter for copying books. By the way, Winter is the teacher responsible for our lives and teaching us magic at the academy. She's also the headmaster. Besides Winter, there's Boko, who will be responsible for teaching us potions in a few days. As she spoke, Celine started to recount her life at the academy. In her view, the somewhat repetitive academy life was quite boring, but Isha listened attentively. From time to time, Isha would interject with questions and share a bit about her own life. In short, the two dragons were engrossed in conversation, even drawing Dinah, who was originally standing on the shore helping to check the situation, to join them. Compared to Celine and the others, who could only stay in the academy, Isha's life outside was quite colorful. Just listening to it made Celine and Dinah feel a sense of longing. On the river's surface, Witt, Billy, and Ao looked at the three dragons on the shore. Their eyes filled with confusion. What do you think they're talking about? Billy awkwardly turned his head to look at Witt and Ao. A hint of confusion flashed in Ao's eyes. Billy's question touched upon his knowledge gap. Witt thought for a moment and then tentatively spoke. Maybe they're talking about body shape, scales, dragon horns, or even claws. I've heard that girls like these things, because when it comes to the human race, it corresponds to body shape, skin, headwear, and nail art, and in that world, those female humans always have endless topics to discuss. So perhaps Celine and the others would also enjoy talking about these things. For instance, I really like my claws and scales. Sharp claws can tear apart anything, and thick scales can block external harm. If I like them this much, Celine and the others, being female, would likely like them even more. Hearing Witt's words, Billy and Ao looked at him in shock. How do you know girls like these things? And what's so great about talking about them? Witt pointed to his head. My inheritance is different. As for what is so great to talk about, how could I possibly know? However, seeing the expectant looks on Ao and Billy's faces, Witt cleared his throat. Of course, there are many interesting things to discuss. For example, talking about dragon horns, from the hardness, shape, and sharpness of one's own dragon horn. Then smoothly transitioning to information about the dragon horns of nearby dragons, and continuing the discussion, one could talk about the dragon horns of the entire dragon race. With this circle of topics, it could take several magical hours and still not finish. He excitedly expressed his views, watching as Ao and Billy nodded in agreement. And he breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a surge of accomplishment. Shall we talk about it too? Witt looked at Billy's big head leaning in and slapped it away. What is there to talk about? Ao has basically no issues, but you can't even get into the water. How can you casually chat? At these words, Billy's face stiffened, and he silently drifted away, then floated back. He really didn't dare to get too far from Witt. Happy times are always short. When a splash of water sounded, Celine and the others finally reacted. Isa glanced at the three dragons who had come ashore and then at the darkening sky, a hint of reluctance flashing in her eyes. But she still smiled and said, Oh no, I didn't realize I had been talking for so long. Sorry to have disturbed you for so long. By the way, you should be heading back to the academy, right? I should also be going back. Upon hearing this, Celine quickly stopped Isa. Do you have to go back? Hearing this, Isa paused for a moment, then realized something and quickly said, It's not mandatory to go back. After leaving the most vulnerable stage, I can stay outside for a long time. As long as it's not more than 2 days, my father won't come looking for me. Upon hearing this, Celine chuckled lightly. We still have a day off tomorrow. We don't plan to go back to the academy tonight. That's wonderful. By the way, have you been to the Moonshadow River? It's really nice there, and there are many aquatic dragon beasts living there. They not only look bizarre, but also taste quite good. Do you want to come see it with me? Moonshadow River? Upon hearing Isa's words, Celine's eyes instantly lit up. Isa had mentioned the Moonshadow River several times during their conversation, and she was quite interested in it. But do we have enough time to get there? Isa nodded. Of course. In fact, the area we are currently in is not the central position of the Warren Great Rift, but is located closer to the eastern area of the Warren Great Rift. So it's not very far from the Moonshadow River. Hearing this, Celine and Dinah exchanged glances and then made up their minds, turning to shout at Witt and the others. Witt, we won't stay here tonight. Let's go to the Moonshadow River, okay? Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Ao and Billy beside him. The two dragons who couldn't swim would expend a lot of energy just staying on the water's surface. How long will it take? Ao and Billy might not have enough stamina. Upon hearing this, Celine looked at Isa. Isa quickly replied, it only takes about 2 magical hours. Upon hearing this, Witt breathed a sigh of relief. That should be fine. Chapter 53, Moonshadow River. Under the night sky, 6 figures swiftly flew toward the east. Isa wasn't wrong. Their location was indeed quite close to the Moonshadow River. In fact, the Disadro Dragon Nest was established right at the junction of the Warren Great Rift and the Moonshadow River. The Warren Great Rift is a large earth fissure running east-west, starting from deep within the Star Source mountain range, crossing the Moonshadow River and stretching eastward. The junction of the Warren Great Rift and the Moonshadow River formed a deep valley alluvial plain due to the river's erosion. This plain is where the Disadro Dragon Nest is located. Inside the Dragon Nest, the location of the Dragon Academy is also in the eastern part of the nest, quite close to the Moonshadow River. Although it is called the Moonshadow River, in reality, it is wide and has further expanded on the side of the Warren Great Rift. So I prefer to call it the Moonshadow Inland Sea. Along the way, Isa was chatting with Celine and Dinah. They flew ahead while Witt and the other 3 dragons followed behind, able to hear Isa's introduction. Therefore, they were all filled with anticipation for the Moonshadow River. However, Witt noticed that while Isa was talking to Celine and Dinah, she would often glance over at him, either intentionally or unintentionally. Although he didn't know what she was up to, Witt's heart grew wary. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. As Witt and the others gradually approached the Moonshadow River, the surrounding scenery began to change. The originally dense forest gradually thinned out, and the bare ground slowly turned into fine sand and stones, with more and more peculiar-looking small dragon beasts appearing. Soon, accompanied by the sound of splashing water, an expansive, smooth surface of water appeared before the dragons. All right, we've arrived. Looking at the Moonshadow River below, Isa was the first to descend, followed by Celine and the others, and then Witt and the 3 dragons followed closely. As soon as they landed on the ground, the dragons began to exclaim in surprise. Witt curiously looked at the beach beneath him. He wasn't very unfamiliar with this. In the world in his mind, places like this would attract a large number of humans. Now, he finally understood why such places would draw so many people. The beach beneath his feet had a soft texture completely different from solid soil. When the sand grains slipped through the gaps in his scales and touched the skin beneath, it created a strange tingling sensation. It was not unpleasant. On the contrary, Witt really liked this feeling. Unable to resist, he lay down and rolled around lightly, trying to let more sand slip beneath his scales. In fact, he succeeded, and the feeling was wonderful beyond words. Suddenly, a large head appeared in front of Witt. Hey, Witt, look at me. Swimming in here seems even more comfortable than on the water surface. Witt was initially taken aback, and upon closer inspection, he saw that Billy had burrowed into the sand and was swimming around flexibly. That's right, it's flexible, much more so than in water. Seeing this, Ao snorted coldly. Then, he dove into the sand beneath him, and the sand, upon touching Ao's body, became as gentle and malleable as flowing water. Although the Golden Dragon and the Red Crystal Dragon belong to different races, their attributes are the same, both having dual attributes of earth and fire. Achieving a ground that feels like water isn't too difficult. Witt quickly realized this and helplessly looked at the 2 dragons. There's no way around it. Not to mention he still couldn't use magic. Even if he could, with his dual attributes of water and fire, he wouldn't be able to do this. But who cares? Witt rubbed against the sand and then lay back, ready to look at the stars. Well, after glancing at the nearby 3 dragons playing around, he ultimately chose to lie down, as lying down was indeed a bit indecent. Clearly under the same starry sky, lying on the beach and lying at the volcano's mouth looked quite different. A cool breeze mixed with water vapor blew by, and listening to the soothing sound of the waves nearby, Witt comfortably squinted his eyes. But unfortunately, there are always some mood destroyers. Just as Witt was quietly admiring the starry sky, he suddenly felt a dizzying sensation, and by the time he reacted, only his neck and head were sticking out. Not far away on the beach, Billy's head popped up, looking triumphantly at Witt. Witt, how does it feel to be drowning? Witt rolled his eyes and stopped controlling his body temperature. Soon, the temperature around him began to rise continuously. White smoke started to rise around him, and the sand around him began to turn red hot. Then, Witt controlled his body temperature again, and the temperature began to drop. Soon, the sand around him cooled down. The cooled sand stuck together, forming a hole, albeit a quite fragile hole. With just a slight movement, accompanied by a faint cracking sound, the sand that had fused together shattered. Stepping out of the rubble, Witt stretched his wings and looked at Billy with a smirk. Want to try again? Billy silently sank into the ground. Sure enough, this guy's body is not only large, The characteristics he previously displayed have also been amplified. Witt did not have a plain growth process. In the year before his slumber, Witt's body gradually exhibited some characteristics he shouldn't have had. For example, body temperature. The red dragon's body temperature is second to none among all dragon species. And Witt's body temperature is even higher than that of red dragons of the same age. These differences are also reflected in weight, the thickness and hardness of scales, and the sharpness of dragon claws, etc. All of this clearly indicates that he is definitely not a silver dragon. Seeing Billy back down, Witt hesitated for a moment and then walked towards the water. He was hungry. Dinah, want to go underwater to look for food together? Hearing Witt's words, Dinah, who was playing with Celine and the others, paused. Then touched his belly and turned to look at Isha. I remember you said before that there are many delicious aquatic dragon beasts living underwater. Want to join us? Isha was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at Witt. Seeing that Dinah also looked over, Witt hesitated for a moment and nodded. All right, one more dragon. One more strength. Saying this, Witt looked at Celine again. What we bring back may not be enough to eat. You all look for dragon beasts on the ground. There are many dragon beasts living in the dragon nest of Desidero. In the year before his slumber, Witt did not forget to study while being punished to copy books. And he learned quite a bit about dragon beasts. After telling Celine about the appearance characteristics of some edible small dragon beasts, Witt led Dinah and Isha towards the Moonshadow River. Chapter 54. You always surprise me. As they entered the water, Witt's eyes widened involuntarily. No wonder it is called the Moonshadow Inner Sea by Isha. Not only is the water surface vast and boundless, but the depth also far exceeds that of ordinary rivers. Such a place truly deserves to be called an inner sea. While Witt was thinking about this, Isha swam to the front of Witt, pointed to the lower right, and then dove into the depths. Although she is a golden dragon like Ao, having frequently visited the Moonshadow River, Isha naturally had considerable swimming skills. Even though she wasn't as agile as Witt and Dinah, who were born to swim, she was still able to move underwater. Receiving the cue, Witt didn't hesitate and followed right behind. Although it wasn't explicitly stated, the relationship between the two sides, under the lubrication of Celine and Dinah, was not as fiery as it had been at the start. On the other side, Dinah clearly also received Isha's signal and followed her downwards. Soon, the three dragons arrived at the riverbed. Once they reached the riverbed, Isha signaled Dinah and Witt to come over. When the two dragons approached, she pointed at the riverbed below, then scraped away the surface sand to reveal a black, stone-like object. Then, Isha picked up the object and pointed upwards with her paw. Swimming towards the surface, Witt and Dinah mimicked Isha's actions and soon found similar objects, swimming upwards. Holding the stone, Witt was filled with curiosity. It felt quite heavy and rough to the touch, but the patterns on it were quite regular, feeling like, touching himself. That's right. That thing felt just like dragon scales. Witt realized that this might be some kind of aquatic dragon beast. Quickly, the three dragons surfaced. Isha introduced the stone, which was half her body size, saying, "This is the Modlong beast. There are many varieties, and the one we have is a small type, which can grow to about our size at most. The outer part that looks like a stone is their shell, which is as hard as a young dragon's scales and is inedible. The edible part is inside the shell. They are very timid. Any slight movement will cause them to retract into their shells, but you just need to do this." Saying this, Isha extended a claw and began to gently scrape along the edge of the shell, soon causing the Modlong beast in her paw to start trembling slightly. Then, the two shells of the Modlong beast suddenly opened, and Isha swiftly inserted her paw inside. Moments later, she emerged holding a large chunk of tender white meat, showing it to Witt and Dinah. This is the body part of the Modlong beast, which can be eaten directly. It's very chewy and has a hint of sweetness. There are plenty of these dragon beasts all over the riverbed of the Moonshadow River, enough for us to fill our bellies. After saying this, Isha directly stuffed the large piece of tender white meat into her mouth and finished it in no time. Witt and Dinah exchanged glances, then mimicked Isha's actions and soon retrieved the meat from inside the shell. After tasting it, both dragons' eyes lit up. This thing is much tastier than the Boosie dragon beast. Of course, there is a reason why the Boosie dragon beast is chosen as the best food for young dragons. Soon, Witt noticed that the energy contained in the meat of the Modron beast was much less than that of the Bust dragon beast, but it was still enough to fill their stomachs. After finishing the meat in a few bites, Witt greeted the two and then plunged back into the water to search for more Modron beasts. The three dragons worked efficiently, and within a little over a magic spell, they found over 100 Modron beasts. Just as Isha said, there were indeed quite a few of these dragon beasts. Speaking of which, Witt found these beasts to be much stranger than the likes of the Chio dragon. Aside from the shell, it was just a mass of soft flesh. Witt also couldn't find any teeth or eyes. If it weren't for the fine dragon scales covering their shells, he wouldn't have classified them as dragon beasts at all. Not to mention, aside from the Modron beasts they found, Celine and the others also hunted some small terrestrial dragon beasts, enough to fill their stomachs. Needless to say, the existence of the Modron beasts left Celine and her group quite amazed. However, after tasting it once, the only impression left of the Modron beasts in the minds of the dragons was that they were very delicious. After the meal, the dragons lay on the beach. Of course, they weren't sleeping. It was their first time not resting in a dragon's den, but under the sky as a cover and the ground as a bed. A rather novel experience that left Witt and the others unable to sleep. The sleepless young dragons began to talk about their imagined future. They didn't even know when they fell asleep. The humid mist mixed with the night breeze brushed against Witt and the others, causing them to shrink back involuntarily. A night without conversation. The next morning, after waking up, Witt and the others began their second swimming training. Of course, this time it wasn't proposed by Witt, but by Ao. Seeing Isha and Witt go into the water to search for food, while they could only hunt small dragon beasts on the ground, greatly stimulated Ao's pride as a golden dragon. He wouldn't allow himself to be outdone by other golden dragons. Ao wanted to learn, and Witt could only teach. Teaching one dragon was the same as teaching three. So Witt reluctantly dragged along the somewhat unwilling Billy and the slightly less unwilling Celine. As for why Celine was only slightly unwilling, it was because she didn't want to spend her 2 days off entirely in the water. But there was no helping it. Ao was determined to learn. And even though Celine was reluctant, she had to agree. However, this teaching session only lasted half a day. By noon, Ao's patience began to wear thin. At that moment, Billy suddenly spoke up. What do you think the other side of the Moonshadow River looks like? This sentence fell into the hearts of the young dragons like a crazy seed, quickly taking root and sprouting. Young dragons are full of curiosity about everything around them. They are also bold and reckless, unaware of danger. Thus, after a brief exchange of glances, Witt and the others quickly reached a consensus to go see what the other side of the Moonshadow River looked like. However, before they could fly far, a giant dragon with bright red scales, far larger than them, blocked their path. Witt and the others stared blankly at the giant dragon, then each swallowed hard. Wentz, what are you doing here? Indeed, the dragon blocking their path was Wentz. Wentz looked at Witt and the others with a helpless expression. You always surprise me. Chapter 55, the first lesson belongs to Boko. In the dragon's den, Witt and the others looked at Wentz with awkward expressions. Isha had already been sent back by Wentz, and they were about to face Wentz's judgment. Well, that might be a bit too serious to say. Criticism would be more accurate. Wentz looked at the anxious Witt and the others and found it somewhat amusing. Since you know you shouldn't do it, why did you still go ahead? If I hadn't been following you, you would have run out of the dragon's nest. The outside world is completely different from Desidero, especially for you young dragons. The outside world is full of dangers. Not only dragon beasts, but even some plants could take your lives. Especially you, Billy. If you can't control your mouth, you could die outside as soon as you step out, and I wouldn't be surprised at all. I'm sorry, Wentz, I know I was wrong, said Billy, shrinking his neck. His tail covered in crystal spikes swishing behind him. Due to their positioning, his tail whipped back and forth, hitting Witt and Celine. Witt was indifferent. He was tough and found it somewhat comfortable, but Celine couldn't help but glare at Billy and moved away a bit. And you, Celine. I thought you would be the most mature among them. Upon hearing her name, Celine's head immediately drooped, her divine light dimming a bit. Sorry, Wentz. Wentz sighed. Forget about you. Remember, without passing the young dragon phase, you absolutely cannot leave Desidero even a step. That would make you lose everything. Also, you have half a day left. Your academy life will officially start tomorrow. Look forward to it. With that, Wentz turned and left, leaving the 5 dragons looking at each other. What should we do? Billy asked cautiously. After all, it was his idea to go to the other side of the Moonshadow River, so he didn't have much confidence when speaking now. Of course, Witt and the others wouldn't hold this against Billy. He merely suggested it. Going to the other side of the Moonshadow River was a collective decision, and as dragons, they had to bear some responsibility. After hearing Billy's words, Celine frowned. Since Wentz won't let us go out again, we can only move around the academy. I'll practice magic. There's nothing else to do this afternoon. Dinah turned to Celine. Let's do it together. Celine had no objections to this. In fact, having a dragon to practice magic with her was better. Ao shot a glance at Witt and then pointed outside. I want to fight. Billy could only cast an expectant look at Witt. Seeing this, Witt hesitated for a moment, then said, if you want, come with me to the library. With my current size, I can barely turn the pages, and I'm planning to give it a try. If that doesn't work, I'll look for Boko to find out about tomorrow's classes. Reading? Billy's eyes visibly dimmed. I'd rather fight with Ao than read. To this, Ao said nothing. After discussing, the 5 dragons left the dragon's den once more. Upon reaching the library, Witt tried it out. After waking up from that sleep, his strength had indeed increased significantly. In the past, he couldn't even turn a page, but this time, he could barely manage to drag a large book. Turning pages was definitely not a problem. After thinking for a moment, Witt didn't start reading immediately, but first went to find Boko. Boko, who was busy fiddling with potions in the laboratory, looked puzzled when he saw Witt approaching. At this time, shouldn't you be enjoying a rare holiday? How do you have time to come and find me? Upon hearing this, Witt awkwardly scratched his head and recounted what had happened earlier. After listening, Boko burst into laughter. Wentz is always like that. She always worries that you might encounter danger. Witt flew over to the testing platform, looking at the crystal tubes filled with strange-colored liquid bubbling away on the constant temperature array, and casually asked, isn't it dangerous outside? No, it is indeed very dangerous, but not as dangerous as Wentz says. She just doesn't want you to take risks, and leaving the dragon's nest means taking risks, which is indeed dangerous. Witt realized, then looked at the liquid in the crystal tube and asked, what is this? It looks dangerous. They're not dangerous. As for what they are, I can't tell you right now because these are the things I'll be using in class tomorrow. Your class. So, let's leave a little suspense. Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback and then looked at Boko in surprise. The reason I came over was to ask you what we would be learning in class tomorrow. I didn't expect it to be you teaching us. Are we going to learn how to brew potions tomorrow? Boko chuckled softly. Of course not. Brewing potions is a rather complicated and meticulous task. There can't be any errors. Not even the slightest mistake, or the potions you brew will go wrong. If a potion goes wrong and loses its original effect, that's the mildest outcome. More seriously, it could cause unpredictable changes to your body. Because our principle is that the potions we brew must be tested by ourselves. There was once a little guy, just like you, who was new to potions, and the first potion he brewed made him cry for 10 straight days. As a punishment for being disobedient. I didn't give him any treatment. In every dragon's first potion class, I always tell them that not every dragon is suited to learn potions. But as long as you are willing to be obedient, at least you won't brew potions that harm yourself. I hope you can be a little more obedient. That way, you can avoid a lot of suffering. Witt looked at Boko in astonishment. How do you manage to say such terrifying things with a smile? At the same time, Witt silently mourned for Billy. When it came to being disobedient, Witt couldn't think of a second dragon besides Billy. Moreover, the most important thing was that Billy loved to put unknown things in his mouth. Thinking of this, Witt hesitated for a moment and then said, Boko, if possible, please pay more attention to Billy tomorrow. He might put anything in his mouth. Upon hearing this, Boko thought for a moment. Billy, if I remember correctly, is that red crystal dragon. If he likes to put things in his mouth, then the potion class is indeed a disaster for him. You're right. I should pay more attention. Of course, if you hadn't said anything, I would actually prefer to see him do that. It will make him remember that many things shouldn't be put in his mouth. Witt chuckled a few times and then bid farewell to Boko. Since tomorrow is Boko's class, it was necessary for him to look over the Book Herb Encyclopedia. Chapter 56, The True Dragon Academy. As the sky darkened, when Witt came out of the library, the square below was still lively, but he did not go down. Based on his observations, there were the most metal dragons and 5-colored dragons in the Dragon Academy. And there were also quite a few crystal dragons. With his face blindness, even if he went down, he wouldn't be able to find Ao and Billy. So, he flew directly towards the dragon's nest. When he returned to the dragon's nest, he realized how correct this decision was. Because Ao and Billy were both in the dragon's nest. They seemed to be in good spirits, but their condition was not great, with several broken scales on both dragons. Especially Billy, there were several signs of fractures in the crystal cluster on his back. Furthermore, not only were Celine and the others in the dragon's nest, but Wentz was also there. Upon seeing Witt, Wentz smiled and said, You finally returned. I was about to send Celine to find you. Witt looked at Wentz curiously. Is there something you need us to do? Wentz nodded. Your academy life is about to officially begin, but do you know about the academy's situation? Witt was taken aback for a moment and then shook his head in confusion. He only knew that their dragon's nest was on the 6th floor. The 8th floor was entirely a library, and the 9th floor had Boko's laboratory, while their classroom for magic class was on the 4th floor. Other than that, he didn't know anything else. Wentz smiled. So, our next task is to get to know the true Dragon Academy. Saying this, Wentz spread his claws. After Witt and the others skillfully flew up, Wentz led them outside the dragon's nest. While walking, Wentz began to explain to Witt and the others. On the 9th floor, you should know that there is Boko's laboratory, but in fact, there is more than just that on the 9th floor. In addition to Boko's potion laboratory, there are also Lofa's alchemy laboratory, Janice's magic circle laboratory, and my magic laboratory. By the way, they are also your teachers for alchemy and magic circles. You will meet them later. You should not easily enter these laboratories, especially the alchemy and magic circle laboratories, as there are many dangerous things in those two laboratories. You are probably familiar with the 8th floor, so I won't say much about it. The 7th, 6th, and 5th floors are all dragon nests, where the young dragons sleep. The 4th floor is also familiar to you, where the classroom for magic class is located, but in fact, the classrooms for alchemy, magic circles, and potions are also on that floor. The 3rd floor is also a classroom area, but those classrooms are for you to conduct experiments. Whether it's alchemy, magic circles, or potions, they all require practical operation. Although magic is similar, one classroom is enough for that. As Wentz spoke, he had already brought Witt and the others to the 2nd floor. The young dragons in the square below cast curious glances at them. But when they saw that Wentz was flying towards the 2nd floor, they lost interest. They had experienced this scene before and naturally understood what Wentz was doing. Moreover, they had already seen the new young dragons. On the other side, after Wentz brought Witt and the others to the 2nd floor, he continued, I believe you have already smelled it. That's right, the 2nd floor is where you will be eating in the future. The Dragon Academy is a complete system, and there will naturally be dragons managing logistics. If it solely relied on a few teachers to provide enough food for the young dragons, it could be done, but it would take up too much time. However, before, due to your small size, it was not suitable for you to eat here. So I would bring food up to you. From now on, you will need to come here to eat yourselves. Even though you are currently in a slow growth period, it is a time that requires accumulation, so food cannot be lacking. Every morning and evening, food is provided here. By the way, Vitor, I mentioned yesterday that you need to eat much more than Selin and the others for your body growth. If you get hungry, don't hesitate to tell me. Witt nodded at this. He had realized yesterday that his appetite was still more than the total of Selin and the others, even more. This also includes the newly acquainted Isha. Seeing Witt nod, Winthrop smiled and led Witt and the others into the cafeteria. As soon as they entered, Witt and the others felt an extremely lively atmosphere. From their perspective, they could see the entire cafeteria. Witt had previously wondered why there seemed to be fewer young dragons in the square outside. Now he found them all here eating, familiar dragons gathering together. Each dragon had a tray piled high with meat in front of them. The structure of the cafeteria was somewhat similar to that of the library, but it was even more spacious. On the innermost wall, there was a rather terrifying skeleton shaped like a giant dragon embedded. Wait, Witt suddenly froze. He wasn't sure if it was his illusion, but it seemed that a trace of black flame had just ignited in the eye socket of that dragon skeleton. It must be an illusion. Carlos. Just then, Witt heard Winthrop call out a name. He curiously looked around, but didn't see any dragon responding to the name mentioned by Winthrop. Could it be behind Winthrop? Thinking this, Witt looked up but saw that Winthrop's head was not turned back. Instead, he was looking straight ahead. Ahead, Witt looked down but also didn't see any dragon. Suddenly, Witt froze again. The direction he was looking was directly facing that giant dragon skeleton, and at that moment, two black flames were rising from the eye sockets of the skeleton. Sorry, Winthrop, I accidentally fell asleep. It seems I scared the little one in your hand. The voice was deep and hoarse, like the sound of bones rubbing together. Okay, looking at the other party, it really was bones rubbing crazily. Winthrop looked down and saw Witt staring blankly at Carlos, and couldn't help but chuckle. This child's inherited memories seemed to have some problems. He didn't know much about the types of dragons. Witt, don't keep staring at other dragons like that. It's quite rude. He is Carlos, responsible for all the food for the young dragons. By the way, his species is the undead dragon, which has some relation to the ghost dragon. As for what the relationship is, you'll have to find out for yourself in the books. Undead dragon? Why not call it bone dragon? Bone dragon seems more fitting. That's because bone dragons appeared earlier than undead dragons. They have already occupied that name, so we can only refer to ourselves as undead dragons. Additionally, although we undead dragons look similar to bone dragons, we still have some differences. For example, we actually have dragon scales, just on the surface of the bones. Chapter 57, New Teacher, New Course, New Friends. Listening to Carlos' explanation, Witt was somewhat speechless. It's fine to have someone else take the species name first. Of course, Witt also felt a bit relieved that the name Starry Sky Dragon hadn't been taken. Moreover, he really couldn't tell where the dragon scales Carlos mentioned were. He just thought the other party's bones were rough and not smooth at all. Could those be the so-called dragon scales? With that in mind, Witt decided that he must read through the Encyclopedia of Dragons when he had time. It wouldn't do to keep mistaking dragons, especially since there were now strange-looking dragon species like Carlos among the giant dragon species. With this thought in mind, Witt asked, since the undead dragon is made entirely of bones, do you need to eat? What about drinking water? Upon hearing Witt's words, Carlos was not angry. He just smiled and said, they let me manage the cafeteria because I want to steal food, and of course, I don't drink water either. Carlos's laughter was quite deep, sounding like the laughter of a so-called villain from another world. But Witt had long passed the stage of judging dragons by appearance. After all, according to that world's narrative, metal dragons represented justice, while color dragons represented evil. But in reality, where's the justice and evil? It's just different stances. Just like the dragon beasts attacking before. To them, those abyssal dragon beasts were invaders, while for the abyssal dragon beasts, they were just foraging. After being cared for by Winthrop for 2 years, he also didn't see any evil traits in Winthrop. Moreover, he actually found Carlos's laughter quite enjoyable. Alright, there will be plenty of time to chat later. Now, you should decide what you want to eat next. With Winthrop's reminder, Witt and the others finally remembered what they came to the cafeteria for. Bus Dragon Beast, Cap Dragon Beast, and Wavering Dragon Beast. Which one do you all prefer? Witt was not unfamiliar with these 3 names, or rather, aside from Bus Dragon Beast, the other 2 dragon beasts were unfamiliar to him until today. Witt was quite eager to learn. The dragon beast that Selin and Billy brought back yesterday, he didn't recognize, but before looking at Complete Guide to Potions this afternoon, he flipped through Encyclopedia of Dragon Beasts. Wavering Dragon Beast was the name of that dragon beast. Its size is medium among dragon beasts. With an adult size of about 100 meters, a rather ferocious personality, strong aggression, short and thick limbs, and slow movement, making it a prey for most dragons and dragon beasts. Like Bus Dragon Beast, it is also one of the best sources of meat during the juvenile stage. Cap Dragon Beast is also one of the best sources of meat during the juvenile stage. It has a large size but is not as big as Bus Dragon Beast, with an adult size between 300 and 400 meters, resembling a sheep from another world. The difference is that Cap Dragon Beast has sharp teeth, claws, and a layer of dragon scales under its fur, making it agile with a variety of species. Additionally, it is an omnivorous dragon beast, and will occasionally hunt some small dragon beasts. Furthermore, Witt also found information about that red fruit in Encyclopedia of Herbs. The red fruit is called red-fringed fruit, a primary food for fire attribute herbivorous dragon beasts. And it indeed has no poison and can be found everywhere in the wild. Not to mention these, after thinking for a moment, Witt decided to try the cap dragon beast that he had never eaten before. The meat of bus dragon beast is rather tough and very energy-rich, while the meat of wave ring dragon beast is softer and less energy-rich than bus dragon beast, but in terms of taste, wave ring dragon beast is superior. He wondered what the taste of cap dragon beast would be. Upon hearing Witt's words, Selin and the others exchanged glances and made the same choice, as they noticed that Witt seemed to have some unique talent when it came to food. However, they were obviously wrong this time. At least. All the other dragons besides Selin were wrong. Cooked cap dragon beast and raw cap dragon beast are simply two extremes, and only Witt and Selin ate the cooked version. In the end, they had no choice but to choose to swap for another type of food. After bringing Witt and the others to the cafeteria, Winter left. As for the first floor of the academy, there are no special facilities. If one must say, the square is the important facility on the first floor, serving the purpose of allowing the young dragons to vent their excess energy. It is worth mentioning that although Winter has left, the young dragons occasionally cast curious glances at them, but they did not rush over to meddle with them. Of course, in fact, most of their gazes were focused on Selene. As previously mentioned, among the academy, the most numerous are the 5-colored dragons and metal dragons, followed by crystal dragons. Then elemental dragons, while the exotic dragons are the least. So far, in the entire academy, the only exotic dragons that Witt knows of are two. One is himself, and the other is Selene. Today he saw the third one, which is Carlos. Besides that, Witt did not see any other exotic dragons among the young dragons. Although Witt is an exotic dragon, he is very similar to the silver dragons, so Selene becomes the only one who draws attention. Therefore, while eating, Selene kept frowning and quietly urging Witt and the others. She truly couldn't stand those gazes. Witt had nothing to say about it, after all. He couldn't stop others from looking. Moreover, they would often have to eat here in the future, so Selene would have to get used to it sooner or later. After dinner, Witt and the others returned to the dragon den, filled with anticipation for the potion class tomorrow, and each fell into a dream. A night without incident. The next morning, Witt and the others went to the second-floor cafeteria for breakfast for the first time without anyone leading them, and then headed straight to the potion class classroom on the 4th floor. When they arrived at the classroom, they saw an unexpected dragon. Let me introduce her to you. She is a young dragon born in the same period as you, Isha. From today onward, you will be studying together. Boko, seeing the 5 dragons rush in, looked at Isha, who was already seated in her position, and began to introduce. Before Witt and the others could say anything, Isha waved her claw at Selene. Selene, Dynat. Come over here. Seeing Selene and Dynat staring at her in astonishment, Isha shyly said, Actually, I only found out about this morning. I don't have to stay at the academy like you do, but I must complete the academy's courses. As she spoke, Isha made a. You should know that the academy's courses will continue until they graduate from their young dragon phase. Boko watched this scene, and a hint of realization flashed in his eyes. So you know each other, that's even better. To be honest, I was quite troubled about how to make you get along harmoniously. Alright, Witt, Billy and Ao. You should find a place to sit down. I will take you to start a new course. Chapter 58, Learning Potions, First Learning Magic. Upon hearing Boko's words, Witt and the others finally shifted their attention from Isha. Soon, Witt focused his attention on the platform in front of Isha, where there was a square piece of metal. But upon closer inspection, Witt realized that it was not a piece of metal but a much smaller metal book. Alright, Witt, quickly find a spot. Hearing Boko's words, Witt came back to his senses and noticed that he was the only one who hadn't found his position yet. He looked up and scanned the room. Selene and Dynat were flanking Isha, Billy was in the closest position to Boko, while Ao was sitting alone in a spot 2 rows behind Isha. That was indeed in line with Ao's character. Witt thought for a moment, and simply walked over to Billy's side. There was no way around it. Billy always liked to explore various novel things with his mouth. Although Boko had already stated that he would keep an eye on Billy, he still felt uneasy. Once Witt sat down, Boko took out a small stack of metal books and distributed them to Witt and the others. This book was specially made as a textbook for young dragons like you. As for its content, it covers all the herbs that may be used in potion making, as well as their various properties. Witt curiously examined the metal book on the platform in front of him. Is it the Encyclopedia of Herbs? Boko shook his head. No. It is just a small part of the Encyclopedia of Herbs, even you could say a very small part. Potion making is a very profound skill. Even now, new herbs continue to be discovered and used to create new potions. Even the Encyclopedia of Herbs has not managed to include all the herbs in this world. What you will learn is merely the basics of potion making. This course cannot make you a qualified potion master. Even if you complete all the courses, at most, you can only be considered an apprentice. Upon hearing this, Witt looked at Boko in confusion. Then why should we learn potion making? Boko, like Winterth, was quite patient. Upon hearing Witt's question, he explained, there are 3 main reasons for introducing you to potions. First, it provides you with a possible future choice, just like magic circles and alchemy. Second, to filter out young dragons who like potions and are interested in developing in that direction. For a dragon nest, having a potion master is essential. Many diseases that are deadly to young dragons can be treated with potions, and potions also greatly aid in recovery after injuries. Some particularly skilled potion masters can create potions that directly enhance strength. Those who have received legendary titles can even concoct potions that allow dragons to regrow lost limbs. Hearing this, Witt's heart stirred. No wonder Winthrop had previously intended to guide him towards potions. Potions that could directly enhance one's strength when unable to use magic could indeed attract him. Boko continued. The third reason is that the potions learned during the young dragon phase can have significant effects on you. If one day in the future, you need to use these potions, you will be able to make them yourself. Are we going to learn how to make potions now? Billy had a strong curiosity about any novel things and could not wait to ask after hearing Boko's words. However, Boko still shook his head. Potion making is not as simple as putting a bunch of things into a container and boiling them. If it were that easy, it wouldn't be called a skill. Therefore, before learning how to make potions, you need to do a lot of preparatory work. At the very least, you need to memorize the contents of the book in front of you word for word. In addition, you need to learn some new magic. Upon hearing this, Witt and the others were momentarily stunned. Does potion making also require magic? Of course, for example. Saying this, Boko extended his claw and then pointed with one finger, following it with a rather awkward tone. The meaning was clear to Witt and the others. Sharp. Then, Witt and the others saw that the finger extended by Boko slightly elongated and became thinner overall, giving them a feeling that it was even more dangerous. Dragon language magic has two branches. One is the magic taught to you by Witt, also known as elemental magic. And the other is the shaping magic that I am using now. The so-called shaping magic is essentially about reshaping forms. So far, there are only 3 types of shaping magic: sharpness, solidity, and acceleration. Don't underestimate these 3 spells. Although their number is far less than that of elemental magic, correspondingly, these 3 shaping spells do not differentiate between magic ranks. Their power is only related to your proficiency in magic and your own strength. The more proficient you are with magic, the stronger your power, and the more powerful these 3 shaping spells will be. Of course, in our potion class, you don't need to master all 3 shaping spells. Just mastering sharpness is enough. We need this spell to handle materials. Saying this, Boko noticed that Witt was looking up. His eyes filled with a hint of worry and barely noticeable expectation, and couldn't help but chuckle. Witt, don't worry. Although shaping magic also requires using the elements within your body to construct elemental nodes, it does not require invoking external elements. Theoretically, you can use this magic. Moreover, Wentz is a staunch supporter of the view that elemental magic is all that dragon language magic encompasses. So she is always reluctant to refer to shaping magic as dragon language magic. She even regards shaping magic as heresy and looks down upon learning it. Additionally, the mental magic she playfully created has actually been recognized by some dragons. But she herself views it as an incomplete version of elemental magic rather than a new category of magic. I have to say, sometimes Wentz can be really stubborn. But the world is always developing, and new things will always be born. Shaping magic is one such example, and mental magic is another. In the future, new types of magic may also emerge. During the last Grand Dragon Feast, a dragon has already proposed changing the 8 elements to 9 elements, as he believes that space is also an element. This viewpoint has led to a whole bunch of debates regarding elemental modifications. For example, some believe that death should be separated from the dark element and become a separate element. Similarly, some dragons believe that life should be distinguished from nature. There are also dragons who argue that since space is an element, why can't time be an element? Fortunately, Wentz did not attend the last Grand Dragon Feast, otherwise, with her stubbornness, she might have gotten into a fight with those young dragons. Besides that, while listening to Boko ramble on about what happened during the last Grand Dragon Feast, Witt finally couldn't help it. Boko, what's wrong, Witt? Shouldn't we talk about shaping magic? Chapter 59, The First Spell. Upon hearing this, Boko finally realized that he was teaching Witt and the others and not complaining about Wentz's rigidity in his laboratory. With an apologetic smile, Boko continued, "Sorry, I thought I was in my lab. Let's continue discussing the knowledge related to shaping magic. In fact, shaping magic is more powerful than you might think. I just made a claw incredibly sharp, but what if I cast it on an entire claw? Or on my dragon horn? Of course, when it comes to brewing potions, you don't need to consider so much. I'm only responsible for teaching potions. How far you can use shaping magic is up to you." Listening to Boko's words, Witt was thinking about something else. Did Wentz guide him towards learning potions with the consideration of shaping magic? It's just that Wentz has a significant bias against shaping magic, so she didn't tell him directly. Thinking about it this way, it's not impossible. Unexpectedly, Wentz has such a childish side. While thinking this, Witt caught a glimpse of Billy drooling over the metal book in front of him. Witt hurriedly poked Billy with his tail. Seeing him look over in confusion, Witt pointed at the metal book and shook his head. Knowing that Witt had seen through his thoughts, Billy's face turned red, and he hurriedly nodded, indicating that he wouldn't stuff the book in his mouth. Shaking his head helplessly, Witt felt fortunate about his decision to sit next to Billy. This guy really is hard to change. At this moment, Boko had already started explaining the key points of casting the sharpness spell, and Witt quickly began to listen attentively. The casting method of shaping magic is the same as that of elemental magic, but the effects are quite different. Shaping magic ultimately acts on our bodies. so there must not be the slightest mistake. Once a mistake occurs, although it won't break your claws, the pain will be similar. Of course, because of this, you can easily know where you made a mistake in the casting process. Therefore, compared to elemental magic, shaping magic is easier to learn. I think. In just one morning, you will be able to successfully cast it. So, let's get started. After hearing Boko's words, Witt and the others looked at their claws, lost in thought. The pain of breaking a finger sounds really painful. Of course, there are still brave souls. Just as Witt and the others hesitated, Billy, staring at his claw, eagerly began chanting the spell. Then, as soon as he uttered a syllable, Billy began to scream while holding his claw. It broke. It broke. Billy shouted, tears streaming down his face. Witt hurried over to check Billy's claw, only to see that one of his fingers had twisted into a strange arc, but fortunately, it wasn't broken. Boko also came over, smiling as he said, "Don't worry, it won't break. Even if it does break, I can help you heal it." But for this level of pain, Witt can just help him straighten it out. Saying this, Boko noticed that Witt and the others were all looking at him in fear, and couldn't help but chuckle. "What's wrong? This little pain scared you? You probably don't know that in the future, this kind of pain is just the beginning. If you don't brew potions well, they will explode. If you make mistakes in alchemy operations, they will also explode. If the patterns of the magic circle are not drawn smoothly, they will explode too. And don't think that only failing to cast shaping magic will cause harm to yourself. In fact, failing to cast elemental magic has even more severe consequences. It's just that you're currently learning some lower-level magic and haven't experienced this aspect yet. You'll understand when you start learning intermediate magic." At this point, Boko's smile also faded. Wentz has always been telling you how dangerous the outside world is, but she has never mentioned what kind of danger it is. Do you know? Wentz has also been outside before. When she came back, she had only one wing left, and her right arm was torn off from the elbow by another dragon. She knows how dangerous it is outside, which is why she keeps emphasizing this matter. If you can't even endure the pain of practicing magic, staying in Desadro is the best choice. The outside world is for the strong. Hearing Boko's words, Billy casually wiped the corner of his eye, then tremblingly extended his left claw and forcefully straightened the twisted finger on his right claw. Witt could feel Billy's pain. His entire body was trembling with scales, but this time, he held back his tears, gritting his teeth and silently enduring it. Billy was like this, and the other dragons, including Witt, began to try casting this magic. Dragons never fear doing anything, they just need a reason. And now, Boko gave them a reason. Enduring pain is the only path for the strong. The pride that comes from their bloodline does not allow them to say that they willingly choose to be weak, so they accepted this reason. Of course, pain is still pain, but no dragon cried out anymore, including Billy. Boko nodded in satisfaction. He didn't want to be the bad dragon. But someone had to tell Witt that this is a world where the strong are respected, and the strong are born from hardship. On the other side, when Witt made a mistake while constructing the elemental node for the first time, he finally understood Billy's feelings. The pain felt like someone was trying to break your finger. Compared to this most direct pain, the soreness he felt while training his wings was nothing at all. However, just as Boko said, pain is the best teacher. The pain from one failure is enough to be unforgettable, making the dragons unable to forget it even if they wanted to. Under these circumstances, Witt and the others' progress in learning this magic was incredibly fast. The time of one morning was just Boko's estimate. In reality, Witt and the others only took about 2 magic hours to successfully use this magic, with the fastest Celine even finishing half a magic hour ahead of the other dragons. Of course, it wasn't that her magical talent was that much higher than Witt and the others. It was because the light element had a certain healing ability. Therefore, after each practice, Celine didn't need to rest for too long before she could practice again. This was innate. Other dragons couldn't envy it. Naturally, the most excited was Witt. Looking at that finger, which had changed slightly but was clearly sharper, Witt was so excited he almost jumped up. He finally cast his first magic in the true sense that belonged to him, even if this magic only made one of his claws sharper. Chapter 60, Controlling Magic. Looking at his slender claw, Witt couldn't help but want to try it out. After all, this was his first true magic. But there was nothing suitable nearby. After thinking for a moment, Witt's gaze fell on the crystal cluster on Billy's back. "Billy, I'm sorry." "Huh." Hearing Witt suddenly apologize, Billy turned his head in confusion. Then, crack. With a crisp sound, the crystal cluster on Billy's back was unharmed, but Witt's finger had twisted into a strange shape. Witt stared blankly at his finger. The intense pain couldn't bring back his doubts and confusion. Billy scratched the spot that Witt had just attacked with his tail, his previously confused face now full of innocence. This had nothing to do with him. Boko also didn't expect Witt to pull such a stunt. He shook his head in amusement. He had already said that the power of this magic is related to proficiency. You not only succeeded on your first try, but that finger had already been quite fragile during the practice of magic. And at this moment, you attacked the hardest part of the crystal dragon's body. "Witt, I want to know what you were thinking?" Witt came back to his senses at the mention and awkwardly lowered his head, his tail behind him almost whipping out a shadow. "Ha ha ha, I also want to know what you were thinking." Compared to the other dragons, Isha was clearly much more unrestrained. Not only did she laugh out loud, but she even mocked him. Witt turned his head and glared at her resentfully, then looked up at Boko, awkwardly asking, "It seems like it's really broken this time. What should I do?" Boko shook his head helplessly, then a crystal tube appeared on his claw. Of course, that was for Boko. For Witt, it was completely a crystal jar that could fit him entirely inside. Come on, first straighten your claw. Hearing this, Witt hurriedly complied. After Witt straightened his claw, Boko opened the crystal tube, poured out a small drop of the liquid inside, and then used his mental power to wrap the broken claw that Witt had. It might be a little itchy, but you have to endure it if you move around. And the claw gets misaligned. That's not my responsibility. Upon hearing this, Witt quickly nodded. Then he curiously looked at the claw wrapped in the liquid. The liquid was a light green, viscous substance, emitting a faint pleasant aroma, and Witt could feel that it contained a unique life force. This life force could sometimes be sensed from Dynet. Just as Witt thought of this, he really felt a kind of itchiness on his claw that made him want to scratch. Fortunately, Boko had warned him in advance, so Witt managed to hold back. To distract himself, Witt asked, Boko, is this the potion you mentioned for treating injuries? Boko nodded, then looked at the other dragons. Stretch out the claws you used to practice magic. This potion can help you recover quickly, so you won't end up like Witt, breaking your own claw. After saying this, Boko controlled the potion, wrapping the claws that the dragons stretched out, and then continued. Potions are divided into 3 main categories: recovery, enhancement, and treatment. Recovery potions are used to restore stamina and magic power. Enhancement potions are used for permanently increasing one's strength. Treatment potions, like the one I'm using now, can quickly heal injuries. Of course, potions that can regrow severed limbs also belong to this category. The potion in my claw is called a mid-level healing potion. Since there are mid-level potions, there are naturally also low-level, high-level, and special-level potions. When you can independently refine a low-level healing potion, that means you are qualified to be called an apprentice potion maker. By analogy, mid-level healing potions correspond to low-level potion makers. High-level healing potions correspond to mid-level potion makers. And so on. Isn't it strange why the level of potion makers is 1 level lower than the healing potions they need to refine? Seeing Witt and the others nod, Boko smiled and said, that's because healing potions are the easiest to refine among all potions of the same level. Alright, that should be enough. How do you feel? Witt looked down at his claw, moved it slightly, and then exclaimed in surprise, it's actually healed. Since Witt's broken claw had healed, the other dragons need not be mentioned. The miraculous effects of intermediate potions have piqued the interest of Witt and the others. Boko is not surprised by this, as it is part of the lesson. Since you all are ready, we should begin further learning. Successfully casting the sharpness spell is just the beginning. I mentioned from the start that potion brewing is a meticulous task that allows no room for error. This also includes the precise control of magic. As he spoke, Boko conjured some items on his claw and evenly distributed them in front of Witt and the others. Witt looked at the slate and wooden board in front of him, puzzled about their purpose. However, he understood that these items were definitely not for eating. So, he snatched the wooden board that Billy was about to put in his mouth. The other dragons were already used to this and exchanged glances that seemed to say, it's all up to you now. Billy, realizing too late, scratched his head and smiled awkwardly, but it was truly an instinctive action. Alright, your task today is to place the slate under the wooden board and then, without harming the slate beneath, evenly divide the wooden board into 2 pieces of identical size and shape using your claws enhanced with the sharpness spell. Now let's begin. With that, Boko closed his eyes to rest. Seeing this, the dragons began to get busy. Witt focused on his fingers, reciting the incantation, and his fingers visibly elongated. Step 1, Magic Enhancement, complete. Then, following Boko's instructions, Witt placed the wooden board on the slate and carefully extended his claw. However, when he actually tried it, Witt realized how difficult Boko's requirement was. As soon as his claw touched the wooden board, it went through as easily as a hot knife through butter, which is a fitting description for the current situation. His claw effortlessly sank into the wooden board, and the slate below was no exception. Due to limited materials, you will practice with the first wooden board, when you can cut the wooden board without harming the slate underneath. Or if both the wooden board and the slate are unusable, I will distribute a second one. Alright, continue. Clearly, Boko had anticipated this situation. Witt and the others could only continue to practice diligently. Chapter 61. I want to get stronger. Too hard. Too soft. Still not right. Tilted. Witt murmured to himself while leaving scratch marks on the wooden board in front of him, his golden pupils filled with seriousness. At this point, he had already piled up a large heap of broken wooden strips and stones. In fact, it wasn't just Witt. The other dragons were in the same situation. As Boko said, shaping magic is easy to learn but hard to master, especially in terms of control. However, during the practice, Witt noticed that unlike elemental magic, shaping magic has relatively good persistence. As long as the elemental power within the elemental node is sufficient, this magic can be maintained indefinitely. This opened up another path for Witt regarding magic. Before he could cast elemental magic, shaping magic allowed him to enjoy the power that magic brings. Of course, the premise is that he must learn and proficiently use all 3 shaping spells. Witt, you're distracted. Boko's voice snapped Witt back to reality. Looking down, he saw that he had split the slate and wooden board in half, leaving a faint white mark on the stone table beneath the slate. Seeing this, Witt awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry. Witt covered his head, feeling a sharp pain from above, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He forgot that his claws were enhanced with sharpness. While scratching his head, The sharp claw coincidentally embedded itself in the gap between his scales and injured the skin underneath. Of course, a dragon's skin, like its scales, has decent defensive power, so it only hurt but did not break the skin. Watching Witt rub his head with an embarrassed expression, Boko chuckled helplessly. Be careful, don't be rough, that could hurt you. At this moment, Witt heard a snicker behind him. Turning around, he shot a glare at the brightly smiling Isha. Just as Witt was about to continue practicing, he heard Boko say, "All right, that's it for today's lesson." Witt was taken aback, and then he noticed that the sky outside had darkened. Looking at the wooden board in front of him, Witt let out a sigh. No progress. Hearing Witt's words, the other dragons also wore bitter expressions. They felt the same. Boko, seeing this, chuckled lightly. The sudden increase in power is naturally hard to control. Let us not mention anything else, but considering the time, you all have been learning elemental magic for about a year now. If I asked you to cast a spell, there would be no problem, but if I asked you to maintain that magic, how long could you keep it up at most? Except for Witt, the others looked confused. However, since they didn't know, it didn't prevent the dragons from trying. Light arrow. The first to try was Celine. She chose the first spell she had learned. However, when she tried to maintain the spell in front of her instead of casting it, as Boko instructed, the light arrow exploded immediately. It didn't even last a second. And this fact left Celine quite disappointed. The other dragons felt the same. Seeing this, Boko smiled and said, "The power of a cast spell represents your strength. But strength does not necessarily mean it can be fully expressed. To fully unleash your strength, sufficient control is required. This control is not something that can be honed overnight. Moreover, there are more ways to train control than just the ones I provide, and it doesn't only happen during class time. In fact, there is only one class left like this. In other words, during the third period, I will officially explain the relevant knowledge of herbs. Alright, today's lesson. You all performed quite well, except." As he said this, Boko deliberately prolonged his tone, keeping Witt and the others in suspense before turning his gaze to Billy. "Billy, it's not a good habit to put things in your mouth, especially when learning about potions. In the future, I will pay special attention to you. If you cannot control this habit, I will coat the items I prepare for you with some special potion. Trust me, the taste of these potions is definitely unpleasant." Billy awkwardly lowered his head. He didn't want to be like this, but sometimes he really couldn't help it. "Alright, take that book back with you. You can study the knowledge inside in advance, but remember to bring it to class in the future." With that, Boko nodded at the dragons and then turned to leave the classroom. "Isha, do you want to go to the cafeteria to eat together? By the way, will you be living in the academy from now on?" Hearing Celine's words, Witt and the others turned their attention to Isha. Isha nodded at first and then shook her head. "When it comes to meals, I will be eating in the academy from now on. But I won't be living in the academy." At this point, Isha paused. Knowing that the young dragons living in the academy were all hatchlings from dragon eggs brought back from outside the nest, without parents. Therefore, she didn't mention anything about parents. However, the other dragons weren't foolish. They naturally understood that Isha was being considerate of their feelings, so they didn't continue to inquire. Instead, under Celine's invitation, the dragons hurried to the cafeteria. After dinner, Isha left the academy, while Celine and the others prepared to go back. But Witt greeted Celine and the others, handing his books to Celine to take back, and then flew towards the laboratory of Boko on the 9th floor. "You said you wanted to learn 2 more shape-shifting spells?" Witt, standing at the experiment table, nodded. "My physical body is much stronger than that of other young dragons of the same age. If I can master all 3 shape-shifting spells, then even if I can't use elemental magic, my combat power won't be too low." Boko was concocting potions and glanced at Witt after hearing his words. He continued to brew while saying, "That's a good idea. Although there are only 3 shape-shifting spells, if you can truly master them, they are indeed not weaker than elemental magic, and in terms of flexibility, they are even stronger. But have you thought it through? The pain of learning sharpness is something I think you won't forget so quickly after an afternoon. Learning toughness and acceleration is even more difficult, and the pain you will experience will be greater." Witt nodded firmly. "I think what you said in class is very true. The outside world is for the strong, and the strong are never made easily. I want to become strong, and for that, I'm not afraid of anything." Hearing this, Boko paused his actions and looked at Witt with admiration. "That's a good determination. Then, let's start now." Chapter 62, The Pursuit from the Depths of the Bloodline. Now, upon hearing Boko's words, Witt was taken aback for a moment, then turned to look at the potion bubbling away on the constant temperature array. "Is it really okay for you to teach me magic while this is brewing?" Boko smiled and shook his head. "It's you who is learning magic, and I only need to ensure your safety. This doesn't hinder my potion making. Moreover, the 2 years of rapid growth have passed. From now on, until you leave the young dragon phase, sleeping is no longer something you must do. In other words, if you want, you could use all your sleeping time to practice magic, hone your body, or refine other skills, and it won't affect your physical growth. So, do you want to start now?" Upon hearing this, Witt looked at Boko in disbelief, wanting to know if he was joking or if it was indeed the truth. If that's the case, then he would need to make some new adjustments to his time. However, when he saw the clear smile in Boko's eyes, he understood that the other party was indeed just joking. He rolled his eyes helplessly. "Do you know? I almost believed your words just now." Boko laughed several times. Of course, not needing to sleep is impossible. Our dragon race has strong bodies and stores a lot of elements, so even if we do nothing, just the daily activities during the day will consume a lot of mental energy. When mental energy is consumed too much, naturally, one will feel sleepy. Of course, this is for you in the young dragon phase. You need to sleep every day to replenish the mental energy consumed by daily activities. However, this is just passive recovery. When your mental energy reaches the silver level, sleeping will not only restore mental energy, but also enhance it. By then, sleeping will be your way of cultivation. Of course, one thing I wasn't joking about is that if you don't sleep, it won't affect your growth. It will only make you look a bit tired and could fall asleep anywhere at any time. Proud, sleepy, and greedy, this is how other dragons see the dragon race. But I actually think only the third point is correct. The so-called pride is only true for some dragons, and sleeping is not us being asleep, but rather cultivating. Witt looked at Boko with some curiosity. Then why do they say dragons are greedy? As soon as he finished speaking, Witt saw a handful of round gold coins shining with golden light suddenly appear in Boko's claws, each coin about the size of Witt's head. The dazzling appearance of the coins captivated Witt's full attention. What is that? Gold coins. Do you want them? Witt nodded frantically, his eyes never leaving the small pile of coins in Boko's hand. If you want it, then trade it for your blood. Upon hearing this, Witt instantly snapped back to reality, but the awakened Witt was holding his tail, looking up at Boko. How much? However, as soon as he finished speaking, the gold coins in Boko's hand disappeared. Witt looked at Boko's empty claws with a sense of loss, then suddenly realized why he had reacted that way just now. Looking at his tail, Witt's eyes were filled with confusion. He clearly hated giving his blood to other dragons, but when he saw that pile of gold coins, he instantly gave up his resistance. Boko naturally knew what Witt was thinking at this moment. He smiled and patted his claw to draw Witt's attention back. Do you feel anything? Witt hesitated for a moment, then quietly said, It feels like that's not me. Boko laughed. That is you. It's just a pursuit that comes from the depths of the dragon bloodline. However, you are still young now, and this strong desire will affect your judgment. Once you leave the young dragon phase, this situation will no longer occur. However, if there are really gold coins in front of you, you will still have the desire to possess them, just not as strong as just now. So, I think describing dragons as greedy is not wrong. We are indeed greedy, but we just call it liking. Witt took a few deep breaths to calm his emotions before asking, Is every dragon like this? Boko nodded, then shook his head. Every dragon will be like this, but the items they like may not be the same. Some dragons like gold, while others only like gold coins. Some like gems. Some like items made of gems, and some like crystals. There are even some dragons that like everything. These are just different preferences, and we just happen to have common interests. Besides, I won't share my treasures with you, if you want them. You'll have to wait until you grow up to collect them yourself. Dragons will not share their treasures with any dragon, whether it's a mate or their own offspring. After a pause, Boko ignored the disappointment in Witt's eyes and continued. All right, enough of the digression. Hurry up and practice your magic. Today's class is still quite exhausting. In a little while, you should be dozing off. Upon hearing this, Witt nodded, then flew down to the experimental platform, walked over to a nearby open space, and began learning the other two shaping spells. Witt knew the incantations for those two shaping spells. The reason he hadn't practiced them privately was that Sharp had left a deep impression on him. For the solidification spell, it's best to start with a scale from your own body, while for the acceleration spell, there's no shortcut. You must practice with your own wings. I need to remind you that if the solidification spell fails, it is highly likely to cause elemental imbalance, which can lead to an explosion. If the acceleration spell fails, the consequence is that the bones in your wings may break. Witt nodded to indicate he had noted this, and then began to look for a suitable spot on his body to cast the spell. In the end, Witt chose his tail. Because the scales on his tail are smaller, using magic to shape them would be easier. Moreover, sometimes Witt really felt that his tail was another creature. It always flailed around randomly when his attention was focused on other things. Because of this, he had been scolded by Celine and the others more than once. Today, he happened to take this opportunity to make it a little more obedient. By the way, the tail doesn't hurt. Solidify. One paw holding his tail, the other paw pressing on a scale on the tail, Witt chanted the strange incantation in Draconic. Then the tail exploded. Chapter 63, Interrogation Time. Witt's tail exploded. Of course, it didn't completely explode. Only the scale that Witt had enchanted with magic blew up. The power was considerable, and a small circle of dragon scales shattered around it. Even the skin was charred black, but fortunately, there was no bleeding. Witt's head was a bit too close, and the scales on his face were also blackened from the blast. Although he wasn't injured, he was still a bit dazed from the explosion. When Witt came to his senses, a flash of relief crossed his eyes. Fortunately, he hadn't chosen another part of his body. The tail was the least sensitive area on him, but even so, there were still waves of stinging pain. If it had been another part, he would have been sweating in pain. Glancing at the small bald spot on his tail that exposed flesh-colored skin, Witt's gaze shifted to another scale on his tail. That's right, Witt wasn't planning to give up. Practicing magic on his tail wasn't very painful, and besides, his tail was about the same length as his body. That small area that exploded was only the size of a palm, which was nothing at all. With this thought in mind, Witt continued to practice. Solidification was indeed more difficult than sharp. The latter only had 7 elemental nodes, while the former had a full 10 elemental nodes. According to the classification of elemental magic, low-level spells have at most 10 elemental nodes. And until now, Witt and the others hadn't started learning elemental magic with 10 nodes. Among them, Celine, who was progressing the fastest, had only mastered a powerful magic blade, which was just an 8-node elemental magic. Of course, Witt also knew that shaping magic was different from elemental magic. Shaping magic does not have low, medium, or high ranks. However, the more elemental nodes constructed, the higher the difficulty, and this applies regardless of the type of magic. Witt chanted the incantation again and again, and each time there was an explosion. But he showed no signs of giving up. Unfortunately, until Boko called a halt, Witt had not successfully cast this spell. Alright, Witt, don't push yourself too hard. You have plenty of time, so don't rush it. After stopping Witt, Boko took out a mid-level healing potion and applied it to Vitter's tail. Silver dragons are among the most visually appealing of all dragon kinds. Their silvery white scales shimmer with a metallic sheen, exuding an air of nobility and elegance that shines brighter than any other dragon color, yet lacks the gaudiness of a gold dragon. Although Witt is not a silver dragon, he shares a similar appearance. However, at this moment, his dragon tail was pockmarked, and the flesh-colored skin was exposed, making it look quite unsightly. Feeling the soothing coolness from his dragon tail, Witt finally came back to his senses. The golden pupils had dimmed considerably, a sign of significant mental energy consumption. Thank you, Boko, for taking up so much of your time. Saying this, Witt turned his gaze to his tail. The effect of the mid-level healing potion was quite obvious. Just by applying it, the exposed skin on Vitter's tail was replaced by a layer of silver. Those were newly grown dragon scales. However, the newly grown scales were quite small, only about 1/10 the size compared to the surrounding scales that Witt hadn't focused on or that hadn't been affected by the explosion. The uneven scales looked very strange, but at least they covered the skin. Your physical recovery ability is quite good. Under these circumstances, in about a day, these scales will completely regrow. Also, no need to thank me. This is what I should do as a teacher. A teacher's job is not just to impart knowledge, but more importantly, to help you grow up healthily. Alright, it's late. You should go to sleep now. Otherwise, you might end up dozing off in Janice's magic circle class tomorrow. Although she has a good personality, she won't allow any dragon to doze off in her class. And one more thing, she, like you, was brought out by Winters, so her punishment methods are the same as his. She will make you copy books. Boko's words successfully brought back memories of those hard years for Witt. He shivered and hurriedly bid farewell to Boko, then left the laboratory. He certainly didn't want to copy books. Most importantly, the last time Winters punished them by making them copy books, he still hadn't finished it. Back at the Dragon Cave, as soon as he entered the passage, he slowed down his pace. He had been with Boko for nearly 4 magical hours, and it was already late at night. Celine and the others should have long been asleep. However, when he entered the depths of the Dragon Cave, under the dim light, 4 pairs of golden eyes suddenly brightened, staring intently at him. Vitter's body stiffened, then he tentatively moved left and right, only to see those 4 pairs of eyes also follow his movements. You guys aren't asleep? As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 dragons rushed to Vitter's side, circling around him while continuously inspecting him. Look at his tail. It's Billy. Hearing Billy's words, Celine and the others' gazes also fell on Vitter's tail. The uneven scales were so conspicuous. There were clear signs of training. Seeing this, Celine stood opposite Witt, spread her wings, and raised her head high, trying to make herself look bigger. Unfortunately, no matter what, her size couldn't compare to Vitter's, so she commanded, "You lie down." Although Witt didn't know what Celine and the others wanted to do, he still complied and lay down, looking at the 4 dragons with a puzzled expression. Now, it's interrogation time. Billy, go. Billy and Ozzy responded, then pressed Witt's wings down to the ground, one on each side. Witt looked at Celine with a mix of amusement and exasperation. If you want to ask something, just ask. Why make it so complicated? I haven't done anything wrong. Hearing Witt's words, Celine awkwardly looked away but showed no signs of stopping. Shut up. You can only answer after I finish asking my questions. As a punishment for answering without being asked, Dinah, go kick his butt. Understood. Dinah replied with a grin, then ran behind Witt and kicked him on the backside. Holding his foot, Dinah looked at Celine with a mournful expression. Celine, it was too hard. It hurts. Why don't we switch? Celine pretended not to hear Dinah and looked down at Witt, snorting coldly. Tell me, did you go for special training behind our backs? Witt scratched his head. Does learning magic count? At this, the 4 dragons perked up their ears. Witt chuckled and said, I just went to Boko's place to learn a couple of other shape-shifting spells. If you're interested, you can come with me tomorrow night. Chapter 64, Dream. If you're interested, you can come with me tomorrow night. Upon hearing Witt's words, Billy and the others exchanged glances, then turned their eyes to Celine. Celine looked at Witt in shock. Can we really go learn magic together? Witt, somewhat amused, replied, what is wrong with that? Boko isn't giving me any special treatment. I just want to find him for safety reasons. As it turns out, my decision was quite correct. Saying this, Witt flicked his tail. Although he hadn't encountered danger this time, it was only because the solidification spell was practiced using dragon scales. The subsequent acceleration could only be practiced with wings, and one wrong move could leave him crippled. However, upon hearing Witt's words, Celine looked confused. What does special treatment mean? Witt was taken aback for a moment, then realized he had brought over terminology from another world. How to explain it? It means using connections. Celine looked even more puzzled. What does using connections mean? Witt slapped his forehead. Why don't you let them release me first, and I'll think about how to explain it to you. Of course. He said this just to give Celine and the others some face. The size difference meant Witt's strength far exceeded theirs. If it came down to a fight, how could Billy and Ozzy hold him down? Hearing Witt's words, Celine suddenly remembered that Witt's wings were still being held by Ozzy and Billy. Her face flushed red, but luckily, the dragon scales were thick, so her embarrassment wasn't visible. Seeing Ozzy and Billy looking at her, Celine waved her paw, signaling them to let go. Once the two dragons stepped back, Witt stretched his wings a bit before retracting them. So, special treatment and using connections both refer to using special relationships to gain special privileges. With that said, you should understand. Celine had an epiphany and finally grasped the meaning of Witt's previous statement. She quickly shook her head. We don't care if you want to find Boko for. Special treatment. We just thought at this point. Celine suddenly stopped and turned her head away, unable to look at Witt. Dinah sighed. Let me explain. We thought you believed our strength couldn't keep up with you, so you left us behind to train on your own. Witt was taken aback, then looked at the dragons with a mix of amusement and disbelief. That's why? Celine still faced away from Witt. Ozzy lay on the ground with his eyes closed. Dinah's face showed both embarrassment and helplessness, while Billy looked anxiously at Witt, clearly still confused about the situation. Sigh. I thought something significant was happening, making me nervous for nothing. We all eat, live, and study together. How could I just leave you behind? Go to sleep. When I come back, Boko will tell us that tomorrow's lesson is on magic circles with teacher Janice, and she'll punish any little dragon who dozes off in class by making them copy books. Copying books is the most terrifying punishment in this world. No exceptions. Upon hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others were momentarily stunned, but then their worries vanished. However, as they realized what Witt had said next, the dragons hurriedly ran back to their spots. Seeing this, Witt shook his head helplessly, then walked back to his sleeping spot. Even with the inherited memories, they were still a bunch of kids, always fretting over unlikely scenarios. Thinking this, he realized he was the most mature among the 5 dragons. With that in mind, Witt closed his eyes, a wave of irresistible fatigue washed over him, and soon, he fell into a deep sleep. Witt. A familiar yet strange voice suddenly echoed in Witt's mind. Instinctively, Witt opened his eyes. However, the scene before him made his pupils constrict sharply. Darkness filled his vision. But it wasn't true darkness. It was a mass of small dragon beasts, covering the sky and surrounding him. Witt was no stranger to those small dragon beasts. They were the Abai dragon beasts that had attacked the dragon nest 2 years ago. However, these dragon beasts were surprisingly small, vastly different from the Abai dragon beasts he remembered. After seeing the situation around him, Witt instinctively opened his mouth, and a blaze of white flames spilled from the corner of his mouth, followed by a powerful dragon breath that shattered the surrounding darkness. Countless Abai dragon beasts turned to ash in the scorching breath, but soon, more Abai dragon beasts charged in, filling the void created by the dragon breath. It seems useless, Witt thought to himself, then prepared to turn his head to check the surroundings. However, he was shocked to discover that he seemed unable to control his body. His head did not turn as he wished. Instead, he opened his mouth again, unleashing another white-hot breath that sprayed outwards. Witt panicked. What was going on? At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he should be sleeping in the dragon cave, not fighting against a horde of Abai dragon beasts in a strange place. Witt. Just then, that familiar yet strange voice echoed again. Witt was filled with confusion. That voice sounded so familiar, but why couldn't he remember who it was? Witt, come back quickly. The magic circle has already activated. Hurry back. Who is it? Who are you? What magic circle has activated? What will happen after the magic circle is activated? Witt wanted to open his mouth to ask the person what was going on, but when he opened his mouth, what came out was not words, but breath. Speak. 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 Who are you? Witt. With a sudden opening of his eyes, Witt instinctively shouted, Who are you? It's me, Celine. Celine? Witt was taken aback, then noticed that Celine was very close, her face filled with concern. Beyond Celine's head was the familiar dragon cave. Turning to look around, there were no Abai dragon beasts. Only Billy and the others surrounding him, looking at him with worried expressions. Witt, are you okay? What happened? Witt checked his body and felt very tired. Is it still night? Celine shook her head. It's already morning. Did you have a nightmare? You look really tired. Also, you were shouting who are you? Just now. Witt was taken aback and then smiled wryly. Maybe, I dreamed of being surrounded by a large group of Abai dragon beasts, and my breath didn't work. There was a voice behind me calling my name. It sounded familiar, but I just couldn't remember who it was. Hearing this, Celine breathed a slight sigh of relief. It seems it really was a nightmare. Maybe you trained too long yesterday. By the way, do you want to rest a bit more? Witt stood up and shook his slightly dazed head. It's fine, I'll eat something in a bit, and I'll be okay. Celine nodded, not insisting. since today was the first magic array class, and it would indeed be inappropriate to miss it. Chapter 65, Janice. Billy and the others were relieved to see that Witt was just a bit tired and had no other issues. They were actually awakened by Witt's shout. When they woke up, they saw Witt lying on the ground with a pained expression, which made them worry and surround him. Billy let out a sigh of relief and then ran to Witt's side, his tail expertly resting on Witt's shoulder. You scared me. I thought something happened to you. Turns out you were just having a nightmare. By the way, I've never had a nightmare before. Can you tell me what it feels like? Upon hearing Billy's words, the other three dragons perked up their ears, looking at Witt with curiosity. Witt helplessly pointed outside. We still need to eat and go to class. So let's talk while we walk. With that, Witt walked towards the passage, and the other dragons hurriedly followed. After organizing his thoughts a bit, Witt began. How should I put it? It was a nightmare, but I can't really say what was so terrifying about it. The overwhelming group of abbey dragon beasts looked quite oppressive. But in the dream, I could kill a large area with just my breath. You used your breath in the dream? Billy asked, startled. Witt nodded, looking at Billy in confusion. Yes, what's wrong? Billy patted his chest, looking somewhat scared. Thank goodness you were just having a nightmare and not sleepwalking. If it were sleepwalking, I don't know what would happen, but we probably couldn't go to class like this. Hearing Billy's words, Celine and the others looked at Witt with a hint of caution. Seeing this, Witt couldn't help but swat Billy's rear with his tail. What are you talking about? Breathing fire isn't that easy, even when awake. You need to concentrate fully to use it. If I could breathe fire while asleep, I must be skilled enough to do it. Celine and the others looked enlightened and then shyly turned their gazes away. Billy, however, was unfazed. I was just saying, but after your explanation, the probability does seem pretty small. After a pause, Billy continued asking, since the abbey dragon beasts aren't the scariest thing, what exactly are you afraid of? At this, a hint of confusion flashed in Witt's eyes. I don't know what I'm afraid of, but I'm just scared, very scared. As if something about to happen is something I absolutely don't want to accept. Then what happened? Celine leaned closer again. She was curious about what Witt's dream was and why the abbey dragon beasts appeared when he was calling out for someone. However, Witt still shook his head in confusion. I don't know either. There were no other dragons around me. I only heard a voice calling my name, a voice that sounded familiar. But I just can't remember who it was. The voice was right behind me, but I couldn't turn around. No matter how hard I tried, I could only breathe fire in the dream. It felt like I was blaming myself for something, but Witt frowned in thought, but then felt a pain in his head. Shaking his head, the pain eased slightly, but Witt didn't know how to continue. Seeing this, Celine comforted him. All right, Witt. Don't think about it anymore. It was just a nightmare, and you're awake now. You should have a good meal, regain your strength, and get ready for today's class. To be honest, Boko's words yesterday made me a bit worried. Learning about magic arrays doesn't seem easy. Hearing this, Witt nodded. The scenes from his dream flashed in his mind, the scorching breath, the smell of burnt flesh, and even now, he still remembered it vividly. Was it really just a dream? When they arrived at the cafeteria, Witt and the others met up with Isa, who was already waiting at the entrance. During breakfast, Witt became the star dragon of the cafeteria. For some reason, Witt was exceptionally hungry this time, consuming an amount of meat equal to twice that of the other 5 dragons combined. His terrifying appetite successfully attracted the attention of those around Celine. Fortunately, with Carlos maintaining order, the cafeteria didn't become chaotic, but he was also quite surprised by Witt's appetite. This is the most gluttonous young dragon I've ever seen. After consuming a large amount of food, that foggy-headed feeling finally disappeared. Of course, he was still somewhat sleepy. In fact, after eating his fill, Witt felt even sleepier. Luckily, he could still maintain his wakefulness. Otherwise, he would have to skip class. When Witt and the others arrived at the magic array classroom, they were immediately captivated by the figure in the classroom. Silver-white dragon scales gleaming with a metallic sheen, spiral-shaped horns that didn't look fierce at all, but instead gave the dragon an unusual sense of nobility. A slender dragon body, combining strength and beauty. Ah, you're here. Find a seat. We're going to start today's lesson. The dragon's mouth slightly opened, and a cool voice sounded, carrying an inexplicable mysterious aura. A silver dragon. The one teaching them about magic arrays, Janice, was actually a silver dragon. A noble silver dragon that was completely mismatched with her name. Celine and the others instinctively looked at Witt. To be honest, they had always viewed Witt as a silver dragon rather than a starlit giant dragon. However, when comparing Witt to a real silver dragon, the difference between the two became immediately apparent. At first glance, the two dragons looked quite similar, just differing in size. But upon closer inspection, it was clear that aside from the color, they were completely different. The scales are all round and metallic in sheen. But Witt's dragon scales are somewhat larger compared to Janice's. Of course, this refers to proportion. After all, the difference in size is there. Besides that, Witt's dragon scales are more pronounced, making him appear less elegant and a bit more fierce. Moreover, although their forms are similar, both being elongated, Witt's dragon gives the impression of only strength, lacking the coexistence of power and beauty. As for the dragon wings, Witt's are wider, longer, and convey a stronger sense of power. To put it simply, Witt resembles a golden dragon draped in silver dragon skin, or a red dragon on all fours, with plenty of strength, but lacking in beauty. Of course, this lack of beauty is relative. Compared to the silver dragon, Witt, with the appearance of a silver dragon, is naturally more attractive. The gaze of Celine and the others naturally caught Janice's attention, and she looked at Witt with a light laugh. I've heard about you from Winters. Indeed, you and the silver dragon have quite a distinction. Your race is called the Starry Sky Giant Dragon. What a lovely name. Chapter 66, The Advantages of the Magic Array. What a lovely name. Upon hearing Janice's words, Witt was momentarily taken aback and then shyly thanked her. Seeing this, Janice smiled slightly. All right, find a favorite spot to sit down. Let me think. Our first step should be to get to know each other well. My name is Janice, of the Silver Dragon clan. For a long period ahead, I will be teaching you about the magic array, and I specialize in water element magic. What I enjoy doing is sleeping, or you could say cultivating. What about you? Janice's originally somewhat cold voice now carried a touch of softness. Witt and the others couldn't help but relax a lot. Witt thought to himself, as expected, Janice has a good temper, just like Borko said. With that in mind, Witt, like the other dragons, chose a spot. Of course, he still chose to stay by Billy's side, as the magic array would require some materials, and he had to watch out for Billy secretly stuffing things into his mouth. Celine and the others sat together just like yesterday, while Ao still sat alone at the back. Speaking of which, the classroom for the magic array lesson was almost identical to that of the potion class. In front of Witt and the others, there was also a stone platform for them to operate on. After sitting down, Witt and the others followed Janice's example and introduced themselves briefly. After getting to know each other, Janice officially started the class. Before we begin, I want to know, what do you think a magic array is? Upon hearing this, Witt and the others began to ponder. After a moment, Celine, who had the deepest understanding of magic, quietly said, a magic array is a derivative of magic? Janice nodded. If it were before, your statement would be correct. Almost all dragons believe this. However, now I must tell you that this viewpoint is incorrect. The only reason for this conclusion is that low-level magic does not have a corresponding magic array, while mid-level and above magic does have corresponding magic arrays. This indicates that magic arrays are formed due to the increase of elemental nodes, gradually establishing a more stable structure that can be preserved for a long time. The depiction of this structure using certain materials results in a magic array. But as I mentioned at the beginning, this is a misconception. In fact, low-level magic does have corresponding magic arrays, but the elemental nodes of low-level magic cannot form a stable structure. For example, as she spoke, Janice extended her finger and began to move it in the air. With her movements, a water-blue magic array gradually took shape. The magic array was circular overall, with a beautifully engraved border, and upon closer inspection of those engravings, one would find that they repeated 4 times, occupying 4 areas. Furthermore, Witt and the others recognized these engravings. They were in ancient dragon language, meaning water ball. Inside, there was another circular ring, and at the center of the ring was a droplet-shaped pattern depicted by water elements. If one observed this pattern carefully, they would find 4 locations rich in elemental energy. Witt was not unfamiliar with these positions. Not only is he attuned to both fire and water elements, but he has also been diligently practicing mental magic. Thus, he was quite familiar with the 4-node magic of the 8 attributes. The 4 locations rich in elemental energy, when connected, corresponded to the water element 4-node magic, water ball. In other words, the magic array that Janice casually depicted was an unequivocal low-level magic array. Of course, this is under the premise that it can actually be used. Just as Witt was thinking this, the magic array began to gather the surrounding water elements, and soon, a huge water ball appeared above the magic array. This is a low-level magic array that I researched for a long time, using ancient dragon language as part of the magic array to stabilize the elemental nodes that were originally difficult to stabilize due to their insufficient number, allowing me to depict it. Its corresponding low-level magic is the water ball. This sufficiently proves that the viewpoint that low-level magic does not have corresponding magic arrays is incorrect. In the next Dragon Feast, I will completely overturn the notion that magic arrays are merely derivatives of magic. Magic arrays are not derivatives of magic, but rather an independent way of communicating with elements, similar to the ancient dragon language. As she said this, Janice's eyes sparkled with dazzling brilliance. Witt and the others, not being foolish, naturally could hear that Janice was preparing to do something great that no dragon had done before. However, they were unclear about what exactly was great. Coming back to her senses, Janice knew that these were not things Witt and the others could grasp at the moment. After calming her emotions, she continued with the lesson. All right, let's continue the class. What I mentioned earlier, you might have found confusing. In fact, these are indeed not things you can understand at this moment, at least not yet. So, you just need to remember. What you are about to learn is not just about magic arrays, but a new way to communicate with elements. You might wonder, since ancient dragon language itself is a way to communicate with elements, why do you need to learn a new way to communicate with elements? That's because communicating with elements using ancient dragon language actually has certain limitations. Upon hearing this, Witt instinctively said, it's elemental affinity. Janice looked at Witt with appreciation. That's right. It's elemental affinity. For example, Celine, the holy giant dragon's elemental affinity is light. Therefore, even if you use ancient dragon language to communicate with other elements, those other elements are unlikely to respond to your communication. This is reflected in magic. You can only use light element magic. Even if you can use other element magic, It would only be some low-level magic with fewer elemental nodes. However, magic arrays are different. The way magic arrays communicate with elements does not depend on the type of element used when activating the magic array, but on the materials used to depict the magic array. If it is said that communication with each type of magical element requires a specific language, then in dragon language magic, elemental affinity is the language you use to communicate with the elements. This language is innate and cannot be acquired through later efforts. In the system of magic circles, the materials used to depict the magic circle are the language you use when communicating with the elements. And this language can be changed at any time by replacing the materials. This means that even without the corresponding elemental affinity, as long as you can arrange the magic circle, you can use the corresponding magic. Upon hearing this, Witt suddenly thought of another application of magic circles. Chapter 67. The world is a ball. When Witt uses elemental magic now, his body still plunders the gathered magical elements, so he still cannot use elemental magic. This is also why he went to study shaping magic with Bo. As a giant dragon, if he cannot even use magic, what kind of giant dragon is that? Although his father seems to be unable to use magic either, that does not affect Witt's determination to pursue magic. Considering that shaping magic ultimately still relies on the physical body to fight, elemental magic is more in line with Witt's definition of magic. Therefore, Witt is not prepared to give up on mental magic. However, there is a significant drawback to learning mental magic. It requires a dragon to accompany him. Otherwise, Witt cannot figure out whether his mental magic is effective or not. At the beginning of his study of mental magic, Witt practiced with Winters, and later, after Celine and the others could cast magic, his practice partners became Celine and the others. Such practice benefits both sides significantly. Of course, Winters still accompanies Witt for practice, as the combination of the 4-node magic of the 8 elements is still quite substantial. Celine and the others have not even fully learned the 4-node magic of their own affinity elements, let alone other magic. However, Winters is ultimately affiliated with the fire element, and she can only simply use the 4-node magic of other elements. With more nodes, even she cannot use them. This leads to the fact that even if Witt pays close attention to mental magic, his mental magic can only remain at the 4-node magic level. Of course, in terms of light, fire, earth, and nature, the level of mental magic is somewhat higher, as Celine and the others' magic levels are also improving. The other 4 attributes are more troublesome, as he does not know any dragons with the corresponding attributes. However, Janice's explanation opened his eyes to another possibility. When depicting the magic circle, it is necessary to find the corresponding elemental nodes, and isn't this elemental node exactly the place he needs to attack with mental power? As long as he can draw the correct magic circle, he can find the corresponding magic node. Then, by using the magic circle to cast magic, he can use mental magic to disrupt this magic, thus achieving the purpose of practice. Realizing this, Witt understood that his mental magic realm would be linked to his learning of magic circles. Witt. Janice's gentle voice pulled Witt's thoughts back. Witt looked up in confusion at Janice. Daydreaming in class is not a good habit. Upon hearing this, Witt realized and awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry, Janice. I was just thinking about what I would need to learn to draw all the magic circles. After all, the magic circles corresponding to lower-level magic are your research achievements. They are an important means for you to overturn past erroneous thoughts. Upon hearing Witt's words, Janice was momentarily stunned, then looked at Witt with some surprise. Do you really want to learn to draw all the magic circles? Witt nodded seriously. Although I can't cast magic, I don't want to give up exploring the secrets of magic. Perhaps magic circles can help me. Janice looked at Witt and became serious as well. If you really think this way, then come find me in the 9th floor laboratory after dinner. Upon hearing this, a look of joy appeared on Witt's face. There's a chance. Seeing the unmistakable smile on Witt's face, Janice also smiled slightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Indeed. Even the most beautiful silver dragon among the dragon race looks a bit terrifying when smiling. Alright, let us continue. Magic circles can allow you to use various elemental magic. But there is a prerequisite, materials. As the language to communicate with the elements, you must be clear in your speech for the elements to respond to you. Therefore, our study of magic circles begins with materials. So, what materials are needed to draw a magic circle? This involves the types of magic circles. Magic circles can be roughly divided into 2 categories, disposable magic circles and semi-permanent magic circles. Upon hearing this, Celine couldn't help but ask, why are they called semi-permanent magic circles? I thought they would be permanent magic circles. Other dragons nodded in agreement, indicating they thought the same way. Janice smiled and said, in this world, aside from time, nothing is eternal. I wonder if you are interested in the starry sky? The dragons were momentarily stunned, and then simultaneously looked at Witt. Seeing this, Janice turned his gaze to Witt. It seems you like the starry sky. Witt nodded. I want to go see the starry sky in the future. Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment flashed in Janice's eyes, and then he smiled and said, then I wish you success soon. Like you, I also like the starry sky. Whenever I am troubled by problems, I always observe the starry sky, as it helps me relax. Over time, I sometimes wonder, what are those stars in the starry sky? Once, a dragon went to the starry sky, and after returning, he wrote a book called The World Through My Eyes. If you are interested, you can find it in the library. In the book, the moon in the sky is a great stone ball, the sun is a great fireball, and the world we live in is also a gigantic sphere. The three spheres cuddle together, floating in the cold void. Further away is the boundless darkness, a dead silence without any sound, only the distant starlight coming from afar. He tried to chase those starlights, but no matter how far he flew, the distance between him and the starlight seemed unchanged. In the end, he chose to return and wrote down his experiences in the starry sky. After reading his book, I began to wonder whether those starlights are also spheres like the world we live in. Are there other forms of life in those places? However, one day, I discovered that a starlight I liked the most had disappeared, and it never appeared again. It turns out that starlight can also die. This is how I think. Since then, I have been paying attention to everything around me, and I found that, just as I said before, aside from time, nothing is eternal. A small magic circle naturally cannot exist permanently. Other dragons nodded in understanding. Only Witt. In his heart, however, a tumultuous wave was rising. Whether the world in his mind truly exists is worth pondering. If it doesn't, then the memories left by his parents deserve scrutiny regarding their authenticity. Witt has thought about this question countless times. But now, he has an answer. It is a real world. This gives more assurance to the authenticity of his memories of his parents, which means they might really be waiting for him among the stars. Chapter 68. Materials for the Magic Array. A semi-permanent magic array is created using some advanced materials during its engraving, greatly extending its lifespan. Hence it is called a semi-permanent magic array. However, the difficulty of engraving a semi-permanent magic array is too high. If we are only learning the basics of magic arrays, we can just focus on engraving a disposable magic array. Janice's words pulled Witt's thoughts back once again. Steadying himself, Witt listened intently. The magic array is even more important to him than shaping magic. It is his path to exploring the mysteries of magic. As for the authenticity of the world in his mind or the whereabouts of his parents, those are things he can only pursue once his strength reaches a certain level. He clearly does not have that strength right now. The difference between a disposable magic array and a semi-permanent magic array mainly lies in the materials. There are three main materials for engraving magic arrays: the carrier, the magical solution, and the magical core. Using the magical core as a node, connecting it with the magical solution, and engraving it onto the carrier, they gather the elements from the air. This is the operating principle of the magic array. Doesn't it sound similar to elemental magic? In fact, this is also a very important reason why magic arrays are considered derivatives of magic. At this point, Janice paused, giving Witt and the others a moment to digest the information. Feeling it was enough time, Janice continued. Among the three materials, the magical core is the focus. If the magical elements contained in the magical core are insufficient, then even if the magic array is successfully engraved, it will be difficult to gather enough magical elements during operation to cast spells. The second most important is the carrier. During the operation of the magic array, huge elemental fluctuations will occur. If the carrier cannot withstand these fluctuations, the magic array will explode. The magical solution serves as the connecting material between the various magical cores and also plays a role in stabilizing elemental fluctuations. At this point, you might be wondering why I didn't use these three things when I just engraved the magic array. In fact, what I just used was not a magic array in the true sense, but another way to cast elemental magic. Compared to dragon language casting, this method of casting spells is complex, but has the advantages of being covert, powerful, and having a long duration. How exactly it is cast is the work of Venice. Let us return to the magic array. These three materials share a common characteristic. They all store a certain amount of magical elements. However, the magical elements in these three materials have different properties. The elemental power within the magical core is the most active, making it the most likely point to explode during the engraving of the magic array. It also has the highest elemental reserves among the three materials. So if an explosion occurs, its power will be extremely strong. Fortunately, both dragon scales and skin have considerable resistance to magic. Even if an explosion occurs, it will at most cause you to suffer some physical injuries like broken bones, rather than the harder to recover magical damage. Hearing this, the dragons couldn't help but show fear. It turns out that broken bones in the magic array class can only be considered minor injuries. No wonder Boko said yesterday that other classes are also full of danger. Seemingly sensing the worries of Witt and the others, Janice smiled and reassured them. Don't worry, I have already asked Boko to prepare enough healing potions. Even if bones are broken, they can recover quickly. The dragons were speechless. This is not a matter of reassurance, okay. However, Janice was unaware of what Witt and the others were thinking. After a simple reassurance, she continued the lesson. There are many reasons for a magic array to explode, with the explosion of the magical core being the most common. If the position of the elemental nodes is incorrect, the magical core will explode. If the lines of the magic array drawn with the magical solution are uneven, the magical core will explode. If the shape of the magic array is drawn incorrectly, causing elemental flow issues, the magical core will also explode. The above three situations are the most likely to cause explosions when beginners are engraving magic arrays. In addition to the explosion of the magical core, the magical solution, being the second most active material, can also explode. However, unlike the magical core, the explosion of the magical solution is mostly due to uneven mixing during its preparation, resulting in defective products. When a defective product is used to engrave a magic array, the magical solution will explode. During Janice's explanation, the high risk of explosions made Witt and the others feel a chill, but Janice seemed unaware of this. Or perhaps she noticed, but chose to ignore it. Alright, having discussed the properties of these three materials, let us now talk about the common raw materials for these three materials. The magical core is the most troublesome, not because of the making process, but because of the difficulty in finding it. It requires the crystal core of a dragon beast. And the closer the elemental content in the crystal core is during the engraving of a magic array, the better. If the elemental content differs too much, the magic array will explode during the engraving. Next is the magical solution. This is the troublesome part of the production. The magical solution is made from a mixture of dragon beast blood and the sap from the roots of the domia grass. Upon hearing this, Witt paused for a moment and then curiously asked, the sap from the roots of the domia grass? I only knew that the sap from the domia flower could treat insomnia. Hearing Witt's words, Janice smiled and said, the domia flower is actually the flower that blooms from the domia grass. The sap from the domia flower can treat insomnia because it contains components that stabilize mental energy. Insomnia is caused by overly active mental energy. However, in fact, this component that stabilizes mental energy is not only found in the domia flower, its content is actually higher in the sap from the domia grass. But, since the sap from the domia grass is quite bitter, the sap from the flower is used instead. The part with the highest concentration of this component is actually the roots of the domia grass. The reason the root sap is not used to treat insomnia is that its concentration is too high. Taking the sap from the roots of the domia grass will put mental energy into a dormant state. Of course, dormancy does not mean sleep. It cannot treat insomnia. It will only prevent you from using your mental energy, thus making it impossible to cast spells. Of course, this is for young dragons. The larger the size, the more sap from the roots of the domia grass is needed to put a giant dragon's mental energy into a dormant state. This special effect of the sap from the roots of the domia grass makes it the best stabilizer. You will often encounter this sap when you brew potions in the future. Alright, let us continue discussing the materials for the magic array. The carrier is the easiest to obtain, which is the dragon scales from the dragon beast. At this point, I think you should have understood. Since the low-level formation materials are products from the dragon beasts, then what about the sources of high-level formation materials? I believe I don't need to elaborate further. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Witt and the others suddenly changed. Chapter 69, Magic Power Solution. Seeing their expressions, Janice grinned. It seems you have guessed it correctly, indeed. The best core in the world is the dragon crystal. One of the best materials for magic power solution is dragon blood. And the best carrier is the dragon scales of the dragon race. Seeing the horrified looks on Witt and the others, Janice couldn't help but laugh. Realizing this, Witt and the others also came to their senses. Janice, you must be joking with us. However, Janice shook his head. I'm not joking, what I mentioned is true. But I didn't say everything completely. The quality of the materials is not only related to the race they come from, but also to their strength. The stronger the being, the better the materials produced from them. Of course, among beings of the same level, the materials produced by dragons are undoubtedly the best. However, it's rare for a dragon to hunt another dragon just for some materials to inscribe magic formations. There are multiple elemental nodes. Thus, if one node uses dragon crystal as the magic core, then the other elemental nodes must use similar dragon crystals. Outside the dragon's lair, encountering a dragon is quite difficult. And I believe I don't need to elaborate on the consequences of attacking a dragon's lair, just to increase the success rate a bit. It's completely unnecessary to use dragon crystal as the magic core. Of course, there are some crazed dragons out there. So, if you intend to venture outside in the future, make sure to be cautious of every dragon you encounter. Although Janice isn't very good at comforting dragons, it still counts as a bit of comfort. Alright, having said that, our task today is actually very simple. Use your own blood to prepare a magic power solution. As he spoke, a crystal test tube appeared on the stone table in front of Witt and the others. Witt remembered that this is how such containers were referred to in the laboratories of that world. Now that he thinks about it, those crystal jars in Boke's laboratory were essentially test tubes for Boke's size. Of course, these are minor details. What Witt is concerned about is Janice's mention of using his own blood to prepare the magic power solution. He wasn't afraid of pain. If he were, he wouldn't have actively sought out Boke to learn shape-shifting magic. He was just somewhat influenced by certain ideas from that world, feeling a bit resistant to giving his blood for others to study, including using his blood for some strange things. However, this time, it was obvious he couldn't escape. With that thought, Witt hugged his tail again. Janice, how much blood is needed to prepare the magic power solution? 1/3 will be enough. Upon hearing this, Witt's face instantly turned bitter. He thought only a few drops would be needed, but it turns out he was asked for 1/3 right off the bat. Moreover, if it fails, even more will be needed. Just thinking about this made Witt's claws, which were holding his tail, tremble. Alright, what's the next step? Witt was taken aback, turned his head, and saw that Billy's test tube was already filled with 1/3 of bright red blood. He looked back at Celine and the others, only to find that he was the only one who hadn't finished. Celine and the others were not unfamiliar with Witt's behavior, so they just smiled knowingly. However, Isha was different. She looked at Witt, who was hesitating while holding his tail, and her eyes suddenly lit up. She felt like she had discovered Witt's secret. You're not afraid of blood, are you? Hearing Isha's words, Witt was momentarily stunned, then shot her a fierce glare. As a result, Isha defiantly glared back. Witt was furious, but considering it was class time, he could only look away, out of sight, out of mind. For some reason, he and Isha just couldn't see eye to eye. Even with Celine and the others around, the relationship between the two dragons wasn't great. Celine, on the other hand, could play well with Isha. With these thoughts in mind, Witt no longer hesitated, and with a swift motion, he tried to draw blood. However, before a drop could flow out, his dragon body's rapid healing made the wound close up. Well, he still found it hard to go through with it. Let me help you. At that moment, Janice suddenly spoke up. Before Witt could react, the test tube flew under his tail. And then he felt a sharp pain in his tail. By the time Witt realized what was happening, the blood had filled 1/3 of the test tube. However, Janice seemed not to have any intention of stopping and even took out another test tube. Moments later, Witt was left holding his tail, wanting to cry but having no tears. In front of him were 3 full test tubes, plus one that was 1/3 full. All right, this blood is enough for you to use today. Witt looked at Janice, feeling that the other party was doing it on purpose, but he had no evidence. Janice, however, ignored Witt's gaze and distributed a palm-sized crystal bottle filled with a transparent liquid to each of Witt and the others. What's inside is the root juice of domia grass. According to your mental strength levels, just one sip will let you experience 3 to 5 months of life without using magic. Upon hearing this, Billy, who was about to taste it, hurriedly put down the crystal bottle, filled with trepidation. He almost drank it. Seeing Billy's reaction, Witt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Now, what you need to do is to add the domia grass root juice drop by drop into your blood. When the blood comes into contact with the domia grass root juice, it will change to the color corresponding to the element. Of course, if there are 2 elements present in the blood, the color will reflect the one with the higher concentration, even if the magic power solution contains other elements. It won't affect the inscribing of the magic formation, so you can rest assured about that. When the blood in the crystal tube shows the color corresponding to the element, you can't add any more. That will indicate a successful magic power solution. Continuing to add the domia grass root juice won't change the color of the solution, but the excess root juice will lead to an uneven magic power solution, which could result in an explosion during the inscribing process. Of course, due to the lack of a magic core, the power won't be too strong, just enough to leave you covered in dirt. The preparation of the solution sounds simple, but it does not allow for even a slight mistake. Do you understand? If you understand, then let us begin. Upon hearing this, the dragons nodded and started getting busy. Although Janice spoke very seriously, they felt that preparing the magic power solution was much simpler than they had imagined. They just needed to add the domia grass root juice drop by drop into the blood and carefully observe the color changes. It couldn't be easier. But is it really that simple? Chapter 70, No Explosion. Witt grabbed a test tube containing his own blood with one claw, while holding a crystal bottle filled with the juice from the roots of the domia grass with the other. Carefully, he dripped the juice into the test tube, leaning his head closer to observe the color change in the blood. The moment the first drop of juice fell in, the blood began to change color, turning a fiery red. It was distinctly different from the color of blood and could easily be identified. Looking at that spot of fiery red, Witt was not surprised. His parents had left their images in his ancestral memories. From their sizes, his mother was much larger than his father. To what extent? His mother's size could be compared to that of a planet, while his father was only slightly bigger than a young dragon. The maximum size of a young dragon is 10 meters. Of course, he knew that the size of dragons can change freely after reaching adulthood. This was something Celine and the others had informed Witt about. They used Winterth's size as a case study for Witt. Winterth's size is around 500 meters. But 500 meters is the maximum size for a young dragon. Winterth is a mature dragon. Although dragons can change their size, for some reason, he always felt that his father's size was just that big. However, size aside, his father's aura was much more terrifying than his mother's. According to dragon genetic laws, young dragons inherit the bloodline of the stronger parent. In special circumstances, it is possible for 2 bloodlines to be inherited simultaneously. In such cases, a hybrid dragon is born. Of course, the issue of hybrid dragons is quite complex, and there are more than just this one situation that can lead to their birth. Not to mention, the holy dragon is also a hybrid dragon, but its elemental affinity is solely for the light element. Besides that, the origins of the undead dragon and bone dragon are even more bizarre. Witt had looked up the differences between the 2 dragons in the library. The origin of the undead dragon can be considered a miracle of life. After a ghost dragon dies, under special circumstances, its dragon crystal absorbs all flesh and bones, condensing into a bone dragon egg. Once the egg hatches, an undead dragon is born. Its entire body is made of bones, and the surface of the bones is not smooth. It has a layer of bony dragon scales, with hardness comparable to dragons of the same age. Additionally, although the undead dragon possesses all the memories from its previous life, it is a new individual, and those memories are more akin to bloodline inheritance. The bone dragon, however, is different. When an adult dragon dies under certain special conditions, its bones can develop new thoughts, which is the bone dragon. The bone dragon has no memories from its previous life, nor does it go through stages like dragon egg, young dragon, or juvenile dragon. it directly becomes a mature individual. Which is a mature dragon? The difference between the bone dragon and the undead dragon lies in the fact that their skeletal surfaces are smooth and lack dragon scales. Not to mention these. Witt is undoubtedly a hybrid dragon, so he has inherited the bloodlines of both parents, but there are still distinctions in the strength of the bloodlines. His appearance comes from his mother, but most of his characteristics are related to his father's bloodline. The concentration of fire elements in his blood is higher than that of water elements, which is perfectly normal. On the other side, Janice was also observing Witt's actions. After making that decision, she felt it necessary to understand Witt better. Witt was unaware that Janice was watching him. He continued to add the juice drop by drop. The more he progressed, the more careful he became, and the drops became smaller to ensure that the root juice of the domia grass would not be added in excess. Finally, when Witt added the last tiny drop of juice, the blood in the test tube turned entirely fiery red. Looking at the magical solution in the test tube, a smile unconsciously appeared on Witt's face. Very good. Just then, Janice's voice sounded. Witt looked up to see Janice smiling at him. After a moment of surprise, Witt shyly scratched his head. What is there to be proud of? We finished it long ago. Hearing the murmurs behind him, Witt finally noticed that Celine and the others had already prepared their magical solutions. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Witt was about to say something, but Janice spoke first. All right. Configuring the solution is just the first step. We still need to proceed to the next test. An explosion of the magical solution is not a big deal. But if the magical core explodes, it could be quite painful. Hearing this, the dragons all rolled their eyes in unison. They were already injured. Could it not hurt? Janice didn't care what Witt and the others thought. With a wave of her claw, a dragon scale larger than their heads appeared in front of them. Judging by its aura, it was undoubtedly a dragon scale. However, if they had seen the dragon crystal, Witt and the others might have been surprised. But just a dragon scale didn't faze them at all. For a dragon nest, there were simply too many dragon scales. What truly interested Witt and the others were the magic array formed by the grooves on the dragon scale and the crystal core embedded in the magic array. The crystal core was quite small, even only the size of the tiny scales on Witt and the others' wings. In Witt's view, it was about 10 centimeters. However, he could sense the elements contained within the crystal core, and the elemental content was similar to that of the dragon crystal in his body. This was a semi-finished magic array. The patterns and the magical core part were not fully connected, so even if there was a problem with the magical solution, only the magical solution would explode, and it would not affect the magical core. This was specifically used to test whether the magical solution was successfully configured. Listen to me. Now, slowly pour the magical solution you prepared onto the patterns of the magic array. Following Janice's instructions, Witt carefully poured the magical solution onto the patterns of the magic array, and as the magical solution spread across the patterns, he began to feel nervous. Suddenly, boom, an explosion sounded, and Witt instinctively closed his eyes. Huh, it doesn't hurt? Witt opened his eyes in confusion, looking at the magic array in front of him. The magical solution was insufficient and had not yet connected with the magical core. Therefore, the explosion did not come from his side. Realizing this, Witt turned his head to see Isla staring blankly at the magic array in front of her. The originally shiny golden dragon scale was now covered with a layer of black ash. Boom. Another explosion sounded. This time it was Celine. The explosion seemed to spread like an infection, first Dinah, then Ao, and then Billy. Just as Witt was in shock at this scene, all the dragons' gazes turned to Witt. Being looked at like this by the dragons, Witt also realized what was happening. He instinctively swallowed hard, then looked at his magic array and dropped the last drop of magical solution. Witt had subconsciously closed his eyes, even shrinking back a bit. However, it didn't explode. Chapter 71 Billy, it didn't explode. Realizing this, Witt slowly opened his eyes, and then looked at his magic array with a face full of surprise. Billy beside him said somewhat sourly, it actually succeeded. The looks Celine and the others gave Witt were also filled with a hint of envy. He succeeded on the first try. No, it failed. Janice's words left the dragons momentarily stunned. The smile on Witt's face froze instantly, but soon his brows furrowed. He also noticed the problem. The magical array's lines were connected, yet there was not the slightest reaction. Not only had the magic not been successfully released, but the lines hadn't even lit up. The root juice of the domia grass was reduced. Upon hearing Janice's words, Witt's frown deepened. He clearly remembered that the magical solution should have just turned color completely. He could even understand if it had exploded. With this in mind, Witt grabbed the test tube and began to examine it carefully. Just one glance made Witt's pupils involuntarily constrict. How could this be? Although it wasn't much, he truly saw a hint of blood red color inside. But that was impossible. He remembered it clearly. In fact, Janice was also filled with confusion. Compared to the rough additions of Celine and the others, Witt was already quite meticulous. Before testing, she had already anticipated that the magical solutions prepared by the other dragons would explode. Therefore, her attention was entirely focused on Witt. And she could confirm that Witt's magical solution had indeed been prepared, albeit with some flaws. It was usable. With this in mind, Janice probed her mental energy into the remaining magical solution in Witt's hand. Then she froze. Janice, do you know what the reason is? Noticing Janice's expression, Witt hurriedly asked. Hearing this, Janice nodded. It's a problem with your blood. Witt was first taken aback, then suddenly thought of something. Boko had once mentioned that his dragon blood was very domineering. Could this be related? Janice nodded. Domineering? I actually prefer to describe it as resilient. You know, up until now, your blood is still in a fresh state, while their blood is actually dead. Although it sounds a bit scary, I think using the word dead is more accurate. Dead blood will not continue to absorb the free elements in the air. On the contrary, the elemental content in dead blood will gradually dissipate over time. However, your blood is different. Fresh blood is still continuously absorbing the free magical elements. That's why this situation has arisen. Upon hearing this, Witt said with a bitter face. So what should I do? Janice shyly averted her gaze. There's no other way. Your blood is too unstable and unsuitable for making magical solutions. Hearing this, Witt instinctively looked at the test tubes in front of him. 3 full test tubes. This was the most blood he had ever shed in his life. The key point was, he wasn't even a willing participant. So what should we do with these? Janice felt even more awkward looking at Witt. If you don't mind, you could drink it. Dragon blood is very nourishing. Seeing Witt look at her with a speechless expression, Janice chuckled awkwardly. Okay, I was just joking. Of course, if you really want to taste it, it would indeed be beneficial for your body. However, your dragon blood really can't be used to make magical solutions. It can maintain its vitality by absorbing the free elements in the air. This means that as long as the elements are sufficient, it can remain active indefinitely. And this activity cannot be suppressed by the root juice of the domia grass. Hearing this, Witt could only accept reality. Of course, he definitely wouldn't drink it. Witt directly spat out a small breath, incinerating all the blood in the test tube. Seeing this scene, Janice nodded in satisfaction. Good choice. Your blood is quite special and indeed not suitable for being spread around. Active blood, although it has left your body, still has a significant connection to you. Some curse-type magic from the dark elements would work remarkably well with your blood. Curse-type magic from dark elements? Hearing a new term, Witt's curiosity was piqued again. The other dragons were the same. After all, none of them were attuned to dark elements. Seeing this, Janice smiled and explained, there are 2 types of curse magic, one of which essentially consists of special effects caused by dark elements. For instance, wounds that are difficult to heal. The other type, if described in a more mysterious way, is about reaching the goal of causing you harm in ways that are difficult to articulate. The most common is to make you unlucky, and so on. But in reality, it's not that mysterious. This type of magic, at its core, influences your mental energy through a medium, thereby affecting your judgment. Alright, I'll stop here. The specifics of what this magic is like and how to cope with it are things that Witt will teach you. And now, your task is to successfully prepare a magical solution. Hearing this, Witt sighed helplessly. Janice, what should I do? You might as well ask your partners. Upon hearing this, Witt was first taken aback, then a smile instantly appeared on his face as he turned to look at Billy, raising his claw. Billy, after a moment, ignoring Billy's struggles, he not only filled a tube for himself, but also helped Billy fill one. After all, his first prepared magical solution was a failure, so he had to redo it. Regarding Witt's enthusiastic help, Billy could only mutter while looking at Witt with a resentful expression. There was nothing he could do, as he couldn't beat Witt. While Witt extracted enough dragon blood from Billy's tail, he observed Billy's blood and curiously asked, by the way, Janice, why must we use dragon blood? Since you brought so many tools related to drawing magical arrays, you should have prepared dragon beast blood, right? Janice nodded. I do have dragon beast blood, but it's not suitable for beginners like you. The elemental content in dragon beast blood is much lower than that of dragon blood of the same level, and using higher level dragon beast blood would be a waste. Of course, the main reason is that practicing with your own blood will make you more serious. When you successfully draw a magical array with your own blood, it means you have entered this subject. After that, you can switch to dragon beast blood. Upon hearing this, Witt couldn't help but click his tongue. It seems that Janice, who could come up with such a teaching method, is not as gentle as Boko described. With this thought in mind, Witt began to prepare again seriously. The other dragons felt the same. They didn't want to keep failing and shedding their own blood. Chapter 72, Calling the Teacher. I did it. Looking at the magical array lines on the dragon scales in front of him, which were emitting a faint red light, Witt couldn't help but exclaim. Then, a series of explosion sounds erupted from around him. Witt cautiously turned to look behind him, only to see the other dragons glaring at him angrily. Noticing Witt's gaze, Celine gritted her teeth and said, because of your sudden shout, the magic solution I dropped spilled over the magic circle's pattern. The other dragons nodded in agreement, glaring fiercely at Witt, as the sky began to darken. They had only this one chance in class, and now, because of Witt's unexpected shout, their magic circle exploded once again. Witt caught a glimpse of Billy, who was looking equally indignant at him, and couldn't help but turn around and say, Celine and the others can be forgiven. But your explosion over there must definitely be a problem with the preparation of the magic solution. I clearly saw that when you were preparing the magic solution, it had already completely changed color, and you added another drop. Upon hearing this, the indignation on Billy's face instantly vanished, as if nothing had happened, and he lowered his head to continue fiddling with the magic circle in front of him. Not to mention, he was playing the part quite well. With this thought, Witt turned to look at Celine and the others, and his expression immediately soured. These few were not so easy to deal with. Just as he was thinking this, Janice came to his rescue. All right, time's almost up, today's class ends here. Also, aside from dragon scales, I can't give you anything else. The crystal tubes are too difficult to make, and the juice from the root of the domia grass is too dangerous for you. I've been watching your performance in this class. Aside from Billy, the other dragons have mostly managed to prepare the magic solution. So, in the next class, we will start learning how to draw magic circles. The dragon scales are left for you to practice against the magic circles above, as drawing magic circles is much more difficult than preparing magic solutions. Also, Billy, you need to work hard next class. After saying this, Janice nodded at Witt, then collected everything except the dragon scales and walked out of the classroom. As soon as Janice left, Billy immediately lay down on the stone platform. Unfair. Why is it always me who gets called out? Hearing this, Witt rolled his eyes and then grabbed Billy's flailing tail. If you didn't eat things randomly, and if you could complete their requirements well, I don't believe they would specifically call you out. As he spoke, Witt pulled Billy's tail and walked outside. When Witt suddenly yanked him, Billy's chin bumped against the stone platform. Ouch, slow down. You hit my chin, it hurts. Billy complained. Besides, you only let out a little blood at first. The blood you used later was all mine. Can you let me go first? Witt chuckled lightly. You're right. You've given too much today, so I've decided to take you to the cafeteria. Billy pouted. If it were carrying me, I might consider it. He continued, by the way, this is already bullying a dragon, isn't it? Celine, are you just going to watch him drag me away? Don't forget. Even though Janice said you successfully prepared the magic solution, it still exploded like mine in the end. And the culprit is Witt. The most important thing is, this guy actually succeeded. Well, seeing Celine and the others' dissatisfied gazes, Witt had to admit that Billy's incitement was quite successful. Letting go of Billy's tail, Witt shrugged helplessly. It's my fault. Tell me, what do you want me to do to be forgiven? Upon hearing this, O's eyes lit up. But then he glanced at Witt's eyes and sighed helplessly, saying nothing. Celine thought for a moment. How about punishing you by not letting you eat dinner tonight? Upon hearing this, Witt looked horrified at Celine. What a vicious punishment. How did you come up with that? But before Witt could voice his opinion, Dinet's gentle voice rang out. Isn't this bad? Not eating, and just watching us eat, would be a torment for Witt. How about this? Just make him eat the same amount as us. Celine scratched her head in confusion. Did she say not to let Witt eat while watching us eat? Okay. That's not the point. The point is, this method is good. Witt, you wouldn't refuse, would you? Witt forced a smile. All right, who made me wrong? Thank you, Dinet, otherwise I would have starved today. Dinet smiled, but didn't reply. However, Billy, lying on the ground, was hesitant to speak. He thought that compared to Celine, Dinet's punishment seemed even more terrifying. After all, being hungry and only eating a little might actually make one hungrier. However, when he saw Dinet's gaze sweeping over, he wisely closed his mouth. If that's the case, then it means that the usually good-tempered Dinet is more terrifying than Celine, who acts on impulse. On the other side, seeing that Witt agreed, Celine nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Witt suddenly remembered what happened last night. Oh right, Janice asked me to go to her laboratory after dinner. So I can't go to Boko's today. If you're interested in shape-shifting magic, you can go directly to find Boko. Celine waved her hand dismissively. If you're not going, what are we going for? Today we can forget it. After staring at the crystal tubes all day, my eyes are already tired. Next time you go, you can take us with you. The other dragons nodded as well. They were just unhappy that Witt didn't take them to play yesterday. Not that they were really interested in shape-shifting magic. Seeing this, Witt said nothing further. After the group of dragons had dinner in the cafeteria, they parted ways again. Of course, they didn't immediately return to the dragon cave, but first went to the square below to challenge other dragons. Witt went alone to the 9th floor. First to greet Boko and casually ask about the location of Janice's laboratory. Then he headed towards Janice's laboratory. Upon entering the laboratory, Witt was greeted by a strong smell of blood, and the concentration of magical elements in the air around him had increased significantly. Witt could even see a faint red and aqua glow emanating from his body. This was his body absorbing the fire and water elements in the air. In fact, this process had always been happening. It was just that the concentration of magical elements outside wasn't high enough for it to be so noticeable. Your body is indeed very special. Just as Witt was looking around the laboratory, Janice's voice came from behind him. Witt turned around and saw Janice walking in from outside. Feeling a bit nervous. Sorry, I didn't know you were not here. Janice smiled. It's okay. I just want to talk with Wince about something. Just call me teacher. Chapter 73, The True Use of Magic Circles. Teacher? Witt was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Janice in confusion. But you are already our teacher. Janice shook her head. He is not the kind of teacher you find in an academy, but rather the kind who imparts all his knowledge related to magic arrays to you. If you call me teacher, then our relationship will be even closer than that of family. Witt stared blankly at Janice. This time he understood. If he agreed, he would become Janice's successor. Honor and disgrace would be shared, and their bond would indeed be closer than that of family. Of course, this also related to the relatively weak family values among the dragon race. Seeing Witt in a daze, a hint of disappointment flashed in Janice's eyes. Are you unwilling? Janice's words pulled Witt back to reality, and he quickly shook his head. Of course, I am willing, but is it really possible? I can't even cast the simplest elemental magic. However, Janice smiled and said, I know more about you than you think. So, When you asked me in today's class what conditions you need to meet in order to learn those low-level magic arrays, I understood your thoughts. I have to say, your pursuit of magic has moved me. In Winter's view, mental magic is just a half-baked form of elemental magic, but for most dragons, mental magic is actually a type of alternative magic with considerable potential for development. The idea of using magic arrays to practice mental magic has been mentioned by dragons before, but it has never been taken seriously. Due to the limitations of magic arrays, they are difficult to apply in real combat. Spending a lot of time learning about magic arrays that are useless in combat, just to learn a kind of mental magic that can counter an opponent's magic seems a waste of time. That time could be better spent improving one's elemental magic. Almost all dragons think this way. However, what if it's a giant dragon that cannot use elemental magic? No dragon has ever considered this question because dragons are the most perfect race in the world. How could there be a dragon that cannot use magic? Witt awkwardly lowered his head. That was him. Seeing this, Janice smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Witt, I didn't mean it that way. Besides, you don't really lack magic. It's just that your physical condition makes it very difficult for you to use magic. Just like now, your body is constantly absorbing the surrounding magical elements. Alright, let's not talk about that. Since you agree, calling me teacher should be fine, right? Upon hearing this, Witt's expression became serious, and he respectfully called out, Teacher. Janice smiled. But her smile only lasted a moment before she said with a serious expression, Since you call me teacher, then everything about you is now connected to me. I have only one requirement of you, and that is, you must never betray Desidero. If you betray Desidero, I will personally bring you back to face Desidero's judgment. Witt could naturally tell that Janice was serious when she said this, but what he didn't understand was, Teacher, why do both Winter and you emphasize not betraying Desidero? Honestly, I really don't understand. Upon hearing Witt's words, Janice looked deeply at him. Witt, the relationships between dragon nests are not as good as you might imagine. For various reasons, there are indeed quite a few dragons that betray their nests. Leaving that aside, do you want to see the true application of magic arrays? Upon hearing this, Witt's attention was immediately captured. The true application of magic arrays? Janice nodded. In fact, there were quite a few misconceptions in what I just said. For example, the statement that the limitations of magic arrays make them difficult to apply in real combat is incorrect. The reason for this belief is that there are simply too few dragons who can fully integrate the knowledge of magic arrays. As she spoke, Janice spread her wings, revealing the inner surface of her wings to Witt. At a glance, Witt's pupils shrank sharply. Magic arrays. Countless magic arrays. Each scale on the inner side of the teacher's wings was engraved with a magic array far more complex than the one they had received today. Observing the colors, these magic arrays contained 8 elements: earth, water, fire, wind, light, dark, thunder, and nature. In addition, Witt, with his keen eyes, even noticed a few special silver-white arrays. Although he didn't know what those magic arrays were, they felt much more dangerous than the others. During class earlier, I mentioned that dragon beast crystal cores or dragon crystals are the most suitable for use as the magical core of magic arrays. However, directly embedding dragon beast crystal cores or dragon crystals into a magic array is merely the most primitive application. The truly semi-permanent magical cores for magic arrays need to be crafted through alchemical means, and such magical cores are no longer embedded but injected. Injected magical cores are no longer limited to inanimate objects, but can be inscribed directly onto dragon scales like mine. Teacher, what are those complex patterns on the magic arrays? Janice glanced at the magic arrays on her body and immediately understood what Witt was referring to. Those patterns are key to transforming a disposable magic array into a permanent magic array. Their function is to limit the decay of elements in the magical solution. Of course, these patterns need to be redrawn after a certain period. Otherwise, once the magical elements in the magical solution decay, it means that the concentration of the root juice of the domia grass in the magical solution has increased. The consequence is that once the magic array is activated, the magical core will explode instantly. Upon hearing this, Witt couldn't help but sweat for his teacher. So many magic arrays need regular maintenance. Just thinking about it made Witt feel exhausted. However, teacher, it seems I can't learn this. Janice directly nodded. No need to seem like it. You really can't learn it. Whether it's the magical solution or the magical core, once they come into contact with your body, the elemental power inside will likely be completely devoured. However, I never said that magic arrays must be inscribed on your own body to be used in combat. After you leave your juvenile stage, reverse scales will grow. With the space of reverse scales, stuffing thousands of magic arrays in there will be an easy task. During combat, directly activating and controlling them with mental power is much easier than casting magic. Witt's mouth twitched. It sounded exciting, but he refused. Stuffing thousands of magic arrays aside, just the maintenance afterward was something he couldn't accept. Chapter 74. You're not really sleepwalking, are you? Dazed, Witt walked out of the laboratory and looked at the noisy square below, still feeling a sense of unreality in his heart. He has a teacher now, a relationship of shared fortunes and misfortunes. It was very sudden. Moreover, the most important thing was that the teacher affirmed his positioning regarding magic arrays, meaning he really has the opportunity to fully cultivate mental magic. In this way, even if he really couldn't use elemental magic in the future, he could still utilize mental magic to pull his opponents to the same position as him. Of course, the teacher also made arrangements for his future study plan. Every day, in addition to attending classes, he had to set aside an extra 2 magical hours to study the knowledge related to magic circles in the laboratory. Besides this, the teacher also discussed with Witt to change his magic class to the study of magic circles. After all, the theories he learned in magic class could be found in books, and casting elemental magic had nothing to do with him. The effectiveness of practicing mental magic in magic class gradually decreased as the difficulty of elemental magic increased, and the speed at which Celine and the others mastered magic slowed down. It was better to spend time studying magic circles. Of course, it was useless for Witt to oppose this. The teacher had already discussed it with Witt. He glanced at Boko's laboratory, a flicker of hesitation flashing in his eyes. The study of magic circles would start tomorrow, which meant that there was just under half a magical hour left until dinner. So, should he go to Boko's place to practice shape-shifting magic now? But then, the dream from last night involuntarily surfaced in his mind. Just thinking about that dream made Witt feel very tired. After thinking for a moment, he ultimately shook his head, glanced up at the volcano's crater, and then flew upwards. He was already very tired today, having only eaten a little at dinner. He would just look at the stars for a while, and then go back to sleep. Upon reaching the crater, Witt chose a suitable spot and stared blankly at the starry sky. If the stars above might exist in a world of their own, then in which world were his parents? Speaking of which, the world in his mind had the concept of a star map. Could it be that his parents left behind a star map that could lead him to them in their inherited memories? The reason he hadn't found it could be that only when his strength reached a certain level could he find that star map. If that were the case, what kind of strength would qualify him to see the star map? Hey, focus, what are you looking at? Celine looked at Billy across from her with some dissatisfaction. Losing focus during battle, is that acceptable? Billy scratched his head and looked at Celine. I think I just saw a dragon fly out from above. Silver. Like a silver dragon. Do you think it could be Witt? Hearing this, Celine was taken aback for a moment, then looked up at the sky. Are you sure? Not sure, but it was definitely a silver dragon. Celine rolled her eyes, then scanned the surroundings. There couldn't be many silver dragons. But there were still 6 or 7 of them. It was one thing for Witt to be face-blind. Could it be that you were also face-blind? Seeing Celine's impatience, Billy muttered quietly, it's night now, and it's so far away. What did you say? Billy quickly shook his head. Nothing, I was just wondering. Are we still going to fight? Fight. If you want to fight, go fight yourself. Oh, on the other side, Ao, who was busy suppressing a fire elemental giant dragon, paused upon hearing Celine's voice and looked over with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Billy said he thinks he saw Witt run out. Should we go check it out? Without a second thought, Ao nodded. Let's go. Saying this, he flew towards Celine. Seeing this, the fire elemental giant dragon, which was Ao's opponent, quickly left the battlefield. Feeling relieved, the new generation of young dragons was indeed strong. He, who had been born 5 years earlier, was no match for them. After regrouping, the 3 dragons flew upwards. After a few battles, Isha went home. Dynit didn't care about the battles either. He only watched 2 and then flew back to the dragon's lair alone. Soon, they arrived at the circular summit of the volcano. Seeing Witt lying on a rock, the 3 dragons exchanged glances and then angrily flew towards him. He actually left them behind and came here alone again. Of course, the most important thing was that he didn't even tell them whether they could still get along. However, when they reached Witt, they were stunned. Witt's head was hanging over the other side of the rock, his eyes tightly closed, mouth open, drooling all over the place. If it weren't for the loud snoring, he looked almost like a corpse. He is asleep. He really fell asleep. What should we do? What else can we do? We have to carry him back. We can't let him sleep here for a night. While saying this, Celine tugged at Witt's tail. Billy stroked his chin. By the way, if we just carry him, won't we wake him up? Stop talking nonsense. Waking him up would be better. It would save some effort. Go, grab his back leg, Ao. The other back leg is up to you. Ao hesitated for a moment and pointed at Witt's front limbs. Should we change positions? Celine's eyes widened instantly, and Ao hurriedly grabbed Witt's back leg. You're amazing. I'll listen to you. Slowly opening his eyes, Witt was filled with confusion. After a while, he finally woke up properly and let out a big yawn. That nap was quite comfortable. Muttering, Witt looked around and then froze. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have fallen asleep while looking at the stars. How did he end up in the dragon's lair now? Did he remember wrong? Thinking this, Witt turned to look at Celine and the others. Seeing the 4 dragons sleeping soundly, he didn't have the heart to wake them up and walk to the tunnel to start exercising his wings. This had become his daily mandatory course. There was no way around it. As a dragon, aerial combat was unavoidable. Other dragons flew using magic, which he couldn't do. So he had to rely on hard training to make up for his shortcomings. After half a magical hour of training, there was a commotion in the dragon's lair. Moments later, Celine and the others flew out. Witt turned around and smiled. Good morning. Celine yawned and then looked at Witt strangely. Good morning. By the way, why didn't you respond to us when we were talking to you last night? Witt was taken aback. I went to look at the stars last night and then fell asleep. Didn't you bring me back? The 4 dragons exchanged glances and then shook their heads. Witt was dumbfounded. Then how did I get back? Of course, you flew back by yourself. We asked you how you got back so late, and you didn't respond. You just lay there and fell asleep. Seeing Witt silent, Celine thought for a moment and then looked at him with an even stranger gaze. You wouldn't really be sleepwalking, would you? Chapter 75, Lofa. Swish, swish, swish. Several figures quickly darted out of the cafeteria. Witt, with a dark face, tightly chased after the 4 dragons ahead. You can make up lies to trick me, but you can't run away. Billy turned back helplessly and said, stop chasing. Can't we just apologize? Besides, it's not like you took us to see the stars. Hearing this, Witt was furious. After hearing Celine and the others' descriptions, he was quite worried, afraid that he really was sleepwalking. As a result, while he was eating in the cafeteria, he accidentally overheard some dragons saying, look, that's the dragon. It looks like it's dead, being dragged back by other dragons. And now it's like this. Celine and the others felt guilty, and upon hearing this, quickly stuffed food into their mouths and ran out without saying a word. It was then that Witt realized he wasn't sleepwalking. He had been dragged back by Celine and the others. How could he tolerate this? So he chased after them. Unfortunately for him, they were flying with magic. While he was using his wings made of flesh, he could keep up, but catching up was another story. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Isa came out, silently watching Witt and the others fly further away. After shaking her head, she flew towards the 4th floor. After all, they still had to go to class. On the other side, the more Witt thought about it, the angrier he got, and he shouted, I don't care. Today you must let me drag you around by your tail, or just wait to be beaten up, because you can't defeat me. Dinah couldn't help but speak up. It was all they're doing. I went back to the dragon den early and didn't know anything. Can you let me go? Impossible. Who told you to team up with them to trick me? Witt's refusal was extremely decisive. Suddenly, Witt's eyes turned, and he continued, of course, after all. You dragged me back so I wouldn't have to sleep outside. How about this? I'll give you a choice. Pick one dragon to let me drag around for a bit. And I'll forgive you. Billy, Celine and the others said in unison. Moreover, Ao even threw a small fireball at Billy, who was flying behind. The fireball wasn't very powerful, but when it exploded upon contact with Billy's body, it created a small force that slightly hindered him. And then Witt seized the opportunity to grab his tail with a grin. Billy looked at Ao in disbelief. You sold me out. Not sold, sacrificed. We will remember you. Ao left a sentence before darting away. Billy flapped his wings a few times, trying to shake off the claws behind him, but how could his strength compare to Witt's? He couldn't even move. Seeing he couldn't resist, a flattering smile instantly appeared on Billy's face. Witt, we're good brothers. You can't treat me like this. Witt grinned, then shook the hand holding Billy's tail gently, and Billy instantly felt weak all over, then was lifted by Witt. Celine and the others stopped on the 4th floor, looking at Billy and Witt's hand with pity. At the same time, they were also frightened by Witt's strength. Billy was the smallest among them, but he wasn't that small. Yet he was dealt with by Witt in an instant. If they fell into Witt's hands, they'd probably fare no better. Thinking of this, Celine and the others exchanged glances and then ran towards the classroom. What if Witt's anger didn't dissipate? On the other side, Witt glanced at Celine and the others as they left, then flew around the academy while dragging Billy. Billy noticed the gazes around him and sighed helplessly. Bad luck meeting dragons. Then he spread his wings and wrapped his head up. No other way, just losing face. Witt. Just as Witt was dragging Billy in circles, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Following the direction of the voice, Witt was momentarily stunned, then stopped awkwardly. Winters, let me explain. Yes, the one who stopped Witt was Winters, but he seemed to ignore Billy entirely. Don't play too crazy. Hurry up and go to class. By the way, about the magic class, Janice should have told you. Witt nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. Winters smiled and said, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm very pleased that you can find the path to explore magic. Also, I look forward to you successfully mastering mental magic. All right, go to class quickly. Today is your first time dealing with alchemy. Witt watched Winters leave, then looked down at Billy with a smile and asked, are you still going to dare now? Hearing Witt's words, Billy dared not continue pretending to be dead and hurriedly said, I 1T dare, really 1T dare. Witt chuckled lightly and let go of Billy's tail. After a brief period of free fall, Billy finally regained his balance and began to curse loudly. Those 3 guys are really something. They actually sold me out directly. Witt glanced at Billy. You chose to believe them yourself. You can't blame other dragons. After saying that, Witt flew towards the classroom on the 4th floor. He was quite interested in alchemy. He just didn't know if he could refine gold coins. Thinking of the handful of gold coins Boko had previously taken out, Witt felt his mouth watering. Of course, this was a reflex action. Without gold coins in front of him, Witt could control himself. However, it seemed that alchemy in another world was not limited to gold and such. There was another concept of alchemy. He didn't know what alchemy referred to in the world he lived in. On the other side, after hearing Witt's words, Billy felt a bit awkward, then his eyes turned, and he quickly flew to Witt's side. Big brother, from now on, I'm following you. Billy's words pulled Witt's thoughts back. Glancing at Billy again, Witt said lightly, it depends on your performance. Upon hearing this, Billy understood immediately. Big brother, don't worry. I'll be the first to notify you of any activities they have in the future. After giving Billy an appreciative look, the 2 dragons arrived at the classroom. As soon as they entered, Witt was stunned. He turned to look at Billy. Aside from the size, they looked almost identical. a massive red crystal dragon about 500 meters long. The red crystal clusters on its back looked like a mountain of crystals. Finally all here. A deep voice carried a hint of barely noticeable hoarseness, yet it was not unpleasant. The tone was slightly slow, giving the dragons a gentle feeling. Upon hearing this, Witt instinctively said, "Sorry, we're late." "It's okay, I arrived early." "All right, find a seat to sit down. By the way, you can call me Lofa. From today on, I will teach you about alchemy." Chapter 76, Alchemy. What is alchemy? Lofa's voice was slow and gentle, sounding very pleasant. But the content was something Witt and the others had never considered. Speaking of which, the knowledge related to alchemy was not mentioned at all in the books Winters recommended to Witt. Fortunately, Lofa didn't expect Witt and the others to answer this question and chuckled lightly. "Haha, I guess you don't know either, right? That's normal. Because for most dragons, alchemy is not a way to enhance one's own strength. In this regard, magic circles are somewhat better than alchemy. And the fact is true. Alchemy indeed cannot make you stronger. Of course, there are exceptions. You all know about bone dragons, right? Even among the different species of dragons, bone dragons are extremely special. But in fact, the first bone dragon in this world was not naturally occurring. It was the result of dragon body alchemy. Its name is OS. And that unfortunate fellow who was conducting the dragon body alchemy was killed by the awakened OS. Also destroyed were his alchemical laboratory and all the data from that dragon body alchemy. That was the closest the bone dragon had ever come to becoming a true dragon race. Of course, creating a bone dragon clan through dragon body alchemy is not a good idea. It means that countless dragon species would lose their freedom to die. Therefore, dragon body alchemy is strictly prohibited. Naturally, there are surely some dragon nests secretly attempting to create a large number of bone dragon warriors through dragon body alchemy. However, there has never been a report of any dragon nest succeeding. The birth of OS was actually a coincidence. There might be only one way to replicate another OS, which is to bring that unfortunate fellow back to life. Of course, that is impossible. Thus, OS became the only being in this world that was transformed into a bone dragon through dragon body alchemy. The second bone dragon in the world was created by him. When his appearance was completely out of place with all living beings in the world, he felt a sense of loneliness, driving him to search for creatures that looked like him. Therefore, for a long time after OS was born, he wandered around the world, trying to find the second bone dragon. Unfortunately, he never found it. Without finding a kindred spirit, he began to seek another way. Yes, back to dragon body alchemy. Of course, OS's personality is not brutal, so his sources of materials are not from hunting, but from retaliation, which is very important. You must remember this. However, OS is a loner, so his understanding of alchemy is limited to the fact that he himself is a product of alchemy, but that is only how he perceives alchemy. In reality, it is not. Therefore, the second bone dragon he created was also an accident, and not an accident of alchemy. He simply found a place and buried a dragon's corpse, and this behavior lasted for an unknown amount of time, and by some twist of fate, the second bone dragon was born. However, OS discovered that the second bone dragon was not the same as him. The second bone dragon has a lifespan limit, and its lifespan is the same as that of the giant dragon species. That's right, OS's lifespan is not limited, or rather, it is very long. Long enough that he is still alive to this day. And now, over 200,000 years have passed since OS was first active. The normal lifespan of the giant dragon species is 24,000 years. Of course, if one's own strength breaks through to the legendary level, one can surpass the lifespan limit. And such a dragon is called an ancient dragon. This is why I wanted you to remember that OS's personality is not brutal. If you have the chance to meet OS, you can try to communicate with him. Over 200,000 years of experience. Just a little shared would be enough for you to benefit for a lifetime. Of course, dragon body alchemy is not without its side effects. Here, we must mention an unchanging principle related to alchemy, equivalent exchange. OS's long lifespan is not without cost. One part of the cost is that his strength can only remain at the legendary level, with no possibility of further advancement. Another cost is that he lives his entire life in a state of wakefulness. The soul fire fueled by dark elements never extinguishes. Although Lofa has stopped, Witt and the others are still immersed in OS's story. The Lonely Wanderer. This is the impression OS left on Witt. Meanwhile, alchemy has also left a profound impression on Witt's heart. No, not just Witt. Celine and the others feel the same way. Perhaps this was Lofa's purpose in telling this story. So what exactly is alchemy? Witt must admit that Lofa successfully piqued his interest in alchemy. Lofa looked at Witt and said with a smile, "Alchemy is transforming something that is originally useless to us into another thing that is useful to us." Does that sound familiar? Think carefully. The brewing of potions is about turning herbs and materials that are not particularly useful to us into potions that are of great help to us. Therefore, the potions of the past were all called alchemical potions. The same goes for magic circles. Processing materials that are not particularly useful to us and drawing them into magic circles that can help us in battle. Thus, the magic circles of the past were also called alchemical magic circles. Hearing this, I believe you now have a preliminary understanding of alchemy. That's right. Alchemy is actually a very large and broad concept. This concept has been used for a long time. And it was only after the development of potions and magic circles that these two aspects partially separated from the concept of alchemy. Up to now, alchemy specifically refers to alchemical items. Alchemical items are divided into three main categories: life, experiment, and combat. Life alchemical items are actually very common in the academy, or rather, you have all seen them. Those glowing orbs in the dragon lair are actually alchemical items. They do not glow naturally, rather, they have a special, glowing magic circle engraved inside them. As for experimental alchemical items, you will see them in the third floor laboratory when you brew potions later. In combat, here, Lofa paused, then continued. Just as I said at the beginning, alchemy cannot enhance one's own strength. This is because combat alchemical items are all external forces. Sometimes it is fine to rely on external forces, but in most cases, you need to rely on your own strength. For example, the Dragon Feast. In that grand event, there will be a Dragon King challenge. Of course, the Dragon King here does not refer to the king of the dragon race, but rather an honorary title for the strongest among mature dragons. In this challenge, external forces cannot be used. Chapter 77, Two Forms of Alchemy. The strongest among mature dragons. Upon hearing this, Witt and the others couldn't help but feel excited. Especially Witt, if he remembers correctly. Winters once mentioned that the Dragon Feast is held once every 4,000 years, and it has been 202 years since the last one. That means the next Dragon Feast will be in 3,798 years, and by then, his age will be 3,800. And the mature dragon period in the giant dragon species refers to ages over 800 and under 8,800. Just right, Witt is in that age range. The giant dragon species is a race that values honor among all its members, regardless of age. The title of the strongest among mature dragons is enough to inspire Witt to strive for glory. Their thoughts are so easy to understand, almost written plainly on their faces. Seeing this, Lofa couldn't help but chuckle. I must say, you are lucky, calculating the time when the next dragon feast is held. You will just be in the mature dragon period. I look forward to your performance in the Dragon King Challenge. Once upon a time, I was quite unfortunate. During my first dragon festival after birth, although I met the age requirement, my obsession with alchemy left me lacking in strength. I would only embarrass myself if I participated. So I didn't go. Finally, when the second dragon festival came around, I overslept and woke up to find that it had already ended decades ago. At this point, a hint of regret flashed in Lofa's eyes. The dragons crave glory, and he had missed it twice. By the next time, he would be far too old. Already nearing his senior years, he gently shook his head to dispel those unhappy memories. All right, let's continue with alchemy. There are many types of combat alchemical items. They can be roughly divided into three categories: enhancement items, protective items, and alchemical puppets. Among them, enhancement items usually refer to those that can increase the elemental affinity of the bearer. As for protective items, I don't need to say much. They are things like armor. Alchemical puppets are mechanical or magical creations that can move freely to some extent, driven by elemental power. Hearing this, I believe you can already sense it. Combat alchemical items are meant to temporarily make you stronger. Once you lose these items, your strength will revert to its original form. This is the main reason why alchemy has never received much attention. Rather than spending a lot of time and effort learning and crafting these external forces, it's better to work on improving your own strength. Almost all dragons think this way, including me. Seeing the astonished expressions on Witt and the others, Lofa chuckled lightly. You heard me right. Even though I am your teacher for this alchemy course, I also believe that improving oneself is more important than alchemy. However, it cannot be denied that alchemy does make our lives more convenient. That's why, even though alchemy is not taken seriously, you still need to learn it. We can't always be immersed in cultivation. The unpredictability that alchemy possesses, which magic circles and potions do not have, makes it a suitable hobby for entertainment. Pausing for a moment, Lofa's voice became a bit more cheerful. Therefore, in alchemy class, you don't need to execute the tasks assigned by your teacher with the same meticulousness and precision as in potion or magic circle classes. You just need to use your imagination to create what you want. The essence of alchemy is creation. Of course, the premise is to pay attention to safety. After all, alchemy also involves the operation and transmission of magical power or elemental force. If something goes wrong, explosions can occur. Additionally, alchemy can be divided into two forms: mechanical alchemy and magical alchemy. The former is the form of alchemy you will frequently encounter in the future, while the latter will depend on your learning progress. And related to mechanical alchemy, there are only alchemical puppets. At this point, Lofa stood up, his massive body resembling a living red crystal mountain. Billy, sitting next to Witt, looked on enviously. If he had such a huge dragon body, who would dare bully him? Let us go. We probably want to return to this classroom again. The most important part of alchemy is practice. So our classroom should be the alchemy laboratory on the third floor. Upon hearing this, Witt and the others followed with curious excitement. They didn't expect to actually engage in practical operations during their first alchemy class. This was much more interesting than the other two classes. After all, dragons are creatures with a strong curiosity. If you make a dragon sit quietly and listen to long-winded lectures, the fact that they don't fall asleep immediately is already a sign of respect for you. Soon, Witt and the others arrived at the alchemy laboratory on the third floor. However, the scene in the laboratory left them a bit disappointed. It was similar to the classroom on the fourth floor, just with slightly higher stone platforms, but not by much. Lofa naturally sensed their emotions, but didn't he explain right away. Instead, he let each of them choose a stone platform before starting to introduce it. The stone platforms in front of you are not ordinary. They are for testing alchemical items. Each stone platform is engraved with some commonly used special magic circles. Now, place your claws on the stone platform and channel the magical elements within you into the platform in front of you. Hearing this, the dragons curiously stared at the stone platform in front of them and followed Lofa's instructions to infuse their elemental power into it. When Witt heard the words testing alchemical items, the image of Boke's testing platform appeared in his mind. The stone platform in front of him was only different in size compared to Boke's testing platform. The materials were exactly the same. As he infused the magical elements, the platform lit up with a faint glow. Then, magical patterns began to illuminate the surface of the platform, ultimately forming 3 magic circles. The middle magic circle, named the constant temperature array, can maintain the temperature at your desired level. Of course, the higher the temperature you want, the more elemental power it consumes. The magic circle on the left is called the annihilation array, where waste produced during the alchemical process can be placed. It can annihilate most things. So, do not place your claws on an activated annihilation array if you still want to keep them. Billy sheepishly withdrew his claws, feeling a lingering fear. This thing is way too dangerous. Lofa shifted his gaze from Billy and continued. The magic circle on the right is called the shaping magic circle. It can shape the materials you put into it into the form you desire. Now, the alchemy class officially begins. Chapter 78, Witt's Stomach. The alchemy class officially begins. As soon as Lofa's voice fell, a large pile of ores and a metal pot the size of a head appeared in front of Witt and the others. Do you remember what I said about the meaning of alchemy? Transforming things that are originally useless to us into something else that is useful to us. That is alchemy. The stones in front of you are mostly iron ore. Iron ore is useless to us, but the metal iron refined through alchemy is a material with a wide range of applications. Especially when mixed with other substances, it can yield some very hard alloys. Besides being hard, these alloys are also excellent carriers for magic circles. And magic circles are one of the essential components of alchemical puppets. Therefore, your task next is to refine these ores into alloy metals. How to mix them is up to you to figure out. As I said, alchemy does not require the precision that potions and magic circles demand to an extreme degree. Alchemy is about imagination and discovery. The interesting part of alchemy is that you never know what will be born from your hands. Of course, alchemy is not without standards. The functions and components of various alloys do have optimal proportions, but those are all recorded in books. According to the content in the book, by creating the corresponding alchemical products, you can indeed become a qualified alchemist, but you cannot become an excellent one. I prefer excellence over mere qualification. And I enjoy the unknown and surprises even more. Moreover, that pot is the container. Crack. Just then, a crisp shattering sound attracted the attention of all the dragons, including Lofa. Billy awkwardly smiled while holding a piece of iron ore that he had already taken a bite out of. It looked quite delicious. Witt sighed helplessly, ready to say something, but saw that the other dragons had turned their heads as if they hadn't seen anything. Seeing this, Witt swallowed the words he was about to say and turned to look at Celine in confusion. Fortunately, Celine understood Witt's situation and quietly explained, besides meat, ore is also food for crystal dragons and metal dragons, and it's quite important. The metal elements in the ore can make the scales of crystal and metal dragons harder. By the way, didn't you feel the urge to eat when you saw the ore? As she spoke, Celine shifted her body slightly, revealing the AO behind her. The other party was munching quietly, but the sound of him eating was much quieter than Billy's. Even he, who had been listening intently, did not notice. Sitting next to Celine, Isha was not eating but was staring intently at the ore in front of her, with a droplet of crystal-like substance even trickling down her lips. Seeing this, Witt silently turned his gaze to the pile of ore in front of him. Well, there was no urge to eat at all. At this moment, Lofa suddenly spoke up. Although eating after leaving the juvenile stage will yield better absorption, having it as a snack isn't bad either. You must be Witt, right? I've heard about you from Winters. Want to give it a try? Although your race is currently a starry dragon, it still contains the bloodline of a silver dragon. So you might be able to absorb the metal elements in the ore. Upon hearing this, Witt hesitated for a moment, then grabbed a piece of iron ore and stuffed it into his mouth. His sharp and hard teeth crushed the iron ore finally. Ugh, there was no taste. Just a feeling of eating dirt, but the texture was surprisingly good. Moreover, as he chewed, a sense of pleasure originating from deep within his bloodline made Witt's eyes brighten. Witt, your body. Hearing Celine's slightly astonished voice from behind, Witt instinctively looked down. My body, huh, why does it feel like my scales have become much shinier? After a moment of surprise, Witt swallowed the remaining ore in his mouth and then looked up at Lofa. What is going on with my body? Wait a moment. Let me check for you. Listening to Lofa's always gentle voice, Witt felt relieved and waited quietly. Lofa then extended his mental power to carefully probe. After a moment, Lofa chuckled lightly. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Although I don't know the exact reason, your dragon stomach seems to have advanced beyond the juvenile stage. Therefore, you can absorb the metal elements in the iron ore very well, which will make your scales harder compared to other dragons of the same age. I suggest you tell Winters about this. She will make the most beneficial arrangements for you. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the other dragons changed dramatically. Friends are friends. But the pride of dragons does not allow them to willingly fall behind. Witt's much larger body had already been stimulating Selene and the other's sensitive hearts. So they had been diligently training, trying to catch up to Witt. Now, the fact that Witt's scales could be strengthened early by consuming or made it even harder for them to catch up. But this was also a physical advantage. No matter how unwilling they were, they could only watch, unable to imitate, especially Selene and Dynet. The two of them were neither metal dragons nor crystal dragons, and eating or would only cause them to have indigestion. The strengthening of the other dragon scales was accomplished through other means. Witt was unaware of the thoughts of the other dragons. After hearing Lofa's words, he made up his mind to find Winters after class to explain the situation. Witt's matter was just a small episode. Next, what Witt and the others needed to do was to smelt the iron ore on the experimental platform. Of course, the process would not go smoothly. Lofa had only taught them the use of the 3 magic circles on the experimental platform, and then left all the time for Witt and the others. Smelting ore definitely required a constant temperature array. This was absolutely correct. But what about the temperature? Witt didn't know and could only try little by little. Getting serious. Witt automatically blocked out the surrounding noise. He first classified the obviously different types of ore. Previously, Lofa had already mentioned that iron ore was the most abundant. He selected a few pieces of iron ore and placed them in a metal pot, then set it on the constant temperature array. Next, Witt carefully manipulated the magic array, gradually increasing the temperature. Soon, the ore in the metal pot reached a red-hot state and began to melt bit by bit. Seeing this, Witt stabilized the input of elements, maintaining the magic array at this constant temperature, and then he began to wait. Lofa looked at Witt's demeanor and nodded. It was a cautious approach, but it could only be described as standard. Most of the other dragons were similar. Only Billy, who was next to Witt, made his eyes light up. Billy casually grabbed a handful of ore and threw it into the metal pot, then started melting it, as if he were messing around. Chapter 79. So you're not stupid after all. Witt's eyes were fixed on the metal pot. At this point, the iron ore in the pot had already melted, with many impurities present. Witt was not unfamiliar with metal smelting. Iron, in the world in his mind, was a widely used metal material. Of course, his understanding of that world came solely from his father. He also knew that memories are not something to be completely trusted. Cognition can lead to errors or omissions in memory, so the memories his father left him could only serve as a reference. Witt knew that iron's melting point is over 1500 degrees Celsius. This world is different from that one. This world has magic, and magic can simplify many complex concepts. Like now, Witt didn't know what this 1500 degrees Celsius concept was like, but he could directly use his mental power to observe the presence of iron in the molten material in the pot. Of course, in this world, it was referred to as iron elements. When a large amount of iron element gathered together in the pot, Witt knew it was time to remove those impurities. Using his mental power, he gathered the impurities in the pot and threw them into the nearby annihilation array for processing. He often went to Boke's laboratory, so he was very familiar with this scene. Of course, it was his first time doing this. After removing the impurities, Witt withdrew the elemental power and stopped the operation of the constant temperature array. Soon, a block of iron glowing with a faint yellowish-red light, in a red-hot state, solidified in the pot. While the iron block was still warm, Witt hurriedly took it out of the pot and then hammered it into a square metal block on the experimental table. Sharp. As he recited the incantation, one of Witt's fingers on his right claw elongated. Then, he carefully divided the square metal block into 64 evenly sized pieces. After finishing, Witt's gaze turned to several other types of metal ores. Of course, he didn't recognize many, only 2, copper ore and aluminum ore. Next, Witt repeated the previous steps. Soon, piles of chaotic ores transformed into metal cubes of varying sizes, but identical weights in Witt's hands. For Witt, who had mental power to cheat, it was incredibly simple. After completing the task, Witt couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. His golden eyes also dimmed slightly, a sign of excessive mental power consumption. No matter how large he looked now, he was just a 2-year-old hatchling dragon, and his mental power relied solely on natural growth. All right, time for a break. Lofa's voice sounded in Witt's ears. Witt looked up to see Lofa watching him with a hint of appreciation in his eyes. No wonder Janice chose you as her student. You work meticulously and methodically. You are truly suited for learning the engraving of magic circles. The purity of these metal blocks has exceeded 80%. Compared to the mental power level of hatchling dragons your age, it's already a very good achievement. I look forward to your results. Ha ha ha, I finally did it. Before Lofa could finish speaking, Billy beside Witt suddenly shouted, then proudly raised his head and looked around. In front of him was an irregular, even ugly gray-white metal block. However, he soon noticed that the other dragons were completely different from him. Selene and the others made similar choices to Witt, classifying and smelting each type of metal ore. At this moment, each dragon's personality became evident. In front of Witt were stacks of metal cubes, reflecting a sense of rigor, even bordering on obsessive-compulsive disorder. Selene was similar to Witt, but her metal blocks were larger and shaped like dragon scales, looking somewhat messy and inconsistent. It was obvious that she went from being eager at the beginning to being bored and perfunctory later on, clearly exhibiting a fleeting enthusiasm. Isla's work was also similar to Witt's, but her metal blocks were all sorts of shapes, with some even bearing the imprints of the fine scales on her claws. Dinant was somewhat different. He smelted one or at a time, producing metal of random shapes and sizes, which looked quite casual. AO was a surprising combination of Witt and Celine. On the experimental table were exquisite dragon scales, if it weren't for the different colors. The other dragons might even suspect those scales were plucked from his own body. Of course, his progress was the slowest. However, after glancing around, AO's eyes showed a hint of pride. If you're going to do it right. He thought this way and acted accordingly, clearly pursuing perfection more than the other dragons. On the other side, after glancing around, Billy scratched his head. Did I misunderstand? Just as he thought this, the ugly gray-white alloy in front of him floated up and landed in Lofa's hands. After checking it out, Lofa turned his gaze to Billy. If I need another piece of metal like this, what ores would you need? Hearing Lofa's words, Billy was taken aback for a moment, then began rummaging through the pile of ores in front of him. After a moment, he stacked 5 types of ores into 5 small piles in front of himself. This should be enough. Lofa nodded and then pointed at the iron ore, saying, but I remember you put in 6 pieces of iron ore before. Why are there only 5 this time? Upon hearing this, Billy awkwardly scratched his head and said somewhat embarrassedly, I felt that 5 pieces would be enough. Lofa smiled. Then, he placed the alloy back in front of Billy. As long as the metal you all smelt reaches the hardness of this alloy, your task for today will be considered complete. Hearing this, the other dragons were taken aback, then looked at Billy in disbelief. They never expected that their organized work would be less efficient than Billy's casual tossing in a few pieces of ore and smelting. Billy was also stunned. He had always been the one used as a negative example in class, but today, he became the standard for whether they were qualified. Thinking of this, a smile slowly crept onto Billy's face, and even his head involuntarily lifted, his tail behind him waving like a shadow. So you're not stupid after all. Hearing this, Billy's expression stiffened. Then he glared in the direction of the voice and saw Witt, who was awkwardly scratching his head. Witt was indeed embarrassed. Although he had always thought this way in his heart, it felt awkward to say it in front of Billy. Thinking of this, Witt smiled apologetically. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Chapter 80, Joyful Times for the Special Children. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Upon hearing Witt's words, Billy firmly replied, No, I do not accept your apology. What kind of relationship do we have that requires such politeness? Huh. Billy's words stunned the other dragons for a moment. Then Celine and the others scoffed, looking at Billy with disdain. Noticing their gaze, Billy arrogantly held his head high, using his nostrils to look down at Celine, extending his tail to point at them one by one. I consider you all my brothers, but what did you just do? You sold me out. Especially you. Saying this, Billy's tail instantly straightened, almost poking into AO's nostril. Huh. Looking at the tip of the tail in front of him, AO's eyes widened, ready to extend his claw. But Billy, sensing the danger, quickly retracted his tail, then grabbed Witt's tail and looked at AO warily. What do you want to do? I tell you, Witt is protecting me now. If you want to do something to me, you have to defeat Witt first. Upon hearing this, AO glanced at Witt with some apprehension, then snorted coldly and lowered his head to continue fiddling with the oars in front of him. After all, Billy was weaker than him. Whenever Witt was not by his side, it would be easy to deal with him. Coincidentally, the other dragons thought the same way, one by one. After giving Billy a deep look, they continued to study their alloys. Witt looked at Billy, who had become arrogant again because of Celine and the others' avoidance, with a somewhat strange expression. Alright, he overestimated this guy. This guy really is an idiot. He didn't even think that he couldn't always stay by the other's side. If Celine and the others wanted to teach him a lesson, it wouldn't take a minute. Moreover, if it were a proper challenge, he wouldn't be able to intervene. With a sympathetic glance at Billy, Witt withdrew his tail. Although his tail was somewhat reluctant, this body ultimately belonged to him. Thinking this, Witt turned his head to glance at the dissatisfied swishing tail, realizing he needed to find a time to let it know who was the boss. Billy, finding nothing in his claws, saw Witt busying himself again, and after a quick thought, he darted over to Witt. Boss, do you need my help? Witt waved his hand. I'll do it myself. Upon hearing this, Billy felt a bit disappointed, but the next moment, he perked up and slipped over to Celine. Do you need my help? Celine, already irritated by falling behind Billy, narrowed her pupils, and a fierce aura naturally emanated from her. Scram. Okay. Billy shivered and quickly escaped from Celine's side. Then ran to Dinant. You're not doing it right. Do you want me to help you? Dinant chuckled softly. I wouldn't mind, but this is a classroom, and my task can only be completed by myself. By the way, do you want something? Saying this, Dinant picked up a piece of ore and waved it in front of Billy's eyes. Mentioning food made Billy's eyes light up instantly. Can I? Of course, come on. Shake claws. With that, Dinant spread out his left claw in front of Billy. Although Billy didn't understand why Dinant wanted him to shake claws, he instinctively placed his claws on it. Very good, now open your mouth. At this, Billy hurriedly opened his mouth. Dinant tossed a piece of ore inside, a smile appearing in his eyes, and then waved his hand. All right, you go on with your business. Scratching his head, Billy chewed on the ore while stretching his neck to look at the unapproachable Isha, then glanced at AO. Well, he got glared at. Retracting his gaze, Billy swallowed the chewed ore and turned his attention to Lofa. After a pause, he ran towards Lofa's tail. As a fellow red crystal dragon, He thought Lofa's tail was much prettier than his, and he wanted to observe it closely. With the troublemaker gone, Witt and the others all breathed a sigh of relief and busied themselves. As for Lofa, half closing his eyes, he had no intention of speaking regardless of what happened in the lab. Being active, curious, and temperamental were all traits of young dragons, and no dragon would stop them. Moreover, compared to the young dragons he had dealt with in the past, this batch was already quite good. In the past, it was common to have fights in class with those hot-tempered ones. Just as he was thinking this, he felt an unusual sensation on his tail. Turning his eyes, he found Billy climbing up his back along his tail. After a moment of silence, Lofa prepared to remain completely silent. Young dragons are naturally curious, but Billy, you can climb, but can you not chew on the crystal clusters on my back? Hearing this, Billy gave a sheepish smile, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth, and continued his adventure on Lofa's back. For Billy, a motionless Lofa was like a mountain of crystals. Witt looked up at the occasionally visible Billy, shaking his head helplessly. How does that saying go? Happy times for mentally challenged children must be referring to this situation. Time passed bit by bit, and Witt and the others gradually produced finished products, but the hardness of their alloys was much lower than Billy's. They could only modify the ratios bit by bit. Soon, the second dragon to meet the requirements appeared. It was neither Witt, nor Celine, nor Isha, and certainly not Ao, but the laid-back Dinah. Dinah also didn't expect that she casually tossed in a few metal lumps and then successfully melted them. However, unfortunately, when Lofa asked her to produce another batch, she was dumbfounded. It said that casual melting was her style. Yet how could she possibly remember the ratios of the metals she had used before? So, she could only hold her alloy, looking distressed as she tried to recreate the various metal ratios. However, Dinah's success still put considerable pressure on the other dragons. Soon, Isha and Celine succeeded in succession. Since their methods were similar to Witt's, they noted down the ratios of several metals while melting the alloy. Therefore, they were able to complete it faster than Dinah. However, since Dinah had already made her alloy, she still knew the types of metals used, and after sensing the approximate quantities of various metal elements with her mental power, she successfully found the metal ratios for her alloy, closely following Isha and Celine. Witt let out a breath, looking at the silvery white alloy in front of him, revealing a slightly tired smile. We did it. Hearing the overlapping sounds, Witt turned his head and coincidentally met Ao's gaze, who was also looking over. The two dragons exchanged smiles, relieved that they hadn't embarrassed themselves. Since the two dragons had done a meticulous job in their preparations, there was naturally no issue with the ratios. However, Witt found it quite amusing that Ao, who pursued perfection, ended up with a final product that was still a light golden scale that looked almost real. Chapter 81. The Gift. Alright, since you've all completed your tasks, you can leave class now. Upon hearing this, the little dragons were momentarily stunned. Then they all turned their heads to look towards the classroom door. Sunlight streamed in from the volcanic crater above the academy, passing through the classroom door and landing in the area just outside the classroom, looking bright and warm. Speaking of which, it was fortunate that the volcanic crater was large. Otherwise, being located inside a volcano would be quite oppressive. Of course, even so, within the academy, whether in classrooms or laboratories, dining halls or dragon dens, day or night, the gems embedded in the walls emitted a soft glow, illuminating the internal space. Well, none of that is the focus right now. The focus is why Lofa mentioned the word class dismissed when it was still bright outside. Watching Witt and the others' actions, Lofa clearly understood what the little dragons were thinking. The task for today was completed, so the remaining time was naturally up to them to manage. However, before class ended, there was one thing to hand over to you. With that, 6 scales corresponding in color to Witt and the others floated into view in front of them. Seeing the puzzled expressions on the faces of the dragons, Lofa smiled and said, "Before you leave your juvenile phase, the reverse scales will not grow. And in the coming decades, the various materials you need for class will only increase, not decrease. Some common items aren't a big deal for us to keep, but some things you produce yourselves can be inconvenient if mixed together. The scale in front of you is a spatial storage device I made based on the reverse scale space. The space isn't very large, only about a quarter of this laboratory, but it will be enough for you to use until your reverse scales grow. Not very large." The little dragons looked around the vast laboratory in confusion, not to mention just the towering Lofa, who stood 700 meters tall, occupied less than a tenth of the area, which was enough to show how large the space of this laboratory was. With the thought of being a quarter of the size, the eyes of Witt and the others lit up at a visibly rapid pace. How much could this hold? Watching as Witt and the others gazed at the scale floating in the air, their expressions grew increasingly fervent, and Lofa couldn't help but smirk. "Alright, lift your necks and don't move around." Having prepared such a great gift for them, Lofa's image was towering in Witt's minds, and naturally, they would do whatever Lofa said. They raised their heads high, stretched their necks straight, their eyes still fixed on the scale hovering in front of them, filled with heat and curiosity. Then they saw the scale flying toward their collarbone area. The reverse scale is located at the junction of the neck and chest cavity. Usually, it is not visible. But whenever you stretch your neck, you can clearly see that a scale is missing here. The missing scale is the reverse scale, which is the weakest point relative to other areas during your young dragon phase. Do you remember the war with the Abbey dragon beast 2 years ago? One important reason why the Abbey Dragon Beast is called the Young Dragon Killer is that they can easily find the location of your reverse scale and stab it with their sharp tail spikes. So, this time is an exception. In the future, no matter what, do not expose this area easily, understood? Lofa's tone remained slow and gentle, but this time, they heard an undeniable authority in it. Instinctively nodding, Witt and the others felt a slight chill at the location Lofa mentioned. Alright, this scale is installed. Take a look for yourselves. Hearing this, Witt and the others hurriedly looked down and saw a scale noticeably larger than the other dragon scales embedded at their collarbone. Looking at this dragon scale, Witt and the others liked it more and more, and then they prepared to test the functionality of this scale. But at that moment, Lofa looked at Witt and said, Witt, although this might make you a bit disappointed, but this scale is more of a magic array than an alchemical creation. Lofa's words were somewhat confusing, but Witt understood, and the happy expression on his face instantly turned tense. His body was constantly devouring the fire and water elements floating in the surrounding air. Did that mean he wouldn't absorb other magical elements? Of course not. It's just that the concentration of other magical elements did not meet the conditions for absorption, or rather, for other magical elements. It wasn't absorption but possession, and then discarding. Other magical elements were merely a tool for strengthening Witt's body. After use, they wouldn't remain inside. This was something Witt discovered himself and told Wentz. So, when he saw the dense magic arrays on his teacher, he envied them but bluntly said he couldn't learn that trick. That's why when he said he couldn't learn it, the teacher was not surprised. There's no way. The magical cores and solutions used in magic arrays are high-concentration magical element polymers. When these things come into contact with his body, the magical elements inside would be borrowed by his body to strengthen his physical form. When returning, of course, they couldn't be returned to the magic array but were expelled into the outside world. Thinking this, Witt nervously looked at Lofa. So this scale. The excitement on the faces of the other dragons gradually faded away, including Izar. Although there were contradictions and friction, it was more of a joke than true opposition. Looking at the expressions of the dragons, Lofa helplessly said, All right, I admit, I spoke a bit slowly, but you all need to relax. Witt, you too. What I meant was not that you can't use this scale. What I meant is that the essence of this scale is a magic array, and your physique is special. We all know that, so your scale has been specially treated. However, physique is a difficult thing to truly control. So, you need to pay attention to the color of that scale from time to time. When it changes from silver-white to gray-white, you need to find your teacher. Otherwise, if the array on this scale collapses, the space inside the scale will collapse along with it. As for what is stored inside, it might fall around you, or it might fall far away. Of course, the greatest possibility is that it will be annihilated by the collapsing space. Hearing that he could still use this scale, Witt finally felt relieved. Then, he shot a resentful glance at Lofa. The teacher of magic, Wentz, was a poor student who would fall asleep upon seeing books. The herb teacher, Oak, was a mad scientist with a lab full of dragon organs. The teacher of arrays was an arsenal with magic arrays all over his wings. He originally thought Lofa was more normal, but unexpectedly, he was someone who spoke while gasping for breath. Well, thinking about it, Lofa really is normal. Chapter 82, Celine flies away. Class is over. The time was not evening, but afternoon. There were still 2 or 3 magical hours until it got dark. With the storage space, Witt and the others saved what they made in this class. Because the laboratory had a dangerous magic array called the Annihilation Array, Lofa couldn't dare to leave like Wentz and the others. Instead, he left with Witt and the others. Without a teacher leading the way, the magic array set at the laboratory door would not allow young dragons to pass. Of course, as Lofa left, he did not forget to remind Witt and the others that what they produced in this class could not be discarded randomly, as they would need those metal ingots and alloys in the next class. Watching the shadows cast on the stone corridor floor grow smaller and smaller. Aside from Billy and Izar, the other dragons quickly distanced themselves from Witt and looked at him with wary expressions. Witt rolled his eyes. I keep my word. Since you sacrificed Billy to me, I won't take action against you again. By the way, your joke was really cruel. I almost thought I had a sleepwalking problem. Hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Witt again, this time with a hint of inquiry in their gazes. Noticing the looks from Celine and the others, Witt suddenly remembered that there was something he hadn't told them. After hesitating for a moment, Witt added a hint of apology to his gaze towards Celine and the others. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this last night. But I was so tired that I fell asleep outside, and today you tricked me again, so I had no time to say it. Celine was straightforward. Hearing Witt beat around the bush and not get to the point, she couldn't help but frown. Hurry up and get to the point. This is exhausting to listen to. Upon hearing this, Witt scratched his head. I am now a student of teacher Janice. Billy, who was standing by, instinctively chimed in. So are we. The other dragons weren't as simple-minded as Billy. They quickly understood what Witt meant. You mean, you want to follow Janice to learn magic arrays? Witt glanced at Dinette, nodded, and then shared his vision for his future magical path with the other dragons. In short, it's because of all this that I want to learn magic circles. And Janice thinks my reasoning is sound, and is willing to take me on as a student. Ao nodded. If I were you, under these circumstances, a magic circle is indeed a good choice. Since you want to explore the mysteries of magic through magic circles, then you probably don't need to attend Winter's magic class anymore, right? I think what you are about to tell us is this news. Celine was no longer as irritable as before. Her tone was somewhat inexplicable, and her golden eyes stared intently at Witt, revealing no emotions on her face. The other dragons. Upon hearing Celine's words, all turned their gazes to Witt, their eyes filled with questions. Seeing Celine like this, Witt felt inexplicably guilty. Noticing Billy and the others' gazes, Witt hesitated for a moment, then nodded. The teacher said that I no longer need to attend magic class, and Winter agreed. Upon hearing this, AO and the others exchanged glances, unsure of what to say for a moment. They had been inseparable for more than 2 years since birth, whether or not they agreed. Just thinking about their own studies in class, practicing various spells, while Witt could only monotonously repeat incantations and search for elemental nodes within the spells, made it impossible for them to voice their disagreement. Suddenly, Celine turned around silently and jumped down from the corridor. With her wings spread, she flew upwards. Witt was momentarily stunned, then instinctively wanted to chase after her, but Dinah blocked his way. Seeing Witt's puzzled look, Dinah shook his head. We can understand your choice. And Celine feels the same way. She just hasn't figured it out at the moment. Besides, you know her temper. At this time, no matter how you explain, she won't listen and might even get into a fight with you. Witt, give her some time. She'll come to understand. Upon hearing this, Witt hesitated for a moment, then sighed. He knew that Dinah was right. But over there, I'll go keep her company. Looking at Dinah's gentle smile, Witt felt reassured. Indeed, Dinah was always reliable. Then I'll trouble you. Dinah shook his head, then spread his wings and flew upwards as well. After glaring at Witt, ISA also chased after them. Witt turned to look at Billy and AO. Why don't you guys go too? If Celine gets angry, Dinah and ISA might not be able to stop her. What about you, boss? Witt looked up and sighed helplessly. With you guys able to use elemental magic, the pressure on me is too great. I plan to go learn shaping magic from Boke first, then head to the library to supplement my knowledge of magic circles. That's right, Witt's physical growth is fast. So fast that it has put enormous pressure on Billy and the others. But their progress in elemental magic has also pressured Witt. Dragon scales have a great resistance to magical elements, and dragon skin does too. However, this does not mean that elemental magic cannot harm a dragon's body. Resistance is not immunity. The same 4-node elemental magic, when cast on Billy, if attacked at the same spot 10 times, will cause the dragon scales to shatter and the skin to break. Attacking Witt would require 30 times, or perhaps even more. The key is not the number of times, but rather that Witt's scales would also shatter, and his skin would also break. It is precisely because the physical body cannot withstand magic that Winter would say that only magic can defeat magic. Looking at his companions, each making progress in elemental magic, how could Witt not feel pressured? Upon hearing Witt's words, Billy and AO were momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, it was indeed the case. Witt's strength was increasing, and so was theirs. It was just that they were improving in different areas. Thinking of this, AO looked deeply at Witt. After leaving the young dragon face, I want to have a battle with you. Having said that, AO also flew upwards. Witt was taken aback for a moment, then looked at AO's back with a strange expression before turning to Billy. I should have just said that we can't attend magic class together. Not that we can't attend all classes together. Billy scratched his head in confusion. Boss, should I pass this message to them? Hearing this, Witt looked speechlessly at Billy, then suddenly erupted, grabbing Billy's tail and throwing him out of the stone corridor. Go away. He didn't want to talk to a dragon with only one cell in its brain. Chapter 83. The title girl got lost. The author is working hard to find her. Billy was taken by surprise by Witt's sudden attack, but flying is instinct for dragons. So he merely flapped his wings a few times and stabilized his position. Boss, you don't need to take your anger out on me. Witt rolled his eyes. Hurry up and get lost. All right. With that, Billy quickly slipped away. However, what Witt had just said had opened a new door for him. Although Witt is strong now, but strong in body, as long as he learns magic quickly, he might be able to defeat Witt with elemental magic in the future and become the big boss. Just thinking about it excites him. Moreover, Witt has already made it clear that his progress in elemental magic has brought pressure to the others. With this in mind, Billy instantly found the motivation to learn magic. At this moment, he had completely ignored that Witt's original words were you all and not you. Furthermore, even if Witt was indeed referring to you, it would definitely not be Billy, because his magic is the weakest among Celine and the others. Unfortunately, Witt was unaware of Billy's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely give him a reality check to help him see clearly. Watching Billy leave, Witt flew toward the 9th floor. All right. It seems like Billy and the others are also flying upwards, but the difference is that Celine, who left first, has now reached the volcano's crater. Witt wanted to catch up, but when he thought of Dinah's words, he could only helplessly give up on that idea. While Boke was focused on making potions, he suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps. When he saw Witt walk in, he was first taken aback, then smiled and shook his head. Truly in line with Lofa's personality. Upon hearing this, Witt flew up to the experimental platform and curiously asked, was Lofa like this before? Boke shrugged. He has always been like this, doing his own thing. However, his teaching work has indeed been completed, and even Winter can't say anything about it. Also, remember not to tell him what I said. Otherwise, if my experimental platform gets damaged, that guy will definitely make things difficult for me. Just as he was speaking, Boke suddenly stopped. Seeing him staring intently at himself, Witt immediately curled up his tail and looked at Boke warily. What are you looking at? Boke smiled awkwardly. Sorry. I'm just used to it, but your scale color is indeed much brighter than the last time I saw you. Did you eat some minerals today? Witt looked at Boke in astonishment. You can even tell that? Boke pointed to his collection. I'm a professional. Witt turned his head to glance at the rather eerie scene, then nodded. Lofa said my dragon's stomach matured ahead of schedule, and I've already left the juvenile dragon phase, and told me to talk to Winters about this. Upon hearing this, Boko stroked his chin and thought for a moment. The dragon's stomach maturing ahead of schedule? Well, I should have thought of that long ago when your appetite was several times that of Celine and the others. But this is indeed a good thing, especially for you. Although it won't allow you to quickly leave the juvenile phase, it can enhance your dragon scale's resistance to elements. Moreover, a strong dragon stomach will enable you to quickly recover the stamina you expend. According to Lofa's habit, he should have already given you storage scales, right? I suggest you stock up on more food in there. With enough food to support you, you can save a lot of time during training. Upon hearing this, Vitter's eyes brightened, and he quickly nodded. This method is good. I've noted it down. Boko smiled and continued refining the potion. Seeing this, Vitter also flew down from the experiment table and ran to a nearby open space to continue practicing shape-shifting magic. First, he practiced the sharpness spell. After going through from claws to dragon horns to dragon teeth, he once again hugged his tail. That day, until the very end, he couldn't successfully cast the fortify spell. But today he must succeed no matter what. With this thought in mind, Vitter extended his claw and pointed at a scale on the end of his tail. Fortify. And then it exploded. Fortunately, Vitter had grown accustomed to this. After wiping his face, which was blackened from the explosion, Vitter chose the next scale. Soon he noticed something was off. The power of the explosion after the scale blew up was much smaller than before. No, it's not that the explosion's power decreased, but rather that the defense of the dragon scale had increased. Realizing this, Vitter turned to Boko. Boko, do you have any metal ores or something like that in your lab? Boko nodded in response. I do have metal ores here, and I know what you're thinking. But are you sure you want to do that? Haven't you realized that besides the scales becoming shinier and the defense getting stronger, your body has also undergone other changes? Upon hearing this, Vitter thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, I do feel something's off with my body. It was a bit strenuous when I flew up. Boko chuckled and said, of course it's strenuous. Strengthening your dragon scale's defense by swallowing metal ores is a shared ability of metal dragons and crystal dragons. The principle is to transfer the metal elements from the metal ores to the scales. To put it in a more vivid way, it's like you are covering your dragon scales with a layer of metal to enhance their defensive properties. 1 or 2 pieces might seem insignificant, but can you count how many scales you have on your body? Using metal ores to enhance your dragon scale's defense will have the side effect of significantly increasing your weight. For a normal dragon, this wouldn't have too much of an impact since flight relies not on wings, but on magic. But you are different. So, you need to consider whether you want speed or defense. At least for the short term, you need to think about this. After a pause, Boko reminded, also, don't forget, among the 3 shape-shifting spells, you haven't yet encountered the one called acceleration. If your body is too heavy, it might cause some trouble in learning that spell. And if you haven't mastered Fortify, I won't let you easily access acceleration. The sudden increase in speed could make you lose control of your body and break your neck. I'm not joking. The acceleration spell is much more dangerous than you think. Upon hearing this, Vitter pondered for a moment, then hugged his tail and silently continued practicing. Seeing this, a smile flashed in Boko's eyes. He really liked Vitter. It was because Vitter knew what should be done and what shouldn't, and what was even more commendable was that Vitter listened to advice. That was the most important thing. Chapter 84, follow me. Alright, Vitter, it's already been a magic hour. You should take a break now. Last time you left, your steps were a bit unsteady. Moreover, I do know a bit about alchemy. Alchemy classes are quite draining on mental energy and elemental reserves. Even if you leave class early, the consumption is still very real. As he spoke, Boko set down the potion he was refining and looked over at Vitter. Vitter didn't insist. Last time, he woke up after a whole year, which made him fully realize that time was meaningful to him, but not too much. There was enough to use anyway. After stopping, Vitter noticed that this practice had progressed much more than the last time. On one hand, his dragon scale's defense had strengthened, and on the other hand, as his familiarity with this spell gradually increased, the power of the explosions indeed weakened. At this moment, a large blob of light green viscous liquid completely enveloped his tail. Feeling the faint coolness from his tail, Vitter looked up at Boko. Thank you, Boko. As soon as he finished speaking, Vitter froze for a moment. He saw a large piece of cooked meat suddenly appear in front of Boko, almost twice the size of his body, and judging by the smell, it should be meat from a bust dragon beast. Seeing Vitter's puzzled expression, Boko smiled. This is for you. After seeing your determination, I knew you would be practicing magic here for a long time. And practicing magic consumes not only elements and mental energy, but also stamina. You haven't yet left the juvenile phase, so the potions that can replenish elements and mental energy can't be given to you yet, but recovering stamina is quite simple. Saying this, Boko placed the meat in front of Vitter. Vitter looked at Boko with deep gratitude, then began to devour it heartily, feeling his stamina gradually recovering. Witt couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Boko is really thoughtful. After finishing, Witt rested for a few minutes before starting to practice again. This time, however, after practicing for less than half a magic hour, Witt had to stop helplessly. His stamina had mostly recovered, and while the mental energy consumption was large, he could still persist for another hour or two of magic practice. This time, he exhausted the elemental power stored in his dragon crystal, including the water element. Speaking of the water element, Witt later realized how childish it was to hide his ability to use two types of breath when he was just born. Not to mention Boko had checked his blood, which already revealed everything with two elements having almost equal concentrations, and moreover, his body was constantly absorbing not just fire elements. For Winters and the others, that slight change in the water element could not escape their perception. By the way, Witt's water element breath is not a high-pressure water flow, nor is it boiling steam, but a 0-degree cold current. This is one of the three breaths of silver dragons. The strongest in power is high-pressure water flow. The most lethal is boiling steam, and the most controllable is the 0-degree cold current. Silver dragons are also one of the few dragons that have three types of breath. Of course, that's not the point. The point is that Witt's 0-degree cold breath is different from the blazing white breath. It is not an extraordinary power, but a breath that can be casually used. After saying all this, Witt, whose elemental power was exhausted, could no longer practice magic. After Boko treated him, Witt left Boko's laboratory and flew towards the library on the 8th floor. In the library, Witt struggled to take down the book A Few Things About Magic Circles. The teacher had already reminded him that if he truly wanted to learn about magic circles, it couldn't just be the small skirmishes from class. He needed a lot of explosions. Although he didn't quite understand, that was indeed what the teacher told him. Because of the word explosion, Witt felt both excited and apprehensive about officially learning magic circles with the teacher tomorrow. To avoid making some common mistakes, Witt decided to come to the library first and take a general look at the earlier parts of A Few Things About Magic Circles. From the book that Wentz had chosen for him, it seemed that Wentz had already considered how magic circles would help him. However, Wentz did not make the decision for Witt, but, like a potion, let Witt understand it first before choosing whether to develop in this direction. Every time he thought about this, Witt felt increasingly grateful to Wentz. Perhaps Witt was truly suited for learning magic circles. He became completely absorbed in this foundational book on magic circles. When he came back to his senses, he didn't know how much time had passed. However, the significant consumption of mental power made him unable to suppress a yawn. Reluctantly glancing at the large metal book, Witt was about to leave when he turned around and saw Wentz, who had unknowingly crouched behind him, his eyelids constantly battling, his head nodding slightly, making Witt feel alarmed. If he were to fall on him, it would be no less than a broken bone, and dying on the spot was not impossible. Wentz, hearing Witt's call, Wentz opened his eyes in confusion, then realized something, yawned widely, and raised his paw to rub his eyes. Sorry, Witt, I really don't like this place. It's too quiet. And seeing the books makes me so sleepy. However, if I have insomnia in the future, this would be quite a suitable place to sleep. Saying this, Wentz laughed to himself. Boko just mentioned your situation to me. After some discussion, we found a suitable amount of metal ore for you to consume. I don't believe that shaping magic is dragon language magic, but I must say, it's the most suitable magic for you. I'm sorry that I, still holding on to stubborn thoughts, failed to fulfill my responsibilities as a teacher. No need to explain for me. A mistake is a mistake, and I haven't lost the courage to admit it. Witt, who was about to speak, could only close his mouth and looked at Wentz with a helpless and puzzled expression. Wentz naturally knew what Witt was confused about, and continued to explain, Boko knows your training progress in shaping magic. So he will determine the amount of metal ore you consume each day. We will try to ensure that you grow healthily without affecting your subsequent learning speed. For metal dragons and crystal dragons, metal ores will not only affect your dragon scales, but also your bones. They are essential for your healthy growth. Your growth pattern is different from Celine's, so I can only try to meet your growth needs based on your physical changes. Witt opened his mouth, but could only say thank you in the end. Right now, he couldn't do anything. Seeing Witt's expression, Wentz smiled. Go to sleep, it's already late. And you need to follow Janice to learn about drawing magic circles tomorrow. Witt obediently nodded, and then flew out of the library. Back at the dragon's lair. Just as Witt was about to enter, a figure emerged from the shadows of the passage. Witt was stunned for a moment. Celine, follow me. Chapter 85, The Difficult to Mix Magic Solution. Follow me. Celine emerged from the shadows of the dragon's lair passage, glanced at Witt, left a sentence, and then spread her wings, preparing to leave. For some reason, Witt's mind blanked, and he instinctively grabbed Celine's tail. Stopped in her tracks, Celine turned and glared at Witt. Her eyes filled with killing intent. Witt hurriedly let go of Celine's tail, scratching the ground with his claws, his face showing a hint of embarrassment. If there's something to say, I think this place is quite suitable. However, Celine remained flying in the air, looking down at Witt, her golden pupils filled with seriousness. I want to have a battle with you. This place is not suitable. Hearing this, Witt felt a bit troubled and scratched his head, causing a few sparks to fly. I'm currently extremely exhausted mentally. My elemental power is depleted, though I still have some stamina. If you don't mind, I don't mind. Upon hearing this, Celine paused, took a deep breath, and then flew directly into the dragon's lair. Fight! What is there to fight about? Winning would be embarrassing, and losing would be even more embarrassing. As for why she wanted to fight with Witt, well, she left without saying a word today, which was indeed a bit wrong. But asking her to apologize to Witt was something she was reluctant to do. She knew she was at fault, but Witt wasn't without fault either. Such matters should be clarified sooner rather than later. However, if she didn't apologize, she felt that the atmosphere between them would be a bit awkward in the future. After thinking it over, Celine came up with a brilliant idea to fight. In Celine's mind, nothing was more suitable than a fight to handle awkward situations. After fighting, they would still be good friends. So, she had been waiting for Witt to return by the passage of the dragon's lair. Who would have thought that Witt would return so late? She had almost fallen asleep, and seeing Witter's indifferent demeanor made Celine feel both wronged and angry. Thus, her tone inevitably became a bit stern. As for now, only awkwardness remained. She had completely forgotten that Witt had gone to practice magic with such a long time. How could he possibly be in good shape? In order to cover up her awkwardness, Celine could only rush back to the dragon's lair as quickly as possible and then go to sleep, pretending that nothing had happened. Wait a moment, Celine. Hearing Witter's voice from behind, Celine instinctively stopped, then turned her head to look over, still remaining silent. Tomorrow, you have a magic class, and I need to learn about magic circles, so I definitely won't be in good shape. How about this? The day after tomorrow, we can take a break, and I can accompany you to battle. Upon hearing this, Celine was taken aback. When she met Witter's apologetic gaze, a hint of regret rose in her heart, and her head drooped down. Witt, do you think I'm being unreasonable? Hearing this, Witt asked in confusion, what unreasonable? Don't you think fighting with AO and the others is too boring? So you came to find me? Celine looked up in surprise at Witt, then turned her head away. They are indeed a bit weak. Only AO can fight with me for a while. I'm looking forward to our battle, and I'm sorry. After saying this, Celine flew deep into the dragon's lair. Watching Celine go in, Witt finally let out a sigh when he could no longer see her figure. The memories my father left me about that world are occasionally quite useful. When a girl asks you if you think she's being unreasonable, just play dumb and she'll find a way to change the subject. Celine is like the mother dragon, equivalent to the girl, and handling it this way really has no flaws. Muttering to himself, Witt yawned and walked deeper into the dragon's lair. He was truly exhausted today. Of course, if it were just practicing shape-shifting magic, the elements stored within Witt would be enough to last most of the day. The real drain today was the elements consumed in activating those magic circles in the lab. Entering the dragon's lair, Witt instinctively glanced over at Celine, who was covering her body with her wings, breathing steadily and powerfully. Wow, she fell asleep so quickly? With that thought, Witt reached his sleeping spot, lay down, and fell asleep immediately. He didn't notice that on Celine's side, there was a small gap between her overlapping wings, through which she had been watching him until he fell asleep, and only then did the gap close. What Celine didn't know was that once the gap between her wings closed, the wings of the other 3 dragons also stirred slightly. The next morning, the dragons all went to the cafeteria for breakfast. On the way, while chatting with each other, they completely avoided mentioning what happened yesterday. When Isha arrived, they all had breakfast together, and then their gazes turned to Witt. This made Witt feel a bit amused and helpless. It was just one day. It wasn't like they would never see each other again. Why did it feel like a parting of life and death? Hearing this, I let out a grunt and was the first to fly towards the 4th floor magic classroom. The other dragons followed after bidding farewell to Witt. Watching Celine and the others leave, Witt sighed helplessly. They really were still children at heart. He then flew towards the 9th floor, to the teacher's laboratory. Even though he had already been in this laboratory before, Witt still wasn't quite used to the smell inside. The scent of blood didn't bother him, but the stench was different. Of course, it wasn't a foul odor. It was probably just some blood that had dripped in the corners of the lab. Otherwise, dragons wouldn't be allowed in. Dragons are natural hunters, and giant dragons even more so their sense of smell is quite strong. Just a little bit of odor, although not heavy, was still quite unpleasant to have lingering at the tip of the nose. Janice was studying a magic circle. Upon seeing Witt enter, he put down his work, turned to Witt, and smiled. Witt, are you mentally prepared? Making magical power solutions with dragon beast blood is much more difficult than using your own blood. Witt nodded in response, his expression becoming serious. After yesterday's crash course, he understood how difficult it truly was to prepare magical power solutions. The principle of preparing a magical power solution is to use the juice from the roots of domia grass to suppress the activity of the elemental power in the blood. The lower the activity, the more stable the magical power solution. However, if there is too much juice from the roots of domia grass in the magical power solution, it will affect the circulation of elemental power in the magical core, potentially causing an explosion. The elemental power in dragon blood is quite active, so the reaction after adding the juice from the roots of domia grass will be very noticeable. But dragon beasts are different. The elemental power in dragon beast blood is not very active. Therefore, after adding the juice, the changes are not very obvious, and a careless mistake could lead to a failed magical power solution, and the consequence of failure is an explosion. Chapter 86. The art of magic circles is explosions. Witt stared intently at the test tube in front of him. The once bright red blood now appeared in a light blue state. However, upon closer inspection, One would notice that within that light blue hue, there were still traces of red. This came from a small dragon beast called Cass, which reaches about 30 meters in size as an adult. It has no horns on its dragon head, walks on 4 legs, and is long and slender, moving as swiftly as the wind, with its claws hidden in the pads of its feet, allowing it to easily approach its prey while hunting. Its body is covered in fur, and beneath the fur are tiny scales. Its tail is roughly the same length as its body, and it possesses great strength. The Cass dragon beast has a solitary temperament and prefers to roam alone, with adult individuals typically being at the golden level. Of course, this is not absolute and varies between individuals. Most Cass dragon beasts are attuned to the wind element, but there are individual differences as well. For example, the blood in Witter's hand comes from a Cass dragon beast that is attuned to the water element. By the way, Cass dragon beasts typically hunt juvenile cap dragon beasts or bow ring dragon beasts. Yes, this small dragon beast is purely carnivorous. Since carnivorous dragon beasts have an advantage during hunting or territory disputes due to individuals possessing origin magic, they all tend to master origin magic after undergoing natural selection and elimination. Thus, individuals with origin magic have higher levels of elemental power activity in their blood than those without it. Therefore, when preparing magical power solutions, the dragon beast blood used mostly comes from carnivorous dragon beasts. At this moment, Witter didn't look very clean. His face and body were marked with blackened spots. Because this was not his first time preparing a magical power solution, he had already experienced several explosions during previous tests. It should be noted that during the last Magic Circle class, Witter was particularly careful to save some blood for Billy and managed to succeed in one go. However, this time, he thought he was being much more serious while adding the juice from the roots of domia grass compared to in class. With his foundational knowledge, he felt mentally prepared for using dragon beast blood to prepare the magical power solution. But the result was repeated failures and explosions. Each explosion made Witter glance at his teacher, fearing that he would be looked down upon by his teacher for not being able to handle such a trivial matter. Fortunately, his teacher always looked at him with encouragement in his gaze. But the more this happened, the more nervous Witter became. That was his teacher's trust in him, yet he kept disappointing that trust. Thinking of this, Witter's claws holding the test tube couldn't help but tremble. He was scared. He was afraid that this time the magical power solution would fail and explode again. Witter certainly understood that this fear was futile and could even affect his concentration, but he just couldn't control it. Swallowing hard, Witter cautiously added the last drop of juice from the roots of domia grass. However, he ended up being too tense and accidentally added one extra drop. The last hint of red in the solution disappeared, but Witter couldn't feel happy at all. Adding one extra drop probably meant failure, right? He thought so, but the test still had to continue. Then boom. The scales he used for testing flew up in an instant and landed on his head. He wasn't hurt, but it left Witter frozen in place. Even his claws remained in the action of holding the test tube. I have to say, this test tube is quite sturdy. After such a close-range explosion, apart from some blackening on the surface, there isn't even a crack. Suddenly, Witt let his claw drop, and the test tube fell onto the experiment table, rolling around, while his face was filled with frustration. Then, he turned to look at the teacher who was still studying the magic array. "Teacher, am I not suitable?" However, before Witt could finish his sentence, his pupils suddenly constricted. His eyes were instantly filled with firelight, and then he saw the teacher extend a claw to shield him. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, and even with the teacher's protection, Witt was still blown away by the violent shockwave from the explosion. When he regained his senses, he noticed that the defensive magic array surrounding the storage rack beside the laboratory wall had just dimmed. The roar from the explosion made Witt shake his head vigorously, and the ringing in his ears eased a bit. Seeing Witt's expression, Janice awkwardly scratched his head. "Haha, it exploded." Witt stared blankly at Janice. "This is no longer an explosion. Although I didn't come into contact with that firelight, I could clearly sense the breath of death." While Witt was in a daze, Janice gently patted Witt's head with an apologetic expression and said, "Sorry, I scared you, but don't worry, generally speaking, a magic array doesn't explode that dangerously. And don't be discouraged." When the teacher learned to formulate magic solutions back then, it took hundreds of explosions before she succeeded. This is the difference between dragon beast blood and dragon blood. If I had you use dragon beast blood to formulate a magic solution during class, I fear that by the 3rd class, you would never want to attend my magic array class again. As for the art of explosive magic arrays, it is all about the explosion. The stronger the explosion, the more powerful your magic array will be once successfully drawn. The magic array is a new way to communicate with elemental power, and the knowledge within it is vast. Don't say just a few spells. Even after 10 or 100 years, you might not fully understand its mysteries. Take your time, Witt. Janice's words filled Witt with a sense of shame. He had clearly promised to understand the mysteries of magic through the magic array, yet he wanted to give up at the first step. The gentle touch on his head made him relax. Of course, this was Witt's feeling. To others, Janice's action of patting Witt's head resembled an adult pressing a finger down on a beetle's head. So, would she pat him again, or press down? Watching Janice anxiously tidy up the mess on the experiment table caused by the violent explosion, Witt felt a surge of emotion. The teacher had independently researched and created a low-level magic array, overturning the assertion that there were no low-level magic arrays in the world. How could such an existence suddenly have an accident that caused his magic array to explode just when he was feeling down due to the magic solution explosion? Thinking of this, Witt steadied his mind and began to clean up his mess. It was just an explosion, just a series of failures. The teacher had gone to such lengths for him. Not persisting would truly let down the teacher's expectations. Chapter 87. Classification of Magic Solutions. With Witt bursting with determination, he finally exploded over 20 more times. Of course, there were results. Looking at the light blue solution in the test tube in his hand, Witt showed a sinister smile on his blackened face. Well, you can't expect a mouth full of sharp teeth to display a friendly smile. Seeing that Witt had successfully created the magic solution, Janice also revealed a smile. She accepted Witt as a student not only because of his determination, but also because his character and way of doing things were quite suitable for drawing magic arrays. A student is a successor of the teacher's knowledge, and a subpar successor will find it hard to pass on that knowledge. As it turned out, she had chosen the right successor. Witt could endure repetitive, tedious work with patience, work diligently step by step according to standards, and had the perseverance to quickly get back up after failures. The more Janice looked at Witt, the more she liked him. Very good. Your talent in this area is much better than I expected. Since you've already succeeded in formulating it, keep going and try to fill it up before dark. Saying this, Janice handed a small jar to Witt. Witt looked at the small jar, which was about half his size, then glanced at the test tube in his claw, which contained less than half of the magic solution. Teacher, you must be joking. Janice smiled. All right, I was indeed joking with you. Filling the jar is certain, but there is no time limit, although I wish I could say that. However, unfortunately, the formulated magic solution has a time limit. I just checked your magic solution. Based on the rate of elemental power loss inside, it can be stored for a maximum of 1 month. After 1 month, if you continue to use this magic solution, it will definitely explode. Also, I must remind you that magic solutions with vastly different concentrations cannot be mixed together. Mixing them poses a risk of explosion. An immediate explosion at that. Of course, due to the inertness of the juice from the root of the domia grass, this explosion won't be very strong. But it could render several days of your hard work worthless. So, saying this, Janice took out several more crystal jars of the same size. Magic solutions of different concentrations must be stored separately. As for how to determine the concentration of the magic solution, that relies on your eyes. The deeper the color, the higher the concentration of the magic solution. From light to dark, the magic solution is divided into 9 levels, distinguished by first level, second level, and so on. The 9 levels of magic solutions correspond to the 9 levels of magic, and each level of magic array can only be drawn with the corresponding level of magic solution. If you get the corresponding levels wrong, it could explode. Witt, however, didn't care at all. He had already gotten used to explosions. On the other side, after finishing speaking, Janice extended her claw, waved it lightly, and then the experiment table in front of Witt was filled with crystal test tubes. The test tubes contain magic solutions of various colors. This is for you to use as a reference. You need to remember the colors of the magic solutions of different levels and different elements. Of course, this is just a reference, not a standard. And it's normal for colors to vary. Just match it to the closest color. Additionally, the magic solutions here are only from level 1 to level 7. There's no way around it. Level 8 corresponds to legendary strength, and as a teacher, I am just a legend and cannot obtain such precious materials. Not to mention the mythic ones. Upon hearing this, Witt suddenly understood. He thought, if there were levels 1 to 9, there shouldn't be so few tubes. But soon, Witt noticed that while the test tubes weren't fewer, there were more. Moreover, the overall colors of these magic solutions weren't 8, but 9. Teacher, this 5-tube silver-white magical solution is. When Janice followed the direction pointed by Vitter's claw, and then showed a hint of realization in his eyes. Are you talking about this? This is the spatial magical solution. I don't know if Witt mentioned it to you, but at the last dragon festival, a dragon proposed to add the spatial element to the 8 elements, making it the 9th element. However, for various reasons, this proposal was ultimately rejected, because, as an element, space lacks representativeness. Moreover, every dragon that reaches the legendary realm has the potential to master spatial magic. Of course, by that time, it can no longer be called a magical element, but rather a magical rule. Therefore, the most important reason for rejecting that proposal is that space should be a rule, a law, rather than an element. Although I have created a spatial magical solution, this still cannot serve as evidence that space is an element. Upon hearing this, Vitter scratched his head. Wentz didn't mention it, but Boko told us a bit. Hearing this, Janice slapped his forehead. Almost forgot, Dean Wentz is quite conservative. She generally wouldn't tell you about such matters. Janice paused, then sighed. It's a pity that there are still too few dragons with spatial powers among the dragon beasts. Of course, there are higher-level spatial magical solutions, but they are somewhat dangerous and not suitable for you. Once your strength increases, I'll give you some. Vitter nodded, then compared his magical solution with Janice's. He then realized that the color of the water elemental magical solution he created was even lighter than the first-level water elemental magical solution his teacher took out. Janice chuckled at Vitter's actions. Although the concentration is a bit lower, it's still considered a first-level magical solution, enough to power a first-level magic array. It's just a little weaker. All right, let's put them away. Of course, remembering them is the best choice. Vitter nodded. Don't worry, Teacher, I'll memorize it as soon as possible. Saying this, Witt put away all the test tubes on the experimental table, including the empty crystal jars he took out at the beginning, after leaving one behind. Witt was about to pour the magical solution from the test tube into it when Janice suddenly spoke up. How about giving it a try? Seeing Witt looking at him in confusion, Janice added, try drawing a magic array yourself. Saying this, Janice took out a huge metal book, about the same size as the metal books in the library. This book is a gift I prepared for you. It contains all the magic arrays and related knowledge I know. Unfortunately, it's not finished yet, so I can only give it to you later. Witt flew to the book, looking at the magic array of the water ball inscribed on it, feeling a bit excited. Can I really? Of course. Witt's face lit up. Worst case, it explodes. Witt's face stiffened. Chapter 88. Tools for drawing magic arrays. Looking at the dragon scale in his hand, which was larger than his face, Witt curiously scratched it with his claw, causing a large spark. Looking again at the dragon scale, not only were there no scratches, but not even a faint line was left. Teacher, this thing is too hard. Are you sure you want me to draw a magic array on it? Janice was rummaging through something on the experimental table. The previous explosion's power was too strong, making the table a mess. Of course, since the magic arrays often exploded. The items Janice used were specially made, so not many were destroyed in the explosions. In fact, it could be said that very few were lost. Hearing Witt's words, Janice casually said, the sturdier the object for the magic array, the better. Ah, found it. After a light exclamation, Janice placed a pen-like object in front of Witt. This thing can't be lost. Since your body size is too small, this is all customized. Losing one means losing one. It's been a few years since we last customized. And the stock isn't plentiful, so it seems we need to find a time for Lofa to make another batch. Witt picked up the pen in front of him and instinctively tried to hold it in a way he remembered from another world. Surprisingly, except for being a bit thicker. It felt just right. Seeing Witt's actions, Janice asked in surprise, have you used this thing before? Witt scratched his head. I have a memory of something similar. By the way, what is this? Hearing this, Janice showed a hint of realization but didn't think much about it and directly answered, this is an enchanted pen, specifically used for drawing magic arrays. Of course, the one on your claw is a specially made young dragon version. Don't be fooled by its appearance as a small stick. Its structure is much more complex than you think. Saying this, Janice walked to a shelf next to the laboratory and grabbed something that Witt had been using as a pillar. Janice held the pillar in the same way Witt was holding the enchanted pen, which was almost identical. Of course, this was assuming you ignored the fact that its diameter was thicker than Witt's waist. This is an enchanted pen I commonly use. From this one, you should be able to see the structure of the enchanted pen clearly. Externally, the enchanted pen is divided into three parts: the pen tip, the pen body, and the tail. The pen tip is generally made from dragon teeth, like mine. It's made from my own dragon tooth and can easily leave marks on dragon scales below the legendary level. The pen body is made from crystal that falls off a crystal dragon, with a certain space in the middle specifically for holding magical solutions. By the way, those crystal jars I gave you for experiments are also made from this kind of crystal. This is because the crystal that falls off a crystal dragon has extremely high hardness and can effectively slow down the loss of elemental magic solutions. I remember you have a little friend who is a crystal dragon, right? Crystal dragons will automatically shed their crystals every 10 years. I suggest you collect them. Tools like enchanted pens are best made by yourself. Familiar tools can increase your success rate when drawing magic arrays. After a pause, Janice pointed to the silver-white tail of the enchanted pen and continued. This part is the most important part of the entire enchanted pen. The overall material is second best for making fixed magic arrays, mithril. By the way, the first best is fine gold. The magical solution is actually one of the three worst materials for making magic array circuits. Unfortunately, both fine gold and mithril are extremely rare materials. Finding these two things relies on luck. Speaking of which, during the last class, weren't you curious about what a semi-permanent magic array is? The parts made of mithril on the enchanted pen are the semi-permanent magic arrays. You can try injecting the elemental power in your body into the very top of the enchanted pen's tail. Hearing this, Witt followed Janice's instructions and injected his elemental power. Then, the enchanted pen in his hand lit up, and the special circuit made of mithril emitted a faint red glow. Let the elemental power flow through the mithril circuit. What do you feel? Witt sensed it carefully. The elemental power flowed smoothly through the circuit, and it seemed that there were two magic circles on it. One at the tip of the pen and one on the pen body. Janice smiled and said, this is the mithril magic circuit. Compared to ordinary magic solution circuits, the flow of elemental power is much smoother. Moreover, the mithril magic circuit can withstand multiple impacts of elemental power flow, making it an important material for creating semi-permanent magic arrays. In comparison to mithril, fine gold has a stronger tolerance for elemental power, and the flow of elemental power is even smoother. Therefore, the existence of fine gold raises the upper limit of the power of magic arrays. As for those two magic circles, they are both spatial magic circles. Of course, they are just the most basic kind, and their effects are quite singular. Come on, Witt. Insert the enchanted pen into the crystal tube containing the magic solution you prepared, then focus and activate the magic circle on the pen body to get it running. Following Janice's instructions, Witt did as told and saw the magic solution in the test tube enter the enchanted pin. Very good. Now hold the enchanted pin and write on the dragon scale while injecting elemental power to get the magic circle at the tip of the pin to operate. Remember to apply even pressure, maintain a constant speed, and most importantly, do not pause. Upon hearing this, Witt didn't start writing immediately, but looked up at Janice. Teacher, what should I write? Draw a circle. Let us start by constructing the simplest magic circuit. Witt nodded, then leaned over the stone table, holding the enchanted pin with his right claw, and began to draw according to his teacher's previous instructions. With even pressure, a constant speed, and no pauses, a standard circle slowly took shape in Witt's hand. Done. However, as soon as Witt finished speaking, the circle on the dragon scale began to emit a faint blue light. Witt subconsciously asked, Teacher, does this mean the magic circuit has been successfully constructed? Janice shook her head. No, that means boom. A loud noise erupted, and Witt was directly blown away by the shockwave from the explosion. It's going to explode. Janice's following words finally rang out. Witt got up, helplessly saying, Teacher, you should have reminded me before I asked that question. Fortunately, the magic solution he prepared was a rather low-level solution, and his dragon scales were quite resilient. So the elemental power was completely blocked by the dragon scales. He looked a bit disheveled, but he wasn't actually hurt. Chapter 89. You need to create your own magic array. Explosions are inevitable. Even when I am not very familiar with drawing a magic array, I might draw the magic circuit incorrectly, leading to an explosion. Understanding the essence of magic arrays through explosions is a necessary mental preparation when we learn about magic arrays. Moreover, explosions can alert you to what you did inadequately. Saying this, Janice extended her claw, retrieving the dragon scale that had been blown to the corner back to her paw. Let me take a look. The shape is fine. It's a standard circle. But the depth carved at the tip of the pin is a bit uneven, which is one reason for the explosion. There are a few spots where the magic solution overflowed from the circuit, which could be due to 3 reasons. One is that when you input the elemental power into the enchanted pin to activate the magic circle at the tip, the elemental power was unstable, leading to fluctuations in the output of the solution. Another reason might be that you paused during the drawing process. The last reason, related to the previous issue, is that the depth carved at the tip of the pin being different could also lead to the solution's unevenness. All these are the most common causes of magic circuit explosions when carving magic arrays. Now, you need to practice addressing these aspects. However, it's already quite late, and you have also spent a lot of effort to prepare the magic solution. Continuing to practice in this state will only yield half the result for double the effort. After a pause, Janice reached out her claw, pinching Witt's tail, and walked towards the storage shelf in the laboratory. Arriving at the shelf, Janice lifted Witt and placed him in front of a crystal jar. This is the blood of the cast-long beast that you just used. Remember the location of this jar. For a long time to come, you will be dealing with it, until you successfully draw all water attribute magic arrays with 5 nodes and below. Witt nodded. He was quite clear about this. Magic is roughly divided into 4 stages: low-level magic, mid-level magic, high-level magic, and forbidden spells. The first-level magic array corresponds to low-level magic with 5 nodes and below, while the second-level magic array corresponds to magic with more than 5 nodes and up to 10 nodes. Mid-level magic is much more complex than low-level magic. Magic with more than 10 nodes and up to 40 nodes is mid-level magic, while magic with more than 40 and below 70 is high-level magic. And magic with more than 70 and below 100 is forbidden spells. Moreover, for magic arrays above the second level, mid-level magic corresponds to a magic array for every 15 nodes, while for mid-level magic and above, it corresponds to a magic array for every 30 nodes. In summary, low-level magic corresponds to the first and second-level magic arrays. Mid-level magic corresponds to the third and fourth-level magic arrays. High-level magic corresponds to the 5th-level magic array, and forbidden spells correspond to the 6th-level magic array. Forbidden spells are the most powerful magic below the legendary level. And beyond that, it is no longer elemental magic, but powers at the level of rules and laws. About the basics of magic arrays, although it does not contain specific drawing methods for magic arrays, it includes all the foundational knowledge of magic arrays. However, the rules and laws mentioned inside are beyond Witt's understanding. But if he remembers correctly, Vinny's once mentioned that if he could not use magic, he should strive to break through to the legendary level. At that level, he would definitely be able to use magic because of these rules and laws. When he saw these before, Witt was also taken aback. He never expected to see something mentioned by Vinny's in books related to magic arrays. Of course, all this is still too distant for him now. He can't even manage the simplest magic circuit. Moreover, the author of this book is none other than his teacher. Seeing Witt nodding, Janice lifted him to another crystal jar. This jar contains the juice from the roots of the domia grass. Remember this position as well. Saying this, Janice raised another paw, already piled high with dragon scales. You collect these yourself. Witt obediently gathered the dragon scales and then looked at his teacher with confusion. Janice naturally noticed this, chuckled lightly, and then said, magic arrays and alchemy have commonalities, including their goals. The goal of alchemy is innovation, and magic arrays are no exception. You can only draw the magic circle left by the ancient dragons, which indeed helps in utilizing the magic circle. but it cannot be considered an achievement in the field of magic circles. The true achievement is creation. What is the essence of a magic circle? It is a new way to communicate with elements. However, it must be acknowledged that this new way of communication is still related to the ancient dragon language. But the part that is related is not the part of the ancient dragon language that communicates with the elements, but the ancient dragon script, which was once regarded as useless and merely a way to record events. Therefore, the foundation of a magic circle is not the magic core, but the magic circuit and the ancient dragon script. Mastering these two elements will give you an infinite future in the realm of magic circles. I am your teacher, and I will teach you not only how to draw magic circles, but also the creative thinking behind them. You can use these insights freely in the future. Be bold in your attempts, verify carefully, and create your own magic circles. And you only need to remember 3 phrases. First, the magic circle is a whole. Second, the magic circle is a closed magic circuit. Third, the same magic does not mean the magic circle is uniform. Having said this, Janice put down Witt and smiled, saying, "All right, today's lesson ends here. You already know how to make magic solution. The magic core is just an item, and I will give it to you when you need it. You only have to familiarize yourself with the process of the magic circuit. These 3 elements are all you need to draw a magic circle. So, your work here in the future will be to prepare magic solutions and draw magic circuits until you create a magic circle. During this process, I will not give you any more reminders. You must solve all the problems you encounter by yourself, unless it is a problem you truly cannot solve." Seeing Witt looking anxious and a bit at a loss, Janice smiled and patted Witt's head. "I believe you can do it." Feeling the touch on his head, which was hard yet gentle, Witt's heart gradually calmed down. Creating his own magic circle, it was difficult, but not entirely impossible. As long as he thoroughly understood the knowledge related to the magic circuit and ancient dragon script, there was a chance to create a magic circle himself. With this thought, Witt's heart began to heat up. Chapter 90, The Battle with Celine. After leaving his teacher's laboratory, Witt did not return directly to the dragon lair, but went to Boko's laboratory to practice shape-shifting magic for a while. The results were noticeable. After exploding dozens of scales, he finally succeeded in casting that magic. The manifestation of solidity on the surface was that the dragon scales became larger and thicker. However, with Witt's current level of proficiency, he could only apply the solidification magic 1 scale at a time. If it were in actual combat, by the time he solidified all the scales on his body and his horns, it would probably be too late. After exhausting the elemental power within him, Witt once again dragged his fatigued body toward the dragon lair. Rest is essential for young dragons. Even though Witt's mental strength was more active than that of other young dragons his age, he still could not disregard the developmental norms of young dragons. Forcing himself to stay awake was certainly not a problem, but the consequence would be damage to his body. Though Witt seemed to be working hard, in reality, he did not push himself to the limit. It was meaningless and inefficient. It would be better to honestly take a nap, let his body fully recover, and greet the new day in the best condition. Upon returning to the dragon lair and hearing the even breathing sounds inside, Witt instinctively quieted his footsteps. He was tired, and Celine and the others were not having an easy time either. Witt did not want to disturb them. He closed his eyes, opened them again, and a whole night passed. The next morning, Witt was awakened by a loud noise. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a huge dragon face, which startled him and made him raise his head high. Then he noticed that the one lying in front of him, staring at him with wide eyes, was none other than Celine. Seeing that Witt was awake, Billy and the others also quieted down, their eyes darting between Witt and Celine, filled with excitement. "You're finally awake." Saying this, Celine stood up, her golden eyes radiating a fighting spirit. Coming back to his senses, Witt couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Is it really necessary to be this urgent? There's no class today. However, Celine was unfazed, and the light elements surged around her, emitting bursts of milky white brilliance. Seeing this, Witt also became serious. He scanned his body with his mental strength. His elemental power was fully restored, his physical strength was at its peak, and only his mental strength, having been awakened abruptly, was not at full capacity, but it was close enough. Celine placed great importance on this battle, and Witt did too. He wanted to know just how strong his own abilities were. But let us go outside. Upon hearing this, Celine was taken aback. "Is it not okay here?" Witt pointed upwards. "My size is much larger than yours. Although the space in the dragon lair is sufficient, there are still rock walls that could hinder your performance, especially in terms of flying. So, let us fight outside the academy. Only in an unobstructed environment can you unleash your full power." Upon hearing this, Celine did not hesitate and flew straight outside. Witt followed closely behind. Billy and the others exchanged glances and quickly followed suit. Upon exiting the dragon lair, they happened to run into Isha, who had come to find them early. Hearing about the duel between Celine and Witt, Isha joined without a second thought. The volcano where the Dragon Academy is located is extremely massive. It should be noted that in the academy, the teachers are all 700-meter-long dragons, and every layer of the academy allows the teachers to come and go freely, moving about as usual, without any inconvenience whatsoever. Such a massive volcano also has a circular caldera of great area, sufficient to serve as a battlefield for 2 dragons. At this moment, Witt and Celine stood on opposite sides, about 300 meters apart. Celine radiated a milky white light, and the light elements around her were extremely active. On Witter's side, although there were no elemental fluctuations, all 4 of his claws were firmly planted on the rocky surface, and his muscles bulged, making his form appear even more massive. The other 4 dragons stood at a distance, watching the 2 dragons with curiosity or filled with fighting spirit. Suddenly, Witt moved. His wings were tightly pressed against his back, and his limbs swung quickly and agilely. Each time he landed, small stones were kicked up. His head stretched forward without moving up and down due to the terrain's undulations. Witter's eyes were fixed on Celine, and his body approached her rapidly like a swimming snake. At the same time as Witt moved, Celine also sprang into action. Unlike Witt, Celine spread her wings instantly, and the milky white light burst forth, her massive body soaring upwards in an instant. However, the speed of takeoff was ultimately more cumbersome than the preceding running motion. Thus, Celine, just taking off, was not very fast. Seeing Witt rapidly approaching, Celine knew that if she did not stop him, she would not have time to escape from Witter's attack range. Therefore, she used light shadow. Witt was constantly fixated on Celine's lips. When he saw her lips start to move, he knew she was casting a spell. Moreover, it was a spell he did not recognize. However, Witt was not surprised at all. Since Celine dared to challenge him despite their significant size difference, she must have prepared some spells he had not seen before. After all, if he had seen them, he would have had the opportunity to disrupt her spellcasting. Knowing this, if Celine were to use a spell he had encountered before, he would actually need to be more cautious. Unaware of the effects of the spell, Witt did not pause his steps. At their current levels, they could not use intermediate spells, and lower-level spells could be easily ignored by Witt after 1 or 2 uses. However, just as he thought this, Celine completed her spell, and a burst of bright light suddenly erupted from her. Even Witt instinctively closed his eyes for a moment. Fortunately, at that time, he had already approached Celine, and then he jumped up with his eyes closed, his wings suddenly spreading wide. With his speed already increased, Witter's takeoff speed was more than twice that of Celine. According to his calculations, Celine could only ascend about 100 meters at most, which he could just reach. However, the next second, Witt suddenly opened his eyes, and his pupils constricted. It was empty. Turning to look, he saw that the spot he had just collided with was still surrounded by a ball of white light. While Celine was positioned several dozen meters above that ball of light, and she was still ascending, her speed increasing. Seeing Witt turn to look at her, Celine grinned, revealing a set of sharp white teeth. Lower-level light attribute magic, light shadow, a 5-note spell, had no offensive power. Its effect was to unleash a strong light while allowing the caster to move in one direction at twice their normal speed for a short distance. First round. Witter's calculation failed. Celine successfully ascended, gaining a slight advantage. Chapter 91. The title maiden went to visit relatives. Let us just start fighting. Looking at Celine, who was baring her teeth at him, Witter's heart instantly sounded alarm bells. Celine was not the type to make useless moves in battle. Sure enough, beams of white light leaked from Celine's slightly parted lips as she unleashed her strongest spell at this stage, Light Atomic Breath. Light Atomic Breath was the fastest among all dragon breaths, both in terms of preparation and firing. When Witt realized something was wrong, Celine's mouth was already open. A beam of white light flashed, and Witt, who was smoking from his back, fell straight down. However, Celine remained unfazed, continuing to ascend into the sky. At the same time, as her lips moved, another spell began to chant. She knew that with Witter's dragon scale defense, he might be injured, but he would definitely not lose his combat ability. And indeed, when the green smoke cleared, there were no scorch marks left on Witter's back. The reason Witt fell was simply because the force carried by the light atomic breath hit the base of his wings, causing him to momentarily lose the ability to exert force. Once he regained control of his wings, he began to ascend again. His gaze filled with vigilance as he looked at Celine in the sky, not to mention that dragons are natural hunters. Even just the combat scenes carried in their inherited memories allow them to easily find ways to fight. This was true even for Witt. Although the memories related to combat in his mind had been prohibited by Winters from being used on his companions in the dragon nest. That's right. It was the blazing white breath. In his father's words, the blazing white breath was a terrifying attack capable of piercing even beasts larger than stars in the cosmos. However, he couldn't use this combat experience. Not to mention that this was a sparring-type battle, and besides, his breath was not strong enough to that extent. So, Witter's current combat style was entirely self-taught. As for how he fought, it was simply reckless. As long as he could charge close to his opponent, he had a chance of victory. Thinking this, Witt swam around Celine from a distance, trying to find an opportunity to close in. But just then, a flash of white light surrounded Celine, and the light elements gathered more densely around her. Although Witt also did not know what this magic was, it was not difficult to guess that it was definitely a status-enhancing spell. Realizing this, Witter's expression darkened. As expected of Celine, she always managed to seize opportunities and make the most advantageous choices. In order to prevent Celine from continuing to strengthen, Witt had to quickly approach her, attempting to force her to reveal a flaw. But just as Witt was rapidly closing in on Celine, he suddenly stopped. He keenly sensed that the concentration of light elements around him was unusual. Since he sensed something was wrong, it must be a light prison. Just as Witt noticed something was off, Celine's voice suddenly rang out. And of course, the last two words were in ancient dragon language. Without a doubt, it was another light element magic that Witt had never heard of. Just as Witt was preparing to retreat, star-like light spots suddenly appeared around him, connecting at high speed to form a light prison that trapped him inside. Witt instinctively spread his wings with all his might, trying to forcefully break open the light prison. However, to Witt's surprise, he did not break free immediately. Instead, he was in a stalemate with the light prison for a few seconds before finally bursting it open. But that little time was enough for Selene to fly behind him. So another beam of white light flashed, and Light Atomic Breath once again had a close encounter with Witt, and once again, it was the same spot. The result, as expected, was that Witt lost his balance once more. Selene did not get greedy. She knew very well that 2 breaths were far from enough, and Witt's scales were still unbroken. She could succeed several times, but as long as Witt managed to close the distance once, she would lose this battle, having regained his balance. Witt looked at the already distant and rapidly flying Selene, his heart filled with resentment, and at this moment, he could already feel pain in his back. According to his estimates, at most 3 more times, the dragon scales on his back would be broken, and on the 4th time, his skin would lose its defense against elemental power. After that, with his physical quality, he could withstand at most 2 more breaths. In other words, as long as Selene used the same level of light atomic breath 7 times, he would lose this challenge. And this was just the surface situation. In reality, after 2 more breaths, his wings would be injured, and both his flying speed and agility would be affected. After 1 more breath, he would completely lose the ability to fly. Of course, all of this was under the premise that Witt had no other means. Firm. A series of spells were chanted from Witt's mouth, and the dragon scales at the base of his wings visibly expanded, thickening, and enlarging. Selene had been keeping an eye on Witt's movements and noticed that his lips were starting to move. It was a magic spell. Witt could not use elemental magic, and mental magic emphasized acting first, so without her using magic, the only spell Witt could cast was a shaping spell. Realizing this, Selene hurriedly glanced at Witt's claws. No change. This means that Witt has learned another shaping magic, fortification. As for what Witt would choose to reinforce, she didn't need to think. It was impossible to get close. The difference in size would cause her to be taken out in an instant as soon as she approached Witt. So, she could only rely on consumption. With this thought in mind, Selene began to chant the spell again. The light element recovery magic, Dawn. The effect was singular, continuous recovery of her own light element. Thus, the key to this battle instantly shifted from elemental reserves to mental energy consumption. On the other side, after reinforcing the scales at the base of his wings on his back, Witt stopped. The consumption of elemental power for shaping magic was continuous. If he reinforced too many dragon scales at once, the elemental reserves in his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Now, it was time to start the next wave of offense. With this thought, Witt's gaze turned to Selene in the sky, and he noticed that the light element surrounding her had become denser. Witt's mouth twitched. She really wouldn't miss any opportunity. However, this time, she was going to miscalculate. Thinking this, Witt flapped his wings vigorously, instantly increasing his speed. However, his target was not Selene, but the high altitude. At the same time, he slightly opened his mouth, and a chilling breath leaked from the corners of his mouth, causing the moisture in the air to condense into snowflakes upon contact with the cold air. Silver Dragon Breath. 0-degree Cold Current. Chapter 92, Victory. A forest of white, like a torrent of cold air, spewed from Witt's mouth, which was the 0-degree cold current in the Silver Dragon Breath. Wherever the 0-degree cold current passed, the moisture in the air condensed into snowflakes. Witt's breath did not retract like Selene's. He started to spin. The white cold current swept horizontally in a complete 360 degrees. In the distance, Selene, who had just taken the high ground, looked at Witt with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he was doing this. Witt had only 2 ways to defeat her. One was close combat, and the other was the long-range 0-degree cold current. Without recovery-type water element magic, once Witt's internal water element was exhausted, he could only rely on close combat to defeat her. Although Witt's wings had become quite strong, he could compete in aerial combat for a short time. But the emphasis was on short time. Over time, Witt's flying deficiencies would be revealed, without long-range means, and his flying skills unable to keep up with hers. Defeat was just a matter of time. Just as Selene was contemplating whether Witt had lost his mind from her blows, the light element that was originally recovering normally around her suddenly stagnated. Selene was taken aback and quickly looked up, only to see a white expanse. Where did the snow come from? Large flakes of snow were falling from the sky, and Witt's figure in the heavy snow was reduced to a small shadow. Although his silver-white body wouldn't directly use a snow concealment technique like the white dragon, it was equally hard to find. However, Selene was not concerned about that right now. She was worried about where the snow was coming from, as she had never heard of the silver dragon's 0-degree cold current having a snowmaking function. Although puzzled, Selene did not forget that it was time for battle. The silver dragon's body was not easily discovered in the snow, and the same went for the holy giant dragon. Its creamy white body was even more suitable for hiding in the snow than the silver dragon's metallic sheen. With her wings spread, she slowly began to flap them, retracting most of the elemental power surrounding her. Witt's flight relied entirely on his physical body, so if she wanted to find Witt, she could only do so with her naked eyes. If she didn't, the elemental power would expose her position. In the heavy snow, Celine slowly and silently flew in a certain direction. Although Witt had created the heavy snow, it was definitely not achieved through magical means. Thus, the area covered by the heavy snow wouldn't be very large. In this heavy snow, she could not easily use magic, and with the sun obscured by the snow, the effect of her light element recovery magic, Dawn, was also lost. Therefore, she had to leave the area covered by the heavy snow. On the other hand, Witt did not quietly navigate through the snow as Celine guessed. Instead, he stayed high above the area covered by the snow. From this position, he could discover and attack Celine the moment she appeared. The heavy snow was, of course, intentional. The Cedro was located beside the Moonshadow River, and the air was already humid. The sudden cold current could easily trigger a heavy snowfall. Of course, the snowfall wouldn't last long. Once the sun dispelled the low temperatures brought by the 0-degree cold current, the snow would stop. However, Celine couldn't wait for that time. Not wanting to expose herself in the snow, Celine would definitely retract her elemental power, and without the elemental power to support her, her flying ability would be barely stronger than when she was just born. Her wings couldn't support that massive dragon body. Therefore, Celine would definitely leave the area covered by the heavy snow, and at that time, thinking of this, Witt slightly opened his mouth, preparing the 0-degree cold current again. However, this time, he kept it deep in his throat, just to prevent Celine from noticing his movements. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, after a violent fluctuation of light elemental energy, Celine shot out from the heavy snow, and her eyes quickly darted around, trying to find Witt's position as fast as she could. When she saw Witt high in the sky, her heart skipped a beat. This is trouble. Sure enough, just as this thought crossed her mind, Witt opened his mouth, and the 0-degree cold current that had been accumulating for a while suddenly burst forth. With no other options, Celine could only respond with her light atomic breath. This was the first time the two dragons had clashed their breaths since the battle began. The 0-degree cold current had been accumulated for a long time and was powerful. The light atomic breath, arriving later, was only able to hold for a moment before being dispersed by the 0-degree cold current. The remaining 0-degree cold current continued to shoot towards its intended target. But at this moment, Celine was no longer in that position. The hastily used light atomic breath was no match for Witt's. Celine understood this very well. Therefore, after releasing her breath, she immediately flew away from her original position. The light atomic breath was used just to momentarily hinder the 0-degree cold current. However, the escaping Celine had no joy in her eyes, only seriousness. She knew that this was a big problem. Sure enough, another 0-degree cold current shot towards her from behind. Regardless of position or angle, she was forced to use her light atomic breath to respond. The worst-case scenario had occurred. Witt was using the 0-degree cold current to force her to frequently use her light atomic breath. And if she didn't use the light atomic breath to defend, once she got grazed or touched by Witt's 0-degree cold current, her flying would be affected, and it would be even harder to avoid it later. If she keeps using the light atomic breath, the elemental power within her body won't be able to sustain it. Eventually, after a certain amount of consumption, she will have to surrender, because the dragon scales on Witt can only be broken through using light atomic breath. Thinking this in her heart, Celine could only try to escape from Witt while repeatedly using light atomic breath to block Witt's absolute zero cold current. This time, both dragons displayed extremely excellent flying skills. The powerful clash of dragon breaths stirred up a true elemental turbulence. For Billy and the others watching, it was a visual feast. The battle in the Academy Square wouldn't be as intense as this. Although the area is large, when the two dragons fight, they can only occupy a small section, as other dragons are battling in other areas. Moreover, they cannot use their breaths carelessly, as a small mistake could affect the other dragons. Unlike Celine and Witt at this moment, who had no restrictions and could unleash their breaths however they wanted as long as they had elemental power, the battle-hungry Ao and Isha had their eyes almost overflowing with desire. On the other side, Celine and Witt suddenly stopped. When she habitually used light atomic breath to block Witt's absolute zero cold current, Celine did not hear the explosive sound of the breath collision as she did before. When she turned around, she saw that Witt had already stopped. After a moment of daze, Celine realized that Witt's water elemental power had run out. But then, she smiled wryly. She was almost out of power too. At most she could use 2 more light atomic breaths, and even if Witt stood there without moving, she still couldn't win. I lost. Chapter 93. Relax a bit. I lost. Before she said it out loud, Celine still felt a bit unwilling. But after saying it, she calmed down and had to admit that this battle was originally one where she had a high chance of losing. From the beginning of the fight, she had been betting that Witt didn't have much understanding of lower-level light attribute magic, betting that Witt didn't have good means to protect his dragon wings, betting that Witt, who was deeply immersed in learning, lacked combat experience. She won the first bet. Therefore, she had the upper hand for a short time. She lost the second bet, as Witt had already learned the shaping magic Solidify, which enhanced defense. Thus, defeating Witt in a head-on battle had become a challenge. She lost the third bet again. Witt was extremely clear about his advantages and disadvantages, and he made the right choice at the right time, so she lost. And it was not unfair at all. Thinking of this, Celine felt relieved. She flew to Witt's side and curiously asked, "What was that snow all about?" Hearing this, Witt smiled and said, "Didn't you notice that the air in the place we live is actually quite humid? Humid air meets a strong cold current, and it will snow." Seeing Celine's blank expression, Witt couldn't help but throw out his own question. "What kind of magic were you using at the beginning? Especially the one that trapped me." "I actually didn't break free immediately. That magic must be of a high level." "As for those spells," Celine replied, "the first is Light Shadow, a 5-node magic that can erupt intense light in an instant while also increasing movement speed. Then there's Morning Light, a 7-node magic that slightly enhances affinity for light elements. Next is Dawn, also a 7-node magic that can continuously restore the light elements within the body. As for the magic that trapped you, it's the most complex one I currently master, a 9-node magic called Light Prison. Due to insufficient control, I could only lure you in through a trap. By the way, you're really quite sinister, thinking of creating snow to interrupt my setup." Hearing this, Witt rolled his eyes. "Aren't you the same?" He then listed the setup Celine had devised against him. On the other side, Billy watched the 2 dragons in the sky, then turned to Ao and the others. "Do you think if we don't disturb them, they could end up talking for a whole day?" However, Ao's attention was completely not on Billy. His sharp claws were scratching the ground incessantly, and his tail was swinging around restlessly. Finally, he couldn't hold back. "No. I also want to challenge Witt." Just as he spread his wings and prepared to fly up, a paw suddenly pressed down on his tail, almost causing Ao to stumble. At this moment, Ao was quite irritable. He turned around, ready to unleash a breath. However, Dinet's paw, which was pressing down on Ao's tail, spoke lightly. "Are you sure that winning against Witt in this situation will make you happy?" Ao instantly fell silent. With a cold snort, he folded his wings, pulled his tail from under Dinet's paw, then walked to the back and lay down, closing his eyes to rest. Or rather, more accurately, it should be out of sight. Out of mind. Dinet didn't care and glanced at the 2 dragons above who were chatting happily, a smile appearing in his eyes. "Isn't this great? They are reconciled, and we don't have to feel awkward. As for the battle, there's plenty of time. Every 4 days, we have 2 days off, if you want to fight." Witt will definitely not refuse. "However, I think you won't win." Witt has already learned the shaping magic Solidify. His wings won't be a weakness for a short time. And before you learn stronger magic, you won't be Witt's opponent. Upon hearing this, Ao opened his eyes, and after a flash of contemplation, the agitation in his heart completely calmed down. He wanted to fight, but he didn't want to fight for a destined failure. Fighting is about pursuing victory. When victory is no longer possible, then fighting loses its meaning, and he wasn't foolish. Just as he was thinking this, Ao suddenly felt a scorching gaze fall on him. Following the direction of the gaze, he saw Isha staring at him intently. Ao was taken aback, then suddenly realized, as fellow gold dragons, with similar sizes, how did he not notice such an evenly matched opponent before? Thinking this, Ao stood up again and stared directly at Isha. "Want to fight?" Upon hearing this, Isha's eyes brightened, and she nodded without hesitation. "Just what I wanted." Then, the 2 dragons opened up another battlefield nearby. It must be said that the 2 dragons were indeed quite similar. Therefore, the battle was much more intense than that of Witt and Celine. Claw against claw, magic against magic, breath against breath, all showcasing the powerful strength of the 2 dragons. Watching the battle between Ao and Isha, Dinet's expression also changed. No matter how well they disguise themselves, dragons are still dragons, and it's easy for their emotions to be stirred. Then, Dinet turned to look at Billy. Billy was still wondering why Ao and Isha had started fighting, when he suddenly felt a gaze from behind. His body stiffened, and when he turned to look, he saw Dinet staring at him intently. You don't want to fight too, do you?" Dinet smiled without saying a word. Billy's head shook like a rattle. "Don't think about it. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not interested in combat." "Is that really true?" "Of course not." Billy just felt that if he fought with Dinet, he would be bullied terribly. There was no reason, just a feeling. What relieved Billy was that after hearing his words, Dinet didn't insist, but casually said, "If you don't want to fight, then forget it." At that moment, the commotion from Ao and Isla reminded Witt and Celine that there were not just 2 of them here, but 4 spectators. The 2 dragons exchanged awkward glances before quickly flying towards Dinet and the others. Facing Dinet's gaze, Witt casually asked, "What happened between Isla and Ao?" Dinet smiled and glanced at Witt and Celine. "Watching you guys fight got me interested." After a pause, Dinet continued, "By the way, what are you planning to do next? Continue learning magic arrays from your teacher?" Upon hearing this, Billy and Celine, who were watching the fight between Ao and Isla, were completely drawn in. However, Witt shook his head. "No way. These 4 days have exhausted me. I finally have 2 days to relax, so how can I not take the opportunity to unwind? Besides, Billy and the others haven't learned how to swim yet, and I really miss the taste of the Modlong beast meat in the Moonshadow River." Hearing this, Billy let it go, but Celine's smile could not be hidden. Chapter 94, Ideas about Magic Arrays. In the end, the battle between Isla and Ao ended in a draw. The 2 dragons were similar in size and the elemental power stored within them, and their battle experience was also comparable. In such a situation, unless one side made a mistake or suddenly exploded with power, it was unlikely for either to win. After the battle, the 6 dragons had a brief discussion and headed straight for the Moonshadow River. However, before that, Witt and the others made a stop at the small river where they had previously taught Ao and the others how to swim. It was there that Billy accidentally ate a red fringed fruit, causing his lips to swell. Later, after trying it himself, Witt confirmed that the red-fringed fruit was not poisonous. In fact, adding it while roasting meat could give the food a unique flavor. At the very least, Celine and the others really liked eating it. However, on one hand, they hadn't brought any containers when they last came out, and on the other hand, the red-fringed fruit was just an ordinary plant fruit. If picked too long, it would easily rot. Therefore, Witt and the others only remembered the location of the red-fringed fruit and did not pick any. This time, with the dragon scale space as a convenient place to store items, Witt and the others planned to gather more red-fringed fruits. Of course, saying they would gather more was relative. After all, there were only so many red-fringed fruits, adding up to less than 100. Just as the dragons were preparing to leave, Witt suddenly noticed that Billy had not followed them. Turning around, he saw Billy slowly circling the red-fringed fruit tree. "What are you doing?" Billy pointed to the red-fringed fruit tree. "Can we take it back? When it bears fruit again, we won't have to run so far." Witt rolled his eyes. The soil is one thing, but what about sunlight? Without sunlight, not only will it not bear fruit, but it might not even survive. Sunlight? Celine has it. Although it wasn't real sunlight, the light element had healing effects, so providing a plant with what it needed to survive should be fine, right? Witt was taken aback for a moment, then scratched his head and turned to Celine and the others. "Has Billy always been this clever?" Celine shook her head. "I only remember he often causes trouble." Ao snorted. "He just stuffs everything in his mouth." Isla looked at the dragons, then at Billy, and finally shook her head under Billy's hopeful gaze. "We've only known each other for 4 or 5 days. I'm not sure." Billy could only place his last hope on Dinah. Dinah smiled slightly. "What are you all talking about?" Billy is actually quite impressive. He was the first to complete the requirements in alchemy class. Upon hearing this, Billy was so moved, he almost cried. "Dinah, you really are a good dragon. I misjudged you before." Dinah just smiled, but a knowing glint flashed in his eyes. Indeed, this kid had been deliberately avoiding her. With Billy's reminder, Witt thought of another way. The teacher only asked him to create a magic array, but didn't give him a specific direction, which had been quite a headache for him. Now, however, Billy reminded him that magic arrays weren't only for combat. Allowing this red-fringed fruit tree to grow in the dragon's lair was not something overly complicated for him, though it wasn't exactly easy either. Of course, he also had some ideas regarding combat. When he fought Celine before, Witt felt the complexity of shaping magic. Well, it was related to his relatively low mastery of magic. However, improving shaping magic was inherently different from elemental magic. Elemental magic only required your mental strength and elemental reserves to increase, allowing you to learn more powerful spells. While individual elemental spells have their limits. For example, among fire elemental spells, the fireball, chain fireball, and explosive fireball can be cast by the same dragon, with explosive fireball being stronger than chain fireball, and chain fireball being stronger than fireball. To strengthen shaping magic, one could only achieve that through repeated practice. Moreover, compared to casting speed, practicing shaping magic mainly enhances power. Of course, casting speed doesn't see no improvement at all, but Witt felt that the improvement was insufficient. He wanted to achieve a one-time enhancement through magic arrays. If he could do that, shaping magic would truly become a weapon for battle. Witt wasn't just daydreaming. Previously, the teacher demonstrated how to silently cast spells using magic arrays in class. Witt thought, since elemental magic could do that, then shaping magic must be able to as well. What was lacking was merely finding the corresponding ancient dragon script to balance the instability of the magic array caused by the fewer elemental nodes. With the teacher using ancient dragon script to balance the lower magic nodes, thus creating magic arrays for corresponding lower magic spells. This precedent meant finding those ancient dragon scripts was just a matter of time. All these thoughts had been swirling in Witt's mind after his battle with Celine. To be honest, if it weren't for not wanting to see Celine and the others' disappointed expressions, Witt would have run straight back to the teacher's laboratory right after the battle to fully immerse himself in creating shaping magic arrays. While thinking about all this, Witt carefully dug up the red-fringed fruit tree in front of Billy, roots and all. Then his gaze turned not to Celine, but to Dinah. Compared to Celine's light element, it was clear that Dinah's mastery of the natural element was more suitable for the situation at hand. When Witt looked over, Dinah immediately understood his intention. He flew directly to Witt's side, extending his claw that radiated natural elements towards the tree roots. With the infusion of natural elements, the red fruit tree became even more lush and vibrant. Now, with these natural elements, even if it was placed in the dragon scale space for 10 days or half a month, it wouldn't wither or die. Once Witt stored the tree away, the dragons headed straight for the Moonshadow River. They stayed there until the evening of the next day before returning to the academy. During this time, Witt first taught Celine and the others the swimming techniques that he hadn't finished teaching last time. Except for Billy, Celine and O had learned almost all of it. Although they couldn't swim as nimbly as fish yet, at least they could move underwater. As for Billy, he still remained like a big moth, floating on the water's surface, drifting with the current. Besides swimming, Witt also taught Celine and the others some casting techniques he had figured out regarding the sharpness spell. Boko had them practice cutting wooden boards and stone slabs to train their control over the sharpness spell. Witt had been insisting on this kind of practice, and he had already developed his own set of insights. Now he was passing this set of insights on to Celine and the others. hoping they wouldn't perform too poorly in the potion class tomorrow. It turned out that Witt still had foresight, especially when he saw Celine's bewildered expression. These guys completely hadn't taken Boko's words to heart. Chapter 95, Prepared for You. The past 2 days of vacation had started off passionately for Celine and the others due to the battles, turned into joy because of the fun, but then ended in a series of frustrations due to learning. Whether it was swimming or learning shape-shifting magic, it caused immense suffering for Celine and the others. Yet they had to learn it. Swimming was manageable. Only Celine, and Billy, who couldn't swim, suffered. However, when Witt and the others were swimming freely in the Moonshadow River while Celine and the 3 dragons could only watch from the shore, they immediately found their motivation to learn. In contrast, learning the sharpness spell was painful for everyone, including Witt. Boko's requirements for this spell were precise. Aside from the other dragons couldn't even manage fine control, let alone precision. Of course, it wasn't that they couldn't do it, but their personalities didn't raise interest in such meticulous tasks. Was slightly better, but he always overexerted himself. Witt could only ask them to repeat it over and over, while he explained it repeatedly. Although repetition isn't the most efficient way to learn, as long as it works, it's fine. It wasn't until the dragons barely met the requirements that Witt finally let them go. By this time, the 2-day vacation was drawing to a close. Watching the sun sink in the west, the dragons couldn't help but cast resentful glances at Witt. Witt rolled his eyes. Tomorrow is Boko's potion class. The dragons reluctantly withdrew their gazes. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, Witt really helped them a lot. Based on today's learning progress, it would take them at least 3 or 4 days to meet Boko's requirements, and that was under active practice. This meant that if Witt hadn't helped, they would have to wait until the next class for the potion lesson to officially start. Alright, we should head back. Watching the sun set, Witt sighed helplessly as the dragons wore expressions of lingering regret. There's no need to be like this. It makes it seem like we won't have any more vacations in the future. Hearing Witt's words, all the dragons turned their gazes to him, leaving Witt looking puzzled. Why are you all looking at me like that? Celine hesitated for a moment, then quietly asked, will you still be willing to mess around with us in the future? The study of magic arrays must be very hard, right? Although the other dragons didn't speak, they clearly had the same thought. No one knew when Witt would be able to use elemental magic, not even Wince and the others. Therefore, for Witt, shape-shifting magic, mental magic, and magic arrays became the most important means to enhance his strength. From Witt and Celine's battles, it could be seen that at this time, during combat, none of these 3 aspects could help him. Whether it was breaking through situations or combat techniques, everything relied solely on Witt's unique zero-cold current. At this moment they, still in their juvenile stage, couldn't see much. However, once they outgrew their juvenile stage, the importance of magic would gradually become apparent. If Witt kept relying on just one zero-cold current in battles against other dragons, sooner or later, he would be severely targeted. Thus, the time spent in the juvenile stage was quite significant for Witt. They longed to grow and play alongside Witt, but didn't want to become stumbling blocks in his growth. Therefore, they had already mentally prepared for Witt to devote all his time to studying magic arrays and practicing those 2 types of magic. Seeing Celine and the others suddenly look dejected, Witt couldn't help but laugh. Do you think of me as a learning puppet? The study of magic arrays, mental magic, and shapeshifting magic is indeed important. However, learning itself isn't something suitable for long-term persistence. Balance is the correct way to learn. After working hard for 4 consecutive days, taking 2 days off isn't excessive, right? Hearing Witt's words, Celine and the others exchanged glances. Then, amidst Witt's exclamations, all the dragons except for Isha lunged at Witt. Even Dinah secretly grabbed Witt's tail. After a bout of playful tussling, under someone else's suggestion, the dragons rushed towards the dragon lair at full speed. The motivation for such a rush was naturally the punishment measures. The one who flew the slowest would have to transcribe a large metal book by hand for the other 5 dragons, just like the ones in the library. Under such a strong punishment, Witt and the others naturally flew with all their might. Even Isha, who had never experienced the horror of transcribing books, realized the terror of this punishment when she saw how hard the other dragons were trying. In the end, unsurprisingly, Billy lost. He had never won in such important matters. After dragging the sorrowful Billy to the cafeteria for a meal, the dragons each went their separate ways. And Billy went to the lower square to battle with other juvenile dragons, while Celine and Dinah went to the magic classroom to practice magic, and Isha went home. Witt, on the other hand, flew once more towards Boko's laboratory. You look very spirited. The ever-formulating Boko glanced at Witt, who landed skillfully on the experiment table, and then smiled as he spoke. Thinking of what had happened over the past 2 days, a sinister smile appeared on Witt's face. The vacation was very enjoyable. After a pause, Witt looked at the potions in front of Boko. Is this a mid-level healing potion? It looks like the life energy is much denser than the one used before. Not mid-level, but a high-level healing potion. Witt curiously stared at the high-level healing potion that was almost completed. At least that's what he thought. Is there a dragon injured? It's not that a dragon is injured. It's prepared for you. Oh, prepared for me? Boko looked at Witt, a smile in his eyes. In yesterday's battle, there were 2 obvious highlights in your performance. One was the heavy snow created by the 0-degree cold wave, and the other was the reinforced dragon scales at the roots of your wings. Witt was taken aback. You know all that? Boko gestured around. It's not just me. Winter and the others have seen it too. After all, you fought above our heads. It's hard not to notice. Upon hearing this, Witt's face flushed, and he looked back at the bubbling potion. So this is for the solidification magic. I thought you would come to learn acceleration from me soon, and this potion was prepared for that. I didn't expect you to come tonight. The injuries caused by acceleration can no longer be treated in a short time with low or intermediate healing potions. I hope you're ready. Hearing this, Witt nodded firmly. I'm ready. Chapter 96, The Third Shaping Magic. By the way, Boko, earlier, Winter said that you would decide how much metal or I should consume daily. Now that I'm about to learn acceleration magic, do I still need to go through this hassle? Upon hearing this, Boko shook his head. Learning acceleration magic does require you to consume a specific amount of metal ore, but that's just one reason. Metal ore can enhance the defensive power of metal dragons and crystal dragons, but that's just one effect. It also has a certain impact on your bones. However, it doesn't mean that the more you eat, the greater the effect. Otherwise, metal dragons and crystal dragons wouldn't need to learn any magic. They could just eat metal ore all day long. In fact, there are dragons among the earth dragons like that. They have strong defenses and attack power. But their large and heavy bodies severely affect their mobility, making it impossible for them to hit other dragons during battles. And the giant dragons are all-rounders. If they overly pursue defense, it will affect other aspects. Magic can indeed help giant dragons fly, but it comes at a cost. The heavier the body, the more elemental power is consumed. In this way, the body will no longer be your weapon in battle, but a burden. After a pause, Boko looked at Witt and asked with a smile. Also, you don't think that acceleration will be learned in just a few days like sharpness and solidification, do you? Acceleration requires shaping not just your wings, but also your entire body. Although it's a magic under 10 nodes, it will be impossible to learn in just a month or two. That's why I prepared so many high-level healing potions for you. While speaking, Boko had already placed different pieces of metal ore in front of Witt. Since you asked, let's start from today. This is today's amount. I've calculated the ratio of various metals, and of course, this ratio will vary to different extents over a long period. The main reason is that, on one hand, you are a young dragon, and on the other hand, your body is somewhat different from a normal young dragon. So, you must come to me every night from now on. I need to conduct a detailed examination to ensure that the amount of metal you consume is within a reasonable range. Hearing this, Witt hesitated for a moment. Wouldn't this be too much trouble for you? Boko waved his paw dismissively. It's not a matter of trouble. Ensuring that you can grow up healthily and smoothly. Passing through the young dragon stage is my job and my responsibility. All you need to do is accept it and grow up well. And that will be my greatest praise. At this point, Boko leaned closer to the crystal test tube, carefully observing it before shutting down the constant temperature array. The potion is ready. Follow me. Saying this, Boko floated out of the laboratory like a huge ghost. Watching this scene, Witt felt that naming this dragon species after the elemental giant dragon was somewhat inappropriate. It should be called the ghost dragon. Thinking this in his heart, Witt threw the metal ores into his mouth while flapping his wings to follow. Where are we going? The laboratory isn't suitable for practicing acceleration. We are going to the circular rock at the volcano's summit. Witt was startled, and then his face tightened. This is the last shaping magic. He intended to place the 3 shaping magics in the same magic array, but he didn't know if it could be done. Boko's laboratory was already on the 9th floor, and soon they stood on the circular rock. All right, we can start now. No matter how serious the injury, I can make you recover quickly. Practice boldly. Witt looked at Boko with a mix of laughter and tears. This isn't how you comfort a dragon. Shaking his head, Witt expelled the distractions from his mind. Acceleration. As a clumsy and awkward incantation rang out, Witt also spread his mental power throughout his body. Previously, he thought that the acceleration magic only affected the wings. But he was shallow. After completing the incantation, Witt felt a massive surge of fire elemental power rushing out from within the dragon crystal, then spreading throughout his body. Before Witt could react, a wave of intense pain began to invade his brain. His eyes widened, and his pupils narrowed to a slit. The pain was so severe that he couldn't breathe. From the outside, Witt looked like a lump of dirt being tightly squeezed by someone's hands. His body began to twist, especially his tail and wings. The tail bent at multiple right angles like numbers on an electronic watch, and even broken bone stubs could be seen. The wings were even worse, looking like a crumpled piece of paper, with no original shape visible. The sudden intense pain caused Witt to lose consciousness. After losing consciousness, his mental power automatically retracted into the dragon crystal, and the summoned elemental power also shrank back, causing the acceleration magic to stop. Watching Witt lying on the rocky ground like a piece of rotten meat, Boko was not surprised at all. If shaping magic were that easy to learn, how could it not become widespread? And as the most powerful of the 3 shaping magics, acceleration is far more difficult to learn than sharpness and solidification. Compared to severed fingers, explosions, and being smashed to pieces, it's nothing. Thinking this, Boko took out a high-level healing potion and controlled it to wrap Witt in the potion. Soon, the high-level healing potion began to take effect. Broken bones realigned, tendons regenerated, flesh was reshaped, and even the shattered scales on his body began to grow back. In just a few minutes, Witt had already returned to his original state. Only the large area of glaring red blood and scattered white fragments beneath him told the tale of the pain Witt had just endured. Looking at the blood and broken bones on the ground, Boko let out a gentle breath. A breeze blew by, and the blood and bones disappeared into the wind. Witt, and even the ground beneath Witt, remained completely unaffected. This is something he promised to Witt, and Boko has always remembered it. Suddenly, Boko turned to look towards the volcano's crater. Come out. As soon as he spoke, except for Isla who had already gone home, Celine and the others surprisingly emerged one by one from behind the rocks. As the leader, Celine awkwardly said, "We didn't mean to eavesdrop." Boko shook his head. "It didn't matter anymore. If you want to learn, I can teach you right now." Upon hearing this, Celine and the others shook their heads frantically. They had just witnessed Witt's miserable state, and they certainly didn't want to experience that themselves. Although Witt didn't cry out, the scene just now was even more terrifying than a scream. Boko was not surprised by Celine and the others' choice at all. This was the reason why no dragon was willing to learn shaping magic. Chapter 97 title, Should You Come Up With One? After exchanging glances with Celine and the others for a moment, Boko scratched his head in confusion. "Do you have other matters?" Hearing this, Celine pointed to Witt, who was still lying on the ground, and cautiously asked, "Shouldn't we take Witt back?" It was understandable. After all, Boko had just looked at Witt, who was almost crushed into a pulp, with a cold expression, leaving a deep impression on her mind. Upon hearing Celine's words, Boko finally showed a hint of realization on his face. "Oh, so you were worried about Witt. If that's the case, you will need to wait a little longer. Witt hasn't completed his training for today." Hearing this, Celine didn't know where she found the courage and couldn't help but exclaim, "He asked like this. How can he still think about training? Shouldn't we let him go back and rest well?" Billy and the others nodded in agreement. Boko looked at Celine and the other dragons, revealing a helpless expression. After suffering such a degree of injury, he indeed needed to rest well. After all, high-level healing potions could heal physical injuries but could not mend the exhaustion of the mind. However, if you take Witt back at this time, then the injury he just suffered would be entirely meaningless. I've said it many times, learning shaping magic is different from elemental magic. To learn shaping magic, one needs to let the body remember and adapt to that feeling. Learning shaping magic is Witt's own choice. Although I am a teacher, I do not have the right to deny a student's efforts. I can only provide some help and necessary assurance. Upon hearing this, Celine awkwardly scratched her head and then cast a pleading glance at the other dragons behind her, as if Boko's reasoning made a lot of sense. Moreover, they seemed to have no right to help Witt make a choice. But just leaving Witt lying there was not a solution. Humph. Just then, a muffled groan filled with pain sounded, and the dragons turned their gazes towards the source of the sound, where they saw Witt shaking his head and slowly getting up. Witt indeed felt a bit uncomfortable at this moment. His body felt warm, without any pain, but the sudden sharp pain before he fainted still lingered after he woke up. So Witt's current state was, "Brain, it hurts like hell." "Body, what are you talking about? It doesn't hurt at all. On the contrary, it feels a bit comfortable." "Brain, you're the one talking nonsense. It was almost painful enough to pass out, but it seems like it really doesn't hurt much now." "Body, see? You're just overreacting." After a moment of reflection, Witt finally recovered completely. When he looked up at Boko, he saw Celine and the others. After a moment of surprise, Witt asked in astonishment, "What are you doing here?" Celine replied, "We saw you and Boko come up here, so we followed out of curiosity. How are you feeling now?" Hearing this, Witt scratched his head, causing small sparks to fly. I used a small part of elemental power, and my mental energy was consumed quite a bit. But other than that, there's nothing else." Celine slapped her forehead. "That is not what I meant. I meant, don't you think you need to rest a bit?" Upon hearing this, Witt understood and looked at Celine with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned about me. With Boko here, I won't encounter any life-threatening danger. As for pain, if one day you even need me to guard the dragoness nest, but I don't have the ability, then I would suffer more. Besides, I've already experienced that pain once. I've gained new insights into accelerating this magic. If I give up now, it would be a pity, and all the previous suffering would be in vain." Upon hearing this, Celine's wings drooped down, and her tail lost its spirit. "All right, since this is your choice." Saying this, she turned and walked towards the volcano's crater. At this moment, however, Boko suddenly said, "Wait a moment, Celine. Although you can leave now, based on my estimation, Witt's mental energy is only enough for him to practice once more." Hearing this, Celine stopped in her tracks and stepped aside, fearing she might get splattered with blood later. Seeing that Celine was preparing to wait here, Billy and the others also walked over. Witt watched this scene with a hint of helplessness but felt a warm feeling rising in his heart. But the more this happened, the more he needed to become stronger. Not to mention guarding Celine and the others. At the very least, he couldn't fall too far behind. Thinking this, Witt steadied his mind and began chanting the incantation again. Sure enough, he once again transformed into a crumpled piece of paper. The onlooking Celine and the others couldn't help but turn their heads away. So cruel. Boko repeated the previous actions, and when he saw Witt recover again, he nodded to Celine and the others before turning to leave. Seeing this, Celine and the others cooperated once more to bring Witt back to the dragon's nest. This time, Witt woke up the next morning. After a good sleep, Witt recovered quite well. He had meals with Celine and the others as usual and attended classes. This class was Boko's potion class. Thanks to the special training organized by Witt yesterday, all the dragons completed the tasks assigned by Boko in the previous class. After passing, they officially began learning about potions. The first thing to learn about potions was the handling of herbs, which required using claws enhanced with sharpness magic. Only when he personally handled the herbs did Witt understand why Boko had such high requirements for sharpness magic. There could be absolutely no mistakes. If there was a mistake, the herbs would be more or less wasted, and some might even be completely ruined. Of course, in such classes, Billy was naturally eager to show off. That guy couldn't resist tasting the flavor while Witt was focused on handling the herbs, and he nearly passed out. Even Boko was quite shocked by this. Although Witt had already warned him in advance, he really didn't expect any dragon would put something he clearly stated was poisonous into their mouth. After being rescued, Billy enjoyed the late-coming affection from Bacana, which was manifested in him staring wide-eyed at you, so close that even a breath could spray on your face. After class, Witt had dinner with Celine and the others, then went to Bacana for a health check and to collect today a share of metal ore. After finishing, he exercised his acceleration again. Of course, there was only one session today. Witt needed to leave a portion of his mental energy to focus on something more important for him, drawing the magic circle. Chapter 98, Challenge from Other Dragons. Looking at the magic circuit on the dragon scale, where the blue glow of magical energy was becoming more and more intense, Witt calmly grabbed it and tossed it into the corner of the laboratory, then curled himself up. Boom. With a loud bang, the magic circuit exploded. Yet Witt was completely unharmed. He calmly walked over to the corner to retrieve the scale and carefully observed the remaining marks on it. The marks were evenly deep, and I hadn't paused at all while drawing it before. So it seemed that the cause of the explosion was that the infusion of elemental power into the magic circle on the enchanted pen wasn't stable enough. Muttering to himself, Witt walked towards the workbench and took out the enchanted pen again. Although the teacher wasn't present today, Witt chose to stay and continue drawing the magic circle. Since last time, he only managed to prepare a little more than half a test tube of magic solution, and nearly 1/3 was consumed while drawing the magic circuit. He could only start by preparing the magic solution after arriving at the laboratory. Before leaving last time, the teacher had already told him where the materials were stored. The preparation of the magic solution is a process that becomes familiar with practice. Although he started off slowly and made some mistakes, Witt's success rate in preparing the magic solution gradually improved. Moreover, during this process, he found that his speed in preparing the solution was also increasing. Because of this, he discovered another issue. The faster he prepared the solution, the deeper the color of the magic solution became. By the time he reached the last tube, the color was almost at the level of a second-tier magic solution. A magic solution of this level could already be classified as a second-tier magic solution. Afterward, Witt deliberately conducted an experiment and noticed that since he added a drop of the juice from the root of the domia grass into the blood of the Caslong beast, the elemental content in the blood had begun to decrease. The longer the time dragged on, the lower the elemental content in the blood became. Although it wouldn't continuously decrease to the level where the solution could be automatically prepared successfully once the elemental content in the blood stabilized. The magic solution prepared afterward had a noticeably lighter color, distinctly different from a first-tier solution. Witt tried to use this magic solution to draw a magic circuit, but there was no reaction at all. It was clear that this could no longer be called a magic solution. At this point in the experiment, Witt understood that the jar of Caslong beast blood prepared by the teacher was not meant for preparing a first-tier magic solution, but rather for preparing a second-tier magic solution. However, due to his own abilities, he only managed to prepare a first-tier magic solution. No wonder the teacher provided him with so many crystal jars to store the prepared magic solutions. Then it was time for Witt to practice drawing the magic circuit. From his calm and practiced response to the explosion of the magic circuit just now, one could see what he had just experienced. Of course, there were results. At this point, he was already able to draw magic circuits of consistent depth without any pauses. Next, he just needed to continuously and steadily infuse elemental power into the magic circle of the enchanted pen while maintaining the previous two steps. Keeping these points in mind, Witt operated again. This was the last time for today. It was getting late, and if he didn't succeed, he would have to wait until tomorrow to continue. After all, he had prepared quite a bit of magic solution today, enough for him to use for a long time. Most of today's time was spent preparing the magic solution, and he had only practiced drawing the magic circuit for less than an hour. Tomorrow he could focus on practicing drawing the magic circuit. As for the teacher asking him to prepare a jar of magic solution with half his volume, Witt chose the second-tier magic solution, as the first-tier magic solution no longer posed a challenge for him. Suddenly, Witt paused his movements. He then put away the enchanted pen and fixed his gaze intently on the circular magic circuit on the scale. At that moment, a faint blue light lit up. But it didn't get brighter like before. Instead, it maintained a stable brightness. He succeeded. After letting out a sigh of relief, Witt calmly stored the dragon scale into the dragon scale space. Was he happy? He was indeed happy, but not to the point of being visibly overjoyed. It was just the simplest magic circuit after all. If it had been a completed magic array, he might have jumped for joy, but it wasn't the case now. After putting away the dragon scale, Witt cleaned up everything he had used earlier, returned to his original position. and then tidied up that corner that had been ravaged by explosions several times before leaving the laboratory. Upon stepping outside into the stone corridor and hearing the commotion below, Witt was momentarily stunned, then looked down at the square in surprise. Were these guys in such high spirits today that they hadn't returned to the dragon lair yet? Muttering softly, Witt flew towards the 6th floor where the dragon lair was located. However, halfway there, a snow-white figure blocked his path. He remembered that you were one of the hatchlings born 2 years ago, and also the largest among them. In fact, many hatchlings born before you were smaller than you. He had seen a few others before, but had never spotted you in the battle square. There were rumors that you couldn't use magic. And it seemed to be true now, as you were using your physical strength even while flying. However, you didn't seem too troubled by this. By the way, I almost forgot to introduce myself. Hello, my name is Miles. What about you? What is your name? Witt stopped and began to examine the dragon in front of him. Like Winter, you moved on 2 legs, with 2 horns curving upwards, each horn having a small fork, a wingspan 16 times your body length. And your entire body was snow white, with rhombus-shaped scales that were small and dense, and a long, slender tail. The other party was indeed the white dragon among the 5 colored dragons. After taking a glance, Witt's gaze shifted to the dragon's arms. The Dragon Encyclopedia mentioned that the white dragon has the thinnest arms among the 5 colored dragons, judging by the body proportions. Winter's arms were nearly twice as thick as Miles's at the same body size. However, even with the thinnest arms, the bipedal white dragon, with its arms freed up, was still more agile and powerful in close combat compared to the metallic dragon. Of course, aside from these details, the most noteworthy thing was that the other party's size was quite similar to Witt's. Looking at the curious expression on Meyer's face, Witt judged that the other party was not looking for trouble and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hello, just call me Witt. Well then, Witt, please accept my challenge. Chapter 99, Battle. Witt silently regarded Myers, hostility gradually rising in his eyes. Recalling his earlier thought, it became clear that this guy was indeed looking for trouble. In recent years, Witt had stopped being as intensely wary of any dragon or anything else as he was when he was just born. However, this didn't mean that Witt's personality had changed. Personality cannot just change on a whim. It was simply that after long periods of contact and living together, Witt had accepted Celine and the others. As for Winter and the others, it was because Witt could feel their genuine concern for him that he naturally accepted them. As for the other young dragons in the academy, Witt still held a cautious attitude. But with age, these feelings no longer surfaced. They were hidden deep in his heart. Thus, Witt's principle regarding unfamiliar dragons was, if the dragon does not offend me, I will not offend the dragon. Now, it was obvious that Myers was ready to provoke him. So what would his reaction be? It was not a difficult question to answer, but Myers was clearly not foolish. Noticing the change in Witt's gaze, he raised his 2 front claws and took a small step back. Hey, don't be so aggressive. I just want to spar with you. There's no other malice. You may not know, but in the academy, there are only 6 young dragons that are about my size, or even larger. Moreover, we have fought dozens of times over the years. We know each other very well. At this point, we don't even need to fight. Just by mentioning names, we can tell who will win the next battle. As a result, fighting has lost much of its fun. Gradually, everyone stopped fighting. And fighting smaller dragons isn't interesting either. It's not every day you come across someone like you. So of course, I want to challenge you. Please don't look at me with those eyes, as if I'm going to harm you. It would be bad if Winter and the others saw and misunderstood. As he spoke, Myers recalled Winter's punishment methods, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. Copying books, I hate that the most. Hearing Myers' words, Witt's hostility slightly lessened, but he still did not drop his guard. This was due to his personality. It couldn't be changed in a short time. Of course, if you don't want to, I won't force you. But think carefully, such opportunities are rare. Your size means that young dragons of your age are unlikely to be your opponents, and during the young dragon phase, size trumps all. Even if they can barely fight you, it must be very frustrating for you. Upon hearing this, Witt pondered for a moment and then nodded. All right, I agree. He had to admit that Myers' words were quite accurate, let alone his peers. Even if he were to go up 2 or 3 decades, or even 3 or 4 decades, those young dragons would not be his match. If it came to a fight, they might not even be as good as Celine. At the very least, Celine understood him and wouldn't engage him in a raw power struggle or use magic that was of little use against him. Thus, the only remaining contenders as his opponents were Myers in front of him and the 6 dragons he mentioned, who were about his size or even larger. Witt, being a dragon, had a desire for an evenly matched battle that was no less than that of Hour. Seeing Witt nod in agreement, Myers smiled and then dove down. Follow me. Witt paused for a moment and then followed suit. Since Witt and Myers had been talking for a while, some dragons below had already noticed the 2 of them. Now, seeing them flying down, they immediately realized what was about to happen. Even the pairs of dragons that were fighting stopped and made way, their eyes filled with excitement and anticipation as they looked at Witt and Myers. It had been a long time since they had seen a battle between dragons of this size. Once they landed, Witt noticed the numerous gazes directed at him. Although he appeared calm on the surface, his restless tail revealed his inner tension. After all, this was his first time fighting another dragon of the same size. Well, okay. The fight with Celine on the first day of his birth could also be considered as a match of the same size. Are you ready? Just as Witt was lost in thought, Myers asked from across the way. Witt steadied himself and nodded. All right. As he spoke, Myers casually picked up a piece of rubble from the ground. Next, I will throw this up. When it lands, that will be the signal for us to officially start our battle. If there are no objections, I will throw it. Agreed, Witt said, focusing on the piece of rubble in Myers' claw. Myers chuckled softly and then threw the rubble high into the air. He had been looking forward to this battle for a long time and certainly wouldn't resort to any tricks to gain an advantage. Seeing this, Witt felt a bit more favorable towards Myers. But soon, he pushed that thought aside as the piece of rubble was about to hit the ground. Ding! The rubble made a crisp sound upon touching the rocky ground. At this moment, the two dragons moved. Witt charged towards Myers just as he had done with Celine. However, Myers was different from Celine. He merely leaned forward and took a defensive stance, standing firmly in place. His size was similar to Witt's, so there was no need to create distance. However, just as Witt was about to get close, a smirk appeared at the corner of Myers' mouth as his lips moved slightly, and then a layer of ice spread out from him, extending dozens of meters in an instant. The path Witt was charging along was instantly frozen. The smooth ice causing Witt, who was suddenly faced with this scene, to slip and come to an abrupt halt, struggling to maintain his balance. Seeing this, Myers' eyes brightened, and with sharp claws gripping the ice, he quickly and steadily rushed towards Witt. He revealed his sharp right claw and aimed directly at Witt's hind leg. Whether standing on 4 legs or 2, the hind leg is the point of power. Injuring the opponent's hind leg can greatly affect their subsequent performance. With this single move, Myers demonstrated the rich combat experience that Witt did not possess. However, clang, the harsh sound of metal scraping, accompanied by sparks flying, left Myers momentarily stunned. Is the metal dragon's body really that hard? I don't remember it being this hard. Although Myers was momentarily distracted, Witt did not seize the opportunity. Because Myers' dragon claw, though it didn't break through Witt's defenses, had real power. Coupled with the smooth ice surface, Witt was directly sent flying out, crashing heavily onto the ice, scattering a large amount of ice crystals. Chapter 100. I'm not fighting anymore, it's pointless. After Myers took the lead against Witt, he didn't panic but instead rolled to dissipate the force on his body. Unfortunately, he somewhat underestimated the smoothness of the ice beneath him. He exerted too much force with his hind legs and slipped a bit, only stopping when he managed to grip the ice with his front claws. Although it looked a bit awkward, at this moment, Myers finally shifted his focus back to the battlefield from Witt's abnormal dragon scales. Noticing Witt's strange standing posture, Myers raised an eyebrow. Not good at fighting on ice, huh? After mumbling this to himself, Myers grinned and quickly recited a spell again. A large amount of cold air spread out from beneath his feet in all directions, and soon, the battlefield they were on was covered with thick solid ice. He didn't disdain to seize the initiative, but after the battle began, he didn't mind targeting Witt's weaknesses. Or rather, the essence of combat is to use one's strengths to exploit the opponent's weaknesses. This is called the wisdom of battle. If one only recklessly attacks the opponent's strengths, that's not even considered brashness, but sheer foolishness. Looking at the solid ice beneath his feet, Witt had no choice but to ascend into the air. Even if his strength was greater than his opponent's, it would be difficult to gain the upper hand. Moreover, from the previous contact, he could clearly feel that the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. Facing a foe whose size matched his, strength equaled his, and who had elemental magic assistance, Witt felt considerable pressure. He might lose. When this thought arose in his mind, Witt quickly shook his head, driving the thought out of his mind. It was not in his character to be cowardly before a fight. With this mindset, Witt began to fly around Myers, trying to calm himself while searching for the opponent's flaws. However, Myers was not like Witt, the young dragon born just over 2 years ago. He had lived and studied in this dragon academy for over 60 years and was about to graduate from his juvenile stage. His combat experience was far beyond what Witt could compare to. So after flying a few laps, Witt not only failed to calm down, but gradually became more agitated. In contrast, Myers, who stood calmly in place, alert to Witt, appeared much more relaxed. He truly was not in a hurry at all. Witt, who could not use magic, could not sustain long flights. The longer he flew, the more stamina he consumed, and the slimmer his chances of victory became. If Witt wanted to win, he had to engage in a direct confrontation as soon as possible. Sure enough, Witt soon lost his composure. He charged toward Myers at great speed. Seeing this, Myers' mouth twitched slightly, and a 1-meter-thick ice wall appeared in front of him. Witt hesitated for a moment, tilted his wings slightly, and narrowly brushed past the ice wall, flying past it on the right side, attempting to continue pouncing on Myers. However, upon seeing this, Myers furrowed his brow and chose not to continue creating ice walls. Instead, he stood still, quietly waiting for Witt to approach. As Witt's right claw reached for his chest, Myers expressionlessly crouched down and grabbed Witt's right arm, then executed a shoulder throw. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of the ice layers shattering, Witt found himself lying on his back in the ice pit he had created. Momentarily dazed, when he regained his senses, shook his head, and looked back at Myers. Myers shook his head and relaxed his body. This battle ends here. I don't see the need to continue. Witt was taken aback, then looked at Myers in confusion. Why? Myers shook his head helplessly. I originally thought that with your size, you would at least be able to engage in a back-and-forth fight with me. But the reality has made me realize that you are truly just a young dragon born 2 years ago. Of course, that's not the main point. After all, who hasn't been young? My combat experience has also been accumulated through countless battles. However, during the recent fight, I noticed a problem. You don't even know what battle is. You think too much during combat. You keep trying to find flaws in me, and when you can't find them, you become anxious yourself. Moreover, why didn't you break through the ice wall just now? Although I am older than you, I am still a young dragon. And all the magic I know is low-level magic below the 10th node. Such magic, even if several or dozens hit you, as long as they don't strike the same spot continuously, they might not even harm your scales. What are you worried about? To say something you might not like to hear, in my view, during our battle, you were always trying to fight me in the simplest, easiest, and least injurious way. You didn't consider that my combat experience is richer than yours, and my physical abilities are not inferior to yours at all. In this case, the combat method you followed was like playing around. Continuing this kind of battle is meaningless. When you understand what true combat is, we can continue. After hearing this, Witt was momentarily stunned, then spoke in a low voice. Wait, let us continue. Miles turned his head and said helplessly, I've already said, continuing like this, let us continue. I understand what you mean. Saying this, Witt lowered himself again, his eyes fixed on Miles. Miles looked at Witt's serious eyes, paused for a moment, then turned around, slightly leaning forward. Since you insist. However, just as Miles finished speaking, Witt rushed toward him at high speed. During the sprint, Witt's lips began to move, his tone difficult to understand and very awkward. As he chanted the spell, Witt's 2 front claws rapidly elongated. The lengthened claws easily sank into the solid ice beneath him during the run, giving Witt a point of force to unleash even greater power. Miles' previous words had awakened Witt. Where did his combat experience come from? Aside from his breath attack, most of his combat experience came from the world in his mind. From the beings called humans in that world. They lacked sharp teeth and claws, so in battle, they needed to use their intelligence, search for the opponent's weaknesses, and utilize all available resources to gain the upper hand. Witt also found this combat method quite good. His previous battle with Selene had proven that this fighting style was indeed viable, but he had almost forgotten that he was a dragon, not a human. And dragons have their own unique combat styles. Chapter 101, The Dragon's Combat Style. Witt let out a sigh in his heart. The world in his mind ultimately had some impact on him. Of course, these effects weren't significant enough to change Witt's perception. They merely led him into dead ends in certain matters. Just as Myers had said before, since there wasn't a significant gap in hard power, why did he have to confront Myers' rich combat experience with his own scarce experience? Thinking of this made Witt feel quite ashamed. However, this didn't mean that Witt couldn't use that kind of thinking to fight in the future. Finding weaknesses and weakening the opponent is a perfectly normal combat method, but it also requires rich combat experience to support it. Since he was at a disadvantage in combat experience, he might as well engage in a straightforward battle. Whose fist is harder, the one who knocks the other down is the winner. While his mind was racing, Witt had already rushed in front of Myers. And then both dragons struck out a claw at each other. Clang, clang. After 2 sharp sounds of metal scraping, both dragons were pushed back a distance. Witt had ultimately never experienced a battle on ice, so he was pushed back a bit further. However, it was not Witt's expression that changed drastically, but Myers'. Since it was a direct clash, both dragons had already left marks on each other. Witt had a long white scratch on his left shoulder, while Myers had a diagonal mark on his chest, and the scales on that mark had shattered. Shaping magic. Myers looked at Witt with a serious expression. He had also learned shaping magic, but only for handling materials in potion classes, and he hadn't studied it in depth, because there was no need. After leaving the juvenile dragon stage, he could advance to silver rank, and at silver rank, he already had the ability to learn intermediate magic, which was much more powerful than low-level magic, and could break through the scales of dragons of the same age. Rather than spending time practicing shaping magic that he might not use in the future, it was better to study the basics of elemental magic well to prepare for learning intermediate magic later. But at that moment, he realized that since Witt couldn't use elemental magic, shaping magic would be a quite powerful offensive weapon for him. He should have thought of this earlier. Just as Myers was feeling frustrated by his negligence, Witt heard Myers' words and smiled broadly. Then, his lips began to move quickly. At the same time, the scales on Witt's shoulder, back leg, and the base of his wings began to rapidly expand one by one. Myers' expression darkened. He really underestimated Witt. This guy had even learned fortification. Shaping magic was hard to stop. Even if Witt's proficiency in shaping magic wasn't very high, the increase in defense wouldn't be great. However, for some reason, Witt's dragon scales were much stronger than those of other metal dragons of the same age. Even a slight increase in defense would make it very difficult for Myers. As a result, it was now Myers who needed to find a way to break through Witt's defenses. Was this considered self-inflicted? Well, such thoughts only flashed through his mind and were then cast aside. This kind of evenly matched battle was exactly what he needed. While Myers began to seek a way to break through Witt's defenses, Witt didn't need to think so much. With strong defense and strong attack, he could just charge in. With this in mind, Witt paused slightly before once again shooting towards Myers. Witt's movement drew Myers' attention back. Faced with Witt's attacking claw, Myers could no longer afford to exchange injuries for injuries. He would really get hurt, but it was uncertain whether Witt would. As Myers chose to defend, The advantage of the five-colored dragon became apparent. When blocking one of Witt's claws, Myers' other claw was still able to attack Witt, while Witt's other front claw could only firmly grip the ground. The characteristics of their body structures determined that when Witt stood on his hind legs, his balance would be greatly affected. Moreover, the five-colored dragon's bipedal stance had corresponding conditions. Their chest and abdomen were covered with large, thick plate armor. The belly of metal dragons was made of smaller, denser ordinary dragon scales than those on their backs, so their defensive capability was naturally inferior to that of five-colored dragons. Thus, Witt could only quickly retract his claw to avoid giving Myers the opportunity to attack his abdomen. In fact, it could be seen from their body structures that five-colored dragons were better suited for close combat, while metal dragons leaned more towards magic. Witt's bloodline inheritance had issues. His father's bloodline was based on the mutation of a red dragon. If he had inherited his father's appearance, this bloodline would have been able to exert greater power. However, in terms of body, he had inherited his mother's silver dragon appearance. His father's talent and mother's appearance had created the awkward situation Witt found himself in now. Of course, his body and life were given by his parents, and he had no right to complain. He could only grow stronger based on his own characteristics. Crack! After a sound of shattering, Witt broke through the ice wall blocking him and reached for Myers' back. Just then, a long, whip-like tail struck fiercely at Witt. However, Witt paid it no mind. Slap! A sound of flesh tearing echoed. A large amount of dragon blood spilled out. And as soon as the hot dragon blood hit the ground, it melted the ice beneath. Myers roared, and the speed of his tail suddenly increased, striking hard against Witt. Witt was sent flying, but he only slightly spread his wings and then landed steadily again. Of course, the force was still there. The ice beneath him cracked with gaps, and his front claws sank deeply into the solid ice. Taking advantage of Witt pulling out his claws, Myers rushed in front of Witt and struck hard at his back. In response, Witt curled his body and took the hit. The result was merely a slight cracking of his dragon scales. Witt looked at Myers, who seemed to have lost all hope, smiled, and as his lips moved, the dragon horns on his head extended a bit more before he charged fiercely at Myers. Myers could only manage to bring his arm up to block. Unsurprisingly, the sharp dragon horn pierced directly through Myers' arm. Seeing this, a fierce light flashed in Myers' eyes as he directly raised his right arm, trying to lift Witt up and expose his abdomen. However, before he could lift Witt, a thick tail struck directly against his waist. The tremendous force sent him flying. After the dragon horn detached from Myers' arm, it brought out a large amount of dragon blood. Let's not forget, silver dragon horns are spiral and come with blood grooves. After landing awkwardly, Myers saw Witt about to charge again and hurriedly shouted, "I concede." Chapter 102, Witt's Anomaly. Miles admitted defeat, but he felt quite aggrieved. Not to mention that Witt had changed his fighting style only after being reminded by him. The most important thing was that he actually lost to a dragon over 60 years younger than him, especially during the juvenile stage when the age difference had the biggest impact on strength. Just this point was enough to make him feel gloomy for quite a while. He blew on several wounds on his body, and under the solid ice, the wounds no longer bled. He then walked towards the motionless Witt. Of course, he didn't forget to cast a warning glare at those around him who laughed loudly after seeing him get beaten. When he reached Witt and saw the bright red blood on his dragon horn, Miles twitched his mouth. "You win this time. But that's only because your dragon scales have strong defenses that I couldn't break through." Just as he was about to continue, Miles suddenly froze and then sighed helplessly. This guy was over 60 years younger than him, and by the time he learned intermediate magic, Witt would still be a juvenile dragon. How could he challenge a juvenile dragon at that point? The Academy wouldn't allow it. By the time Witt reached the adolescent stage, who knows how advanced his shape-shifting magic would be? It's possible that even intermediate magic would struggle to penetrate his dragon scales. But soon, Miles felt much better, because he realized that it wasn't him who needed to worry about Witt, but the dragons who were about the same age as Witt. Witt, who was already large, combined with the sturdiness from shape-shifting magic, would become a nightmare for juvenile dragons of the same age. Witt looked at the changing expressions on Miles' face, feeling somewhat perplexed. "Are you okay? Did I knock something loose in your head?" "But I didn't hit your head." Witt's words snapped Miles back to reality. "I'm fine. I just need to get these injuries treated at Boko's. Also, I'm sorry for what I said to you earlier. It seems I was a bit arrogant." Upon hearing this, Witt smiled somewhat awkwardly. "There's no need to apologize, especially since you weren't wrong. Facing someone with much more combat experience than me, I chose that kind of fighting style. So it's only right to be criticized." That said, Miles taking the initiative to apologize also increased Witt's goodwill towards him. "Alright, enough talk. I need to go treat my wounds. If we have time in the future, let us fight again. To be honest, your combat experience is still lacking a bit. Since we are about the same size, if we occasionally spar, we can both improve significantly." Witt naturally welcomed such a proposal. He would be using melee combat for a long time in the future, and in melee, the chromatic dragons were significantly stronger than the metallic ones. In the recent battle, Witt had very limited opportunities to attack Miles. Most of the time, he was on the receiving end and had to force Miles to retreat by trading blows. If he could learn melee combat from Miles, his strength would greatly improve. Watching Miles leave, Witt glanced at the surrounding juvenile dragons before flying back to the dragon lair. When he reached the stone corridor on the 6th floor, just as Witt was about to enter, A drop of somewhat viscous blood slid down his face. The slimy feeling made Witt's pupils contract. He then remembered that his dragon horn was definitely covered in Miles' blood. Just thinking about it made Witt feel uncomfortable all over. Now, he didn't care whether Celine and the others were asleep or not and rushed into the dragon lair. In fact, Celine and the others were already asleep. However, Witt couldn't care less and flew directly in front of the snoring Billy, then pulled his wings apart and yanked his head out, shaking it wildly. Billy opened his eyes in confusion and then saw a head covered in blood. The sudden scare made Billy yell out loud. And then Celine and the others were all awakened. However, when they saw Witt covered in blood, they hurriedly surrounded him, anxiously checking him. Moments later, Witt and Billy were lying obediently in front of the 3 dragons of Celine. Billy lowered his head, facing the wrath of the 3 dragons who had just been woken up, but he was actually dragged up forcefully, so he was very sleepy. The scolding from Celine and the others sounded like a Morse code dragon beast flying around his ears, making him even sleepier. And Billy's unrepentant attitude made Celine and the others even more furious, and their scolding became more urgent. Poor Witt lay to the side, with blood all over his head, feeling as if thousands of invisible bugs were crawling and biting him. What? Billy was implicated by him? Then he was no longer pitiful. But Witt couldn't take it anymore and directly looked at Ao. Give me a blast of lava breath. Witt's words made the 3 dragons, who were currently venting on Billy, momentarily stunned. After venting, Ao's anger had already subsided significantly. Seeing Witt looking at him eagerly, he couldn't help but scratch his head. Well, although I'm really angry that you woke me up, I wouldn't go as far as to use breath as punishment. Witt was anxious. Stop talking nonsense. Just give it to me. While speaking, Witt crawled towards Ao, which startled Ao to retreat a few steps. Hey, what are you doing? On the side, Dingit, who had merely said a few casual words and slightly vented his dissatisfaction, then entered a spectator state, thought for a moment, and suddenly spoke up. Ao, give Witt a blast of breath, right on the head. Upon hearing this, Witt immediately looked at Dingit with gratitude, and then looked at Ao with anticipation. Ao glanced at Dingit, hesitated for a moment, and then a small breath landed on Witt's head. He knew that Dingit wasn't as harmless as he seemed. Several times, the other had secretly stirred things up behind the scenes, but that was just small stuff. When it came to serious matters, Dingit was still very reliable. Sure enough, he saw Witt rubbing his head right after the breath landed on him, especially around his dragon horn. Under the high temperature of the lava breath, the blood on Witt's head quickly coagulated and carbonized, and after a good rub, the blood was soon cleaned off. Once he no longer felt the sticky sensation on his head, Witt finally returned to normal. Then, his face darkened. He had another problem. Chapter 103. You have so many little issues. Gentle light shone from the beads on the rock walls, scattering throughout the dragon lair. The 5 dragons formed a circle facing inward, lying on the ground. Except for Billy, all of Celine's group focused their attention on Witt, while Billy was struggling against his eyelids and was about to lose. However, just as he was on the verge of a complete breakdown, a milky white dragon tail struck his hind leg, instantly waking Billy up. Looking at the somewhat dissatisfied gaze from Celine, Billy awkwardly smiled, then forced himself to perk up. But soon, the battle between his eyelids began again. Seeing this, Celine rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him, turning her attention back to Witt. Let's talk about the specifics. Witt nodded and recounted how he encountered Miles, how they agreed to battle, how he lost terribly, and then how he unleashed his might to win, detailing everything, including the series of emotional changes on the way back. After finishing, Witt looked at the other dragons with an expression of expectation, especially at Dynit. Well, actually, Witt also knew that among them, Dynit was the most observant one. Sure enough, after listening to Witt's account, while Celine and Ao were still pondering, Dynit seemed to have noticed something and spoke up. It might not be a blood issue. Hearing this, Witt's eyes lit up. What do you mean? Dynit slightly organized his thoughts. From the moment you finished fighting to flying back to the dragon lair, it must have taken several minutes, maybe even more than 10 minutes. During such a long time, you didn't have any unusual feelings. Moreover, Miles' wounds were so obvious that you couldn't have missed his blood, and you couldn't have been unaware that his blood was left on your dragon horn. Therefore, it's not a blood issue. So, if we reconsider this process, can we see this time period as a process where your fighting spirit faded and you gradually calmed down? After calming down, you noticed the strange sensation on your head, at which point your emotions started to change, and then you realized there was Miles' blood remaining on your head. This indicates that if it were a liquid with a similar property, you might experience a similar emotional change. At this point, Dynit paused for a moment and then continued. I suddenly remembered something. Do you recall what happened the day after we were born? Winter asked us to kill the booze dragon beast that she controlled. At that time, you might not have noticed, but I just happened to see some strange behavior from Witt. When the blood spurted out, Witt instinctively dodged. When he looked at his claws covered in blood, an unusual emotion clearly appeared on his face, and then he specifically cleaned the blood off his claws. Now that I think about it, Witt had the same kind of expression earlier. I didn't notice what kind of emotion it was back then, but today, I understand it was disgust, a deep-seated disgust, not fear. Coupled with my analysis earlier, Witt doesn't actually hate blood, but rather a viscous liquid. Saying this, Dynit smiled slightly, and then stopped, quietly reverting to being a beautiful dragon. Celine looked at Dynit with confusion. You have a great memory. I don't remember. Upon hearing this, Witt and AO exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. Why does it feel like Celine didn't notice Dinet's personality? After considering Celine's character, they thought, well, not noticing is actually normal. While Witt and AO were exchanging looks, on the other side, Celine was unconsciously scratching the ground with her claws while thinking about how to verify Dinet's claim. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Billy out of the corner of her eye, and her eyes suddenly brightened. Witt, come over here a bit. Although Witt didn't know what Celine wanted to do, he crawled over as she said, give me your paw. While extending his paw, Witt couldn't help but ask, what are you going to do? Celine smiled mysteriously. Just watch, don't worry about it. Saying this, she pulled Witt's paw and, before he could react, placed it directly under Billy's head. Wait, Billy? Witt looked at Billy, whose eyes were completely closed, and at the drool that had already dripped from the corner of his mouth, glistening and viscous. A look of deep-seated disgust unconsciously appeared on his face. However, it was too late to pull his paw back, and thus a terrifyingly cold breath erupted from Witt's mouth. Then, Witt's paw, Celine's paw, and Billy were all frozen into ice blocks. Witt exerted his right paw forcefully, and the ice shattered. After retracting his paw, the look in Witt's eyes when he glanced at his paw still held a hint of disgust, and then he exhaled another breath towards his paw. The other dragons stared at Witt's series of actions, utterly dumbfounded. Then, Celine was the first to react, casually shattering the ice block and saying triumphantly, indeed, Dinet was right. However, AO shook his head helplessly. If it were me, I would have done the same and exhaled on him. That's drool. Dinet nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Celine scratched her head, feeling a bit awkward as she lay back down. Sorry, I didn't think it through. Just then, the solid ice encasing Billy trembled gently and then shattered, leaving Billy looking around in confusion. What happened? I feel a bit chilly. Time was tight, and the elemental power contained in Witt's breath wasn't much, so the ice wasn't very hard. Hearing Billy's words, Celine thought for a moment and then turned to say, it's nothing. Maybe you dreamed about something related to snow. By the way, the issue has been resolved. You can go back to sleep. Oh, okay. Saying this, Billy stood up and wobbled back to where he was going to sleep, clearly in a half-awake state. Seeing this, the four dragons exchanged glances, and Dinet yawned widely. Well, the general situation is clear now. The question remains what else Witt dislikes besides blood. We'll observe that later. It's getting late. I need to go to sleep. With that, Dinet got up and left. AO nodded and also stood up. Celine looked at Witt. You have so many little quirks, but fortunately, they're not major issues and don't affect battles. Don't overthink it. I'm going to sleep too. Watching Celine leave, Witt let out a long sigh, feeling a mix of emotions. Clearly, I don't care about it myself, but you all insisted on discussing it. Shaking his head, Witt was too lazy to return to his spot and curled up on the spot, then covered his head with his wings. Chapter 104. Success. Unlike the dragon lair, the laboratory was quite bright, and Witt was seriously drawing a magic array. Today, he was still the only one in the laboratory. Well, to be precise, he had been the only one in the laboratory all day. It's been 3 days since he discovered another little quirk of his. So today should have been the time for the teacher to give a private lesson. Speaking of little quirks, Witt actually didn't mind them too much. Moreover, he also learned from Winthrop that this little quirk was not unique to him, but rather a common trait among the Silver Dragon clan. Out of 10 silver dragons, at least 6 would have this little quirk. It really wasn't something to worry about. The dragon clan didn't even have a name for it. After comparing it with the world in his memory, Witt finally found a suitable name for this little quirk: obsessive-compulsive disorder. Of course, this wasn't very important. In contrast, Witt was more concerned about another issue these days. That is, what his teacher had been busy with lately. After coming to the laboratory in the morning, his teacher only left him with a sentence, practice on your own, and then hurriedly left. The same was true for the class the day before. After teaching some points to pay attention to when drawing magical circuits with magical solution, she handed the class over to Witt, allowing him to teach Celine and the others how to draw magical circuits. Of course, Celine and the others were still using magical solutions made from their own blood. However, Witt had no problem teaching magical circuits. That day's class was completed smoothly. Of course, this was assuming one ignored Billy, the explosion-loving dragon. The number of explosions he caused was more than double that of Celine and the others combined. A large part of the incidents occurred during the testing of whether the magical solution was successfully prepared, rather than while drawing the magical circuits. Billy had successfully made a significant leap ahead of Celine and the others in the magic array class. Of course, he was the one who lagged behind. Speaking of this, one must mention yesterday's alchemy class. Similar to his performance in the magic array class, Billy also made a significant leap ahead of Witt and the others. But the difference was that this guy was ahead of them. The alchemy class also required magical circuits. The difference was that the magical circuits in alchemy referred to the solid-state metal circuits used in semi-permanent magic arrays. Of course, Lofa wouldn't provide them with high-grade materials like mithril. They used primal copper instead. Primal copper is much more abundant in nature and much easier to find. When used as magical circuits, its effectiveness is about 2 to 3 times that of mithril, and its durability is not as good as mithril, but it wins in quantity and can be used freely. It was absolutely fine to use it to teach Witt and the others. Yesterday's lesson was about connecting a magical circuit. However, This magical circuit was much more difficult than the magic array. In addition to the requirements of the magic array's magical circuit, it also needed to ensure that part of the magical circuit could move while allowing the magical energy to flow normally. Moreover, Lofa did not provide any hints. In this regard, Witt didn't care much. The world in his mind provided him with many novel ideas. However, turning these ideas into practice was quite difficult. Billy initially couldn't think of it either, but after wandering around Witt for a while, he managed to create the magical circuit. Using Witt's method, this was quite awkward. The method was thought up by him, and he had no clue, while that guy Billy just wandered around and figured it out. The key point was that Witt, following the method Billy taught him, still took a long time to finish it. It was quite absurd. But one had to admit that some dragons might seem a bit useless most of the time, but in certain aspects, they possess talents that are hard for ordinary dragons to comprehend. Enough about that. Witt's life these days was quite regular. Eat, attend class, eat, mine metals, practice shaping magic, practice drawing magic arrays, sleep, and just like that, a fulfilling day passed. But today was different. Besides eating and mining metals, Witt spent the entire day in the teacher's laboratory, focusing on drawing magic arrays. Of course, there were times when he ran out of magical solution. As for the preparation of magical solutions, it was no longer very difficult for Witt. The success rate could at least be maintained above 70%. As for the results, Witt was currently drawing the 4-node water element magic array that the teacher asked him to note down. The water ball. It sounded like a low-level magic array. And in fact, it was indeed low-level. However, if this magic array could be successfully drawn, it would be a milestone progress for Witt. Taking a deep breath, Witt put away the enchanted pen in his hand and stared intently at the magic array he had just drawn. Soon, the magic array began to emit a faint blue light, and then, during Witt's anxious waiting, the brilliance of the magic array stabilized and did not become brighter as it had before. This indicated that the magical circuit had been successfully constructed. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Witt took out 4 dragon beast crystal cores of almost the same size from the scale space. The duration of the magic array depended on 3 points: the magical circuit, which was the magical solution, the magical core, and the carrier. The carrier goes without saying. Dragon scales are the best carriers. As for the magical circuit, the higher the grade of the magical solution, the longer the duration, and the more times it can be used. Of course, it doesn't mean that the higher the grade of the magical solution, the better. A low-grade magical circuit paired with a high-grade magical core may result in a large amount of elemental power flowing through the magical circuit in a short time, causing the magical circuit to burst. Conversely, a high-grade magical circuit paired with a low-grade magical core would mean that the elemental power within the magical core cannot sustain the flow of the magical circuit, rendering the magic array unable to activate. Do you think that's all? Of course not. Instantaneously draining the magical core can lead to its explosion. Though the power is small, it is enough to affect the magical circuit, causing it to explode as well. Therefore, the magical solution and magical core must be matched. So, what is a semi-permanent magic array? There are 2 types. One is a high-grade magical solution paired with a corresponding high-grade magical core to draw a low-grade magic array. This is one type. The other is the solid metal magical circuits found on enchanted pens. The 4 dragon beast crystal cores in Witt's hand are from the bodies of black iron level dragon beasts, also known as level 1 dragon beast crystal cores. Witt had already reserved the positions of the elemental nodes on the magic array. Using his mental power, he controlled the 4 dragon beast crystal cores to the designated positions. Witt licked his slightly dry lips, then carefully embedded the 4 crystal cores into the nodes simultaneously. Then he quickly jumped back several dozen meters. After waiting for a moment and seeing no movement from the magic array, Witt happily started flying around the laboratory. It didn't explode. This meant that he had successfully drawn his first magic array in his dragon life. After calming down a bit, Witt landed next to the magic array, extended his claw, and infused a fire element power into the magic array. Buzz. Accompanied by a light sound, the magic array emitted waves of blue light, which was the brilliance of the gathered water elements. These water elements gathered together and transformed into a water ball the size of Witt's head, quietly floating above the magic array. Looking at this water ball, Witt stared in a daze. This was the first elemental magic he had cast using his own ability. Chapter 105, this is for you. The fire element power activated the magic array, successfully using the water element magic water ball, thus aligning with what his teacher had described in class. While murmuring softly, Witt carefully observed the water ball floating above the magic circle. To make the water ball attack, Witt only needed to control it with his mental power, just like other dragons controlling elemental magic. However, what Witt wanted to verify was something else. Staring intently at the water ball, Witt muttered to himself, 78, 79, 80. Before Witt could finish counting, the light on the magic circle flickered and suddenly dimmed, causing the water ball to drop and smash onto the magic circle below, splashing a large amount of water. Witt glanced at the 4 dimmed crystal cores and frowned. In less than 2 minutes, the elemental power within the 4 level 1 dragon beast crystal cores was completely depleted. While part of this was due to the continuous maintenance of the water ball, the larger reason likely lay in the details of the magic circle's engraving. Successfully engraving a magic circle does not mean there are no mistakes. It simply means the mistakes are minor enough not to cause an explosion. However, these small errors in detail still affect the operation of the magic circle. For instance, the consumption of elemental power would increase. Among the same level, the elemental storage in dragon crystals is much greater than in dragon beast crystal cores. Normally, the elemental power within a level 1 dragon beast crystal core would be enough to support the consumption of around 10 water balls, if maintained continuously without release. A level 1 dragon beast crystal core's elemental power could last 3 to 4 minutes. Calculating this, the magic circle Witt had engraved could be said to have a terrifying consumption of elemental power. Shaking his head, Witt sighed. He still had a long way to go. After murmuring to himself, Witt took out a new dragon scale and continued engraving. The previous magic circle was ruined, and the magic core was gone. Not to mention that the magical solution in the magic circuit had been completely consumed. Refilling the magical solution was much more difficult than re-engraving the magic circuit. Since he had enough dragon scales, Witt saw no need to save one scale at the cost of wasting the harder-to-come-by magical solution. That would be a true waste. After failing 5 more times, Witt finally succeeded in his 6th attempt. Looking at the water ball hovering above the magic circle, he didn't waste any time and began another test. As his lips moved, a syllable escaped, and his mental power surged towards the water ball. When the mental power entered the water ball, it burst with a loud pop. Seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Witt's eyes, but he did not stop there. He once again injected elemental power into the magic circle, gathering another water ball, and uttered another syllable, causing the water ball to burst again. The process repeated, yielding the same results. After 4 times, the smile on Witt's face fully blossomed. His hypothesis had succeeded. The magic circle could indeed help him practice mental magic and accurately locate the elemental nodes within the spell. Subsequently, Witt did not stop there. Once more activating the magic circle, he gathered a water ball, and with a movement of his mental power, the water ball rapidly flew in one direction. After the water ball was launched, Witt no longer needed to control it with his mental power. He watched the water ball fly far away and used mental magic again. Unfortunately, it failed. Even when the water ball struck the ground in the distance, Witt was unable to disperse it. Witt was not surprised by this. If mental magic could be so easily successful, only a portion of dragons would acknowledge Witt's mental magic. After several more attempts, Witt finally succeeded once. However, just as he prepared to press on and achieve another victory, the magic circle faltered. Realizing this, Witt was momentarily stunned and then calculated the number of times he had used the magic circle. 13. It was slightly better than the first magic circle, but only slightly. Under normal circumstances, this magic circle should be usable over 30 times. Helpless, Witt could only continue to engrave the magic circle. A 4-node water ball magic was not worth Witt putting in so much effort to practice. For him, even if dozens or hundreds of water balls hit him, their power wouldn't compare to jumping from a height of several meters. Therefore, Witt was not practicing the dispersion of the water ball, but rather capturing the flight path of the magic. Once he mastered this, he would only need to familiarize himself with the positions of the elemental nodes in those single-target spells when practicing against them in the future. Unbeknownst to Witt, a figure had already been standing at the entrance of the laboratory when he successfully engraved the magic circle for the 3rd time. She quietly watched him. Observing Witt's joy upon successfully engraving the magic circle, his frustration when he missed dispersing a water ball during practice, and his excitement when he dispersed a water ball that had a tricky flight angle. It wasn't until Witt had once again ruined a magic circle, cleaning up the mess and preparing to leave, that she stepped forward. Hearing the noise behind him, Witt, who was on the ground struggling to wipe away the water stains, turned around in confusion. When he saw Janice, he couldn't help but stand up and run to her, pulling out the previously ruined magic circle and excitedly sharing his joy. Janice merely smiled and listened quietly, occasionally offering a few pointers. Each of her suggestions made Witt feel enlightened. When Witt finally stopped, Janice smiled and said, "Very good. I am proud of you." Hearing this, Witt beamed. His diligent practice of engraving magic circles was, on one hand, a pursuit of the mysteries of magic, and on the other hand, it was to not disappoint Janice's expectations. This compliment proved that his efforts had gained his teacher's recognition. Then, Witt prepared to continue wiping away the water stains. To be honest, Witt felt a bit embarrassed about being caught messing around in the laboratory by his teacher. "Wait a moment, Witt, you don't need to worry about those things. They will dry up over time. Here, take this." As she spoke, a massive metal book was placed in front of Witt. He was not unfamiliar with this book. The teacher had taken it out before, but at that time, it was incomplete. Did she finish it? Thinking of this, Witt's eyes lit up, and he looked at Janice with anticipation. Janice chuckled lightly. "I'm sorry. I've been busy writing this book for a while, but fortunately, I've completed it." Chapter 106. Billy has a teacher. On the way back to the dragon's lair, Witt's mood was in a state of excitement. Today might be his lucky day. Not only had he successfully engraved the magic circle, but its effects were just as he had anticipated. And he also received a book containing most of his teacher's knowledge and nearly all the research results related to magic circles. This book held great significance for Witt. Not to mention its immense help in his study of magic circles, it also represented his teacher's recognition of him. Upon returning to the dragon's lair, Celine and the others were still awake. At this moment, they were gathered together, seemingly looking at something. Witt approached curiously and saw a strange young dragon with a metallic exterior quietly crouching there, its tail occasionally swishing behind it, indicating it was still alive. It was considered strange because its appearance was very similar to that of a crystal dragon, but its dragon scales emitted a metallic sheen. Moreover, its dragon horns were also very similar to those of a silver dragon, and its double wings, which had a metallic texture, had a wingspan exceeding that of almost all dragons, being more than 3 times the length of its body, excluding the tail. In addition, the young dragon had golden or silver patterns all over its body, especially concentrated on its wings and limbs, ultimately gathering at its chest in a hexagonal crystal shape. Much like a crystal dragon, the young dragon was only a little over 1 meter long, indicating it had just hatched. At that moment, it was closing its eyes, seemingly feeling something. Another exotic dragon. Of course, Witt still couldn't recognize the species of this dragon, even though he had read the entire dragon section in the Dragon Encyclopedia. A newly appeared exotic dragon, just like him. With this thought, Witt stretched out his tail and poked Billy, who was standing beside him. Is this young dragon a newly hatched one that Winters brought over? What species is it? Why was it brought to our dragon lair? Don't tell me it's going to live here from now on. But that doesn't seem like something Winters would do, if it's a newly hatched dragon. According to Winters' personality, even if it were just one, it should have been arranged in a separate dragon lair. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Witt noticed a strange look in Celine's eyes as she looked at him, while Billy, with his head held high, had a smug expression on his face. Seeing this, Witt scratched his head in confusion, then suddenly thought of something, looking at Billy in shock. This little guy wouldn't he have stolen it from somewhere, would he? Upon hearing this, Billy, who was still posing, stumbled slightly, as if about to fall. Boss, am I that unreliable in your eyes? Witt rolled his eyes. Not just unreliable. I even suspect that this newly hatched dragon was specially tied up by you to test the waters. Hearing this, Billy was heartbroken and immediately picked up the young dragon in front of him. Upon seeing this, Witt's expression changed drastically. He knew that Winters was always serious about such matters. If Billy really did that, being punished would be the least of his worries. And he might even be kicked out of the dragon's nest. He couldn't let Billy be expelled from the dragon's nest for a moment of foolishness. With this thought in mind, Witt quickly snatched the young dragon into his arms and was about to question Billy about why he suddenly went crazy when he suddenly realized that something fell off. Although the metallic dragon is named for its metallic sheen, it actually only describes the scales having a metallic luster, not that the scales are made of metal. In fact, the scales of a metallic dragon only contain a certain amount of metal components, not entirely metal. However, the young dragon in his hands was not only heavy, but its scales also felt metallic. Witt turned to look in confusion, only to see that even though he was holding the young dragon in his claws, it still hadn't opened its eyes, nor had its movements changed much. Not a young dragon. Billy snatched the young dragon from Witt's hands and said impatiently, "Of course, it's not a young dragon. You should think about it. How could a young dragon appear in our dragon lair? This is a mechanical puppet given to me by the teacher, only resembling a young dragon in appearance, but in reality, it's an alchemical creation." Upon hearing this, Witt leaned closer to Billy's claws and observed carefully. Only then noticing that the golden and silver patterns were made from solid metal magical circuits made of fine gold and mithril. Its eyes were not closed, but were actually fake eyes that had been gouged out. Wait, Witt suddenly reacted, looking at Billy in shock. Did you just say teacher? Hearing this, Billy once again proudly lifted his head. Loafer recognized my talent in alchemy, so he wants to take me as a student. And this mechanical young dragon is a gift he gave me. What do you think? Isn't it great? This is a mechanical puppet. Or it can also be called a magical doll. As long as there is sufficient elemental energy, it can even be used for combat, though its power is quite weak. At this point, a hint of regret flashed in Billy's eyes. Witt looked at the mechanical puppet in Billy's hands with a hint of admiration. This young dragon mechanical puppet was made exquisitely. If it weren't in his hands, it would be hard to realize that it was a puppet. Noticing Witt's gaze, Billy immediately became alert and stored the magical doll into his scale space. This is a gift from my teacher, so don't even think about it. Witt smiled awkwardly. Don't worry, I'm just a bit curious. I'm not going to steal your things. Upon hearing this, Billy looked at Witt with some suspicion, then hesitated and said, It's not that I'm stingy. This puppet holds great significance for me. If you really want it, I can talk to the teacher about it. Hearing this, Witt felt a little tempted, but then he shook his head. Forget it. Lofa and the others are quite busy managing such a large academy, so it's better not to trouble him. At this point, Witt paused, then looked at Billy with great interest. In comparison, I'm more interested in the mechanical puppet you made with your own hands. Celine and the others echoed in agreement. Within a few moments, they had Billy beaming with pride. By the way, the book you promised earlier, please get it done quickly. I'm also looking forward to this book that you will be making with your own hands. All right, I'll do it as soon as possible. Billy instinctively responded, but then he suddenly realized. His expression changed drastically. Witt, you just said something really terrifying. Witt chuckled. As a future alchemy master, I shouldn't be untrustworthy, right? Besides, the metal book is the punishment you received for losing. Dragging it out isn't good. By the way, since you agreed, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Billy seemed to foresee that for a long time in the future, he would need to go to the library to copy books. By the way, just when Billy was feeling hopeless, Witt suddenly spoke, and just as Billy thought things might turn around, he saw Witt's mischievous smile. His heart skipped a beat. Sure enough, by the way, Billy, I want the dragon encyclopedia. Billy glanced at the other dragons, and when he saw their smiles that mirrored Witt's, he felt the future was bleak. Chapter 107. Time flies. Witt had returned late, and after drawing magic circles all day and practicing mental magic, his mental energy was nearly exhausted. Therefore, after teaming up with Celine and the others to prank Billy, Witt didn't play around any longer and turned to sleep. As for playing around, there would be plenty of time in the next 2 days. The other dragons, seeing this, entered their dreams full of expectations. Only Billy. He was probably going to have a nightmare tonight. Witt, filled with beautiful expectations for tomorrow and the future, officially entered dreamland. Witt looked around at the dark world with a bewildered expression. It was so dark that he couldn't even see himself. He was indeed very confused. He was clearly sleeping. How did he end up here? Ah, it's you again. At that moment, a voice full of exhaustion suddenly echoed in Witt's mind. It was impossible to tell if it was male or female, but it felt somewhat familiar. Who are you? Where are you? What is this place? However, the other party did not seem to intend to answer him. There is no time. My ability is not enough to remember my words. Do not leave the dragon's nest. If I still calculate, how could I possibly not know your choice? Listening to the intermittent and unclear sounds coming from around him, Witt was completely baffled. What are you talking about? What is this place? He did hear the last sentence clearly, but he wanted clarification. What choice? Who are you really? However, no matter how much Witt shouted, the voice in the darkness did not respond again, as if it had already left. Witt felt somewhat speechless. Why do all these strange things happen to him? By the way, what exactly is this place? While thinking, Witt tried to find some clues. But in a place so dark he couldn't even see himself, how could he discover anything? Soon, Witt gave up. He just assumed he was pulled into a special place by a powerful existence. Since the other party did not immediately kill him, it meant that, at least for now, he was safe. He didn't know how long he had been in this darkness, but before he knew it, Witt fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, still bewildered, he looked at the familiar soft light surrounding him and listened to the familiar snoring from Billy. After a moment of daze, he suddenly jumped up. He was back. Then Witt lay back down, a trace of bitterness on his face. The inexplicable existence, the inexplicable behavior, the inexplicable words, left him feeling somewhat perplexed. The other party seemed to want to convey some information to him, but in the end, it seemed to have given up. Don't leave the dragon's nest. He wasn't rebellious by nature. Winter had emphasized many times that the outside world was dangerous. He had always kept that in mind. How could he leave the dragon's nest? The last sentence left him even more confused. How could the other party know his choice, and what choice was there to speak of? This should be the dragon referred to as the Riddler in that world in his mind. Witt now strongly agreed with some people's views in that world. Riddler dragons should all go to hell. Sigh. Witt sighed and shook his head, choosing not to think about it anymore. Since he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to dwell on it. Time would bring everything. If the other party really had their sights set on him, then this should just be the beginning. Moreover, what good would it do to understand the truth? He was just a young dragon. Knowing the truth wouldn't change anything. It would only add to his troubles. With that thought, Witt smirked, then turned his gaze to Celine and the others. Hey, are you up? Didn't we agree to go look around other parts of the dragon's nest? Time flows like water, and years pass like a shuttle. 40 years, for short-lived species, might be a generation, half a life, or even a lifetime. But for long-lived species, it might just be a brief nap. Of course, this time Witt and the others were not spending it sleeping, but sailing in the ocean of learning. Time did not leave a mark in the dragon's nest, but Witt and the others did. At this moment, Witt was seriously sketching a magic circle. To ensure that this magic circle lasted longer, Witt used a solid metal magical circuit. And the pen in his hand was no longer an enchanted pen, but an alchemical pen. The medium was not dragon scales, but the ground of the dragon's nest. The enchanted pen was specifically designed to sketch magic circles made of magical solution and magical core. The alchemical pen is different. The magic circles sketched with it can quickly melt metal into liquid, and this liquid is used to sketch solid metal magical circuits. The magic circle is not used often, but it is a good helper in alchemy. Witt's talent in alchemy is not as good as Billy's, but that refers to the development of alchemy, not the learning of it. In Lofa's evaluation, Billy is capable of becoming an excellent alchemist, but is not a qualified alchemist. In contrast, Witt is the opposite. He can become a qualified alchemist, but will not be an excellent one. Simply put, it's the difference between a creator type and a learner type. Witt is a learner type. Moreover, the magic circle is an important tool in alchemy, and as Witt's exploration of the secrets of magic, the magic circle is his forte. This laid a solid foundation for Witt in the process of learning alchemy. Therefore, in fact, over the past 40 years, Witt not only achieved remarkable accomplishments in magic circles, but also developed considerable abilities in alchemy. Additionally, Witt's meticulous personality allowed him to achieve significant results in potions as well. Of course, the latter two were just side pursuits. The magic circle was Witt's main focus. In contrast, Celine and the others were different. Billy and Dinette were okay. The former had been learning alchemy, while the latter instead followed Boko to study potions. Celine, Isha, and Ao were not very interested in any of these three. Other than completing classroom tasks, they had no intention of developing in these areas. In their eyes, there was only elemental magic, only combat, only victory, and potions, magic circles. And alchemy would only slow down their learning of magic. Thus, over the past 40 years, the gap between the dragons gradually widened. Witt was undoubtedly still the strongest. His achievements in magic circles spurred the enhancement of mental magic, which also promoted the improvement of shaping magic. Moreover, his size remained the largest among the 6 dragons. 40 years had allowed him to reach the limit of a young dragon at 10 meters, excluding the tail. If age were not mentioned, anyone would mistake Witt for a young dragon. Next came Selene, Isha, and Ao. Selene was the strongest, while Isha and Ao were similar. The battle between the 2 dragons was evenly matched. Lastly were Dinah and Billy. However, Witt had always suspected that Dinah seemed to be hiding her strength. But she didn't enjoy fighting and had never revealed it. If Dinah was slacking off, then Billy was truly incompetent. Chapter 108. I did it. Dinah was hiding her talents, while Billy was truly incompetent. Thinking about what happened a few days ago made Witt blush for him. That guy Billy actually lost to a young dragon that was a meter shorter than him. He really embarrassed dragons everywhere. By the way, that young dragon was named Mashi. A fellow crystal dragon with Billy, but he was a blue crystal dragon with quite good talent. His breath was not the common crystal breath of crystal dragons, but an ice crystal storm, which was much more powerful than crystal breath. And by the way, that guy Billy lost to the ice crystal storm. Moxib and Witt are 10 years younger, and they are the only newborn dragonlings to have hatched in the past 40 years. When Mashi was born, it wasn't very obvious, but Witt, who was familiar with Winters, noticed that Winters had been in a low mood ever since. After inquiring with Boko, Witt learned that Mashi was born just in time, while all the other dragon eggs from the same batch failed to hatch and became dead eggs. Boko spoke of this with surprising calmness. After understanding this, Witt realized that dragon eggs found outside have a very low hatching rate. Even if they are moved to a safe place, the development of the dragonlings inside takes time. If they are picked up too late, there won't be enough time for development, and the dragonlings will die from lack of nutrition once the eggs become inactive. Witt and the others are special. They successfully hatched 5 at once. No wonder Winters was so happy when he saw them back then. Shaking his head, Witt suppressed his emotions. As for why he felt that this year was another year without dragonlings hatching, his golden eyes moved as he examined the completed magic circle. After confirming there were no mistakes, Witt took out square bricks made of earth from his scale space. After surrounding the magic circle with these bricks, he began to add soil inside. This soil is dried mud from the Moonshadow River, which is quite nutritious for plants. In fact, there are already more than a dozen such arrangements in this dragon lair. The originally bare lair has gained some vitality due to the appearance of these green plants. And even the little ball dragon can occasionally attract a few visitors. The little ball dragon is an omnivorous dragon beast that eats everything. But its favorite food is still the tail needles of the abbey dragon beast and the nectar of various plants. This is why a dragon lair with only a dozen green plants can attract little ball dragons. As for the red tassel fruit tree that was initially transplanted, it had actually died long ago during Witt's repeated magic circle experiments. Even with Selene providing it with light element healing and Dinah offering natural element nourishment, it still chose to leave this world without hesitation. Yes, it was its own choice. It was definitely not Witt's fault for not keeping it alive. As for the red tassel fruit tree currently blooming and bearing fruit in the dragon lair, it was dug back from another place. Besides the red tassel fruit tree, the most eye-catching plant in the dragon lair is a 10-meter-tall tree bearing green fruits, about the size of red tassel fruits, but possibly slightly smaller. The outer shell of the fruit is edible, and eating it gives a tingling sensation on the tongue, similar to a spice called Sichuan pepper in another world in his mind. However, the difference is that the flesh of this fruit is poisonous. Eating it can cause severe reactions that even a dragon's stomach cannot withstand. Back in the day, Billy, well, besides him, probably no one would dare to put unfamiliar fruits in their mouths. After that incident, Billy lived outside the dragon lair for 7 or 8 days, and the smell from him could be detected from 100 meters away. Apart from these 2 edible plants, the others are purely ornamental. The reason Witt is setting up this magic circle now is that Selene has taken a liking to a strangely shaped plant. This magic circle is one that Witt developed himself. A new magic circle that did not appear in the book given to him by his teacher. Of course, it's not a light element one, otherwise it wouldn't be buried underground. This is a nature attribute magic circle that can provide a large amount of natural elements for plant growth. In addition to this magic circle, Witt has also researched several other magic circles, but that's not the focus here. Just as Witt was planting the ugly-looking plant brought back by Selene, the sound of wings flapping in the air came from the tunnel of the dragon lair. Turning around, he saw Billy flying in with an excited expression. At this time, Billy had grown to over 7 meters long. Well, in fact, he hadn't grown much at all. After all, in the 40 years since, Witt had only grown 2 meters, let alone Billy. However, upon closer inspection, it was noticeable that the crystalline clusters on Billy's body were much brighter than they were over 40 years ago, a result of the gathering of fire elements. Seeing Billy's reckless demeanor, Witt curiously asked, "What happened? Why are you in such a hurry?" Billy landed in front of Witt. In the gust of wind, he created nearly uprooted the plant Witt had painstakingly planted. Witt had to spread his larger and wider wings to block the wind. Hey, be careful. This is something Celine asked me to plant. If you ruin it, you'll be in big trouble. Hearing this, Billy awkwardly scratched his head. Sorry. After an extremely insincere apology, Billy looked at Witt excitedly and said, I did it. Witt looked at Billy in confusion. What did you do? Of course this. Saying this, Billy pulled out an alchemical puppet shaped like a dragonling from his scale space. Witt was taken aback for a moment, then took the dragonling puppet and looked at Billy with a helpless expression. You still remember this matter? Billy proudly raised his dragon head. Of course. I'm going to be a future alchemical master. How could I go back on my word? So how is it? Is it good this time? As he said this, a hint of nervousness appeared in Billy's eyes. Seeing this, Witt began to examine the alchemical puppet in his hand. Once, Billy had promised Witt to give him an alchemical puppet he made himself. Billy indeed had a strong talent for alchemy, but perhaps it was also a kind of useless talent. The alchemical items he produced might work well, but they all looked hideous. Anything that looked somewhat nice could only be described with 2 words, would explode. Therefore, Witt had long since stopped expecting anything from Billy and made some alchemical puppets himself. He even sculpted the images of Celine and the others and presented them as gifts to several dragons. Both Billy and Isha received them. As for Billy, he was not mentioned. Giving one to Isha was because, as time passed, they all grew up, and the previous conflicts gradually faded away. However, after receiving Witt's gift, Billy became obsessed, insisting on creating an alchemical puppet that would satisfy Witt and wouldn't he explode. This kind of situation has occurred multiple times over the past 40 years. Chapter 109. Let me take you to a good place. Witt was inspecting the alchemical puppet on his claws. From some details of the puppet, he could tell that Billy had indeed put in a lot of effort, but overall, it still resembled a dragonling afflicted by some strange disease. Moreover, it was of the inherently ugly kind. Not to mention, the dragon scales looked somewhat detailed individually, but overall, they were mismatched and uneven in size. The magical circuitry was definitely not a problem. In this regard, Billy's expertise could still be trusted. Witt carefully flipped through the pages, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Billy staring at him with a tense expression. Seeing this, Witt couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Just give me an answer. Noticing Billy was getting anxious, Witt stopped teasing him. After glancing through it a few more times, he casually said, It's okay. Much better than before when it didn't even have the shape of a young dragon. Let's go with this one. I'm afraid you'll go crazy if you keep working on it. By the way, what's this? As he spoke, Witt pointed to the right claw of the young dragon, which had a crystal-shaped indentation on it. Hearing Witt's words, Billy snorted dismissively a few times, but from his constantly wagging tail, it was clear that he was quite happy that Witt accepted this puppet. When Billy saw the indentation that Witt pointed at, a look of pride flashed in his eyes. Hee, I'm going to be a master alchemist in the future. How could I not have my own mark? This is the mark I chose for myself, a crystal. One day, this crystal mark will definitely spread all over Desadro. No, it should be the entire dragon realm. Looking at Billy's hopeful eyes, Witt couldn't help but deflate him, saying, Actually, you don't need this mark. Your alchemical works are unique enough on their own. The uglier they are, the better they work, the prettier they are, the faster they explode. Just look for them based on that standard, and you'll find plenty. Billy's face stiffened, and he forced a smile before changing the subject. What about Celine and the others? I don't know, they might be in the magic classroom, or they could be out playing. The former is more likely, Witt said while putting away the alchemical puppet. He then turned to press down the soil around the extremely ugly plant, placing the dragon beast crystal core in the reserved spot and activating the magic circle. After a slight tremor, tiny green natural elements gathered like fireflies from the surroundings and then merged into the soil covered by the magic circle. With the infusion of natural elements, a faint life force emanated from the soil, and the extremely ugly plant also perked up significantly from its previous wilted state. Seeing this, Witt nodded in satisfaction. From now on, he just needed to wait for the elements in the dragon beast crystal core to be consumed and then replace it with a suitable one. After handling these things, Witt glanced at Billy, who was curiously leaning towards the plant. If you dare to open your mouth, Celine will definitely hit you. She seems to really like this thing. TSK. So ugly, Billy said, smacking his lips and getting up with a bit of regret. I'm going to find Celine and the others. What about you? Witt looked at the other plants in the dragon nest. You go ahead. I need to check the condition of these magic circles. Some of the magical cores need to be replaced. Billy nodded and then turned to fly outside. Watching Billy leave, Witt was just about to check those magic circles when he heard the sound of wings flapping outside again. Witt turned around helplessly. Why are you back again? Oh, Miles. It's you. I thought Billy came back. As he spoke, Witt's gaze towards Miles held a hint of confusion. By the way, didn't you leave the academy? Around the age of 100, the reverse scales of dragon species begin to grow, which also means that the dragon has left its juvenile stage. Though this timing is not fixed, some dragons start growing their reverse scales in their 90s, while others only begin to grow them after they turn 100. Miles is one of the latter. He is already 108 years old, and his reverse scales just began to grow last month, marking his official departure from the juvenile stage to become a young dragon. When a dragon reaches the young dragon stage, they leave the academy to join the Dragon Legion as a reserve. During the juvenile period, the The first 2 years after birth show no noticeable differences in talent. After this rapid growth phase, the young dragon reaches the lower bronze level. At this time, the differences in talent between dragons begin to show gradually. For example, Celine has excellent talent, and her 2 years of growth have made her significantly larger than other young dragons of the same age. Of course, Witt falls into this category as well. Although his size is due to his father's dominant bloodline, bloodlines are inherently a form of talent. During the juvenile period, the differences in talent are mostly reflected in size. Once they leave the juvenile stage and reach young dragon status, their mental power and elemental energy no longer grow naturally, but need to be accumulated through sleep. At this time, the differences in elemental affinity become apparent. In the young dragon stage, these differences are not very pronounced, which is why the duration of reserve service is fixed at 200 years for the entire young dragon period. Of course, if your elemental affinity is exceptionally outstanding and you break through to gold during these 200 years, then you can leave the reserve early and officially join the Desadro Dragon Legion to defend this dragon nest. That's the situation. Last month, after Miles left the juvenile stage, he was sent to the Dragon Legion by Winters. I didn't expect him to come back so soon. Seeing Witt looking at him with a puzzled expression, Miles understood what Witt meant and laughed heartily. The Legion is resting today, so I came back to see you. Upon hearing this, Witt was momentarily stunned but didn't feel any surprise. Over the past 40 years, the two of them had fought a lot, after all. Miles was the only dragon of a similar size that Witt knew. Of course, there were other dragons of similar size in the academy, and some were even larger than Miles. However, dragons also have their own social circles. Miles has no peers born in the same year, so he has always been a lone wolf in the academy. His relationships with other dragons can only be described as familiar strangers. After fighting with Witt, he gradually joined Witt's circle, but he was still closest to Witt. If you're here to fight me, you'll have to wait until I finish dealing with these magic circles. Hearing this, Miles grinned. Not fighting. Fighting with you is too disgusting for a dragon. Not only can I not cast any magic, but I also have to be pinned to the ground and beaten. If it weren't for your reverse scales not having started growing yet, I'd suspect you had already left the juvenile stage. At this point, Miles paused, then leaned closer to Witt and winked. Let's go. I'll take you to a good place. Chapter 110, The Dragon Legion's Reserve. Let us go. I'll take you to a good place. Upon hearing Miles' words, Witt was not interested at all and rolled his eyes. A good place? After knowing you for so many years, when have you ever mentioned a good place that turned out to be anything but? Most of the time, you just end up finding a place where an adult white dragon hangs out, filled with snow and ice. So, are we going to eat ice again this time? As he spoke, Witt carefully inspected the magic circle in front of him, casually prying off the dragon beast crystal core that had already consumed most of its elemental energy and replacing it with a new one. Speaking of which, this magic circle created by Witt, while having a single effect, is indeed a solid level 3 magic circle, requiring quite a number of magical nodes, and correspondingly, the duration of the magic circle is also quite long. Hearing Witt's teasing, Miles scratched his head a bit awkwardly. Okay, I admit I've tricked you a few times, but this time it's really a good place. You'll definitely be interested. Hearing Miles speak so definitively piqued Witt's curiosity. After a brief moment of thought, he nodded and said, all right, but you'll have to wait for me a bit. Why don't you go find Celine and the others first? By the time they come back, I should be almost done here. However, Miles shook his head. They can't come with us. Witt paused, then turned to look at Miles in surprise. Suddenly, he thought of something and looked at Miles with a speechless expression. The good place you're talking about, isn't it the Dragon Legion? Miles grinned. Hee, it's the Dragon Legion. What's wrong? Aren't you interested? Your size is about the same as mine, and your strength is even stronger than mine. You just haven't grown your reverse scales. Even if you're discovered, Elbert probably won't say anything. Witt admitted he was tempted. Besides, he was just going for a visit, not to stay there. Thinking this, Witt nodded. Okay, but you still have to wait for me a bit. By the way, Billy, eavesdropping is not a good behavior. Saying this, Witt leaned his head towards the passage. Hearing Witt's words, Miles casually turned to look as well, with no surprise in his eyes. His strength was slightly weaker than Witt's, but it was just a little. How could he not sense Billy's presence? However, since Witt didn't say anything, he didn't speak up, as it wasn't an important matter anyway. On the other side, seeing himself being called out, Billy awkwardly poked his head out. I said I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Witt rolled his eyes. All right, stop putting on that innocent face. We weren't blaming you. Billy's eyes lit up. Really not blaming me? Not blaming. Then take me with you? Witt silently looked down at his own body, then raised his paw and pointed at Miles beside him. Seeing this, Billy instantly felt dejected. Okay. I know my size isn't enough. No need to remind me. Forget it. I'm going to find Celine and the others. Wait. Hearing Witt's words, Billy perked up again. Then said, help me tell them that I might come back late today. Or maybe not at all. Witt and Billy both looked at Miles with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Miles smiled and said, the Legion is more lively at night. It's hard to get a chance to go. Aren't you going to experience it? Besides, the Legion is quite far from here, so just stay with me tonight. Upon hearing this, Witt nodded in realization, then turned to look at Billy. You just tell Celine and the others. After Billy left, Witt sped up his actions and quickly replaced all the magic arrays that needed to change their magic cores. To facilitate practicing the magic arrays, the teacher had prepared a large number of magic cores of various levels for him, enough to last him for several years. After leaving the academy with Miles, they flew towards the west. The Dragon Legion was deep in the warring Great Rift, where there was enough space for them to train and fight. In fact, Witt had seen it from a distance when he was just born, standing in Winter's hands. It was the entire cliffside dragon lair that Winter had mentioned required sufficient strength to access. Of course, that place wasn't where Witt and the others were going. It was the habitat of young dragons, a place only formal members of the Legion could enter. Speaking of which, over the years, Witt had gained enough understanding of Desiderio. The Desiderio dragon lair is home to fewer than 30,000 dragons. At the top of the lair was, of course, the only space dragon in the dragon realm so far, Desiderio. She was the queen of the entire lair, at the legendary level of strength, and the only legend. But Witt had never seen her presence. Below her were 5 peak legendary dragons, including Winter, Elbert, and Carlos. As for the other 2 dragons, they were quite ancient, and the other dragons rarely mentioned their names. So, Witt didn't know what they were called, only that they had already entered old age. Additionally, the 5 peak legendary dragons did not mean that there were only these 5. It meant that these 5 were the strongest among the peak legendary ones, with strength differences being minimal. As for how many legends and peak legends were actually in the lair, that was something Witt couldn't know. The Dragon Lair had 3 important places: the Dragon Legion, the Dragon Academy, and the Dragon Cavern. Among them, the Dragon Cavern was where Witt and the others were born, storing all the collected dragon eggs. The Dragon Legion, where Witt and the others were going, was actually a place for managing young and juvenile dragons and giving them something to do. After all, who would attack Desiderio, which housed tens of thousands of dragons? As for why they needed to manage young and juvenile dragons, you'll never know what these energetic little dragons will do. Alright, we've arrived. After flying at full speed for nearly 3 magical hours, Witt finally saw what Miles referred to as the Dragon Legion. However, are you sure it's here? While saying this, Witt pointed at the valley below. The valley was vast, not a hint of greenery, and was full of pits and bumps. On the nearby cliffs were honeycomb-like dragon lairs. But they were nowhere near as spectacular as the ones he had seen before, and these lairs seemed to be haphazardly dug, quite messy. At this moment, the valley was bustling, as the reserve time for the Legion was 200 years. With such a long age gap, the gathering of young dragons was quite considerable. Roughly looking around, there were already over 200. In contrast, the number of young dragons in the academy had been decreasing year by year over the past 40 years, now down to less than 60. Hearing Witt's words, Miles scratched his head. The focus isn't on the environment, it's on the number of dragons. You should have never seen so many dragons gathered together, right? Witt silently stared at Miles for a moment, then nodded. Alright, I indeed haven't seen so many dragons gathered together. So what now? What now? Miles was taken aback for a moment, then pointed at the bustling valley below and exclaimed. With so many dragons, so many opponents, aren't you even a little excited? Not the slightest bit interested? Hearing this, Witt sighed helplessly. So, it's about fighting then. That said, when Witt looked down at the valley, a hint of eagerness inevitably showed in his eyes. Speaking of which, he had indeed grown a bit tired of always fighting with Miles. Moreover, over the years, he had spent most of his time studying magic arrays and researching transformation magic, so he really hadn't had many opportunities to fight. Miles naturally noticed the flicker of emotion in Vitor's eyes and smiled, saying, "See, I told you. This place won't disappoint you. Let's go find an opponent and have a thrilling match. By the way, I can recommend a strong opponent for you." As he spoke, a hint of unnaturalness flashed in Miles' eyes. However, Vitor didn't notice this and instead showed a look of anticipation. Then, under Miles' guidance, Vitor entered the valley. Due to Vitor's size being similar to Miles, and the reverse scale usually hidden among the layers of dragon scales on the neck, it was even more so for a quadrupedal dragon. Therefore, no dragon discovered Vitor's identity as a young dragon. At most, they would glance at Vitor's stronger than normal silver dragon physique and slightly larger wings. Upon entering the valley, Vitor quickly noticed that the ground beneath his feet was somewhat hard. But unlike the academy, it wasn't hardened by a magic circle. Miles had been paying attention to Vitor's actions and seeing him display a look of surprise at the ground. He spoke. "I've heard that since the dragon nest was established, this place has been used as a training ground for the Legion reserves. After countless years of magical baptism, the ground here is no longer ordinary rock. Even a young dragon needs to exert effort to dig out some stones." Just as he was saying this, Miles spotted a figure ahead, and his eyes lit up. "Vitor, your opponent is here." Hearing this, Vitor looked in the direction Miles was watching. It was a dragon standing upright like Miles, with an overall red body and black patterns on the edges of its scales. From a distance, Vitor could feel a scorching aura. Its forelimbs were shorter and thinner than those of the chromatic dragons, while its wings were larger, with a wingspan more than twice its body length, and its tail was also relatively slender. With just one glance, Vitor recognized the other as a fire elemental dragon. Currently, it was in its non-elemental form. Seemingly sensing the gaze from behind, the dragon turned its head slightly in confusion. When it saw Miles, it paused for a moment before slowly turning around, a slight grin forming at the corners of its mouth. "I didn't expect you really brought a dragon." Upon hearing this, Witt silently turned to look at Miles, needing an explanation. Miles understood Witt's personality and awkwardly scratched his head, helplessly saying, "I lost," and wasn't convinced. "Our strengths are quite similar, but his fire elemental magic is too effective against my ice magic." Then he challenged me to find a dragon to fight him. And if I lost, I had to admit he was better than me. Witt looked at Miles in disbelief. "So you brought me here? By the way, your logic doesn't add up." Miles awkwardly shifted his gaze away. Okay, I said that, and then he agreed. Witt rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Fine, I'll help you this once, but if anything like this happens again, you'd better clarify things." Seeing that Witt wasn't angry, Miles quickly nodded. "Have you two made your arrangements? If so, let's get started. By the way, I'm Lack, remember my name. If you lose, you have to acknowledge me as the boss." Witt turned in shock to look at Miles, only to see that the latter had somehow slipped to the side, and upon noticing his gaze, lacked even the courage to make eye contact. "I think you can win anyway," Miles said. Witt took a deep breath and then said calmly, "After I finish with Lack, let's have a match too. It's been a long time since I fought." Upon hearing this, Miles' face stiffened. "You, who got me into this, have no right to refuse." Miles awkwardly closed his mouth. It seemed he couldn't avoid this beating. On the other side, Witt was already standing across from Lack, his eyes calm. Lack was slightly larger than him, with a body length of about 11 meters, and the elemental fluctuations emanating from him were more than twice that of Witt. However, Witt's own body contained both water and fire elements, making them roughly equal. Moreover, he wasn't using elemental magic. In summary, he had a chance to win. Just as both sides were preparing to attack, the sky suddenly darkened. Witt looked up in confusion, and then his pupils suddenly constricted. A dragon, so big, judging by sight. Its body length definitely exceeded 1,000 meters. Moreover, the magical fluctuations from it seemed like an endless ocean to Witt. This was a bronze dragon. As a metal dragon, it was naturally a quadrupedal type. The angle between its two horns and head was quite large, pointing skyward, straight, and with ridges. Its wingspan was about 1.3 times its body length, and its entire body was covered in bronze-colored diamond-shaped scales, gleaming with metallic luster. The scales were large and protruding. Getting scratched by them would definitely not be a pleasant experience. Its tail was thick and long, looking very powerful. Upon seeing this dragon, a name floated into Witt's mind. Elbert, one of the 5 legendary peak dragons of Desidero, responsible for all matters of the Dragon Legion, including the reserves here. Just as Witt was pondering the dragon's intentions, with a thunderous sound of landing, Elbert stood before the dragons like a massive bronze mountain. Then, his unique and vibrant voice rang out. "Young fellows and young ladies, today is another day for patrol. As usual, 5 dragons form a group. So team up and set off in half a magical hour." Witt couldn't help but be taken aback. Just then, Miles approached with an apologetic expression. "Sorry, Witt. I just got here and didn't expect to run into the patrol task that happens every 2 months today." Hearing this, Witt shook his head, ready to say something when his expression suddenly stiffened. He looked up to see a pair of eyes, as fiery as the sun, staring directly at him. "Why is there a young dragon here?" Chapter 112. Interested in joining? Why is there a young dragon here? As he spoke, Elbert leaned in closer, curiously examining Witt. Looking into those pupils, which resembled a volcano radiating dazzling golden light, Witt felt no fear at all. He could sense that the dragon held no malice. Or rather, even if there were malice, he couldn't resist. He was smaller than the scales on the dragon's wings, and by the way, the scales on a dragon's wings are the smallest among all dragon scales. "Very brave. I remember you. Wentz once mentioned you to me. Your name is Witt, right?" Witt was taken aback for a moment and then nodded, somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Wentz to have talked about him with Elbert. "She said you were quite strange." Witt looked at Elbert in shock. "Ha ha, I was just joking with you." Although she did say that, she also mentioned your hard work and effort. It's clear that she really likes you. Upon hearing this, Witt felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head. "By the way, what brings you here?" It should be considered a battle." Saying this, Witt turned to glare at Myers. Noticing Witt's action, Elbert's pupils shifted slightly to focus on Myers. "Myers, the problematic little dragon who had just arrived not long ago. I remember your issue is that you're too specialized. While the white dragon enjoys ice and snow, it is indeed a true water element affinity. Ice magic does have greater destructive power than water element magic, so I can understand your choice of ice magic. However, giving up water element magic for ice magic is a bit misguided." Hearing this, Myers lowered his head and remained silent, but a hint of stubbornness showed in his eyes. Seeing this, Elbert chuckled again. "Of course, I don't mean to criticize you. On the path of exploring the mysteries of magic, no dragon can judge you because that path belongs solely to you. I'm just reminding you to think carefully before making choices, and once you've made a choice, you must follow through. If you have the determination to see it through, you can treat anything I say as background noise. If you don't have that determination, then you should quickly pick up water element magic again." Upon hearing this, Myers pondered for a moment before nodding. "Thank you. I will think it over carefully." Elbert nodded and said no more. Young dragons differ from hatchlings. Their thoughts have gradually matured, and they don't need ear-pulling education, as that would only make them more resentful. He only needs to use words or slightly more intense methods to make them realize when they are wrong. As for Myers, he wasn't even on the wrong path. He was just a little dragon with his own ideas. In contrast, Witt piqued his interest more. Elbert looked at Witt again. Although I'm somewhat interested in the battles between you and the other little dragons, patrolling cannot be taken lightly, so… Alright, shall we go together? Before Witt could finish his sentence, he suddenly froze, and after realizing it, hesitation flashed across his face. It would be a lie to say he had no interest in what was outside the dragon's nest. On the contrary, Witt was filled with curiosity and anticipation for the outside world. However, there was Winter's side. Seeing Witt's hesitant expression, Elbert smiled and said, "Although you are a hatchling, your size is already comparable to Myers, and you might even be a bit stronger than him. If nothing goes wrong, your strength should be greater." Before Witt could speak, Myers quickly interjected, "Stronger? You have no idea how abnormal this guy is. Even though he is over 60 years younger than me, he always beats me up." Upon hearing this, Elbert looked at Witt with some surprise. Although Winter often talked to him about Witt, he mainly mentioned Witt's mature thoughts and resilient character. Therefore, while he knew Witt was not like normal hatchlings, he did not know in which direction Witt was developing. The reason he judged Witt to be stronger than Myers was merely because Witt's muscles appeared to be firmer and stronger than Myers's. It seems he underestimated this hatchling that Winter often mentioned. Thinking this, Elbert continued, "If you're worried about Winter, there's actually no need. Myers was personally sent over by Winter. Since Myers can go out on patrol, you, being stronger than him, can naturally go out as well. Of course, the most important thing is, I'll be there." When Elbert said the last 3 words, he naturally exuded an unparalleled confidence. He believed that under his watch, no dragon would encounter problems. Hearing this, Witt, who wanted to see the outside world, finally made up his mind. "Then, please." Upon hearing this, Elbert grinned, adding a touch of ferocity. Then he raised his head and scanned the surroundings. All the dragons are here. It seems you've been looking forward to the patrol task for a long time. Although it's not time yet, let us set off." After saying this, Elbert's wings trembled lightly, and his massive dragon body rose like a mountain, majestic and imposing. After Elbert took off, the little dragons in the valley seemed to receive some signal as they flew excitedly towards Elbert in the sky, roaring with excitement. Clearly, Witt wasn't the only one interested in the outside world. Witt, who initially thought Elbert would explain the patrol details, instinctively followed along. But his eyes were filled with confusion. Fortunately, Myers flew over. However, when Witt saw the same look of confusion on Myers's face, he gave up. So he just followed Elbert. After all, he wasn't even a member of the reserves and was still a hatchling. Even if he made a mistake, he would only be scolded a bit at most. "Cubby is up. I can't believe my ears. You're actually a hatchling." Just as Witt was about to relax, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from his other side. Turning to look, he saw Lack flying not far to his left, his gaze filled with surprise. Hearing this, Witt was taken aback for a moment, then somewhat confusedly said, "Though it sounds a bit narcissistic, due to my unique size and inability to use elemental magic, I'm quite well known in the academy." You don't know me?" "Of course, he doesn't know you. He is not a dragon from the academy." Chapter 113, Patrol Mission. Not a dragon from the academy? Hearing Myers's words, Witt looked at him with some confusion. Myers shrugged. Literally, he didn't come from the academy. He has always been a dragon following his parents until he left the hatchling stage and was sent to the reserve. Hearing this, Witt was puzzled and said, "But Isha also has parents, and she is currently studying in the academy." At this moment, Lack took over the conversation. "I know a bit about this. In most cases, adult dragons in the dragon's nest raise their hatchlings themselves. Only when the hatchling wants to go to the academy will they be sent there." But Lack paused, glancing at Witt and Myers, then continued, "To say something not so pleasant, how could a hatchling like the academy, a place that restricts freedom?" Witt scratched his head. "Restricts freedom? I think it's okay. Only the first 2 years after birth are somewhat strict, but that's for our safety. After that quick growth period, we have more freedom. Even going out at night isn't a problem. What about during the day? If it's for resting, we can go out freely. During class time, of course, we cannot." Lack smirked. "So, that's limited freedom. Faced with the freedom of the dragon nest and the limited freedom of the academy, any dragon would choose to stay with their parents. The Isha you mentioned is probably an exception." In response, Lack didn't refute. Once the issue of freedom was brought up, every dragon had its own thoughts. Lack simply had a different perspective, and there was no need to argue. "Compared to you, Lack, you must have participated in patrol missions, right? Can you tell us about it?" Upon hearing this, Lack readily agreed. "In fact, I originally planned to team up with both of you. In patrol missions, generally, 5 dragons form a team to complete the task together. Dragons like you from the academy are better off, as dragons born in the same batch tend to stick together. However, for dragons like us, we just team up randomly, going wherever there is a shortage of dragons. But you two are a bit special." Saying this, Lack shot a strange glance at Vitor and Miles. There aren't many dragons from the academy that are solitary, and it's rare for young dragons to participate in patrols. Sorry, I'm not questioning your strength. I'm just a bit surprised. Also, you don't mind teaming up with me, right?" Vitor shook his head. "Of course not, or rather, having an experienced one like you who has participated in patrols will save us a lot of trouble." Hearing this, Lack's face lit up. "That's great. In the past, we just teamed up randomly, and aside from the necessary communication to complete the task, we hardly talked. I don't like that kind of atmosphere. Oh, sorry. Now is not the time to chat about this. Saying this, Lack looked down. They had already risen high above the Warren Great Rift, and from afar, they could see the ISU plains to the south. Our patrol mission mainly has two objectives. One is to clear any potential encounters with Bay dragon beasts, and the other is to search for dragon eggs. Of course, generally, the latter task takes precedence. If we do encounter an Bay dragon beast, we need to quickly alert Elbert while clearing it out. He will assess the scale of the Bay dragon beast's nest, and then decide whether the cleanup is to be done by the reserves, the official members of the Legion, or if Elbert will handle it personally. Upon hearing this, Viter's gaze sharpened. A large dragon nest. Only nests of that level would require Elbert to intervene personally, right? Thinking this in his heart, Viter asked aloud. So how do we go about finding the dragon eggs? Lack shook his head. There isn't a specific method. It all depends on luck. After all, those irresponsible adult dragons don't have the guts to leave the dragon eggs within the nest's range. To prevent the dragon eggs from being eaten by predators, they will hide the eggs. But this doesn't really solve the problem. The outside world is still dangerous, and dragon eggs won't hatch into young dragons, which is why we need to find them. Vito understood. Isn't that how they were brought into the dragon cave to hatch? While speaking, there was a new development in the dragon group. Vito noticed that the dragons split into two parts. One group flew directly towards the northern part of the Warren Great Rift, while they followed Elbert towards the ISU plains. Watching those dragons leave, Vito curiously asked, by the way, what is to the north of the Warren Great Rift? It's the Yakak Hills. Finally getting to answer a question, Miles quickly spoke up. The Yakak Hills are vast, larger than the combined area of the ISU plains and the Star Source Mountains. Our activity area is limited to the southern part of the Yakak Hills. Beyond that, if something goes wrong, the dragon nest can't provide timely support. Additionally, there are some solitary giant dragons living in the Yakak Hills. Solitary giant dragons tend to be quite irritable and occasionally clash with the giants in the dragon nest. So that area is relatively dangerous. Vito nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the outside world is vast. This is just the surrounding area of the Warren Great Rift. What must the other regions far from here look like? With no more questions, Vito shifted his focus to the ISU plains below. The plains are quite a vague concept, with peaks, forests, rivers, grasslands, and various terrains. After leaving the Warren Great Rift for a while, dragons occasionally broke away from the group and flew downwards, clearly having chosen their patrol areas. All right, let us go. At this moment, Lack suddenly reminded Viter and Miles, then flew down. Viter and Miles exchanged glances and quickly followed. After Viter and the others separated from the main group, 3 more dragons flew out from the team. After recognizing each other, one of them unhesitatingly returned to the main group. The other 2 dragons flew towards Viter and the others. Viter instinctively looked at Lack. Lack shrugged his claws. This is random teaming. You don't need to worry about it. Once we get down, we just need to assign our patrol directions. While speaking, the 2 dragons had already approached. They nodded towards Viter and the others, and then silently took off into the air. Viter glanced at the 2 dragons. One was a green dragon, and the other a gold dragon. With the size difference, Viter didn't mistake them for Dynet and O, or even Isha. But they really look similar. Chapter 114. The title girl was supposed to appear, but she fell into the water. Watching the 2 dragons leave, Viter turned to Lack. Is this how you usually are? Lack understood Viter's meaning and nodded, smiling as he said, pretty much, of course, if I encounter dragons I've teamed up with multiple times. I might say a few words. So, dragons not from the academy generally find it hard to get along. It's not that their personalities are a problem. It's just that if neither of us takes the initiative, the relationship is hard to progress. Miles walked up to Viter's side, resting a claw on Viter's shoulder, teasingly looking at Lack while speaking. Lack shot a glance at Miles. Although I should probably give you a good beating for that annoying remark, I have to admit, your summary is quite accurate. Our situation is indeed like this. However, saying this, Lack paused, then grinned and said, you're not much different, being solitary. Don't say Viter, he's just a young dragon, and this time is just an exception. Upon hearing this, Miles reluctantly withdrew his claw, something he couldn't really argue against. Viter helplessly raised his claw. Compared to all this, I'm more concerned about what we should do now. Should we act together? Lack shook his head. Of course not. That would be too inefficient. This mission lasts 3 days, and after 3 days, regardless of our progress, we have to prepare to return to the dragon nest. So, we will still act separately. But at night, we can rest together and face the dangers of the night together. Therefore, besides the signal for encountering situations, we need to establish a regrouping signal again. Let us have you, Miles, take care of that. During the patrol, you take the middle route, and at night, just cast an ice spell into the sky to let us know your location. How does that sound? Miles nodded in agreement. Witt glanced in the direction where the other 2 dragons had left. Should we let them come over too? It seems a bit dangerous at night, he suggested. However, Lack shook his head helplessly. No need to waste your effort. They won't agree. They would rather face the dangers of the night alone than spend it with unfamiliar dragons. At least, that's how it is for now. Witt was taken aback for a moment and then curiously asked, what do you mean by for now? The reserve time is very long, lasting 200 years. In such a long time, it's enough for us dragons to become familiar with each other and adjust our personalities. Gradually, fixed teammates will appear around us. Although we won't have the deep bonds like those born in the same batch from your academy, we can still rely on each other as comrades. Alright, enough of this. Let's complete our patrol task quickly. By the way, Witt, which direction are you going? Upon hearing this, Witt stopped overthinking and casually chose a direction, and the three dragons separated. As Myers and Lack left, the surroundings fell silent. Aside from the occasional sounds made by some insect-like dragon beasts, only the rustling of leaves stirred by the breeze remained. The sudden quietness did not make Witt feel uncomfortable. Due to his studies in magic arrays, he often spent time alone, especially after completing his basic education in potions and alchemy, and no longer needing to attend classes. Sometimes he would even stay alone in the teacher's laboratory for several days. After observing his surroundings, Witt headed in the direction he had chosen. The giant dragon constantly radiated dragon might, and while it might not feel that strong in the dragon nest, outside, Witt deeply felt the power of the giant dragon. Everywhere he walked, the insect-like dragon beasts that had previously chirped cheerfully fell silent, and Witt could even smell the fear gradually spreading in the air. This made Witt involuntarily excited. Well, this instinct comes from the depths of his blood, belonging to a top predator. Although everything around appeared quiet, seemingly just grass, trees, or stones, in Witt's eyes, the surrounding world was incredibly rich. Various unnamed insect-like dragon beasts or small dragon beasts trembled, thinking they were well hidden, unaware that they were completely exposed under Witt's powerful vision and mental power. Fortunately, Witt was mostly just curious about their appearances and observed them. A few unfortunate ones were caught by Witt from their hiding spots and played with for a while. Of course, Witt only took a look, and after observing, he would release them. If it were Billy here, well, most of them would probably end up in his stomach. With this thought, Witt continued to venture deeper into the woods, curiously observing those dragon beasts and plants he had never seen in the dragon nest, while also not forgetting his patrol task. His mental power continuously sweeping through various hidden corners. These places might just hide dragon eggs. However, focused on searching for dragon eggs and admiring the scenery he had never seen before, Witt did not notice that he was being watched by something. A dragon body over a kilometer long lay flat on the ground, resembling a winding mountain range. Although Elbert was lying here, his mental power had already covered nearly 1/3 of the Isu Plain. This area was within the influence of the Desidero dragon nest on the Isu Plain. The areas where Witt and the others patrolled were also within this range, though not all of it. After all, there were only over 200 reserve young dragons, half of whom had gone to the Yakuchu Hills. With just over 100 young dragons, they wouldn't be able to patrol even 1/3 of the Isu Plain in 30 days, let alone 3 days. Therefore, in fact, the task of these reserve young dragons, although termed as patrol, was actually just to familiarize themselves with the patrol process and prepare to become formal members of the Legion in the future. The main purpose was still to expend the excess energy of these young dragons. To put it bluntly, it was like taking them out to play for 3 days. That's why Elbert brought Witt, this young dragon, along. Suddenly, Elbert's originally closed eyes snapped open, and he raised his head to look south. Of course, even though he was at the peak of legend, he couldn't see that far. He was merely alerted by a spatial fluctuation coming from the south. The distance was great. By the time he sensed it, it was already close to nothing. At such a distance, it shouldn't affect Desidero. Muttering quietly, Elbert scanned the energetic young dragons moving through various terrains with his mental power and then laid back down again. If it weren't for these little ones, he might have gone to check it out. But now, that was not possible. Moreover, he had to look after not only these young dragons on the Isu Plain, but also those on the Yakuchu Hills. Chapter 115, Alkan Dragon Beast. This grobby dragon beast looked quite beautiful. What a pity. If it were in the dragon nest, I would have taken it back. Witt looked at the gold and red grobby dragon beast in his hand, his eyes flashing with regret. The dragon scale space is different from the reverse scale space. The reverse scale space can store living beings, but the dragon scale space cannot. Even for plants to enter, they need to be properly prepared, let alone dragon beasts. Speaking of grobby dragon beasts, this is actually a generic term. As for what each type of grobby dragon beast is specifically called, no dragon would be bored enough to name every tiny dragon beast ranging from just a few centimeters to dozens of centimeters. Of course, there are also larger grobby dragon beasts. It's just that the area around the Warring Great Rift does not have them. Witt noted down some place names and locations mentioned in books where these dragon beasts can be found, thinking he would go and see them after reaching adulthood. Additionally, grobby dragon beasts are somewhat similar to the creatures called beetles in the world in Witt's mind, although they are only similar. Like all dragon beasts, grobby dragon beasts also have dragon characteristics. Moreover, the characteristics of dragons differ by type. Some have dragon tails, some have dragon heads, some have dragon horns, and some have dragon wings, etc. What is the same is that all grobby dragon beasts are oviparous. Regrettably tossing the grobby dragon beast he held into the nearby grass, Witt was about to continue searching for traces of dragon eggs. But just then, Witt's pupils suddenly constricted, and he quickly turned around, raising his right arm to shield himself. At the same time, several deep green crescent-shaped wind blades shot down from above, all striking Witt's right arm. When the wind blades made contact with Witt's right arm, they exploded instantly. The tremendous force pushed Witt back several meters. Witt glanced down at his right arm, his eyes flashing with seriousness. The power of this wind element magic had already reached the level of mid-tier magic. And not just simple mid-tier magic, but mid-tier magic with over 20 notes. This meant that the one who ambushed him had at least the strength of a mid-tier silver. A dragon beast at least of mid-tier silver level. Witt murmured, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes as he began to prepare his magic. He couldn't do without magic. In terms of elemental reserves, he was just a mid-tier bronze. Although dragons could span a large realm when hunting dragon beasts, Witt had long cultivated a cautious habit. He knew that with Albert's protection, he was unlikely to run into trouble. However, losing to a dragon beast under Albert's watch would not be a pleasant outcome for any dragon. The opponent was very fast, and the surrounding trees were quite dense. So Witt could only roughly catch a glimpse of the opponent's figure, which was a bird-like dragon beast, covered in black-gray feathers. It was hard to see what it looked like due to the branches blocking his view. After its failed sneak attack, the dragon beast circled above the trees. Witt did not recklessly charge forward. Even though most dragon beasts had inferior physical qualities compared to dragons, the opponent's size, which was about twice his own, though with the dragon tail, Witt might actually be longer, would not be easy to deal with. A larger size made it inconvenient for the opponent to move among the trees, so Witt thought it best to lure it down before taking action. However, although dragon beasts lacked intelligence, they still had some instincts. It understood that the forest was not conducive to battle. So, seeing that Witt had no intention of charging, it suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, and blades of wind shot out from its wings, quickly clearing the trees below. The sturdy trunks fell as easily as tofu being chopped by a cleaver, in just a few blinks, accompanied by the sound of crashing trees. A large clearing was made around Witt. He casually dodged a few falling trees, jumped onto a stump, and looked up warily at the circling dragon beast. It was an eye-urgent dragon beast. The eye-urgent dragon beast, a small carnivorous dragon beast, was about 20 meters long when fully grown, covered in a layer of black-gray feathers. Beneath the feathers were fine scales. Its eagle-like head had a beak curved like a hook, glinting with a cold light, but this was no bird. It was a dragon beast with 2 rows of razor-sharp teeth in its mouth. A pair of dragon claws was also quite powerful, with wings spread out to about 3 times its body length, allowing it to grasp prey 4 times its size. Additionally, the slender dragon tail ended in a hook, a perfect tool for ambush. While Witt was assessing the eye-urgent dragon beast, it was also looking for weaknesses in Witt, its gaze filled with greed and desire. For dragon beasts, whether it was dragon blood, dragon meat, even dragon bones, dragon marrow, or dragon crystals, all were supplements that could significantly enhance their strength. Given the opportunity, carnivorous dragon beasts were quite willing to hunt dragons. Noticing the eye-urgent dragon beast's gaze, Witt recalled that for dragon beasts weaker than him, the dragon might exude a powerful deterrent. However, for dragon beasts stronger than dragons, the dragon might be merely the scent of food. Realizing this, albeit a bit late, Witt hurriedly retracted his dragon might, hoping to avoid attracting other carnivorous dragon beasts before dealing with this one. However, the eye-urgent dragon beast would not refrain from attacking just because the food no longer emitted a tempting scent. So, after circling a few times, the eye-urgent dragon beast suddenly folded its wings and shot towards Witt like an arrow. As it approached, it spread its wings wide and thrust out a pair of dragon claws towards Witt. Facing such an attack, Witt stared directly at the opponent, his keen eyesight easily capturing the eye-urgent dragon beast's movement trajectory. Then, its 2 front claws stomped down hard, and a plain gray-white magic circle suddenly appeared. As the magic circle passed, the dragon scales on Witt's front claws suddenly enlarged and thickened. Even his dragon claws swelled several times, the silver-white scales shimmering with a cold metallic luster. This was the result of Witt's 40 years of effort. Once, during the first magic circle class, the teacher demonstrated how to draw a magic circle using one's own elements without chanting a spell, thus achieving spellcasting without incantation. Later, Witt conducted extensive and complex research and experiments, finally engraving 3 related magic circles for shaping magic. He combined them with the spell-less casting magic. The preparation time took a bit longer, but the effect of the magic was to instantaneously apply shaping magic to a part of the body. Chapter 116, Shaping Magic Circle. Clang. Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, Witt's heavy dragon claws forcefully received the incoming claws of the eye-urgent dragon beast. Witt could feel the tightening force on the opponent's claws. However, Witt's thick dragon scales blocked it all. He didn't even feel a hint of pain. The solid defense was evident. However, the difference in size was not so easily compensated. After receiving the opponent's attack, Witt was pushed off the stump and slid backward. Despite his 2 hind claws digging into the ground, he was still pushed nearly 100 meters by the massive impact, leaving deep tracks in the ground. Then, Witt felt a strong pulling force as the eye-urgent dragon beast's wings acted upon him. Being able to lift prey 4 times its size showed how powerful its wings were. Sensing the opponent's intent, Witt's hind claws dug deeply into the ground, and his waist began to exert force. When it came to strength, there were very few creatures in this world that could match dragons, and among dragons, only some earth dragons could exceed the strength of a giant dragon of the same size. The 2-year-old dragons, Celine and Billy, could lift a 100-meter long, eviscerated bow dragon beast and fly with it. Witt's strength was greater than that of Selene and the others combined. With a leverage point, the 20-meter Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast was nothing to Witt. Regardless of how hard the Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast flapped its wings, Witt simply anchored his hind claws to the ground, pulling on the Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast's claws with his front claws, and he didn't even need to straighten his waist. The Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast was already unable to take off. Witt raised his head, looking at the massive Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast still trying to lift him into the sky, and he grinned. Of course, he wasn't mocking it, but rather, an intense chill emanated from the corners of Witt's mouth, instantly freezing the moisture in the surrounding air into tiny ice particles that fell to the ground. Seeing the immense elemental power brewing in Witt's mouth, a flicker of panic crossed the Eye-Urgent Dragon Beast's golden pupils, and it flapped its wings even faster. However, this futile struggle only hindered it from exerting its full strength. Soon, a layer of cyan glow appeared on its wings. Witt knew that it was about to cast magic. At such a close distance to the magic, he dared not take it lightly. Therefore, Witt exerted force with his claws again, directly pulling it down, and the massive body crashed heavily onto the ground. The blue light that had originally appeared on his wings dissipated with this impact. However, Witt still did not release his grip on the opponent's claws. Instead, he took to the air, looking down from above, and unleashed his long-prepared breath attack at the struggling Elkin Dragon Beast, which was trying to rise but could only flap its wings on the ground due to Witt's firm grip. In an instant, an extremely cold breath descended upon the Elkin Dragon Beast's body, and a layer of ice quickly spread across its massive form. However, the feathers and fine scales of the Elkin Dragon Beast had a certain degree of elemental resistance. For a moment, it was still able to struggle, with the ice layer continuously cracking. Nevertheless, Witt's breath showed no signs of stopping. As soon as the ice layer cracked, a new layer quickly covered it again. The 0-degree cold current did not create ice, but was a breath containing extreme cold energy. The more it was fully unleashed, the thinner the ice layer became. Soon, the Elkin Dragon Beast, covered in a thin layer of ice, stopped struggling. The 0-degree cold current took away all its body temperature, leaving not a trace behind. Even the blood froze in its veins. Only then did Witt stop his breath and release his claws. However, when Witt let go, the force may have been too strong, causing the Elkin Dragon Beast to shatter completely. Witt did not pay any attention to the Elkin Dragon Beast. He looked at his heavy front claws, a hint of contemplation flashing in his eyes. The solidifying enhancement was not limited to dragon scales. All parts of the body could undergo defensive enhancement. Or rather, all 3 shaping spells were like this. At this moment, Witt's 2 dragon claws represented an overall defensive enhancement. Without the assistance of a magic circle, not only did he need to chant a spell, but due to the limitations of his mental power, Witt also could not achieve widespread enhancement. All these issues were resolved by the magic circle Witt created. The only drawback was that, even after practicing for over a decade, the preparation time was still about 3 times that of his spell chanting. During this period, he needed to use his mental power as a pen and the magical elements he stored as ink to draw a magic circle out of thin air. Don't underestimate this preparation time. When the time it takes you to cast a spell is 3 times that of your opponent, you are already at a disadvantage. Moreover, the longer the time, the higher the risk of being interrupted. Additionally, this magic circle was not a one-time creation that could be left unchanged. Unlike elemental magic, shaping magic has no upper limit. The more elemental power used in drawing the magic circle, the stronger the effect. However, there is a limit to this. Not that the magic has a limit, but the magic circle's capacity has a limit. Shaping magic circles, like ordinary magic circles, mainly consist of magical circuits, ancient dragon scripts, and elemental nodes. Saying that its capacity is limited does not refer to the magical circuits or elemental nodes, but to the ancient dragon scripts. When the elemental power that forms the elemental nodes gradually increases, the ancient dragon scripts originally used to balance the nodes gradually lose their intended effect. He needed to find other ancient dragon scripts to balance the more powerful magical nodes. Witt was quite aware that he still had a long way to go in both creating and utilizing this magic circle. With this in mind, Witt stopped the shaping magic on his claws, and they returned to their original form. However, despite all this, the power was still considerable. Looking at the shattered dragon beast before him, a hint of joy appeared on Witt's face. The mid-bronze level against the mid-silver level. Although he had the advantage of controlling the opponent and preventing them from casting spells effectively, he had indeed won, hadn't he? Just as Witt was feeling proud, he suddenly thought of something and froze in place. This was a mid-silver level dragon beast, right? It had dragon blood, right? This was material for preparing a level 3 magical solution, right? But looking at the chunks of frozen meat on the ground, Witt fell silent. This probably couldn't be used anymore. With that thought, Witt sighed deeply. Then, he began to search through the chunks of frozen meat, and after a while, he dug out a rule octahedral crystal radiating a faint blue light from the head of the Elkin dragon beast. Fortunately, the dragon beast's core wouldn't be frozen, so it seemed he couldn't use breath attacks for a finishing blow next time. Chapter 117. The first night outside the dragon's nest. As dusk fell, Witt emerged from a valley, a hint of disappointment on his face. Ever since he was attacked by that Elkin dragon beast, he had put away his dragon might. At this moment, he was not yet qualified to unleash his dragon might freely in the wild. He was still just a young dragon. Although he had no dragon might, he was quickly attacked by a cast dragon beast. Of course, this time it was because he had intruded into the opponent's hunting ground. This cast dragon beast was not very strong, only at the lower silver level. After defeating it, Witt harvested a large amount of magical solution raw materials, plus a lower silver level dragon beast core. This time, he learned from the previous lesson with the Elkin dragon and did not use his breath attack, as that move was too destructive to the materials. These 2 dragon beasts were Witt's harvest for today. As for dragon eggs, he hadn't even seen a shadow of one. No wonder he felt a bit disappointed. Just then, a commotion in the distance caught Witt's attention. It was a massive ice pillar soaring into the sky. Witt's mouth curled into a smile. As expected of Myers, quite noticeable. Thinking this, Witt concealed the disappointment on his face and hurried toward the location of the ice pillar. In this area, the strength of the dragon beasts was not strong. Witt guessed this was due to the control of the dragon's nest. After all, if the strength was too great, the young dragons might not necessarily be a match for these dragon beasts. The dragon's nest only wanted to consume their energy, not their numbers. For a dragon's nest, Witt and the others were the future. The reserve had over 200 young dragons, which sounded like a lot. But that was all the young dragons in the dragon's nest. The permanent resident Decidro had about 20,000 dragons, but only over 200 young dragons. And the number of young dragons had fallen to dozens, which shows how low the breeding rate of the giant dragons is. If it weren't for the long lifespan of giant dragons, and from time to time, dragons discarding dragon eggs around Decidro only to have them picked up again, this giant dragon nest would likely be on a downward trend. Not to mention these things, although the dragon beasts were not strong, there were quite a few flying dragon beasts. Witt did not dare to fly openly above the treetops. After nearly an hour of magical time, the sky completely darkened, but fortunately, Witt had already reached the vicinity of the ice pillar. Soon, Witt saw Myers and Lack gazing at each other under the ice pillar. Well, both were enveloped in elemental radiance, so describing it as a deep gaze was obviously a bit inappropriate. Hearing the noises coming from Witt's side, the 2 dragons first looked over cautiously, and upon seeing it was Witt, they breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged glances again. Witt approached, a bit puzzled, and asked, "What are you guys doing?" "He won't let me go hunting." The first to speak was Miles, but his voice was slightly lacking in confidence. Lack said nonchalantly, "Hunting at night will attract a lot of carnivorous dragon beasts. If you want to be surrounded by a pack of them, and then trouble Elbert to save you, I don't mind stepping aside." Miles remained silent, just glaring at Lack. Lack also glared back defiantly. Witt, seeing this, shook his head helplessly. "Let's stop for a moment. You all know that fighting and hunting have the same outcome. Since you haven't fought, it means you don't want things to escalate to that level." Hearing Witt's words, the 2 dragons exchanged a glance, each snorting coldly, the elemental power swirling around them calming down. They weren't stupid. How could they not know the consequences of fighting? It's just that no one wanted to be the first to back down, as it would feel like losing. Witt sighed in exasperation. The useless competitive spirit of dragons. "Miles, make an ice ball to cover us." Upon hearing this, Miles was momentarily taken aback. "Why?" Witt shot him a look. "Less talk, if you want to eat. Just do it." Hearing this, Miles's eyes lit up, and he quickly used ice magic to envelop the 3 dragons in a sealed ice ball. Then, he looked at Witt with anticipation. Lack, covered by the ice ball, shifted uncomfortably. As a fire elemental dragon, he naturally wouldn't feel comfortable in a space filled with ice elements. If it weren't for hearing that Witt had food, he would have wanted to get out. Witt took out roasted meat while saying, "Due to my unique physiology, I need to eat a lot every day. So I often keep a large amount of food in my scale space. You can eat as much as you want, no need to be polite. By the way, I prefer the texture of cooked meat. If you want to eat raw meat, then there's no way." Seeing that Witt took out cooked meat, Miles clicked his tongue in disappointment. He did prefer the texture of raw meat, which had a nice chew. However, given the current situation, having food to eat was already great. In contrast, Lack's eyes brightened, looking at Witt with a hint of camaraderie. Clearly, he enjoyed the texture of cooked meat. Thus, the 3 dragons gathered together and began to eat heartily. Witt, watching the 2 dragons devour the food like starving ghosts, couldn't help but ask, "How long has it been since you guys last ate?" Hearing this, the 2 dragons exchanged glances. Miles chewed the meat in his mouth, swallowed, and then spoke. "It's been over a month, I think." Lack added, "I haven't eaten for several years." Seeing Witt look at him in confusion, Lack continued, after leaving the juvenile stage. "A mature dragon's stomach can grow by directly consuming elements. Moreover, consuming elements allows dragon scales to have stronger elemental resistance. So, the reserve troops don't care about food. If you want to eat, you have to get it yourself. I'm too lazy to go out to hunt, so I've been starving." Witt glanced at Lack speechlessly. He'd rather starve than go hunting. Moreover, considering that he would go out for patrols every so often, how lazy could he be to not eat for several years? As for growing by consuming elements, Witt wasn't surprised. He had noticed this long ago. However, the elemental power consumed was not enough to sustain his growth, so for now, meat was still essential for him. Of course, metal ore was also necessary. In fact, he had always thought that a mature dragon's stomach was just like that. He didn't expect it to be his own problem, but it made sense, although his stomach matured early. The energy he needed for growth far exceeded that of other dragons of the same age, which was perfectly normal. With this thought, Witt casually took out some red tassel fruit and green seeds stored in his scale space, just as he was about to eat after squeezing the juice onto the meat. He noticed Miles and Lax staring at him wide-eyed. Witt hesitated for a moment and quietly asked, "Do you want some too?" Moments later, "Hiss, Witt, this thing is amazing." "Hiss, is there more? Give me more." Me too." The first night outside the dragon nest was unexpectedly calm. Chapter 118, Dragon Egg, a night without incident. Early the next morning, the three dragons separated again to continue their patrols in their respective areas. Since they weren't out gathering materials, Witt tried to avoid the predatory dragon beasts as much as possible. If he couldn't avoid them, he would only then take action. However, as exploration deepened, new and exciting things became less frequent, and Witt's interest gradually waned. While he didn't feel like going back, he did feel a bit bored. Of course, what Witt didn't know was that Elbert had been keeping an eye on him, and he was quite worried, watching Witt once again evade a vicious dragon beast. Elbert furrowed his brow again. He had never expected these little dragons from the reserve to find a dragon egg. After all, this area was close to Desidero. Who would be foolish enough to deliberately come this close to drop a dragon egg, fearing they would be caught and taught a lesson? In fact, Desidero did exactly that. The purpose of bringing these little dragons out was to make them expend their excess energy. And the way to expend that energy was certainly not to let them run around freely, if running were effective. The ground in the valley where the reserve was located wouldn't be battered to the point of being comparable to tempered steel due to the magical remnants from the battles of the little dragons. Fighting was the fastest way to expend energy, and fighting with companions would inevitably involve holding back, while battling dragon beasts was a life-and-death struggle. The intensity of the two different concepts of combat naturally differed, and the latter would cause these little dragons to expend a large amount of energy while also conveniently training their practical combat experience. It was supposed to be a win-win situation, but Witt turned it into a game of hide-and-seek. When encountering predatory dragon beasts, he would run. When encountering two dragon beasts fighting to the death, he would run. In short, no matter what he encountered, Witt's first action would always be to run. Previously, when Winters mentioned Witt, he had never used words like reckless. The most common descriptors were mature and steady. However, this was too steady. Even adult dragons who had mingled in the dragon world for thousands of years weren't this steady. Of course, Elbert's worry wasn't that being steady was a bad trait. He just felt that Witt lacked some of the adventurous spirit typical of young dragons. Although this wasn't necessarily a bad thing, he still felt something was off. Fortunately, Witt still had about 60 years before leaving the juvenile stage. This amount of time was enough for him to understand Witt's true thoughts. Indeed, he simply wanted to understand and not to change Witt. What needed changing was never character, but flaws. Just as Elbert was thinking this, he suddenly froze. Did he actually find it? But before he could feel happy, a loud buzzing sound came from afar. Elbert hurriedly looked southward, only to see a massive black torrent rushing toward him from that direction. This shouldn't be possible. With a hint of hesitation in his eyes, Witt gazed at the crack in the mountain before him. The fissure wasn't small, but for him, it was a bit narrow, one of those types where you can go in, but coming out requires you to walk backward. For him, this was manageable, but for an adult dragon, it was no different from the gaps between scales. No dragon would hide a dragon egg in there. After hesitating for a moment, Witt prepared to leave, but just as he turned, he hesitated again. Then, thinking that since he was already there, it wouldn't take much time to check, Witt squeezed inside. As he delved deeper, the light was gradually obscured by the rock walls on both sides, leaving only a bright line connecting the front and back. After walking for a short while, Witt arrived at the deepest part of the mountain fissure. Well, there's nothing here. Just as Witt was surveying the area, he felt something hard jab into his claw. Stunned for a moment, Witt raised his claw and looked curiously. What could be so hard? To be clear, not even stones could withstand his grip. Most metal pieces felt like mud in his hands. Scraping away a layer of thin soil, 3 black spikes came into view. Witt frowned. Obsidian? It looked a bit like it, but also somewhat different, not naturally formed. It felt quite hard to the touch, though that was without applying much force. The 3 spikes, resembling obsidian, seemed to be connected by something covered in a thin layer of soil. Witt casually blew a breath, and the dust was blown away, revealing something that left him stunned. Looking at the scale-like patterns and the spherical curvature, he thought, no way. He said this out loud, but his claws moved quickly. Of course, he wasn't applying too much force. Dragon eggs were quite sturdy, but relative to stones, there was no difference for Witt, with just a little pressure. They could break. Carefully peeling away the surrounding soil, a look of surprise spread across Witt's face. It really was a dragon egg. It was oval-shaped, with black scale-like patterns on the shell and 3 diamond-shaped, upright spikes at the top, resembling obsidian. This was what had jabbed him. He didn't know how long it had been buried here, but the aura belonging to a giant dragon still lingered on the egg, which not only indicated it was a giant dragon egg, but also suggested it was less than 100 years old, with the potential to hatch. A dragon egg about a meter long lay in Witt's hand, so small yet holding the chance to become a ruler soaring through the skies. Looking at the dragon egg in his claws, Witt couldn't help but feel excited. This was the first dragon egg he had found in his life, and it naturally felt close to him. Haha, I really hope you can hatch soon. Saying this, Witt held the dragon egg tightly. The dragon scale space couldn't store dragon eggs, as the environment would delay the hatching of the young dragon and increase the chances of failure. Witt could only hold it like this. Then, like a field mouse, he turned his back and began to inch his way out. But just then, a thunderous dragon roar echoed in Witt's ears. Upon hearing that roar, Witt froze, his pupils nearly narrowing into slits. This wasn't the first time Witt had heard this roar. The last time was when the Abai dragon beasts invaded, and Winter had let out that roar. Now, he recognized the owner of that voice. It was Elbert. And the meaning of that roar was still the same. War was coming. Without time to think further, Witt swung his empty left claw and fiercely clawed at the nearby rock wall. The rock crumbled under Witt's claws as if it were tofu. In just a few seconds, he had dug out a cave large enough for him to turn around. Just as he turned and prepared to run outside, the ground suddenly trembled. Chapter 119, Participating in the War. The mountain peak split open. A gigantic claw forcibly pried open the mountain fissure where Witt was located. As if tearing apart a piece of bread, Witt looked up at the forcibly ripped mountain peak, his eyes filled with shock. Then, a huge golden eye approached. A scorching wave of heat rushed in, and Witt gripped the ground tightly with his hind claws to avoid being blown away. All right, little one, no need to be afraid. I told you, as long as I'm here, no matter what happens, you'll be safe, even in war. As he spoke, Elbert spread out another claw, and all the previously dispersed reserves were gathered on it, including Myers and Lack. Seeing this, Witt hurriedly flew toward Elbert's claw. Just as he steadied himself on Elbert's claw, Myers and Lack rushed over to him. I'm so glad you're okay. I was really worried when I didn't see you right after coming up, Myers said. Just as he was speaking, sharp-eyed Myers suddenly noticed something in Witt's claws. Hearing this, Witt grinned and opened his claws, revealing a dragon egg. Myers and Lack's eyes instantly lit up, and they leaned in curiously. Myers was speechless, while Lack, apart from seeing his own eggshell right after hatching, had never seen a complete dragon egg before. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. I almost forgot what it was like to come out of such a small thing. After expressing his feelings, a hint of curiosity flashed in Lack's eyes. By the way, do you recognize this dragon egg? Witt pondered for a moment. The appearance of a dragon egg is related to its racial characteristics, but I haven't seen any dragon with these traits. Could it be a black dragon? Upon hearing this, Myers shook his head. As a fellow five-colored dragon, I can assure you this is not a black dragon egg. The eggs of five-colored dragons don't have patterns. They have real dragon scales. And there are no sharp spikes on them. Eggs with those 3 spikes generally belong to crystal dragons. But, hey, now doesn't seem like the time to discuss dragon eggs. Look over there. Before Myers could finish, Lack was frozen in shock by the scene behind them, interrupting Myers' analysis with a tone of panic. This was an unusual tone for Lack, drawing Witt and the others' attention as they followed Lack's gaze, and they stood there, stunned. An endless expanse of black, like night falling, swallowed everything visible to the naked eye. The distance was too far for Witt to clearly see what it was, but he already had a guess in his heart. At this moment, other dragons also noticed the scene behind them and began to murmur. Little ones, it seems you've noticed. That's right, they are the source of this war, the Abai dragon beasts. Elbert's words brought silence to all the dragons. Elbert continued to speak to himself. I believe you all know that the Abailong beasts are a disaster for a dragon nest. Their targets are the young dragons and dragon eggs. The future of the dragon nest. The victor of the war will undoubtedly be the dragon nest, but little ones, take a good look around. We may have to leave here soon. Of course, that is not all I want to say. What I really want to ask is, are you afraid of war? Afraid of the battlefield? The response to Elbert was a series of battle-filled dragon roars. After receiving the response, Elbert's lips curled up, revealing 2 sharp white teeth. Quite imposing. I believe that under your protection, the dragon nest will soon be free from the shadow of war. However, that is the future. Right now, you still need the seniors of the dragon nest to demonstrate for you. Feeling the commotion of the young dragons on his claws, Elbert continued. Of course. This doesn't mean you have nothing to do with the war. The victory of war is closely related to the contributions of every dragon. And your task is, while speaking, Elbert led the dragons to a forest. Behind this forest was a barren area where no grass or trees grew, extending all the way to the Warren Great Rift. Eliminate all Abailong beasts that cross this forest. They must not be allowed to enter the Warren Great Rift. This task is not an easy one for you. Are you confident? The response to Elbert was still filled with confident dragon roars. Their voices might sound a bit juvenile, but they were incredibly firm, simply because Desadro is their home. Then, I leave this to you. I need to go to a place that needs me more. If you encounter danger, do not hesitate. The dragon nest is right behind you. Remember, the future is your true battlefield. With that, Elbert flew up into the sky. Witt looked up, watching Elbert leave. At that moment, he saw a familiar figure. It was a red dragon. The intense heat radiating from it could be felt clearly even from afar, its massive body comparable to Elbert's. Was that Wentz? Witt couldn't be sure. He knew Wentz was one of the 5 legendary peaks of Desadro, but he didn't know if Wentz was the only red dragon among them. Moreover, Wentz had always maintained a body length of 700 meters, so he really couldn't confirm it now. Witt felt that his face blindness was truly bothersome. Witt turned to look at Myers. What is wrong? After a moment of hesitation, Myers pointed towards the Warren Great Rift and said, Do you want to go back first? After all, you are just a young dragon. Upon hearing this, Witt was taken aback, then looked at Myers speechlessly. Do you think I need to go back? Myers felt even more awkward. All right, your strength indeed doesn't need me to worry about, but this defensive line is quite long. We might need to defend separately. So be careful. With that, Myers flew off into the distance. Only then did Witt notice that most of the reserves around had already left. Glancing at the dragon egg in his hand, Witt felt there was no need to go back. To be honest, he was quite interested in the Abalong beasts. And going back now might mean he wouldn't come out again. As for danger, Witt didn't feel it was very dangerous. He wasn't one of those hot-blooded young dragons. Although Albert's words were quite exciting for the dragons, in reality, whether any Abalong beasts could break through here was another matter. Even if there were, it would only be a few individual ones, not enough to worry about. The reason Albert spoke so seriously was not because the Abalong beasts were highly destructive to the dragon nest, but rather because they caused significant damage to the ecosystem surrounding the dragon nest. Saying to leave here was also because of this.